Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. Here is our temple town demon hall. The old man in white robe leaned on his staff and walked in front to introduce. The demon town hall is one of the main buildings of the church. The temple of demon suppression has not recruited new members for 10 years, but seeing that your whole family was killed, and I was greatly favored by your grandfather, so I accepted you into the palace of demon suppression. Today, you are a member of the town demon palace, and the only member. Suppressing Demon Palace is a bit special, you will know it in the future. I hope you will take care of yourself and don't give up halfway. Hearing this, Chen suppressed his incomprehension and just nodded slightly. Being able to enter the Holy Church, one of the most powerful forces in the mainland, is an opportunity that can make thousands of people squeeze their heads. Of course, he can't give up halfway. This realm is called the Joey's Star Realm, where monsters, elves, dragons, titans, orcs, undead, and various creatures coexist. Human beings outside the sanctuary are in a precarious situation. Staying in the church and becoming a staff member is the best choice for Chen. It's a pity that the Demon Town Hall doesn't seem to be a better business department in the church. When he walked over from the gate of the sanctuary before, he found that many people were talking about him with expressions on their faces. The most speechless thing is that there are two guys who made a bet. Just guess how many days he will stay in the Demon Town Hall. I believe you have also heard some rumors about our demon suppressing hall. In fact, the root cause is that there is a space under our demon suppressing hall. This space is connected to the first layer of Abyss, and the power of the Abyss overflows from time to time, which can easily corrupt the common people who come into contact with it. Even if you master the power of extraordinary, it won't last long. As a member of the Demon Town Hall, you will definitely be disturbed by the power of the Abyss. However, as long as you can bear it, you will have a lot of growth in your will. But almost everyone failed to resist the temptation of the Abyss, so now I am the only one in the Demon Town Hall. The white-robed old man's eyes were blue, as if storing a vast ocean inside. He looked at Chen and said, "From now on, you, Chen, will be the apprentice of my white-robed wizard Gandalf. I am willing to pass on all my knowledge to you. I hope you can stay in the Demon Town Hall and take on the duties of the Demon Town Hall with me, guarding the entrance to the Abyss." Chen was a little surprised. The Holy Church claimed to be the brightest and most sacred place in the entire star world. Possessing the ability to directly communicate with the bright God realm, unexpectedly it is also the closest place to the Abyss. The entrance to the Abyss is in the demon suppressing temple, so the light God realm should be located in the most famous holy light temple? Chen is also just guessing. But since Gandalf's attitude was so obvious, of course he went down the A. Immediately, he put his arms together in front of his chest, bent slightly and said, "May the holy light shine on you, teacher. Although the years to come are still confused, I have finally found a place to live for the time being." Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. A burst of pleasant and familiar music sounded. Chen was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. Here comes his golden finger. The strongest demon god cultivation system starts. If you want to become the strongest demon god in history, you must devour the source of the world to replenish yourself. The host needs to find the world's original gas to be swallowed by the system. There is more or less energy of origin in the world. The more origin that can be devoured at one time, the better the reward that can be fed back to the host. The place where a complete ray of original energy is born, you can receive the feedback reward repeatedly, but only the first time you can get the supreme reward. Note, the rewards for complete chi feedback are too strong. Please accept the rewards after the host reaches a certain level. Original feedback rewards can only be claimed once a day. After sorting out the information in his mind, Chen truly understood the demon god cultivation system. I don't know if the Temple of Demon Suppression has the original energy. Even if the reward may be a little bit worse, anyway, there is an opportunity every day, so let's try it. Thinking of this, Chen immediately murmured in his mind, is there any original energy in the system that can swallow it? There is a medium volume of original energy here, which can be swallowed. Do you want to swallow it and receive the reward? Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was a medium source of energy here. After being instilled with the knowledge of the system, he knew that the source of energy is divided into 5 levels: trace, a little, medium, a lot, and complete, a wisp. The Holy Hall is really extraordinary, but the Demon Suppressing Hall, one of the 9 major divisions, contains a middle-level original energy. What about the entrance to the abyss under the Demon Town Hall? I'm afraid there is a complete ray of original energy. It's a pity that my own strength is too weak now, and I probably can't bear the reward of feeding back. Devour, and claim the reward. Chen confirmed. Soon, a voice came from the strongest demon system. The devouring is completed. Congratulations to the host for taking another step towards the strongest demon god, and obtaining a mythical combat skill, Phantom Speed Force. Phantom Speed Power, mythical level combat skill, comprehended to level 9, and you will be able to run across the Joey's Star World, with a speed that even the fastest assassin god Siphon in Legendary will sigh. An inheritance spirit orb appeared in Chen's mind. Inside the inheritance spirit orb was a mythical combat skill, Phantom Speed Force. Even the mythical powerhouse, the god of assassin, Siphon, can't catch up with the speed. I learned that I am invincible. If I can't beat it, I will run away. Anyway, no one can catch up. It's just that I haven't learned the core strength of the temple. I don't know if I can use this combat skill. Looking at the inheritance Lingzhu with a deep and mysterious luster, Chen was overjoyed. Everything in my mind proves that my cheat is real. It's a pity that after all, there is only an incomplete middle-level original energy, and it is estimated that he will not be able to receive rewards again. Regarding this mythical combat skill, Chen did not choose to learn it immediately for the sake of caution. Because if something special happens after absorbing this inheritance spirit bead, it is likely to be in danger. He didn't know his teacher Gandalf at all, and it would be a big loss to throw him on the test bench in case of curiosity. He is very careful about others. Chapter 2. Very good, follow me now. The white-robed wizard still maintained a calm expression. Chen is not his first disciple, but so far, he is still the only one here. He brought Chen into the Demon Town Hall, not only to repay his kindness, but also because he was really lonely for too long. I just don't know how long Chen can stay here this time. Soon, the two came to a house with a small garden. The garden house is located to the west of the town hall. From now on, you can live here. I live on the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. If you have anything to do, just come and find me. The white-robed wizard Gandalf looked at Chen, and said. If there is nothing else, come over at noon tomorrow and let you see the location of the Abyss Portal, and then I will guide you in the basic meditation method of the sanctuary. After explaining everything, Gandalf paused, turned into a phantom, and left in a flash. Chen didn't even see Gandalf utter a single spell. Magic is really a magical thing. Chen expressed deep envy when he saw that Gandalf didn't even want to walk when he went back. If he didn't get the golden finger, Chen wouldn't dare to think if he could do the same. But now he is no longer what he was before, he is already Twist Hulu Chen. As long as he is given a little time to develop, he will definitely be able to come and go like this. Chen spent half a day looking around the garden house that he could not afford to live in his previous life. Not only out of curiosity, but also in order to prevent someone from secretly monitoring him with some means he doesn't know. Seeing that it was getting late, the sun had already gone back to sleep. Only then did he concentrate on carefully looking at the inheritance spirit orb in his mind. Unexpectedly, as soon as the thought touched the spirit bead, countless light air currents gushed out from the spirit bead. Flow all over the body. His whole body was even lifted up by the air current, slowly floating up. The limbs are light and warm, especially the legs, so light that I can feel that I can fly at any time. Countless mysterious runes are engraved in his mind, which seems to contain countless intoxicating mysteries, making people fascinated. The runes formed 9 steps, and now only the first level has been activated, and the remaining 8 levels are still dim at this time, waiting for the enlightenment of the controller. It seems that once you break through, you can break through the shackles of the essence of life, master the law of speed, and become a god with extreme speed. The phantom speed force is unparalleled in the world, and I am the only one who walks alone. Soon, the magical feeling gradually faded. Chen opened his eyes, and a faint blue light flashed in his eyes. A force that I had never felt before came from the solace of my feet, and even my physique was greatly strengthened. He had a faint feeling that once he started running, he might catch up with the fastest Santana 2000 in his previous life in a short time. I'm still just a common person now. If I have learned the basic meditation method of the temple and mastered the extraordinary magic power, how fast will this phantom speed force be? Especially after training the phantom speed power to level 9 and mastering the law of speed, I don't think anyone in this world should be afraid. It's the first time I have devoured the original energy, and I have obtained such a powerful mythical combat skill. Chen is very satisfied, and I am looking forward to what the reward will be tomorrow. He couldn't help but gear up, wishing he could fast forward to tomorrow. But for the second engulfment, you must find a place where the original energy is more intense. He thought to himself. Excited Chen couldn't fall asleep at all. It's already late at night outside, and it will soon reach 24 o'clock in the morning. Where will I go to devour the original energy tomorrow? The abyss portal under the demon town hall? There must be a large amount or even a complete source of energy here. But the body may not be able to bear it. Well, why don't you go to the Arc de Triomphe of the Holy Cathedral to have a look? The main hall of the Temple of Demon Suppression is only one of the 9 branches of the Holy Hall, and it has a medium source of energy. Then, as the triumphal arch of the temple that has been erected in the Joey's Star world for 8,000 years, it has witnessed the prosperity of the temple for 8,000 years. Absolutely possesses not weak original energy. I hope that the reward of devouring the original energy near the Arc de Triomphe will be more suitable for him. Of course, this is not to say that phantom speed force is bad. This mythical combat skill has greatly improved his life-saving ability, which is simply too good to be true. But what he lacks the most now is not combat skills, but the way to get started with extraordinary meditation. Only with the idea of meditation and the birth of mana can the power of mythical combat skills be truly exerted. Since I can't sleep, it's almost morning with 1 hour left. Chen is going directly to the Arc de Triomphe, waiting for the arrival of the next day. There was a sultry humidity in the air, like fog. The faint lights in the main building of the demon-suppressing palace in the distance made the night even more silent. Sensing Chen's fading figure, Gandalf opened his meditative eyes, with disappointment in his eyes. The environment where the town demon temple is located is a bit strange. There will be a faint breath of abyss seeping from the ground in the air. And no matter how weak the abyss is, it can disturb the minds of the weak-willed and cause them to have all kinds of terrifying hallucinations. Therefore, this night is actually a time for Chen to think about it. He will definitely realize the weirdness here, and it's up to Chen himself whether he wants to stay here or not. Didn't you hold on? Gandalf sighed slightly inwardly, then continued to eliminate distracting thoughts and continue to meditate. Get used to it, after all, no one can persist for more than 5 years for thousands of years. Loneliness shrouded his hunched back again, just like before. Chapter 3. The sanctuary is located on the Holy Mountain of Light. The Holy Mountain of Light is about 10,000 feet high, and its width is unknown. A mountain covers an area larger than a city in the previous life. There is a main vein and 8 branch veins. Chen is now as light as a swallow and as fast as lightning. It only took an hour to go all the way from the demon-suppressing peak where the demon-suppressing temple is located to the Arc de Triomphe of the Holy Gate. Fortunately, the moon and stars are scarce today, and the sky is clear and clear, so you can see things. The Arc de Triomphe has its own defensive magic circle and alchemy puppet guards who can identify its identity. The one-eyed Titan alchemy puppet with a height of 10 meters detected that Chen was one of his own and ignored him, standing quietly at the gate. Chen looked up at the triumphal arch, which was hundreds of meters high, and then said silently, "The system absorbs the original energy here." Then the voice of the strongest demon system sounded. "Successfully devour the source of energy, a large amount, reward, source of meditation. Original meditation method, super divine grade meditation method, contemplating the origin of the method, communicating with the heart of the elements, mortals can't show it, gods can learn it, this is the supreme treasure that even the gods desire." A 7-colored inheritance spirit bead appeared in Chen's mind, which contained the super divine grade meditation method. Source meditation. Chen almost couldn't control the excitement in his heart. "I didn't expect the meditation method I always wanted to be so simple. Still such a strong meditation idea." But what Chen didn't expect was that even the Arc de Triomphe, which can feed back the super divine grade meditation idea, only has the original energy, a large amount. It is not the source of energy, complete, so it is not possible to receive rewards repeatedly here. But the sanctuary is so big and has such a long history, there must be a place that has the original energy, integrity. Today's goal was perfectly achieved, and he also said that he was going to return to the Demon Town Hall as soon as possible. As soon as he turned around, he saw 2 priests wearing cross cloaks coming in from the door. The exposed parts of their necks all have an ink-colored inverted hexagram pattern. Chen just took a look, and then continued to walk towards Genmo Peak. After all, they were 2 strangers, and he didn't bother to say hello. But after only a few steps, there was a voice of discussion behind him. "This person seems to be an apprentice who has just been recruited by the town demon palace. Why are you here so late? Maybe you want to run away, but are you embarrassed to be seen by us? You can't stand it after only staying for a day. Actually, this is also normal. After all, anyone with qualified willpower will not choose to go to the Temple of Demon Suppression. Only those who are not wanted will go there. I can't even hold on for a day, I guess I will sneak away tomorrow. Hey, forget it, it has nothing to do with us. Not to mention this kind of waste, even a great priest can't stay there for too long in the broken place of Genmo Peak. Yeah, it's basically a slow suicide in that place. In the end, there are neither humans nor ghosts. For 8,000 years, there is only one old guy lingering there." Chen didn't pay attention to the gossip behind him. It's just a group of miscellaneous fish, as long as he is given a little time, he will be crushed to death. His goal is to advance to mythology, become eternal life, and become the strongest demon god. With Goldfinger around, these 2 trash fish couldn't even see his back. How long did they say they couldn't last? It's ridiculous, there are few people in the Demon Town Palace, there are few things to do, and he can eat the Emperor's food, so he will stay for a lifetime. Sensing Chen's return, the lonely atmosphere around Gandalf gradually dissipated, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then continue to meditate to refine the magic. The town demon palace does not need to be responsible for external affairs, its only duty is to protect the seal of the abyss portal. It seems simple, but the difficulty of it can be seen from the withered and miserable situation of Genmo Peak. Chen returned to his garden house bedroom, and immediately checked the 7-colored inheritance bead. Feedback from the inheritance bead: once he learns the concept of origin, no one can see through his strength except the gods. Then Chen began to receive source meditation. Running the original meditation method can absorb the power of all the elements in the world, make him infinitely compatible with magic elements, and even allow him to swim in the ocean of laws in the later stage. Not long after, the elemental power from the heaven and the earth surged towards Chen's body. It was as if he had fallen from the macrocosm into the microcosm. There are dense dots of light all around. Red is fire element, blue is water element, purple is thunder element. They flew towards Ye Chen's body like milk swallows throwing themselves at Lin. Fortunately, there is the concealing power attached to the origin meditation method, so everything is carried out quietly. Wait until you come back to your senses again. Ye Chen was surprised to find that there were more majestic magic powers of the 7 elements of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, and darkness in his body. I have successfully stepped into the extraordinary door. Ye Chen felt a little unbelievable. The first difficulty of the extraordinary gate is to rely on one's own spiritual power to capture the free elements between heaven and earth. People with ordinary talents usually need to meditate continuously for 3 to 6 months to capture the magical elements. Even for those with outstanding talents, it takes at least a month to improve. He only felt the original meditation method and easily captured the magic element. No, not right. It was the magic element that squeezed towards him by itself, and it was still the 7th element. It would be unbelievable if this matter came to light. This is the power of the super divine grade meditation method, the source meditation method. As long as he reaches the realm of swimming in the sea of laws, coupled with the phantom speed force, where can Joey's astral world not go? Even the abyss is estimated to be able to go all the way. Of course, this has to wait until he advances to mythology. Otherwise, we will deliver food when we go. The strength levels of the church system are, novice priest, priest, grand priest, patron of the holy light, archbishop of the holy light, legendary level, pope, mythical level. Ye Chen is now a novice priest. Chapter 4. Next morning, Ye Chen stepped into the demon town hall, and immediately saw Gandalf, who was meditating. Wei Wei bowed her waist. Teacher, I'm here. That's right, I'm in good spirits. The white-robed wizard Gandalf glanced at Ye Chen and said in relief. In the future, the hallucinations you felt like last night will continue, I hope you can overcome it. Hallucination? Overcome? Ye Chen was a little confused. He slept very well yesterday, not to mention how fragrant it was. But he figured it out in a blink of an eye, it must have something to do with the abyssal devil energy. When he was practicing meditation last night, he did sense a strange aura around him. But it didn't affect Ye Chen in the slightest. Maybe this is the breath of the abyss mentioned by Gandalf? But whoever Ye Chen is, the host of the strongest demon system, the abyss is the place he is most suitable for. To him, the mere breath from the abyss portal through the seal is like a person who likes strong flavors drinking plain water, bland and tasteless. At this moment, Ye Chen felt that Town Demon Palace was really a good place for him. It is calm, safe, and the resources are only used by him and the teacher. Not to mention how cool it is. When Mr. Gandalf dies, isn't it all his? Don't worry, Mr. Gandalf, I will hone my will and stay by the teacher's side all the time, accepting your earnest teachings. Ye Chen said with a firm face. Anyway, he originally planned not to leave Town Demon Peak until he became a myth. Gandalf was stunned for a moment, then said calmly. First let you know where the entrance to the abyss we are guarding is, and then I will teach you the basic meditation method. Gandalf's tone was still calm, but there was a hint of gentleness that he hadn't noticed. Perhaps, Ye Chen can really inherit his will and guard here. The space under the Demon Town Hall. As soon as Ye Chen entered the entrance of the spiral staircase in the underground space, he immediately felt the breath of the abyss that was tens of times stronger than the one above. These abyssal breaths are very easy to trigger negative emotions in others. No wonder there is only Gandalf alone in the Town Demon Temple so far. It is impossible for anyone to survive in such an environment, let alone practice. If you stay here for a long time, you will easily fall into the temptation of the abyss and transform into an abyss monster. Ye Chen understood everything in an instant. Fortunately, this terrifying abyssal breath had no effect on Ye Chen. Ye Chen has the strongest demon god system, and what he is most afraid of is the abyss. Brush. Ye Chen found an oval-shaped white shield appearing all over his body. The air of the abyss is too strong here. You haven't touched the power of extraordinary yet. Once you absorb too much, it may cause some terrible consequences. Gandalf reminded. Thank you, teacher. Ye Chen thanked Gandalf. Even if the air of the abyss has no effect on him, it is after all the teacher's concern for his disciples. After walking down for a few laps, Ye Chen saw an incomparably vast space filled with ominous blood-red gas. Come on, come and see with me. Gandalf said while leading Ye Chen to continue down. When Ye Chen finished walking the last step and stepped onto the flat ground of the underground space, the voice of the strongest demon system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Feel a complete ray of original energy, and you can receive rewards repeatedly here. There is actually a complete ray of original energy here. Ye Chen was a little surprised. He thought he had to enter the abyss. But now he finally found a place where he could receive rewards repeatedly, and it was on his own territory. Town Demon Hall is really a good place. Where the abyssal devil energy is so strong, there is a ray of complete original energy. I don't know if there are similar places in other places in the whole church. But at least, even if others force him to leave, he won't leave. Soon the two of them reached the middle of the underground space, where a 50-meter-high bronze door with countless strange runes engraved on the edge stood there. Inside the bronze door, there is a swirling purple liquid that is constantly rotating and flowing. Even if the entire door is sealed by 18 sacred gold chains, there is still a lot of abyssal demonic energy escaping away from the seal. Without my support, you must not look directly at the abyss, unless you step into the myth, that is, the Pope level. If you come back at that time, you will have some special gains. Gandalf made a point of warning. Seeing that Ye Chen listened to his words, he squeezed out a ball of light in his hand, and then gently pressed it on Ye Chen's forehead. Then Ye Chen found a lot of information appeared in his mind. After accepting everything, he discovered that it was a meditation method and a magic word meditation and exorcism spells. Ye Chen just glanced at it, and he was sure that the complexity of the holy word meditation was far inferior to the source meditation he was learning now. As for the exorcism spell, it is a spell that can drive away negative emotions in the heart. After it is completed, it can also drive away some spirit demons such as ghosts. It can also be used to purify one's will. Common temple priests can only get intermediate or advanced meditation methods. The set of meditation methods I gave you is the highest level meditation method in the entire temple. It is a meditation method that goes directly to the legendary level. Remember not to reveal it. Gandalf put his hand down and asked Ye Chen. By the way, the exorcism spell can help you get rid of the influence of the abyssal devil energy. If you are proficient enough, you can meditate a little closer to the abyss portal, which can temper your spiritual will and accelerate your magic power accumulation. But you have to be prepared to do that. And every few days of meditating in the abyss space, let me check the pollution of your will. Make sure you will not be affected by the abyss, and then demonized and corrupted. Of course, as long as you endure it longer, this level of abyssal air will have less impact on you. Okay, teacher, I will follow your teaching. Ye Chen agreed. Gandalf was really nice to himself, giving legendary level meditation as much as he wanted, and told himself all the dangers. Moreover, he has the permission to come here at any time, so he can receive unlimited rewards here. Anyway, he was sure that he could not be corrupted by the devilish energy of the abyss. I don't know what kind of benefits a complete ray of original energy will give him. Ye Chen is looking forward to it. Although he is a little worried, whether his current strength can support the reward of a complete ray of original energy feedback. But now it's like a peerless beauty who has no defense against you, do you want it or not? Unknown to others, Ye Chen decided to come tonight. Chapter 5. It was late at night. Ye Chen stopped meditating, got up and opened the door, and walked towards the underground space. When passing the spiral staircase, his body was obviously blocked by some kind of mysterious barrier membrane, and then he paused, allowing him to pass directly. This is obviously some kind of enchantment magic set up by Gandalf, and he only opened it after the identification. No wonder the teacher can guard such a large place by himself. It turns out that barriers are everywhere. Be careful what you do next. Chen thought to himself. When the barrier was touched, Gandalf also sensed everything. Oh! I didn't expect my student to be quite courageous. He dared to go to the underground space for training on the first day. That's right, he's a good seed. I'll help him check the pollution of his soul in a few days, so he can't go astray. Gandalf admired Chen's courage very much, and he also took the matter of checking Chen to prevent him from being polluted by the abyss in his heart. Then continue to meditate with eyes closed. Chen walked down, and when he was about to approach the portal of the abyss, he was blocked by a sacred barrier, making it impossible to get close. But it has no effect. The strongest demon system in Chen's mind has already issued a reminder. Find a complete ray of original energy. Do you want to swallow it? Rewards can be claimed repeatedly here. Swallow. Chen thought silently in his mind. Immediately afterwards, the system began to absorb the original energy, and Chen was a little worried at this moment. After all, this is the first time he has devoured the complete original energy, and he cannot guarantee whether he will succeed. If he didn't fail, he was also looking forward to some heaven-defying rewards. Successful devouring, get a Stone of Truth. Stone of Truth, generations of extraordinary people are longing for the truth in their hearts. But what is truth? Truth represents the beginning, the end, the infinite mysteries of time and space, and him. The Stone of Truth. Chen didn't understand the introduction. Forget it, let's take a look. Chen randomly found a place in the underground space to sit down, and then used the Stone of Truth. The Stone of Truth turned into a beam of light from the system space, and instantly merged into Chen's body. That light has no color, but it seems to contain countless colors. If I had to use one word to describe it, it would be chaos. The light of chaos soon covered Chen's whole body. After a while, Chen felt as if his body was constantly falling from a height of 10,000 meters. While falling, he saw the elements that were just points of light before, turning into active elves one by one, and each elf was singing and dancing by his side. As he continued to fall, he saw the ocean of laws, which contained infinite mysteries of laws. He has a feeling that as long as he understands one of them, he can become a god of that line. All this in front of Chen's heart felt unparalleled shock. It seems that all the mysteries in the world are displayed in front of him, allowing him to watch and ask for them. Following Chen's fall, the entire sea of laws began to tremble, and countless elemental forces began to pour into his body. Then gradually formed a vortex, constantly turning these elements pouring into its body into its magic power. At this moment, Chen seems to have become the heaven and the earth. Every breath, it is the transformation of the heaven and the earth, the natural evolution. The reality of truth is actually that ray of complete original creation, which contains the most essential truth in the world. This miraculous feeling lasted for an entire hour, until Chen felt that his spiritual will had reached the limit, and then he slowly exited this miraculous state. When Chen came back to his senses, he found that he was still in place. But at this time, he was surprised to find that his own strength had undergone a huge change. Already novice priest level 9. Chen was a little dumbfounded. You must know that it takes 3 to 6 months for the common people to extract the magic power. After that, it will take more than 10 years to accumulate magic power until the 9th level novice priest. There are 9 levels of novice priests. The magic power that needs to be accumulated at each level is constantly multiplied, so it takes a lot of time. In just 1 hour, Chen possessed the magic power that ordinary people need 10 years to accumulate. The effect of the Stone of Truth is simply unimaginable. And according to the information from the system, the effect of the Stone of Truth has not completely disappeared. Afterwards, although there is no effect like this time that people directly enter the ocean of law to absorb the power of elements, it can also greatly accelerate the accumulation of magic power, the ability to comprehend spells and other magical effects. This effect can last for 100 days. It is equivalent to applying a buff that increases the speed of gaining experience by 500%. Yes, with this buff, I can definitely be promoted to an official priest soon. Chen was not too disappointed. The Stone of Truth can lead people into the depths of the ocean of laws. Of course, the timing of using it is that the higher the realm, the more benefits you will get. If it is used in the realm of mythology, it may even become a true god. Now that his realm is low, apart from using the element-rich environment to improve his magic power, he hasn't gotten much benefit. But this world is extremely dangerous, he must have the advantage to use it up quickly and transform it into his current strength. As for saving it for later use, if there is no future, then it is just a wedding dress for others. Even if it is a big waste now, it is still a good deal for him. Anyway, when the strength is strong, you can find this kind of place that contains a complete ray of original energy to devour it. Chapter 6. After Chen got used to the magic power in his body, he got up and left the underground space. At this time, the sky was just getting bright, and it was early morning. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered and exited the room, I came directly to the realm of the 9th level novice priest. Chen couldn't help feeling the magic of the Stone of Truth. For the next few days, Chen quietly stayed in his room to practice meditation. Anyway, there are few people and little chores here. The most is to come to Town Demon Hall to clean the main hall. But even if he cleaned the hall, he didn't need to do it himself, as long as he lightly performed a cleaning technique, the cleaning tools could move by themselves. He looked around for places with original energy to devour. When he cleaned the East Hall of the Demon Town Hall, which is the daily high-level magic practice room of his teacher Gandalf, the system sent a reminder. The source of gas, medium amount, is detected here, is it swallowed? The place Chen cleaned before was full of traces, a small amount of original energy. I didn't expect that there is a moderate amount of original energy here. Is there something special here? Chen didn't think about it any further, and immediately chose to devour it. Successful devouring, get feedback reward, power of copper boltanos, level 1. Bronze boltanos, also known as the Horn of Slaughter, blood beast, copper refining tauren, a mythical creature, it is almost immune to physical damage, and its strength is infinite, smashing everything. Obviously, this is an ability of the warrior department. Although the sanctuary is the most honored by the legal system, even a magic master like Gandalf has extremely strong melee combat skills. He can see from some of the wreckage after practice in the practice room these days, it was completely knocked out by a heavy weapon, broken walls. And what Chen lacks most now is the means of attack. Since this copper boltanos is a mythical creature, his ability must be very strong. So without further ado, he directly accepted the feedback reward. Then, the power of the first level copper boltanos instantly turned into a rune and blessed his body. In an instant, he felt that his whole body was filled with infinite power, and with a light punch, the 5-meter diameter boulder in front of him that was used to test magic burst instantly. This is only the power of the first level copper boltanos. He still has 8 runes that have not been lit up. Once they are all lit up, he will probably get the terrifying power of mythical creatures. Time is like running water, and soon 100 days have passed. Chen opened his eyes in meditation in the underground space. The buff of truth knowledge is completely over today, but in the past 100 days, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Easily broke through the realm of the primary priest. Coupled with the repeated rewards received here, some magical potions that increase the magic power, even reached the realm of intermediate priest in one fell swoop. As long as he practiced for a while, he could be promoted to advanced priest, and then prepare to break through to the realm of great priest. It is relatively difficult to become a great priest, although Chen has a super divine grade meditation method, the source meditation method. And you can continue to receive various rewards, but it is still a little difficult to advance to the great priest. Swallowing the original energy to get feedback rewards, of course, can make his promotion process smoother. But if he doesn't know how to work hard, and his spiritual will is not optimistic, it will be very difficult. So he worked hard without any slack, and only hoped to reach the realm of the great priest as soon as possible. Of course, the great priest is not the top power for the church that dominates Joey's new territories, but it can be regarded as the mainstay. After all, many temple priests stationed alone on one side only have the strength of a great priest. I have already accumulated a lot of magical potions, and I can start preparing to attack the realm of the great priest. Chen checked the rewards in the system and thought about it. For more than 100 days, Chen didn't even take a step towards Genmo Peak. Concentrate on practicing in the underground space, and then receive daily rewards on time. As for Genmo Peak, he has checked all the rest of the place, basically there is no more than a small amount of original energy. So he still chose to stay in the underground space to receive fixed rewards. Of course, there may be a lot of original energy in many places outside of Genmo Peak, but then he would have to look around, and it would be easy to attract attention. During these 100 days, Chen got various types of potions, potions of slowness, potions of healing, potions of poison, potions of weakness, potions of fire resistance, potions of water breathing and so on. Of course, most of them don't have much effect on him now. Also got some spells like Hand of Mage, Pure Sand, Water Ball, Fireball. In addition, there are a lot of equipment, the Sword of the Holy Light, the Clock of Imprisonment. Among them, the one that Chen valued the most was the spell, Pure Sand. His magic power is growing too fast. Even if the system can help him avoid the infection of the abyss, but his spiritual will is not strong enough, it is easy to breed negative emotions in his soul, such as arrogance and conceit. The pure sand can treat magic power and spirit as sand, filter out the pure parts that are beneficial to him, and filter out the useless or even defective parts. It makes his temperament tend to be calm and rational, his spirit is more clean and transparent, and he can control the magic power of skyrocketing. After all, Chen knows himself, he is a human being, not a god, and some things cannot be avoided after all, so he should pay more attention. Take precautions. In 100 days, the common people have just captured the magic at most and were promoted to a novice priest. And Chen, at this time, is ready to be promoted to the great priest again. Common man and his distance. It is not an exaggeration to say the difference between cloud and mud. Chapter 7. Leaving the underground space, Chen walked towards the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. It was time for Gandalf to help him check the infection level again. In these 100 days, such things have to be checked every 5 days. However, if it is checked today and it is still not infected by the abyss, it only needs to be checked once in 30 days from now on. If he had reached the realm of a formal priest, then basically he wouldn't have to be so troublesome. Just once every 6 months. The key to Gandalf is that he is worried that his strength is too weak to withstand the demonic energy of the abyss, and he will be attracted and corrupted. Chen understood Gandalf's worries very well. He was also afraid of problems with his body, because his strength improved too fast. Of course, the magic power he reveals is equivalent to a 3rd-level novice priest, and his aptitude is only excellent. As for why not only revealing the strength of the 1st-level novice priest, but also revealing the strength of the 3rd-level novice. That's because Gandalf is really helping him at all costs, whether it's potions to increase magic power or suitable spells, as long as Chen can use them, throw them all to him. He even used his magic power to help Chen strengthen his body. Although Gandalf's actions had little effect on Chen, he was very moved by his kind elder affection. He decided that when he became a god in the future, he must help his teacher. Not for anything else, just for the teacher's love for his disciples. I have to repay myself. However, it's not that Gandalf's guidance is useless. Chen has benefited a lot from common sense in the magic world, precautions, and some common magic. It's like a first-level spell levitation and a first-level spell breeze. It will allow him to fly freely in the air. There are also second-level magic and mind manipulation. A spell that can control multiple dead objects at will, such as controlling a magic carpet to fly, or even fly like Yujian in Xiangxia novels. Since the second ring magic requires an official priest to use it, Gandalf just brushed it off. Little did he know that Chen had completely mastered it, but he didn't dare to show it. Most of the time, he only uses levitation. With a wave of one hand, levitation and breeze were blessed with 2 rings of magic, and then Chen briskly flew towards Gandalf. "Teacher, I'm here." Chen stepped on the carpet lightly, came to Gandalf's side, bowed slightly and said. Gandalf stood by the window with his hands behind his back, staring out blankly, wondering what he was thinking. It wasn't until Chen's voice sounded beside him that he seemed to come back to his senses. Chen has been his most valued student for so many years. He is intelligent, quick-witted, calm, and can endure loneliness. Most importantly, his will is firm enough to not be easily infected by the devilish energy of the abyss. He saw all this, so he generously gave Chen all the resources that Chen could use. Anyway, these resources are also from the Holy Church, so there is no need to use them for nothing. If he can make his disciples better and stronger, he is willing to give everything. Relax and enter a meditative state, Gandalf instructed. Seeing Chen enter the state, Gandalf immediately cast detection magic to check the pollution of Chen's body and soul. After a long time, after confirming that the inspection was correct, he nodded, "Yes, there is still no trace of contamination. From now on, just check again every 30 days. Of course, if there is anything wrong with this period of time, you must notify me immediately." "Good teacher." Chen immediately agreed. If there is any unexpected situation, of course he will consult Gandalf immediately. After all, some experience, even if there is a system, cannot be avoided. Teacher's teaching is still necessary. There is one more small thing you need to do. Today is the annual 9 Excellent Disciple Commendation Ceremony. You should go there. There are many benefits. Gandalf smiled. Excellent Disciple Commendation Ceremony. Chen was a little puzzled. Is a level 3 novice priest considered excellent? Haha, even if you only have a level 1 novice priest, isn't that the most excellent in the entire Genmo Peak? Gandalf's tone was slightly teasing. Chen was a little speechless. He was right, except for Gandalf, who was divine grade mage. He was the only disciple in the entire Genmo Peak. After all the calculations, he is the most excellent one. Understood, teacher, I'll go now. Chen could only agree. It just so happens that I haven't received the devouring reward today, and now I just go to the Holy Light Cathedral, which I have never been to. Maybe there is a complete ray of original energy in it. As for magic equipment, he doesn't care. Now in the system space, he has many good treasures, which are all good things obtained by constantly devouring the original energy. As for the rewards given by the Holy Church, it is estimated that it cannot be such a high-end thing. After all, what is given every year must be some magic equipment that can be mass-produced. The only advantage is that it can be used on the bright side. Before he is not strong enough to swallow the rewards, he is not going to take them out in front of others for the time being. Then Chen left the Demon Town Peak and headed for the Holy Light Cathedral. The Cathedral of the Holy Light is located on the flat ground in front of the foot of the Holy Mountain. It is the place where the Church accepts believers to pray and worship. It is equivalent to being responsible for the public appearance. Only part of it is not open to the public, and the place to receive the Excellent Disciple Award happens to be at that place. Chapter 8. After descending the mountain, walk slowly in the huge cathedral, which is big enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of believers, surrounded by believers in white robes who are devoting themselves to praying. From time to time, priests stood on the street and chanted the teachings of the holy light loudly. Heal the wounded and give food to hungry believers. Let all believers gradually become fanatical as if they are in the world of holy light. But none of this has anything to do with Chen. He stared at everything quietly, and then came to the apse of the Holy Light Cathedral. When Chen arrived, there were already many people standing here. All the great geniuses of the 9 parts. Looking around, they are all above the level of official priests, and there is even a strong man at the level of a great priest. Chen was a little strange. This couldn't be a disciple who joined the church a long time ago, right? Anyway, as a level 3 novice priest, no matter how you look at it, he is a bit out of place. He found an empty corner and waited quietly. But when the middle-aged Templar who presided over the event came to the scene, he could no longer hide behind. This mighty Templar is obviously a master of both magic and martial arts. He pulled out his sword and waved it casually. 9 circles of light appeared on the ground, with the names of each branch in front of the circles. Members of each branch stand in the aperture representing their own branch. Soon the members of each branch walked into their own light circles. It seems that the town demon palace has finally accepted people again. Yes, but there is a high probability that there will be no one next time. Yet, but this time the people in the town demon temple can get a lot of magic equipment. Oh, it depends on whether he has the ability. Chen walked forward and stood in the circle of light representing the demon town hall. Along the way, many people looked at this strange man curiously. When they saw him walk into the light circle of the town demon palace, many people covered their mouths and snickered. 3rd level novice priest? So good. All of us are at least official priests. This person from the demon peak is here to make a joke, right? Hey, forget it, after all, I just came here, so it's not bad. Hey, I wonder if this kid will feel pressured seeing so many official priests. Pressure? Chen said that there is no pressure to add another 10,000 of these fun colors. He didn't care about those people's cynicism at all, because the strongest demon system suddenly sent a reminder. Detected the source of gas, a large amount. Is it devoured? There was a lot of original energy, Chen quickly said in his mind, swallow. Successful in devouring the source of energy, a large amount, feedback reward, bloodline secret technique God's obstacle. Bloodline mystery God's obstacle, in the non-activated state, you can hide yourself and prevent your perception from being locked by prophecy spells. In the activated state, you can cast a fog that covers the sky, disturbing the enemy's perception, and strengthen yourself. Chen looked at the introduction of God's misty obstacle, and understood the effect of this bloodline secret technique. To put it simply, it is to prevent being perceived or even cursed, and then you can confuse the enemy's perception and create a battlefield that is beneficial to you. It can be said that this secret technique is very practical. For example, when he has to reveal his true strength, he can use the God's obstacle, so that others will not know that he did it. Even if you fight head-on, you can create a battlefield that is beneficial to you. The bloodline secret arts are all strong men above the myth level, and the supernatural abilities passed down to their offspring are basically impossible to master by learning. The most amazing thing is that one kind of bloodline secret technique can only appear on one person, and there will not be 2 kinds of the same bloodline secret technique in the entire Joey's Star world at the same time. Even if the same family and the same bloodline are the same. When Chen focused on the secret art of blood, the middle-aged knight said again. These magic equipments are equipped with Mind Blast. People who don't have enough will be crushed and stunned if they take too much. Everyone must do what they can. His words were mainly to remind Chen, after all, he was the only one here who didn't know the rules, and once he fainted here, it would be quite embarrassing. Mind Blast is a deterrent spell that imitates Long Way. After weakening, it is a good way to test the strength of a person's mental will. If you want to get more magic equipment, you must have enough willpower, otherwise you will only harm yourself if you can't control it. This is the hidden background of the temple. The members of the temple are polished from all aspects, so every disciple of the temple who goes out is the elite of the elite. Chen didn't raise his hand to grab the magic equipment in front of him in a hurry, but instead observed the situation of the others first. These people basically only take one piece each, of course not because of poor will, but mainly because there are too many monks and too little food. There are all elites present, one for each person, and they will soon be divided. Then everyone turned to look at Chen. Curious what to do with this third-level novice priest guy. How many pieces do you think this kid can take? How many more? 10 years ago, I saw a boy from the Demon Town Palace, and he tried his best but didn't get the second one. Haha, I was also there. At that time, that guy overestimated his own strength and finally collapsed on the ground. This is probably about the same. Even if his will is amazing, I don't think I can get a few. A few years ago, a genius senior in the Holy Light Temple, with outstanding talent and tenacity, was considered a rare genius in a century, and he only got 5 pieces. Only him, to match that senior? Not to mention 5 pieces, it is estimated that the second piece will be polluted by the will of the abyss. I guess everyone here has heard of what is in the Demon Town Hall. That's right, if it were me, I would be a gentleman who knows current affairs, just take one, and I will never be greedy. Chapter 9. There are 5 pieces of magic equipment in front of Chen. Although there are not as many pieces of magic equipment in front of other branches, it is not bullying. After all, he is the only one in Town Demon Palace. The number of magic equipment is allocated flexibly, according to the number of people. At least not less than 5. None of these things can be decided by Chen. Hearing what these people say, how much he can get depends on his own spiritual will. He is also quite curious about his spiritual will. Then, he reached for the first piece of equipment, which was a holy cross sword used by official priests, although it was very ordinary to Chen. But no matter what, it is considered an enchanted equipment, and it is very valuable outside, so if you don't take it, you won't take it for nothing. The first sword doesn't have the Mind Blast spell attached, but if you still want to hold it, you need a strong mental will. If you can't hold it, you must let it go quickly. The middle-aged Templar reminded him one last time. Chen nodded his thanks. He decided to continue. The rest of the people gathered together, looked at him jokingly, and waited for him to make a fool of himself. The summit of Demon Town Peak was capped, and Gandalf's eyes were set on it. After all, now is the time to get magic equipment. How many can Xiao Chen get? However, I estimate that there must be at least 3, but his strength is too low after all, and it will not be so easy in the future. There was a hint of anticipation in Gandalf's eyes. Over the years, Chen is probably the most suitable student he has accepted for Town Demon Hall. With a tenacious heart, even if the strength is still very weak, it cannot be affected by the devilish energy of the abyss. Of course he may have some secrets of his own, but who doesn't have his own secrets? He has lived for so many years, and many things have long been looked down upon, and he just wants to find a student who can inherit his knowledge. If Ziokin's magic talent is better, then... As soon as this idea came out, Gandalf shook his head amusedly. Hee, I still haven't fully seen through it, it's a trick, it's a trick. In the apse of the Holy Light Cathedral, after Chen got the Holy Light cross sword, he didn't stop, and continued to reach out to the second piece of magic equipment. The middle-aged knight of the Holy Light frowned slightly. This little guy in the Demon Town Hall really knows nothing about his heights. The people in their demon-suppressing palace are born with a little pollution. So this kind of spell that can easily cause mental confusion can easily deepen their degeneration speed. Therefore, it is almost impossible to get a second piece of magic equipment. People are not enough to swallow elephants. When he thought this way, Ye Chen's body froze in place for a short while, and then he picked up a pair of slightly blue combat boots. Hey! He actually withstood the mind blast. The middle-aged Holy Light Knight was slightly taken aback. Not only the middle-aged Holy Light Knight, but also all the surrounding branch personnel were stunned. Just paused, and got the second piece of magic equipment easily. Impossible, his difficulty is not polluted by the devilish energy of the abyss. It's probably lucky to step on dog shit. Wait, he is going to the third piece of magic equipment. Humph, this is too greedy. We can also get the second piece of equipment, but the power of the mind blast on the third piece of equipment is at least 5 times that of the second piece. Most people will probably pass out if they touch it. That's right, the power of the two is not at the same level at all. This kind of rookie rushes forward indiscriminately, just looking for death. Ye Chen looked at the remaining 3 pieces of equipment, feeling a little strange. Just now he was fully prepared to meet the power of the mind blast, but the result made him unbelievable. He didn't even have the slightest feeling of being blasted. So it froze for a moment. That's it. How can one detect the limit of one's spiritual will at this level? There are still 3 pieces of magic equipment, he simply let his spirit directly cover them all. Since 1 is not enough, come 3 together. This way, it is estimated that he can test his own limit, right? At the same time, everyone was staring at Ye Chen's movements, seeing that he only moved his hand once, and then completely stopped moving. Everyone thought that Ye Chen would definitely not be able to hold on anymore. Look, I'll just say no, I have to ask for trouble. It's sad. It's a big profit to get 2 pieces of magic equipment, but he is so greedy. If he stays in the demon suppressing palace, he probably won't be seen in the future. A level 3 novice priest, nothing more than an ant. At this moment, Ye Chen could no longer hear the conversations of these people. The triple enhanced version was equivalent to the spiritual shock magic cast by the great priest and instantly bombarded his spiritual sea. The originally peaceful spiritual world, due to the chaos caused by magic, made the negative emotions that originally hid in the lower layers of the spiritual world become demons one after another. Jealousy, anger, arrogance, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony began to be born continuously. The 6 negative emotions of jealousy, anger, laziness, greed, lust, and gluttony were easily suppressed by Ye Chen, but arrogance appeared to be the strongest. With the strongest demon god system, Ye Chen actually has a feeling of looking down on everyone around him. Of course, self-confidence is right, but overconfidence is arrogant and conceited. Self-confidence is built on having a sufficient understanding of one's own strength and character, and acknowledging one's excellence. Therefore, Ye Chen needs to face up to himself now. Therefore, at this time, Ye Chen fell into a situation of struggling with his arrogant character. Just when Ye Chen's spiritual world was fighting against arrogance, the middle-aged Templar outside noticed Ye Chen's abnormality. He observed for a long time, his expression changed, and he finally found something wrong. Chapter 10. Holy light boiled in his left hand, and he swung it towards the 3 pieces of magic equipment. In the next moment, all the people present realized that the 3 pieces of magic equipment were connected to Ye Chen's mind at the same time. What? The middle-aged Templar couldn't believe what he saw. This guy wants to get 3 magic equipment at once. The disciples from various departments who were watching also noticed something was wrong. No way! His brain is completely broken. The power of 3 pieces together is not several times, but dozens, hundreds of times. Now the power of Mind Blast can turn a person into a fool, right? It's just a small internal test. Is it necessary to do this? He is completely caused by the self-esteem of the weak, extremely stupid. Yes, everyone felt that way at the time. It must be because the demon town hall is too weak. In other words, the novice priest is actually too weak, just being ridiculed by others, he desperately wants to show off. In fact, he didn't know that no matter how the weak behaved, everyone still looked down on them. On the contrary, if you are strong, even if you don't say anything, you will still be respected by everyone. This is the difference. But, what if he can do it? Doesn't this show that his will is stronger than everyone else? Do it? Absolutely impossible. No, look, he moved. The people who were still arguing quickly turned their attention to Chen. It was only at this moment that they realized that Chen's raised hand had been gently lowered. And the 3 pieces of magic equipment that were still motionless just now shone with dazzling light and trembled continuously. Anyone who is not blind will understand that this is the state where the 3 pieces of magic equipment are about to be subdued. It was a pity that the middle-aged Templar was astonished just now, and he stammered, unexpectedly, "It really happened, how is this possible?" Not to mention him, most of the people present couldn't believe their eyes. A mere 3rd-level novice priest actually possessed such willpower and spiritual power. However, the facts were not diverted by their thoughts. They saw 3 pieces of magical equipment glowing with blue light, as if breaking through some kind of shackles. They flew to Chen's side in an instant, circling around him non-stop. With a wave of Chen's hand, the 3 pieces of magic equipment all stood still in front of him. Facts are ironclad evidence, directly shattering their illusions. Amazing, amazing! Such a low strength has such a strong will and spirit. It's a pity that his magical talent is not worthy of his will. The middle-aged Templar felt a little regretful. But such a person is probably suitable to stay in the Demon Town Hall. If the will is strong and the magic talent is still strong, then how could he still stay in the Temple of Demon Suppression, probably already snatched away by the bosses of the other branches? Chen got a total of 5 pieces of magic equipment this time. A holy cross sword, a pair of boots of the wind, a mithril chain mail, a scroll, and a ring. He was not in a hurry to analyze the efficacy of these magic equipment, but packed up these pieces of magic equipment and left. Anyway, his teacher Gandalf will tell him the efficacy of these magical equipment. As for the person who just satirized him, he didn't even bother to look at him. After these people got their own magic equipment, they didn't leave immediately, but chose to stay and watch the joke. As a result, Chen showed his face now, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, unable to say a word. After a long silence, someone in the crowd grumbled. "What's the use of having a strong will? If you don't have enough talent to become a myth, you'll still die of old age." Everyone heard this sentence, as if they had received a pardon. They immediately echoed. In their view, being strong-willed and working hard, it can only be said that the future will not be too bad. However, if one wanted to become a mythical powerhouse, one would definitely not be able to achieve it without extraordinary talent. Genius is 99% hard work plus 901% talent. In this era of extraordinary, the role of talent has been expanded tens of millions of times. The gap between humans is greater than the gap between humans and dogs. The mythical level is the gulf that divides mortals and immortals. What's the use of being strong enough? At most, when faced with an insurmountable gap, it's just a matter of struggling for a while with willpower. Chen left lightly, and he didn't care what these people would slander him behind his back. Anyway, after a while, they wouldn't even be able to see his own back. When he left the gate of the Holy Light Cathedral, he directly used the levitation technique to accelerate towards the Demon Town peak. "I didn't expect to waste half a day by doing this. Now go to see the teacher, and then go to the underground space to continue meditating and accumulate magic power." Chen looked up at the sun that was about to set, and said to himself. Even with the strongest demon god system, you can get different rewards every day, but if you don't practice hard, your growth rate will definitely be greatly reduced. Soon, he entered the dense jungle path connecting the foot of Genmo Peak. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting came from the path ahead. "Despicable, it is absolutely impossible for our Saintess house to spare you." A melodious bell-like voice came from that direction. It's a young woman. Ye Chen judged like this, but he only paused for a second, and immediately made a detour to leave. The magic fluctuations generated by the battle are very strong, and it is estimated that the strength is not inferior to mine. For a fight of this level, Ye Chen didn't want to get involved at all. After all, what he revealed to the outside was only the power of a third-level novice priest. Just report to the teacher when you go back. Since the place where the fight happened to be his only way, Ye Chen deliberately took a long detour in order not to cause trouble. When it was almost at the foot of Zhenmo Peak, it was already dark. It should be far away from those people just now. Die. Chapter 11. Ye Chen, who was on his way, suddenly noticed a sound coming from the right, followed by a loud bang. A black shadow flew directly in front of his eyes, hit the ground in front of his eyes heavily, and even rolled 5 or 6 times on the ground. Through the moonlight, it can be seen dimly that this is a woman with an excellent figure. But, damn it, a heretic who betrayed the holy light. The woman who fell on the ground struggled to get up. Why did we meet again? Ye Chen was a little speechless. They played so wildly, wouldn't they worry about being discovered? However, the Holy Light mountain range where the Holy Church is located is really wide, and a battle of this level, as long as you pay attention, the chance of being discovered is not high. What a ghost! I have encountered it twice in a row. And this time I guess I can't escape. Ye Chen could feel that the women on the ground had already looked at him. Who are you? The woman asked with an alert look on her face. Ye Chen ignored her. He was going to see if he could leave as if he didn't see her. But just as he raised his front foot, 2 figures roared towards him in the next second, accompanied by the strong wind. The dark clouds briefly removed the veil of the moon, and the moonlight shone down. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Those 2 figures, with the imprint of the inverted hexagram on their necks, were revealing a dangerous light. These 2 people Ye Chen still remembers. It was the 2 mean-spirited guys he met at the Arc de Triomphe more than 100 days ago. When Ye Chen looked at them, the 2 also saw Ye Chen in the night. But Ye Chen, who has acquired the God's obstacle, even if he hasn't practiced yet, in the night, his figure is still hazy due to the hidden effect, making it hard to see clearly. The 2 looked at each other, and one of the men who was slightly taller said, "My friend, help us take down the heresy on the ground together. This half-orc is a spy of the orcs who sneaked into the temple. Don't listen to their nonsense. They are evil heretics. Leave me alone and run away, or they will kill you." The woman who fell on the ground said weakly. "Although I don't know the name of the boy in front of me, and which branch he is from. In this critical moment, as long as it is not a helper on the opposite side, it is a blessing in misfortune." Regarding the words of the 2 parties, Ye Chen was not moved at all, but quietly glanced at them, and said in a flat tone. "No matter what the reason is for you to fight, I'm just passing by here, the road is open to the sky, each side, I hope we don't disturb each other." After speaking, Ye Chen was about to walk away. As for these 3 people, whether they are dead or alive, he doesn't want to care. After all, the situation in front of him is obvious, and the water behind him is very deep. After all, it is impossible to dare to do something on the border of the temple, saying that there is no big force behind it. Besides, the magic power in the girl who fell on the ground is very strong, at least equivalent to the realm of a great priest. Being beaten so badly now should be due to being limited by some kind of magic equipment. So he didn't want to make a move at all. As for who among them was a half-orc and who was a heretic, he couldn't tell the difference, and he didn't care either. There are countless strong people in the temple, so someone will take care of this kind of thing in the future. My friend, you have to pay attention to your safety. This half-orc BD on the ground can charm magic, let me help you block it, you hurry up and find more people to come and help. Another short man quickly rushed towards Ye Chen, and tried to protect Ye Chen. When he got close to Ye Chen, he saw Ye Chen's appearance clearly by the moonlight. At first he was taken aback for a moment, then he laughed wantonly. Yo, I'm startled, isn't this our old acquaintance? I said, I just passed by here by accident. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, emphasizing again. I didn't expect to be recognized by him, and that would be a bit annoying. Oh hee, so you just happened to pass by. The man quickly appeared behind Ye Chen, and at the same time, the magic power in his left hand began to condense. He has the strength of an advanced priest. Although his strength is not at the peak due to injury, one punch is enough to kill the weak chicken in front of him, and he doesn't even need a second punch. It's okay to happen to pass by, but it's your fault for seeing us. Boom! The magic power that had just been compressed completely burst into powerful fluctuations. The blow wrapped in official priest-level power blasted straight at Ye Chen. The woman on the ground sighed helplessly, "Hey, let him go," but she refused to listen, and lost her life in vain. Seeing the unscrupulous ridicule of the short man, she could guess that this passerby was definitely not strong. Otherwise, the short man would not dare to shoot directly. I blamed myself for this matter. If I persuaded this person to leave earlier, maybe he could find someone to save me. Now we can only die together. Boom! There was the muffled sound of the body exploding. Amelia moved her eyes away, not wanting to see the bloody picture. She blamed herself and hurt others, she sighed inwardly. It's a pity that I can't even move, otherwise I will save this innocent person no matter what. Fake, isn't it fake? The tall man howled with a shrill voice. What's wrong? Amelia opened her eyes in doubt, and then looked in Ye Chen's direction. In an instant, the pupils suddenly condensed into a slit, like the eyes of a snake. It turned out that the short man who slammed at Ye Chen just now had disappeared, leaving only his bloody lower body standing on the spot. As for the upper body has been turned into a blood mist, floating around. Fake! Fake it! Amelia also exclaimed inwardly. All this, is this person doing? Amelia looked at Ye Chen who was slowly retracting his fist in surprise. Ye Chen shook off the stained blood on his hands, seeing that he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. He frowned slightly, and then performed a cleansing technique. Seeing that the blood stains were removed, his tense brows relaxed. What he just used was the power of the third-level copper boltanos, which was the result of 100 days of continuous comprehension. Huangtian pays off, and the power is not bad. Then he looked at the remaining tall men with dangerous eyes. Chapter 12. Friend, I didn't make a move. This damn guy is looking for death on his own. I absolutely dare not have the idea of becoming an enemy of you. The tall man was almost scared to pee. He didn't know what his partner saw, so he shot without saying hello. Anyway, now he feels that his partner must have lost his mind, and it really killed him. But I saw you and knew your secret. Ye Chen said calmly. Cutting the weeds does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze blows and regenerates, or he does not make a move, and since he makes a move, he will not leave room for it. In the Joey's star realm, although the sanctuary is strong, it is not without opponents. My friend, I admire your strength very much. Please let me go. Let's make friends and have a way in the future, how about it? And you don't know much. It doesn't matter at all. Don't worry, I won't say much when I go back. Seeing Ye Chen getting closer, the tall man hurriedly explained. Many friends, many paths. Ye Chen paused slightly, and asked hesitantly. Yes, yes, many friends and many paths, and as long as you want, I can introduce you to our organization. Boom! Seeing Ye Chen stop, the tall man breathed a sigh of relief. Stabilize him first, then take the opportunity to escape. As for revenge, forget it, I don't want to seek death. He put on a smile on his face, wanting to continue to show his kindness. But before he could speak, a fist that foreshadowed death suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. In the next second, the man's upper body was also blasted into a blood mist. It turned out to be him. Before dying, he finally saw Chen clearly. With a face full of astonishment, he returned to the eternal darkness. Chen withdrew his fist expressionlessly. He paused just now, but it was just to numb the opponent. Only in this way can he guarantee a one-hit kill. Regardless of whether the person in front of him is strong or not, he will go all out. After finishing this person, he didn't stop at all. Directly ignoring the weak woman on the ground, he lifted his feet and left the place. "Friend, friend!" Amelia shouted behind Chen. But Chen ignored him at all and walked away. Watching Chen's figure melt into the silent night, Amelia couldn't be calm for a long time. Incomparably powerful, calm and wise, who is this man? Amelia thought to herself, the person who rescued her must be someone from the temple. After all, the two people who chased and killed him obviously knew each other. But since he knew him, why did he dare to make a move? This shows that this mysterious person usually hides his strength absolutely. And it is very likely that the other party is about the same age as her. Quiet, not talkative, young, hidden strength, a person in the temple. In the future, I must pay more attention to such people. Amelia made up her mind. An hour later, Chen returned to the demon town hall, and went directly to see the teacher Gandalf. Gandalf looked at Chen with a smile on his face, just about to say a few words of comfort. As a result, Chen threw out 5 pieces of magic equipment when he came up, and Gandalf froze there. The corners of his mouth twitched, he seemed to have underestimated his disciple a bit. So he tentatively said, "Have you got all these magic equipment?" Although the facts were right in front of his eyes, it was really a little magical. If Chen took 2 or 3 pieces of magic equipment, he would still believe it, because the most excellent student before him could do it. But for a young man with this level of willpower to get 5 pieces at once, let alone the Temple of Demon Suppression, it would take decades for even the entire temple to produce one. "That's right, teacher, I think I can take 5 pieces, so I'll take them all." Chen replied naturally. "If you can take 5 pieces, you can take them all." Gandalf chewed on this sentence. Suddenly startled. What Chen meant was that he took back 5 pieces because there were only so many, not that he could only take so many. If there are 6, 7, or 8 pieces, he probably can get them all back. "Good boy, you really gave me a great surprise. Put these pieces of equipment away quickly." The introduction of these pieces of equipment is recorded on pages 46 and 57 of this book. Please take a good look at them. If you have time, you can also read more of this magic encyclopedia, it contains a lot of interesting knowledge. With a wave of Gandalf's hand, a thick book of spells floated in front of Chen. Gandalf took good care of Chen. He hoped that Chen could always maintain this state of mind and will. In the future, he can take over the position of Archbishop of the Town Demon Palace. He has been in this position for too long, and he is too tired. However, if he wants to take over the position of Archbishop of the Demon Town Palace, it is not a myth, and there is no hope at all. Because only the mythical level can look directly at the abyss and not be polluted by the abyss. Know that when you gaze into the abyss gazes into you too. Thank you, teacher. Chen didn't know what was going on in Gandalf's heart. He happily accepted the things, and then came to the underground space, where he was going to practice while reading. Anyway, he stays here almost 24 hours now, and the previous garden house is less visited. Sitting in a specially organized resting area in the underground space, Chen began to flip through the magic encyclopedia. He focused on the pages that Gandalf asked him to read, and soon he understood how to use the 5 pieces of magic equipment. Chapter 13. The Holy Light Cross Sword is enchanted with a ring of sharpness. The lethality is much stronger than the cross sword of the common paladin, cutting iron like mud. Gale boots, as the name suggests, are enchanted with a one-ring acceleration spell. As long as it is activated, it can increase the movement speed by 20%. As for the scroll, it is a beast pet contract scroll, which can capture wild monsters and transform them into his own beast pets, but Chen can't touch any wild monsters now. After all, the Holy Church is the top human force, except for those who have signed a contract. It is impossible for wild monsters to dare to appear in the radiation range of the Holy Church. Mithril chainmail is a defensive magic equipment, and Chen put it on himself without saying anything. What surprised him the most was the ring. This turned out to be a storage ring. Storage magic is very rare in Joey's astral world. Only the powerful temple can come up with 1 or 2 as the final reward. Chen has received system rewards for more than 100 days in a row, but he has never gotten this kind of storage ring. As for his own system space, he can only store the rewards that the system feeds back to him. As for things outside the system, there is finally a place for him now. Let go. After packing up his things, Chen continued to meditate, accumulating magic power to advance to the Great Priest. When he is tired from practicing, he will also read through the magic book given to him by teacher Gandalf. In the entire magic training system, there will be 3 qualitative changes in total. The first time a mortal stepped into the extraordinary gave birth to the first ray of magic, which represented the beginning of the extraordinary. The third time is to cross legendary. When the magic power is contaminated with divinity, when the magic power contains divinity, you can get the foundation of eternal life. As for the remaining time, when he was promoted to the Great Priest, the magic power originally stored in the spiritual sea would gradually solidify from a gaseous state into a prismatic crystal with a stable state. At this time, some runes can be engraved on the crystal, so that some first level or even second level spells can be cast instantly, and the combat power has soared several times. It can be said that the Great Priest and the official priest are completely different. I hope that I will be lucky recently and be able to receive more things that are beneficial to being promoted to the Great Priest. Chen secretly thought. Then Chen began to comprehend the bloodline spell God's obstacle that he just got today. If it wasn't for the night, I couldn't see clearly, and that woman would have seen my appearance. If he could have comprehended the God's obstacle earlier, it is estimated that the following things would not have happened. It is estimated that based on the strength of those 2 people, they would not be able to find him when walking in front of them. Moreover, there is obviously a mysterious force behind these 2 people. It doesn't matter whether this mysterious force is a person in the temple or a force outside the temple. It is estimated that they will not let it go, and will definitely investigate it to the bottom of it. Therefore, comprehending the bloodline spell God's obstacle as soon as possible is the highest priority. Church of the Holy Lady. In a garden full of birds and flowers. A top-notch beauty with thick golden hair and skin as delicate as the top white porcelain, wearing a blue fringed dress, was sitting there quietly cross-legged, with an inexplicable aura all over her body. She has exquisite features and an exquisite figure. She is exactly Amelia who was hunted down last night. Although the injury was not serious last night, after she was out of danger, she used the sanctuary's exclusive 3-ring spell, Holy Healing, on herself. The injury is almost healed now. The only trouble is the sealing magic used by the person who attacked her to suppress her strength. She still needs a lot of time before she can use the magic power in her body to break the sealing magic. As for being attacked inside the church, her teacher, the Dean of the Holy Maiden, one of the 9 departments of the Holy Church, and the former saint of the Holy Church, has issued an investigation order to the entire Holy Church. There is a high probability that the forces behind these 2 people will be found out. But Amelia couldn't help but think of that figure. After she came back, she begged the teacher to send someone to search vigorously, but she didn't even find any clues. It was as if such a person did not exist. If you have time to ask the teacher, use the big prophecy to help me find out who he is. That destructive, extremely violent power is really terrifying. As long as she closes her eyes, that terrible punch is almost in her mind. Even in his heyday, can he resist that blow? She was a little skeptical. Then Amelia forced out the distracting thoughts in her mind, and continued to draw the magic power to impact the crumbling seal. When her strength recovered, she was ready to beg the teacher. Of course, if that person doesn't want to reveal his identity, she will find another way to repay. After all, Amelia will repay her kindness. Time flies, to spring and autumn in a blink of an eye. Chen looked at the bottle of magic essence placed on the table in front of him. This is what he got just last month. After such a long period of accumulation, it's time to hit the realm of the great priest. In the past 2 years, he has made sufficient preparations, and today he got this bottle of magic essence, and it is finally time to break through. For 2 consecutive years, he did not slack at all, and kept practicing, until today the magic power has reached the point where it cannot be increased even a little bit. And even a genius disciple of the Holy Church, within 2 years, at most, can reach level 10 novice priest, ready to be promoted to the level of official priest. And Chen, relying on his own efforts, is ready to be promoted to the great priest in 2 years. Holding his breath and concentrating, Chen directly took out the 5 bottles of magic essence he had accumulated, and poured them all into his mouth. Then start to run the origin meditation method. Chapter 14. Now Chen is sitting on the spot, calm, his heart is completely clear, without any distracting thoughts. The exorcism spell has even been turned into instinct and integrated into the body, constantly dispelling all the negative distractions brought about by the rapid growth of strength. Prevent the inner control from failing to keep up due to the rapid improvement of strength. But currently he has only learned the first level exorcism spell, and he has not started learning the second level exorcism spell. In the realm of the great priest, the effect may become a little worse. But when the time comes, find another reason, just ask Gandalf. With the operation of source meditation, Chen could feel the power of countless elements pouring into his body continuously. Even the devilish energy from the abyss rushed in. But in front of the super divine grade meditation method, no matter how angry you are, as long as you come, you have to obediently become Chen's magic power. At this moment, Chen's whole body lit up like a 7-colored nebula, like a dream. This is the appearance of his spiritual sea. The outer edge of the spiritual sea that has been filled with magic power still has countless magic power squeezed into it. Soon, it seemed as if a certain tipping point had been reached. A dazzling light of gold blooms in the center of the sea of spirits. There seems to be a gold star shining brightly inside the light. As the star grows to a certain size, the magic power in the entire spiritual sea is like 1,000 streams returning to the sea, constantly pouring into it. This situation lasted for more than half an hour, and finally a prismatic transparent crystal floated in the middle of Chen's spiritual sea. Chen opened his eyes with a hint of joy in them. He found that as long as he slightly adjusted the magic power in the heart of magic power, in an instant, it will be filled with power several times stronger than before. Not only that, Chen discovered that even his own spiritual power had been developed. The 4th level rune of the power of the copper boltanos, which had been delayed for a long time, was mastered instantly. The phantom speed force has also reached level 4, the realm of afterimages. It is estimated that at the level of the great priest, no one's speed can match him. In the underground space, Chen restrained the tyrannical magic power fluctuations. Now that I have been promoted to a great priest, I need to read more information about the level of the patron of the holy light. What to do after successfully condensing the heart of magic power is to activate the heart of magic power. Let the spiritual soul and magic power be combined to activate every magic power, so that the free elements in the world can be better controlled, and the magic power becomes greater. This has got rid of the lowest level of magic power accumulation, and involves the cultivation of spirit and soul. In the realm of the patron of the holy light, the presence of magic power means the presence of the soul. The initial beginning enters the palace of longevity. It is not a problem to live for 500 years. Only in this way can one be qualified to explore the path of eternal life. But that's all for later. Chen, who was promoted successfully, walked out of the underground space slowly. Now that he has obtained the exemption order from the teacher, he does not need to be tested by Mr. Gandalf for pollution every once in a while. Because in the past 2 years, his pollution degree has miraculously not increased a little bit. This was really beyond Gandalf's expectations. He still didn't get to the bottom of it and respected Chen's privacy. It's just that when I saw Chen's, I felt more and more relieved. Chen's revealed strength has also reached the level of a 10th level novice priest, and he is about to be promoted to an official priest. Gandalf is also constantly preparing for his advancement in advance. After all, it is the first of the 3 major hurdles in life, and it must not be sloppy. Chen relied on the Stone of Truth 2 years ago to successfully cross this hurdle easily. However, for 2 years, he never got a Stone of Truth again. Judging from the rewards he receives every day, the size of the rewards is not only related to the amount of original energy, but also has a lot to do with his own strength. The stronger the strength, the better the reward. In fact, this is also normal. What kind of things are used in what realm? Good things that exceed one's ability to bear will only bring disaster in the end. Of course, the reward for a complete ray of original energy feedback is excluded. Like that Stone of Truth. If Chen can still get a piece now, it is estimated that he will easily advance to the realm of the Patron of the Holy Light. However, he had visited the entire Genmo Peak, but he never found a ray of complete original energy. As for whether there are any other than Genmo Peak, he really doesn't know. After all, since he killed 2 short-sighted guys that time, he has been lingering on Genmo Peak. He really feels that his strength is too low, and it is too unsafe to go out now. Chen kept walking all the way to the meditation room on the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. Gandalf specifically told him to come here today, but he didn't know what to do. "Teacher, I'm here." Chen knocked on the door and walked in. "That's right, I'm already a level 10 novice priest." Gandalf looked at Chen with a smile on his face. Whether it is Chen's will, talent, or even hard work, he is very satisfied. Even if he wasn't a genius, he was already very satisfied. Thanks to the teacher's guidance. Chen said modestly. In the past 2 years, he has received a lot of resources needed by the novice priest. As a teacher, Gandalf really did his best. Chen saw it all. "Haha, stop flattering, all this is the result of your hard work." Gandalf laughed. For the past 2 years, Chen has almost stayed at home. Apart from eating and drinking, he practiced constantly every day. That's why he was able to catch up with the speed of ordinary talents with his middle-class talents. Chapter 15. Not much gossip, I called you here to give you a chance. You go to the Guangming Cathedral at the foot of the mountain, where there are brothers and sisters from various ministries. You will be teleported into the exclusive trial space of the temple together, where you have the opportunity to be promoted to an official priest. Trial space. Chen nodded. He had seen related introductions in the Encyclopedia of Magic. The trial space is a small world attached to the Joey's star world, with a small land area and a single species, but the rules inside are the same as the Joey's star world. It is a smaller version of the world. I just don't know if there will be a complete ray of original energy there. If one can devour a complete ray of original energy, then the system feedback reward is absolutely worthwhile. That's right, the trial space. Gandalf began to introduce to Chen, Temple 2 to 8, each branch has its own trial space, and each trial space has its own characteristics. The 8th Secret Society is the one that opened up the trial space this time. The 8th Secret Society is in charge of recycling and managing the holy relics. The trial space they dominate has become the most suitable place for promotion through the transformation of the holy relics. Chen nodded to make it clear, but he was very curious about one thing. Since the 2nd to 8th parts of the Holy Hall each have their own trial space, why haven't we heard of it in the Temple of Demon Suppression? Gandalf just smiled, but didn't answer. Chen had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized. His Highness Genmo is the gateway to the abyss. Teacher, does the first holy light temple have a world portal like our demon-suppressing temple? Chen asked what he had been guessing all along. For Chen's question, Gandalf did not answer directly, but just said, "I'll tell you about this in detail after you become an official priest. You should focus on your promotion now." Chen was not upset, and nodded obediently. It is normal for Gandalf not to tell him now. After all, he is only a novice priest on the surface, and the most important thing now is not to find out any secrets, but to concentrate on improving his own strength. "Okay, you go back and prepare the things you need to bring, and then go to the foot of the mountain to gather. Among the people who go this time, your strength is probably the weakest. Be careful and don't be the first bird," Gandalf solemnly exhorted. Although there are many good things in the trial space of the Eighth Secret Society, it does not mean that it is safe inside. Good things often represent danger. If you are not careful, you may be injured or even die. Is teacher? Of course Chen would not be careless. Even with Goldfinger, he has always acted cautiously. After all, his belief has always been that he will never leave the mountain until he is the strongest. That's why he has been so low-key. After descending from the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall, Chen returned to his garden house, prepared some change of clothes and some food, and then left the Demon Town Hall. Now that he has the storage ring, even if he takes out special equipment from the system space, he is not afraid of being seen by others. Soon he came to the Guangming Cathedral at the foot of the mountain, and was transported by a great priest to the entrance of the trial space of the 8th Secret Hall. He didn't know much about the other departments at the same level of the church. The only thing they know is that the Temple of Holy Light is the strongest department in the entire church. Each of the 9 branches of the Holy Church has its own sacred mission. His teacher Gandalf's mission is to guard the portal of the abyss. And this will also be the mission he must undertake in the future. The place he teleported to was an empty square. A lot of people have come to the square. Chen glanced around and found that everyone here is not weak, and the worst ones have the strength of advanced priests. The strongest even faintly exudes the magic power fluctuations of the great priest. Great, another person finally came, and our side is full, but... A man wearing a hood with stars and stripes saw Chen appear, and was delighted with a hint of surprise. "May I ask which branch this junior is from?" Wild asked in surprise when he saw Chen. Those who can be directly teleported must be their own people inside the church. But why did someone with such low strength come? Not even an official priest. Newly joined disciple in the lower town demon palace, Chen, hello senior brother. Chen extended his hand and shook Wilder. Wilder suddenly realized that he had heard about it too. Oh, it turns out that he is a junior from the Temple of Demon Suppression, see what happens. Then he turned his head and said to another female disciple with the strength of a great priest. "Amelia, together with junior brother Chen, you just gathered enough people to enter the trial space, so please be the team leader to protect the junior brothers and sisters." "Okay, no problem." A clear voice came from the edge of the square. Chen also joined the team led by Amelia under the leadership of Wild. "When we enter the trial space, we will let a disciple of the great priest realm be the captain. They will be responsible for protecting you low-strength disciples, but they also have their own affairs to deal with, so you still have to be as careful as possible, and it's best not to stay away from their range of perception." Wilder reminded Chen again. Chen nodded solemnly and said thank you. But the strength of the great priest can guarantee the safety of others. Does that mean that this trial space is almost relatively safe for him? However, this idea was born, and Chen immediately killed it. After all, Wilder never said that if the great priest is inside, he will definitely be able to sweep invincible. Everything inside is unknown, and he still has to be careful all the time. Chapter 16. The trial space will be opened for about 30 days. You must prepare enough supplies. As soon as Chen entered the team, Amelia began to remind him of the precautions for entering the trial space. Chen also saw what Amelia looked like. With an oval face, cherry lips, almond eyes, and willow eyebrows, she is an extremely beautiful woman. It's just that the pupils are different from ordinary people, they are vertical pupils like snake eyes, but there is nothing weird on her face, but a little more wild beauty. Snake pupil? Does she have the blood of a snake man or even a dragon in her body? Chen secretly guessed. He was just a little curious, but he didn't mean to go up and ask. Hey, junior brother Chen, I remember you got a lot of magic equipment in the past 2 years, especially a storage ring inside, right? A strange man in grey short-sleeved approached suddenly. Your strength is too low. It is very dangerous for you inside. If you accidentally lose it, it will be a big loss. If you trust senior brother, I will hold it for you first and give it to you after I come out. How about it? Chen frowned slightly, and turned his head to look. The man who spoke was not very old, about 1.7 meters tall, and his whole body was lean, but he felt as if he was made of rubbed steel bars. His pale black eyeballs shone with a faint phosphorescence like a carnivore. The strength of an advanced priest is enough for one punch. Chen looked him up and down and came to a conclusion. Then I didn't bother to pay attention to this dead man. Suddenly, a little cold light came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Swish! A spear was inserted in front of Chen and the thin short-sleeved man in an instant. To be more precise, it was inserted between the legs of the thin short-sleeved man. At this moment, Chen could clearly feel the powerful magic power condensed in the gun. Giles, if junior brother Chen's storage ring is lost in the trial space, I will just treat it as if you accidentally picked it up, do you understand? Amelia's serious warning tone came from afar. Snort. Giles snorted coldly with lingering fear in his heart, and then left angrily. Chen looked at Amelia in surprise. But Amelia made a move, and the spear returned to her in an instant, and then she took the lead towards the portal of the trial space without looking back. The members of Amelia's team were not surprised either, and followed behind as usual. It seems that everyone has become accustomed to Sister Amelia's behavior. By the way, is my senior sister's sense of justice so overwhelming? Thinking about it, Chen followed. Although there is a seemingly good person like Amelia this time, he still won't take it lightly. In the dark night 2 years ago, he could remember clearly those 2 people from the same sect who intercepted and killed them. Although the sanctuary is known as a holy place of light, it seems that there is still a lot of darkness hidden in it. Chen was quietly located at the end of the team. There were 7 people in their team. According to Wild's statement, many teams had already entered. But it should be so, after all, it is still a small world, and it is impossible for only a few people to enter it every day. But if you want to enter the trial space, you must have qualification restrictions. He found that there was no novice priest except him. He was able to get the quota, probably because he is the only seedling of the town demon palace, so all these good resources were allocated to him. Moreover, he has reached the 10th level novice priest in 2 years, which is already considered a good genius. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye knows that all the resources of the entire demon town hall and one of the 9 branches of the dignified holy hall are all on him, and there is also a teacher of divine grade mage who taught him hand in hand. It is estimated that changing a dog can reach his current level kind of strength. So, don't look at how fast his strength is improving in front of him, but the further he goes, it will probably be as slow as a snail. At that time, the difference between common people and real geniuses will be fully reflected. After all, hard work can only determine the lower limit of a person, but all hard work is not worth mentioning in front of talent. Everyone don't fall behind, you must follow me. Before entering, Amelia exhorted tirelessly. The portal to the trial space is on a circular altar, and now everyone in their team is standing in the center of the altar. Regarding Amelia's words, everyone nodded and waited quietly. Chen also didn't say a word. Anyway, he came to meet the teacher Gandalf's request. Then I just want to go in and see if I can get good system rewards inside, and take a look at what the trial space looks like, gaining insight. As for the goal this time, breakthrough to become an official priest, all you need is to slightly modify your own strength that is revealed. At this moment, the altar at the bottom of the feet began to flash a dazzling white light. The next moment, countless elemental powers began to surround them, and a few people appeared at the foot of a mountain in a blink of an eye. The mountain is about 10,000 feet high, straight into the sky. Chen had a premonition that there would be a lot of original power on the top of the mountain to be devoured. There may even be a complete ray of original power. Don't worry now, the group of them will stay in the trial space for 30 days, so he still has a lot of time. Let's see the situation first. Okay, now everyone can go up the mountain to look for opportunities. I will stay here to practice. As long as you are still within my range of perception, I can guarantee your safety. Of course, if you leave my range of perception, then life and death are at your own risk. After Amelia finished speaking, she sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Chapter 17. I don't know how far Amelia can perceive. Anyway, I can only cover a fang yuan of about 5 kilometers. Chen was a little puzzled. It doesn't matter how far she can perceive, I have the secret art of bloodline god's obscuration, coupled with the phantom speed force, I can go to the top of the mountain without anyone noticing, and no one will find it. Soon, everyone dispersed, and everyone went to find their own opportunities. Chen, although there are many opportunities in the trial space, it is full of dangers. You must not stay away from the perception of senior sister Amelia, he. Giles looked at Chen with a smirk, with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Roll. Chen said lightly, then turned and left. Giles was not annoyed either, as if thinking of something, he licked the corner of his mouth, laughed, and left too. At this time, Amelia raised her eyes slightly, looked at the direction where Giles left. Xianghe Chen was completely opposite, and then closed her eyes in peace. After the people in the group had left 1,000 meters away and walked out of her limit sensing area, she stopped paying attention. She wasn't their nanny in the first place, and everyone has their own way to go. She is benevolent. Now this place should be out of Amelia's range of perception. Chen, who was already halfway up the mountain, looked at the foot of the mountain and said to himself. He wanted to go to the top of the mountain to take a look, so it was impossible to hide under Amelia's protection all the time. And even if he is just a novice priest, if he wants to become an official priest, he needs to leave this place to find an opportunity. As Chen continued to climb up, many dangerous situations appeared along the way. However, he avoided all of them by relying on the spiritual perception of the great priest level. There is too little information here, and he cautiously did not show his true strength. Anyway, he just came to devour the original energy and get rewards in return. And today's reward has already been claimed by him. Even if he goes up as fast as he can, he still won't get the reward today. It is better to borrow the knowledge you have learned so far, go up slowly, and apply what you have learned. It was late at night. Chen was still walking slowly in the forest. When he avoided a huge capybara just right with his footprints on the ground, there was a sudden chill behind his back, as if he was being targeted by some kind of danger. I'm being targeted. Chen looked around, but there were no monsters within the range of perception. It should be watched by someone through remote monitoring magic. Hey, interesting. Chen smiled, shook his head, and continued to climb up. Fortunately, he did not reveal his strength out of caution. I don't know how the enemy will feel after seeing his true strength. Of course, he will not be careless, he must be ready for everything that should be prepared. Strategic contempt, tactical attention. Even if he has become a great priest, although the great priests are strong in the Joey's star realm, there are definitely many who are above the realm of the great priests. He must be on guard at all times. I just don't know who will stare at me. What is the purpose? I didn't expect this kid to really have the courage to leave Amelia's perception circle. It seems that he probably has some hole cards. It's interesting, and I'm getting more and more interested. Giles straddled a wild wolf, and on his shoulders stood a strange beast with misty grey eyes. At the same time, his eyes were covered with a hazy light. Through the vision connection spell, he clearly monitored Ye Chen's every move. Ming Jing swallows a golden mouse. Bloodline mystery, reflection magic. The mirror-swallowing mouse is his pet beast, and it is also a secret he has kept secret all along. Following the established plan, I need to find a way to lure Amelia into the prearranged trap, and then assassinate. The plan failed 2 years ago. This time I will do it myself, and it will be foolproof. While thinking, Giles stroked the fur of the mirror mouse. A corner of Black's hexagram looms from the neck. It can be seen that she takes good care of this disciple of the town demon palace. Once this kid is in danger, according to her character of the Holy Mother, she should not fail to save her. When the time comes, let me play with this kid now. Giles patted the sitting wolf, then blessed the wolf with acceleration magic, and ran towards Ye Chen quickly. Ye Chen was about to reach the top of the mountain at this time, when the feeling of being followed suddenly appeared again. He found some kind of creature approaching rapidly behind him. The fluctuation of magic power is a bit like that of an advanced priest, but his speed has far exceeded that of an advanced priest. Could it be that he has mastered some powerful speed magic, or is hiding his own strength? But even if the hidden strength is probably about the same as myself. Not long after. Roar! From the dense and dark jungle to Ye Chen's left came the whimpering sound of monsters. There are a large number of monsters hidden inside. Ye Chen turned his gaze to the jungle, which was the direction where the sense of surveillance came from before. At this time, the opponent's hostility has not been concealed. Even so, Ye Chen didn't intend to avoid it, so he found a place at random, sat cross-legged, and waited for the other party to appear. First came an armored tiger and a group of acupuncture pig monsters. They are all at the elite level, which is equivalent to the official priest level of human beings. As soon as it saw Ye Chen, the armored tiger rushed over first. Chapter 18. Boom! Facing the ferocious armored tiger, Ye Chen just got up, turned slightly sideways, and avoided the attack. And the boulder that was sitting cross-legged was directly smashed to pieces by the iron-armored tiger's head. Dust fell all over the sky. The armored tiger shook his head, then turned around, grinning at Ye Chen, but did not continue to attack. Yo, junior brother Ye Chen is indeed not an ordinary person. He can keep calm in the face of elite monsters. Behind the needling pigs, a playful voice sounded. It was Giles who found fault before. Senior brother Giles, did you come here specifically to borrow the storage ring? Ye Chen asked with a half-smile. The opposite party came with unclear intentions. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold back and killed his own man by mistake. It's my wish that my brother is willing to lend me as a brother, but I don't think my brother wants to borrow me, so I think it would be great if this storage ring became an ownerless thing. You said, is that right, junior brother? Giles' tone softened, but the murderous intent in his words was fully exposed. Just for a storage ring, is my junior brother's life? Ye Chen asked blankly. There are other reasons, but brother can't tell you, just take it as if I see you are upset. Giles didn't get the expression he wanted from Ye Chen's face, feeling a little helpless. He likes to see other people's fearful expressions, which makes him feel refreshed. But Ye Chen's face was as calm as ever. This made him unhappy. So he wants the other party to feel what fear is. What is life is worse than death. Following his order, the iron-armored tiger roared again and rushed forward. This time, it was obvious that the real strength of the armored tiger was used. The surrounding air immediately became solid, like the iron armor on an armored tiger, thick and hard, flying sand and stones all the way towards Chen. This is the spell, air armor, that comes with the iron-armored tiger. Compress the surrounding air as hard as iron armor, and then use its own kinetic energy to hit the enemy. Even great priest-level masters dare not confront him head-on. The airflow brought up by the violent impact blew Chen's sleeves rattling. Giles' originally gentle face also became more ferocious, and he looked at Chen with murderous intent. First let the armored tiger crush Chen, and then let the needle pig gnaw his limbs, let Chen die in despair. This is his plan. The air pollution covered Fang Yuan's range of 10 meters, and Chen could hardly avoid it in a short time. Giles licked his lips, as if he had seen the scene of Chen's blood flying all over him. It's too late to say it. The second the armored tiger bumped into Chen moved. He stretched out a finger tightly, the magic power was wrapped around it, and he tapped it out lightly. Rumble. There was a violent explosion, and it seemed like an indestructible armored tiger. Starting from the head, it exploded inch by inch, shattering into a big cloud of blood mist. Everything happened so quickly that Giles' tongue hadn't had time to retract. He was so scared that he almost bit his tongue. Was it because his eyes were blurred just now? The elite armored tiger known for its defense was vaporized by a novice priest? And it's still a spell cast with only one finger? You are not a novice priest. Giles fully understood Chen's cards. He is definitely not the strength shown on the outside. However, don't think that killing an elite monster is awesome. I still have dozens of them. Giles said viciously, and then commanded the elite monsters to attack Chen. Even 3 armored tigers jumped out of the dark jungle. It's not just Chen who has the cards, he has them too. Now let's see who has the bigger hole card. Unfortunately, Giles miscalculated Chen's hole cards. Facing the oncoming crowd of monsters, Chen only used the power of the level 3 copper boltanos. All the monsters, no matter whether it was the acupuncture pig beast of the primary elite or the iron-armored tiger beast of the advanced elite, exploded into blood mist in an instant. Not even Chen threw a second punch. No, it's impossible, even if you are an advanced priest, it's impossible for you to have such strength. Seeing Chen approaching gradually, Giles was dumbfounded. All this was completely beyond his expectation. What kind of strength do you need to kill a large group of elite monsters with one punch like crushing a group of ants? This is definitely not just the strength of an official priest. Chen walked towards Giles quietly, and the powerful breath hit Giles's heart one after another. Giles, who looked like he was watching a good show before, was completely panicked at this time. Just when Chen was about to take the opportunity to ask something, Giles, who was flustered just now, suddenly moved. A grey figure the size of a palm jumped out from his collar, attacking Chen with the dagger in his hand. Even if Chen's strength exceeds his estimate, so what? He's a shadow assassin, best at killing by surprise. Faced with Giles' sudden attack, Chen didn't panic at all. He drew out the phantom with his right hand, first pinched the mouse, and then took the mouse and slammed it towards Giles' arm fiercely. Bang! Click! First there was a dull impact, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Giles' arm and the mirror-eating golden mouse exploded into blood foam. Ah! Giles' eyes were bloodshot, his face was distorted by the severe pain, and the screams echoed far away. Chapter 19. What kind of speed is this? He couldn't even react if he pulled out the phantom directly. In that instant, his contract monster and an arm all disappeared. He thought Chen was on the 2nd floor, but he was on the 3rd floor. Now I understand that Chen is actually in the atmosphere, they are not at the same level at all. And Chen is not the official priest he thought, he is at least a great priest, or higher. Senior yet, Don't kill me, I am blind, I kowtow to you. Giles was completely panicked this time, Chen is really too strong. He suddenly thought of the two companions they found 2 years ago who were blown into a blood mist with a single punch. It gradually overlapped with the scene in front of me. Chen looked at Giles, who kept moving back with a blank expression. Weak, too weak. I thought the other party had some strong confidence. This is it. He couldn't even take a punch from him, and he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Of course, he also maintained his vigilance to prevent the boat from capsizing in the gutter. Didn't you say you were upset with me? It's because I don't know Taishan. Giles looked at Chen in panic. Chen was non-committal and didn't speak, but approached Giles' direction a little bit. Giles looked around, looking for a chance to escape, but he knew it was almost impossible. Chen forced him to despair. Why did you come here to assassinate me? I don't remember offending you. Chen asked. He could sense that there must be something hidden behind Giles. But as long as the target behind it is not him. Yes, it's because of the Archbishop's plan. Giles said without hesitation. The Archbishop's plan. Chen thought for a while, and felt that this should not involve the Demon Town Hall. He came here as a novice priest in the Temple of Demon Town, and there was nothing to be planned. Giles sneaked his only left hand to the waistband of his trousers. He deliberately threw out this big news, just to arouse the other party's interest. In this way, he can find a chance. He wouldn't be so stupid as to think that the other party would spare his life, but he wouldn't just sit still. There is a toxin on his body that seals the throat at the sight of blood, and even a strong man in the realm of a great priest will die if he encounters it. Just give him a little chance. That's right, a terrifying plan to subvert the entire church. Giles replied timidly. He shivered, as if in fear of his impending death. Oh? A terrifying plan to subvert the church. Chen narrowed his eyes. Hey, hooked. That's it, a little closer, come and ask me. Chen came to Giles as he wished. Then without saying a word, he punched him. Boom! Under Giles' horrified gaze, a bronze fist struck fiercely on his body. In the next instant, Giles turned into blood mist and dissipated. He never thought of it until his death. Doesn't this person have a little curiosity? Don't you want to know about a conspiracy that is enough to overthrow the entire sanctuary? Chen stood up with his fists closed, his expression calm. What does the conspiracy to subvert the entire church have to do with me? There are many people in the temple who are stronger than him. If they are not good enough, what can I do with my current strength? After using the cleansing technique to clean up the blood on his fist, Chen continued towards the top of the mountain. It was almost 24 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for him to claim the reward. Now that the troubles behind him have been resolved, he can be regarded as a lot more relaxed. As for the death of Giles, of course he would not take the initiative to speak out. Anyway, no one will doubt him. Can a mere novice priest threaten an advanced priest? Even thinking about it is impossible. Soon, Chen had reached the top of the mountain. At this time, it was late at night, the moon and stars were sparse, the sky was bright and the air was clear, and the shadows of trees were dancing around the top of the mountain. System, how much original energy can be swallowed here? Chen asked expectantly. It is detected that there is a lot of original energy here, a large amount. Is it swallowed? Swallow. Successful swallowing. Congratulations to the host for getting a drop of life essence. Life spiritual liquid. It is derived from the essence extracted from the life spiritual liquid produced by the Mother of Life tree, a sacred object of the elves. It contains infinite life force, which can life and death human flesh and bones, and can 100% break through the neck bottles below the mythical level. It is very precious. After the system introduction, a drop of Kui Green's life essence appeared in his system space. Just one glance at Chen suddenly felt that the pores all over his body were wide open, and he felt refreshed. It turned out to be a sacred object of the elves. Chen was a little surprised. The mother tree of life of the elves only produces 10 drops of life liquid every year, and only 1 drop of life essence can be extracted from 10,000 drops of life liquid. 1 drop of essence and 10,000 drops of blood is nothing more than that. Perhaps the essence of life is not as good as the stone of truth obtained before. But the potency is unmatched precious. Dying is equivalent to a life. Even if it is not used when dying, but when it is about to break through the divine grade, wouldn't it be 100% advanced to the divine grade? Chen hesitated a little at this thought. Because he is about to face the bottleneck of breaking through to the Blessed One. He was a little hesitant about whether to wait until he reached the mythical level to eat. Forget it, let's adapt accordingly. Chen is a man who knows how to be flexible, and when water flows, he lives. A good thing is only the best when it is used in the most appropriate place. Even though Chen knows that this drop of life essence is the best to use when advancing to the mythical level, but what if even the patrons of the holy light can't break through? Only by sticking to the present can we look to the future. Chapter 20. At this time, the sky was slightly pale. Chen decided to rush down the mountain, and it would be best to be promoted to primary priest within Amelia's perception range. At the initial teleportation place, Amelia was awakened from her meditation by a clammy mist. At this time, the surrounding visibility was less than 50 meters. A trace of puzzlement flashed in her eyes. How could there be such a big fog in the trial space? It's not right, I've never heard of such a big fog in the trial space. Amelia muttered to herself. Looking at the increasingly dense fog around her, a flash came to her mind. Once the fog is too thick, it is likely to cause a riot of monsters in the forest, and then it may develop into a wave of beasts. If there were dozens or hundreds of elite monsters coming, she thought she could easily extinguish them. But there are at least tens of thousands of monsters in the beast tide. And once the monsters lose their minds, she, the owner of the half-dragon blood, will definitely become the primary target of all crazy monsters. Is this all just a coincidence? Amelia was a little unsure. The experience of being ambushed 2 years ago made her grow a lot. Not good, I don't know if the rest of the juniors will be in danger, I have to find them, and then unite with the rest of the team to resist the possible monster riot. Thinking of this, Amelia prepared to act quickly. But she had just taken 2 steps, and was surprised to find that the perception she relied on was affected by the fog, which directly weakened a lot. There is absolutely something wrong with this matter. But there was no way, she could only bite the bullet and rush up the mountain. Unexpectedly, with the deepening, not only the fog is getting thicker, but her perception is also shrinking. This weird fog is getting bigger and bigger, I have to find them quickly. Amelia speeded up instead. Soon, a figure broke into her range of perception. And the speed is very fast. Hey, it turned out to be the junior brother of the town demon hall. It's not bad that he retreated despite the difficulties, not reckless. When Amelia clearly perceived the realm of that figure, she guessed which one it was. But she faintly felt that something was wrong. I have been greatly affected in the fog, how can he still keep going at an extremely fast speed, as if he has not been affected at all? Although Amelia was very puzzled, but still ready to rush over to get some information, it is best to let the other party follow her to a safe area. Chen shuttled on the road down the mountain at a constant speed. The thick fog was like seeing a natural enemy. When meeting Chen, he automatically avoided it. So even if Chen only used the strength of the novice priest to hurry, he was still not slow. All of this is due to the knowledge taught by Gandalf in the town demon hall. Of course, he had spotted Amelia a few minutes earlier. After all, except for Amelia who is a great priest, everyone else is just an official priest. At least he hadn't found this place, unless it was found by the forces behind Giles. Soon, here we come. I don't know why she came here. Ye Chen secretly guarded, if this woman came here to cause trouble, should he take action? He has never fought against a strong man with the strength of a great priest. Before, he was able to kill Giles with a wave of his hand, but the difference in strength was too great. Whoosh! A slender figure rushed out of the thick fog and stood in front of Ye Chen. Senior Sister Amelia. Ye Chen said as if he had just seen her, with a surprise on his face. Junior brother Ye Chen, are you okay? Have you met other senior brothers? Amelia asked incessantly. I'm fine, but I haven't met any other seniors. Ye Chen replied honestly. Indeed, he had never met other senior brothers. After all, dead people were not considered senior brothers. Okay, then follow me to a safe place first. I always have a bad feeling that such a large area of fog has appeared in the trial space for no reason. With Ye Chen's consent, Emily Adam took Ye Chen out of the mountain using the flying technique. But after only flying for a short while, she discovered a strange scene. The thick fog around her retreated one after another when she met her, which was completely different from when she came here before. She had a flash of inspiration, thinking that the junior brother she brought seemed to be like this before. So she stopped abruptly. Is this your reason? Amelia pointed to the receding fog around her and said straight to the point. It's just a small spell. Ye Chen knew what Amelia meant. After all, being able to dispel some fog like him is of great benefit for traveling and even fighting in this environment. Small spells? If possible, can you teach me? A hint of surprise flashed in Amelia's eyes. She paused and continued. Of course, I am willing to exchange something of equivalent value, and I will definitely not let you suffer. She had a hunch that this spell would be of great use here, but if it was a secret transmission from the Demon Town Palace, she probably wouldn't be able to learn it. This is a small magic circle, which is specially used to expel the set gas that needs to be expelled. Ye Chen did not hide, and spoke bluntly. First capture the gas you want to expel, then put it in a bottle, and then engrave some runes on the outside of the bottle, as long as you have hands. After speaking, Ye Chen took out a glass bottle from the storage ring, and inside the glass bottle was a cloud of white mist that could be seen everywhere. Chapter 21. Amelia had never imagined that there was such a magic item. Listening to what Ye Chen said, it feels very simple, as long as you have a hand. But when it was her turn to do it herself, she found that it was actually quite complicated. If you don't have a deep understanding of the important runes and the arrangement of the formation, it is impossible to engrave a magic formation on such a small bottle. I didn't expect junior brother yet to know so much. Amelia exclaimed. And she had never heard of such a magic circle in the church. Ye Chen smiled slightly. I'm in the Demon Town Hall. I'm usually free and like to read books. This is just a small external spell collected by my teacher Gandalf in the early years. He was very modest, he just said that if you read more books, it will come naturally. Amelia glanced at Ye Chen, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. It seems that this person is what he said just now. So she gave up even a trace of inquiry, and took him directly to continue on her way. But before he left, he threw a magic book to Ye Chen. This book records a second ring spell, Holy Word Control. Amelia explained. Ye Chen didn't refuse either, and directly took the Holy Word Domination technique and said thank you. The Holy Word Domination art sounds awesome. Soon, Ye Chen was taken by Amelia to a relatively open area at the foot of the mountain. There are fewer trees here, the air circulates faster, and the natural fog is slightly thinner. Amelia Sakura's lips chanted a magic spell. With the two of them as the center, a circular guardian magic circle rose. Hide in there and stay there. If you encounter other companions coming over, you can reach out and pull them in. I have set the authority that only you can pull them in. You have to handle the situation yourself. Just remember, don't get out of the circle, don't get out of the circle. After explaining, Emily left here immediately, and slowly disappeared into the mist. Ye Chen quietly watched Amelia leave. After a long time, he whispered. It seems that it is indeed not an enemy. Amelia is going to be a virgin, but Ye Chen doesn't care, and doesn't want to. As for now, he is going to study this holy word domination technique. Domination of the word sounds powerful. But after careful study, Ye Chen discovered that the holy word domination technique is actually nothing more than that. Holy word dominance, magic like dragon language. The words spoken represent the specific function of magic. For example, if you say cooked to an egg, the egg will become a ripe egg. In fact, it is the magic power blessed on the text. Just use a little trick. But that's about it. Anyway, it is impossible to let an egg hatch into a chick immediately. Moreover, the command is too complicated and the scope involved is too wide. But some little things in life are still very convenient. However, there are many potentials that have not been discovered. Ye Chen also began to learn spells and mana to build spell models. Although this holy word control technique seems useless, if it can continue to improve, maybe it will reach the scene of the saints' shocking words in the novels of the previous life. Learning more is always beneficial. Ye Chen muttered to himself silently. Of course, most of his time and focus are still on cultivation. Because strength is the foundation of everything. Time always flies by when practicing seriously, and when Ye Chen opened his eyelids again, the sky was already bright. Looking around, there is still a thick fog of whiteness around. No sign of dissipating. At this time, Ye Chen chanted a few spells, and then pointed to the thick fog and drank. Scatter. With the voice of Ye Chen, a magical scene appeared. The thick mist around seemed to have life, and it actively dissipated. It is completely impossible to see the interference of human forces. It's a pity that only a moment later, the mist that had just dispersed was quickly filled by the thick fog in the distance. It seems that the fog is too thick and the magic power is not enough. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen didn't care, but took out the magic vial. If you use the two kinds of magic together, what is the effect? Thinking of this, Ye Chen elicited the power of the magic vial, mixed with the holy word domination. Drink again into the fog. Scatter. It works well. This time the mist dispersed much faster and the area was much larger. Ye Chen watched for a while, and found that the fog was only slowly closing together, and it would take a lot of time to completely close together. That's right, senior sister Amelia is so smart, she should have thought of combining them. Ye Chen didn't think about it any further, he basically learned the holy word domination technique, and now it's time to practice it. But stay here, don't worry about anything else, just in case those people come back suddenly. If you see that the magic power fluctuations on your body do not match the strength shown on the outside, that is also a troublesome thing. Boom! Just when Ye Chen was thinking about whether to change places, a huge explosion suddenly came from somewhere on the mountain, and a distant aftermath spread down the mountain. It caused the surrounding fog to roll up. Brush! After receiving the aftermath of the power, the protective magic circle around Ye Chen lit up. Independently activated the backhand left by Amelia. Seeing the appearance of the aftermath, Ye Chen didn't have the heart to continue to practice, and observed the size of the fluctuation by himself. It's very strong, at least it's the aftermath of a great priest-level battle. I don't know if it has anything to do with the forces behind that Giles. Ow! Ah! Moo! The terrifying sound of monsters resounded one after another, resounding through the world. Is it a beast tide? The beast tide is also a beast tide composed of warcraft. This could almost be called a minor natural disaster. He had seen it from the library of the Demon Town Hall. The beast tide is so powerful that almost no grass grows wherever it passes. If it is really a beast tide, he must leave this trial space as soon as possible. But the FK is. He didn't know how to get out of here. Forget it, let's go to that place first. See what's going on. If it is too dangerous, find a way to wait until rescue. Thinking like this, Chen planned to leave the spot and go out to check the situation. He just stepped out with his left foot, and the feeling of being peeped before reappeared. Really here? After feeling this gaze, Chen gave up the idea of leaving. He was going to see if he was someone from the same power as Giles. Chapter 22. After making a decision, Chen sat down again and continued to practice. This practice went straight to the night. During this period of time, the magic shield suffered several shock waves from the mountainside. The roars of various monsters also continued to echo around. There was even a voice similar to that of a leader-level monster in the middle. But Chen was still as steady as Mount Tai, because that secret gaze never left. The man was waiting for the best opportunity, but Chen was also waiting. He could afford to wait anyway. This continued into the night. The dark eyes finally appeared to move. Yudeo figure in Chen's perception is coming quickly. Oh, how long do you think you can endure? The other party used the cover of the aftermath to secretly release long-range magic to attack here once. It just didn't bring any effect. Soon Chen heard footsteps, very heavy, as if seriously injured. Then a figure began to stagger out of the mist. Ragged, looking like dying. Plop! The figure faced down and fell directly outside the magic shield. Because of the fog, Chen couldn't see the opponent's appearance clearly at the first time. Still he got up and walked over. She is a priestess, wearing the white robes of the sanctuary. It's just that the robe that originally wrapped her tender body tightly was already tattered and covered with blood. As for the specific injury, Chen couldn't see it. Are you okay? Chen walked to the edge of the magic shield and asked. Is this the safe zone set up by Senior Sister Emilia? Hearing Chen's question, the priestess struggled to raise her head and answered. Even with the mud covering her face, she could vaguely tell that this was a very good-looking woman. Are you? Chen asked. I am a disciple of the Holy Lady, Lena. We've just had a horrible horde of beasts and almost everyone is dead. Fortunately, Senior Sister Emilia saved us. She told us to set up a guardian circle here. Now everyone is seriously injured, only I barely crawled over. Brother, can you go and pull them back? Later, it is estimated that it will be eaten by Warcraft. Lena looked at Chen pitifully. The pitiful appearance, combined with the fragrant shoulders that are occasionally exposed, makes people feel pity. How many of you are there? Chen asked. He didn't care how good-looking or pitiful the other party was. There was a serious injury, and a lesser one was there to take care of it a little bit. I was the least injured among them, so I came here for help. After speaking, Lena vomited out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler without a trace of blood. Chen looked at Lena in silence. There are two more, which means there are still two enemies. This person is an advanced priest, and the other two should be similar. Not a big problem. Thinking of this, Chen nodded and replied. Okay. Also, if there is a great priest among these few people, they won't be helpless against this magic shield. It doesn't matter to Chen whether the remaining people are intermediate priests or advanced priests. The left and right were just one punch, so he didn't confirm it either. After all, the other party wanted to make trouble for him, and he wanted to deal with it. It's best to pull them out and clean them all at once. Really? Lena said gratefully. Senior brother is so kind. When I go back, senior sister treats you to dinner. You're welcome. Chen said as he stepped out of the magic shield. The moment he stepped out of the magic shield, he could clearly feel that the opponent's magic power was still boiling, as if he was ready to strike at any time. But only he who is a great priest can perceive it. Priest novice definitely can't. Even the advanced priest probably wouldn't be able to detect it, as the opponent was covered by special magic equipment. Can senior sister still stand up? Ye Chen asked. Yes, yes. After speaking, Lina got up with difficulty. Ye Chen just watched the other party staggeringly, without any thought of helping. If he didn't need the other party to be the leading party, he would have done it by now. Seeing that Ye Chen didn't come to help her, Lina was slightly disappointed. Junior, follow me, but why does it look like you haven't become an official priest yet? Well, my talent is not good. It's okay, you have such a good character, the Lord will favor you. Ye Chen nodded without saying a word. The beast horde suddenly appeared and injured a lot of people. I don't know if senior sister Amelia is okay. But she has the blood of a giant dragon, so she will definitely be fine. Brother, don't worry. Lina looked at Ye Chen and said casually. I'm not worried. Ye Chen's attention was basically on the senior sister. Others are wary of their surroundings. After following Lina for a while, he discovered two magic magnetic fields in front of him. It seems that she did not lie, there are really two people. It's just that none of them were injured. And the strength is at the advanced priest level. Junior brother really has confidence in senior sister Amelia. Lina smiled and looked at Ye Chen. At this time, she did not know when she had used the cleaning technique to restore her tidy appearance. But since junior brother likes senior sister Amelia so much, is he willing to die under the gun of senior sister Amelia? Ye Chen stopped, turned his head and looked at Lina with a half smile. So senior sister is going to use senior sister Amelia's gun to kill me? Kindness? Hearing Ye Chen's words, Lina froze for a moment, she was a little surprised. But soon it didn't matter, and he smiled like a flower and said. Junior brother seems to understand, so will junior brother be willing to cooperate? Senior sister will be there soon. What nonsense did Lina talk to him, just kill him. At this time, the other two came out of the thick fog. Chapter 23. The three surrounded Ye Chen to prevent Ye Chen from escaping suddenly. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen didn't have any emotional fluctuations, just nodded and said. Good. Lina frowned, Ye Chen's answer made her a little hard to understand. Is this person sick? But it's good if the other party is willing to cooperate. Just a novice priest, she still doesn't believe that the other party can make any troubles. Without the slightest hesitation, Lina took a spear from one of them. It was indeed Amelia's spear, which Ye Chen had just seen not long ago. At this time, the spear became the trophy of these people for some reason. Now all they have to do is kill Ye Chen with this spear. Then it was Amelia who killed the only disciple of the demon town hall. Even if Amelia was favored again, she would justify herself. In the end, it was inevitable to be suspected. Subsequent plans can also be implemented smoothly. Of course, it would be even better if Amelia could die here. At that time, it will be said that Amelia killed the disciples of the Demon Town Palace, and other disciples attacked them, and finally paid a lot of money to kill Amelia, the half-dragon. The bloodline of a giant dragon cannot be desecrated, even if it is only a half-dragon. As long as Amelia dies in the temple, the dragon clan will definitely attack. The plan is good and everything is going well so far. Just complete the plan before the outside world notices. Then the rest of the church will be powerless. For now, there is absolutely enough time. This time the plan is complete and success is at hand. Thinking of this, the spear in Lina's hand stabbed directly at Ye Chen. The other two were watching from the sidelines, showing no sign of wanting to help. After all, he is just a novice priest. It was easy to kill him, but it was a bit more troublesome. Fortunately, it can be killed directly now. The plan went one step further. Everyone watched Lina kill Ye Chen. The same is true for Lina herself. She feels that killing the other party does not require a second blow. One shot seals the marquee. Just when Lina thought she was about to shoot Ye Chen, who stood still and did not resist, suddenly disappeared. A shot passed, only in the air. Where are people? Lena was a little surprised for a moment. She looked to the three companions ahead. However, she was very surprised. In her eyes, the three companions seemed to be covered in blood mist, and their faces were terrified. What happened? And at the moment Lena's thoughts arose, she felt that her perspective had changed. As if suddenly went to a far-away place, and suddenly fell down again. The world has turned crooked? But the next moment a sharp pain spread all over his body. She wanted to move, but found that she couldn't move. The next moment, she found that half of her body was gone. Were you looking for me just now? Ye Chen's voice reached Lena's ears. At this moment, Lena realized in horror that she was going to die. Was instantly killed by the opponent. How is this possible? This question flashed through Lena's mind. Then completely lost consciousness. Did not feel much pain. Ye Chen looked away. Then he turned to look at the other three people. He wanted to ask how many people were there. If the situation isn't bad enough to affect him, then that's fine. Just go back and squat down. If it will be affected, then you have to find a way to deal with it quickly. Otherwise, senior sister Amelia and the others come back, and then he has to make a move, which will be troublesome. Even if he is the only one alive in the end, there is no way to explain to the Holy Church. It can't be said that all those people sacrificed to save him, right? There may be fools, but not all fools. And only he is alive alone, the goal is too big and will be noticed by many people. It doesn't do him any good. When Ye Chen looked at the three of them came to their senses. One of the men immediately said, "You stop him, I'll report the news." As he said that, the man quickly fled to the rear. Ye Chen didn't pay attention to the man who was running away, but walked towards those two people. "Aren't you running away?" Ye Chen looked at them and asked. He could see that these two people were afraid. At this time, the two looked at each other, and then rushed towards Ye Chen. "I don't believe you are really that strong." "Impossible, the person in front of them is obviously a novice priest. Why did they kill their people in seconds? One click, just one click. It is definitely not a question of strength. The possibility of special magic equipment is not without possibility. Fight." Ye Chen looked at the two people rushing towards them, and directly used the Phantom Speed Force's own skill, Flash, to come to them in an instant. Boom! With one punch, the nearby one was directly blasted into blood mist by him. The other ran back in fright when he saw this scene. Too strong, too scary. A punch, a simple punch. They obviously used all their strength. But he was so weak in front of the opponent. Can't win. Ye Chen looked at each other, and then stepped forward. The phantom is running at super speed. The next moment Ye Chen appeared next to the man. Seeing the sudden appearance of the killing god, the man let out a ghostly cry. Then I wanted to run in another direction. However, boom! Ye Chen ended his fear. There was only a thick fog of blood left in the air, which could not dissipate for a long time. Afterwards, he walked forward all the way, following behind the fleeing man at a leisurely pace. What the other party said just now obviously told him that they had other accomplices. So Ye Chen decided to take a look. In order not to look for it, just let the other party lead the way. Of course, Ye Chen will kill the opponent when he is about to find someone. It is a trouble to keep those who see him making a move. Chapter 24. At this time, a cloud of mist appeared on Ye Chen's body. This mist covered him, his face, figure, and even his fate were all covered by the mist. Two people will see two different situations. But they couldn't see Ye Chen's face clearly. Even the big prophecy can't count Ye Chen's past. Bloodline secret technique, God's confusion. After learning from Ye Chen, basically no one can count him through other things. What can be counted is him under normal circumstances. If you don't break through God's maze, you won't be able to see his secrets. Currently Chen can only cover up his own destiny, unable to perceive whether someone is counting on him. Not enough. With the deepening of strength, God's obstacle will also become a higher level of bloodline secret art. At that time, as long as someone counts him, he will notice. Chen walked in the mist. He didn't use that trick, it was as if he had blended into the fog, making it difficult to detect. Not long after, Chen felt magic fluctuations around him. There were countless low growls. Arrive. Chen didn't feel too far away. In the mountains, in an area not surrounded by fog, a group of monsters attacked a defensive circle. In the defensive circle, there are more than a dozen temple disciples. They had injuries all over their bodies. Headed by two beautiful priests, both are great priests. Amelia is one of them. At this time, Amelia's arm has turned into a dragon's claw covered with scales and barbs standing upright. His body was covered with blood, both from others and from himself. Someone is controlling the monster group. As a half-dragon, Amelia discovered this immediately. If senior sister hadn't brought the magic that can expel the fog, we wouldn't be able to persist until now. Those people want to use the fog and the tide of Warcraft to kill us. The woman next to Amelia followed suit. Kelly's, a disciple of the Holy Maiden, and junior sister Amelia. With the strength of a great priest, she looked at the group of monsters and felt powerless. It's not just her, those disciples of the temple behind them have no way to face the monster group. There is no escape. Amelia looked at the group of monsters in front of her and didn't speak. But her junior sister was right. If it weren't for the novice priest of the town demon temple, they would be in danger. But even so, they are just lingering. She had used the power of her blood before, and she had already suppressed the tide of monsters. But she felt that there were a pair of big hands behind the group of monsters, controlling everything. And the target is most likely her. It was the same 3 years ago. 3 years ago, she was suppressed by special magic, but this time the opponent actually suppressed her with a group of monsters. If this is the case, then the choice of practice space is also carefully selected. In the trial space, they dared to make the movement loud enough. But on Shengtang Mountain Road, they only dared to make small troubles. After all, the official priest-level disciples fighting are not the same concept as the great priest. And it's not just one or two great priests. This kind of momentum is on the outside, and the people in the dark are looking for their own death. We have to find a way to break through. If we continue like this, we will definitely die here. Amelia's voice came out. She knows that their current state is equivalent to fish in a bottle surrounded by cats. Once the cats outside find a way, then they face being slaughtered. A way must be found to resolve this predicament. The message has been sent outside, but it's hard to tell if it has been intercepted. Kelly frowned and said. Once intercepted, we have to wait for the next team to come in. They will find out and then send out a message. Where are the others? Amelia asked as she saw that the defense was under constant impact. The group of monsters is too strong, even if they are the great priests, there is no way to face so many groups of monsters. This is because there is no leader-level monster in the group of monsters that can rival the priest level. Otherwise, they would have no chance of escaping. The other brothers who lead the team don't know the specific situation, Kelly said. She has been trying to contact other people since the beginning, but there is no way at all. If senior sister Amelia hadn't rushed over suddenly, she might have been directly crushed by the monster group. Only they are relatively close in this neighborhood. And the next few juniors and juniors are all the people who lead the team. No one is stronger than an official priest. Amelia didn't speak, that is to say, there was nothing to do, and there was almost no rescue. It may be too late when the outside world finds out. Amelia frowned. Judging from the current situation, if there is no accident, it is tantamount to waiting for fate to come. Actually, there may be a way. At this time, a male disciple behind said. Amelia and Kelly's looked over. Others also looked over. It was a relatively delicate young man. He looked at the others and said, "All of us are advanced priests, as long as we are promoted, then we can find a way." "But how to get promoted?" a female disciple asked. Neither Amelia nor Kelly spoke. They probably understood what this junior brother was thinking. But this idea may not be acceptable to others. Albert looked up at several fellow students, and then a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Kill out, kill to death. Either break through on the verge of death, or be silent on the verge of death." Hearing this sentence, others were a little surprised. This idea is a bit extreme. However, there were also two people who were not surprised, but remained silent. Yes, they have nothing to do now. If you have no other choice, you can only kill them. They only need one opportunity to break through. Although it will be affected when it breaks through, it is definitely the only lifeline. The road to eternal life is not easy to walk. Smooth sailing? That is impossible. Chapter 25. Amelia looked at these people. Although some people were a little surprised at first, it was a little hard to accept. But he didn't say anything later, but chose to remain silent. Silence is the default. No one chose to refuse. Because this is the only choice, it depends on who can make it to the end, it depends on who can break through their own limits. Since the people behind the monster group don't let them live, then it depends on who is more ruthless than who. At this moment, killing intent began to emerge from them. They are already ready to fight to the death, leaving no way out, and fighting with their backs. The behind-the-scenes people who were paying close attention to Amelia and the others froze for a moment after feeling the decision. He immediately stopped the group of monsters from attacking. The sound of clattering suddenly appeared in the group of monsters. The changes in the monster group naturally attracted Amelia's immediate attention. But soon, they were a little surprised. At this time, the monster group, instead of attacking, retreated. This is not normal. The people behind the scenes are coming out. Amelia looked outside and said. At this time, she also had an ominous premonition in her heart. But soon we will know the real purpose of these people. And it can also procrastinate. Only. Both Amelia and Kelly understood one thing, the other party wanted to stop their momentum just now. That kind of fighting to the death, leaving no way out. But the other party stopped, even if they found out, it was too late. It seems that the other party has been paying attention to us. Amelia said silently to herself. Soon Amelia saw several people in black robes coming out from behind the group of monsters. There are 4 people in total, 1 grand priest and 3 advanced priests. This great priest should be the one who controls the group of monsters. After the 4 people came out, a tall figure headed by a low voice. We never wanted to be an enemy of the Holy Church, but just wanted to seek revenge from the dragon family. Hear the words on the other side. Amelia knew in her heart that things had changed. All blame will be pointed at her. Moreover, they will no longer be united here. The other party was also worried about other disciples breaking through. But she couldn't say anything more, because no matter what, other people would be on the side with lower risks. Even if it's not that believable. Kelly's also frowned. She looked at the younger brothers and younger sisters behind, and found that some of them looked a little loose. But she didn't care either. Instead, she stood beside her senior sister. What do you mean? Kelly asked. Amelia looked at the junior sister beside her, but said nothing. Although I know roughly what the other side is going to do, I still want to see it. Not for anything else, just to delay time. The longer you wait, the better your chances. There's nothing superfluous. The leader continued to make a deep voice. Our goal has always been one. So I want to tell a few of you. If you want to leave, we will never stop you. As the other party's voice fell, the back of the group of monsters slowly gave way, as if to make others retreat. Seeing that there was a way out from behind, some disciples began to move. Everyone grew up in the Holy Church, the holy land of the human race. So I don't know much about the situation outside. I don't know the situation of the dragon family. You don't understand the brutality of the dragon clan, but we do. So this time we're going to take revenge at any cost. You also know that the trial space belongs to the Holy Church, and something happened here, which means that people from outside will soon intervene. We must die. But nothing can stop us. This is our determination. I hope you can understand. The meaning of the man in black was obvious. They will definitely die, and they are less afraid of death than you. If it's head to head, then it depends on who is more ruthless. Because they have been sentenced to death. Amelia naturally understood what the other party meant, and also knew that the other party was telling these juniors and juniors that the dragon clan was not a good thing. The other party is isolating her. Do you think we are stupid? Kelly said coldly. Without senior sister, wouldn't it be easy for you to kill us? Hee. The man smiled and said. Is this beauty going to bring the future arrogance behind her, to fight for your senior sister, and then to be buried with her? After saying this, the man stretched out his hand, facing the sky, and said. I hereby swear to the god of contract that as long as you leave now, I will never touch you. If there is any violation, the sky thunder will kill, and the soul will be scattered. Hee, do you think we are all fools? Albert had a cruel smile on his lips. If you don't kill, others can't kill? Once we are divided, you kill us like dogs. Yes, if senior sister Amelia dies here, can the rest of us escape? One of the female disciples said. Among them, Amelia has the highest combat power. The strength of the great priest. Especially in the past 3 years, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds. If Amelia is dead, none of them can escape. Facing the questioning of 2 people, the man in black robe smiled and said. Swear, too. He was speaking to the people behind him. Soon the following people followed suit and made an oath. Then the leader of the black-robed man looked at Amelia's surprise and said. You also know that our oath is valid. If you still think we are going to kill you, then we have nothing to say. Give you one last chance now, we are in a hurry and don't want to waste precious time on you. You can leave at any time, and if you want to stay, we will accompany you. After saying this, the man in black looked at those people. Waiting for those people to make a decision. Chapter 26. Kelly's looked at the few people behind her, and more than half of them had the intention of retreating. She opened her mouth to say something, but was speechless for a while. For nothing else, those people all swore, and they swore to the god of contract. In other words, even if you want to do it, you will lose these enemies. The security is much higher. However, no one has taken the lead in leaving. Junior sister, take them back first. I stay here. When everyone was struggling, Amelia spoke first. She knew it was unreal to leave these people alone. And staying any longer would be tantamount to working hard for her, Amelia. She didn't need it. I'm not leaving. Kelly stood directly beside Amelia. Then she said to the people behind. Back yourselves. Anyway, they won't do it. Junior sister. Amelia frowned as she watched Kelly. Too capricious. Kelly's looked at Amelia and said directly. Sister, don't persuade me. I only know that I practiced and grew up with my senior sister. Although the senior sister is not particularly good to me, she often guides me. I am not familiar with those younger brothers and younger sisters. Amelia looked at Kelly's, and finally said indifferently. If you stay, it will drag me down. I may still have the possibility of escaping alone. Why, how could that be? Kelly's froze for a moment, a little in disbelief. I have the blood of a giant dragon, so I must have the means to save my life. One more person means more danger. Amelia said to Kelly's. Kelly opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She didn't know if what senior sister Amelia said was true. Take them out. Amelia added. Kelly didn't speak this time, and didn't know what to say. Senior sister Kelly, get out. Someone said. Having one opening naturally has a second opening. That's right, we're just a burden to senior sister Amelia. Callis scratched her hand, and finally nodded. Amelia watched Kelly and the others leave. The opponent did not try to intercept it. Even if she regrets it, she can delay for some time now. Of course, running away or something is just casual talk. If it was the beginning, she could indeed escape, but it is too late now. She was seriously injured. After the group of Kellys walked away, Amelia turned her head to look at the men in black robes, and said, I want to know which organization you are from. In your eyes, I should be a dead person. Why do dead people know so much? The leader in black robe said. Then he directly let the group of monsters attack. A lot of time has been delayed, and there is no need to delay now. It's all nonsense to say one more word, let's talk about other things after killing Amelia. Boom! A lot of dragons appeared on Amelia's body, and her hands were completely transformed into dragon claws. The only thing she can rely on now is her own powerful dragon body. Boom! Another loud bang. A large number of monsters were knocked into the air by Amelia. It's just that she also endured a lot of force shocks during the constant attacks. The leading black-robed man saw the right moment, gathered his strength directly, and rushed into the encirclement. Amelia, who was resisting the attack of the monster, was already too late when she discovered the attack of the man in black. Chen walked in the thick fog. He felt that the speed of the person in front was slow, which wasted his time too much. If someone returns to the protection circle at this time, he is not inside, it is difficult to explain. Give him a hand. Chen muttered to himself silently. Then with a flick of the finger. Boom! An ordinary holy light bullet, released by his magic heart. A huge attack suddenly appeared around that person. A huge pit appeared directly next to the man, and the man who thought it was safe was instantly stunned. Then run away quickly. Boom! Another attack came. This time it exploded directly behind him. Boom! The man was blown away. He felt that the opponent was right behind and was about to catch up. And he is no match at all. If this attack hit him, he would not be able to survive at all. Fog, the other party was affected by the fog, and failed to kill him directly. If the other party is allowed to approach, then he will undoubtedly die. He was terrified. Without the slightest hesitation, he went towards his own people at the fastest speed. It doesn't matter whether the people behind follow or not. He has to go back. At least let them know that there is such a person. Someone hides strength. Hide in the crowd. Seeing the opponent run so fast, Chen was quite satisfied. He is not attacking. But there will be footsteps with every step he takes, and the sound will reach the other party's ears. Let him know that he is always behind. As long as it is slow, it will approach, and it will kill him. Clatter! 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 Step-by-step footsteps. The man listened to everything. The footsteps seemed to be on his mind. It made him unable to calm down, and made him feel death constantly in his heart. As long as he slows down, the footsteps will appear. He needs to keep accelerating, only in this way, the footsteps will become far away, or even inaudible. But whenever he relaxes, he will hear it again. It was like death was chasing him. He dared not stop for the slightest. It's almost there, it's almost there, it's almost there. The man kept running, and he looked back from time to time. Dare not have the slightest slack. Roar! It was the voice of the monster group. Hearing this voice, there was a trace of relief on the man's face. Here it is, at last. Chapter 27. Puff. Amelia retreated some distance, and a mouthful of blood burst out directly. She moved her body, but felt a little heavy. As if he was out of control. She looked at the man in black unwillingly. If there weren't so many monsters, she wouldn't be like this. Amelia, you are dead. The man in black robe dropped his voice and launched an attack directly. Boom. It was a long sword, which pierced into Amelia's body at an extremely fast speed. Puff. The sword penetrated Amelia's body. Go away. At this moment, Amelia spit out a mouthful of fiery dragon blood, and the powerful dragon blood turned into a ball of dragon flames, directly bombarding the man in black. It's just that the moment Long Yan spit out, there was instability. Part of it was blown directly on Amelia's own face. The flames landed on her right face, and the scars were like a pattern, extending from her face to her neck. Boom! The man in black was directly sent flying. And Amelia couldn't stand any more, she half knelt on the ground. She was surprisingly weak after losing the dragon's blood. It's just that when she saw the black-robed man landed safely, her eyes showed despair. She pursed her lips, but didn't say a word. It looked like she was going to die here. The man in black lost a piece of magic equipment, which was scrapped. If it wasn't for this magical equipment, he might not be able to afford serious injuries. Fortunately, I didn't underestimate your counterattack ability. Then die. The black-robed man was about to strike as he spoke. This time it can definitely injure the opponent severely. The giant dragon family is not easy to kill, but once it is severely injured, it will be able to kill sooner or later. Just when he was about to start, he suddenly heard footsteps. Clatter. The footsteps came very suddenly, as if they were right next to them. This made the man in black stunned for a moment, and immediately looked towards the source of the footsteps. Who? The man in black asked warily. The men in black robes at the back reacted a little slower, but they all looked in the direction of the footsteps. Someone is approaching over there. Even Amelia felt baffled, who dared to approach suddenly at this time. However, she still moved her body by taking advantage of the neutral position to put herself on the defensive. It's just that the sword is on his body, so he can't make big moves. Da-da-da. At this time came the sound of panicked footsteps. It was a terrified man. Amelia frowned, she was a disciple of the fourth peak, she had seen it before. The other party is fleeing? It's a pity that I escaped to the wrong place. However, to Amelia's surprise, that person spoke directly to the man in black robe. It seems that they have known each other for a long time. It's like this again. Amelia felt bitter in her heart. How many outsiders and spies are there in the church? The man in black frowned and looked at the man. What he cared about was, why is this man so frightened? It happened, something happened, someone, poof. Halfway through the speech, the man was speechless. He looked down and saw that his body had been destroyed at some point. He looked to the side and saw a blurry figure. But he knew that this person was definitely the one just now. Demon, devil. In the end, the man fell to the ground and completely lost his voice. Yet Chen didn't look at the person who fell on the ground, but looked at the man in black robe, and said in a deep voice. I'm bothering you. For this sudden appearance, the man in black was a little surprised. He didn't notice the other party's appearance. And the footsteps just now should be from the other party. Amelia also looked at the person who suddenly appeared in disbelief, she couldn't see through him at all. But she seemed to have seen the way the other party punched. And that calm look. But she wasn't sure, even if it was, she didn't know what the other party's purpose was. Whatever it was definitely not here to save her. She has a feeling that no matter who it is, as long as it provokes the other party, the other party can kill it. But she was still very grateful for the sudden appearance of the other party, at least she had an extra chance to breathe. This means that her teacher is one step closer to discovering that there is a problem here. Who are you? The black-robed man looked at Chen and frowned. He didn't expect such a person to suddenly appear at this time. And it doesn't look that simple at all. One punch kills the limit of the advanced priest. This is a person with the strength of a great priest. One more great priest would put more pressure on him. I just passed by this trial space, and then Chen looked down at the dead man and said, "They don't like me. It's indeed their fault that they don't like your excellency, and now they have paid the price. Are you leaving?" The man in black said calmly. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason. Success is just around the corner, and there is no need for trouble. Chen turned to look at Amelia, then at the man in black. Naturally, he could know that the other party was going to kill Amelia. And these people are the ones who triggered the group of monsters. The beginning of trouble. I think you guys are affecting my shopping here. Chen said calmly. If he leaves now, then he will come here for nothing. It was supposed to be a one-off solution. And these people probably knew that the previous few people were looking for him, so let's get rid of them all. You can't wait for the other party to trouble him. If he resists again, he will be too passive. Do you count on the conscience of the other party? That's you looking for death. Then the man in black said to the people behind. You stop him, I'll deal with Amelia. At this time, the man in black directly gave up on Chen to attack Amelia. Warcraft also moved. They all went in the direction of Chen. The man in black didn't pay attention to Chen, and after he dealt with Amelia, he went to kill this inexplicable person. As for the people before, none of them can live as long as they know they exist. As for whether the monster group could stop Chen, the man in black didn't care. Isn't Amelia exhausted under the siege of monsters? Compared with the blood of the dragon, human beings are indeed inferior. Chen frowned when he saw the monsters approaching, there were too many of them. But it won't take much time. Chapter 28. The next moment Chen moved. At the moment Chen moved, the entire group of monsters seemed to feel a hurricane blowing by. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! The booming sound continued, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, deafening. The huge momentum directly impacted the man in black who was about to attack Amelia. He was a little surprised, then turned his head and took a look. With this glance, the man in the black robe was shocked. His pupils shrank even more. In his eyes, he saw a person standing in the blood fog. He stood there, as if the god of death had come to the world. There is an endless sea of blood under his feet. And all the magical beasts that belonged to them in the surrounding area have all disappeared, not only the magical beasts, but also the previous companions who disappeared together. How can this be? Chen, who had eliminated all the enemies, walked towards the man in black step by step. Just now he used the power of the third-level copper boltanos. Phantom Speed Force, Remnant was used. Otherwise it will take a lot of time. Your Excellency, there must have been some misunderstanding during this period. The man in black immediately said. The combat power shown by the opponent far exceeded his imagination. Can a great priest really kill so many monsters so easily? The late stage of the great priest? There shouldn't be such a strong talent right here. Amelia also stared blankly at the figure in the blood mist. Powerful, calm, and decisive. This is definitely that person. Also passers-by. She couldn't believe that the opponent was so strong. And with the character shown by the other party, if he influenced him, he would definitely be killed. Misunderstanding. Chen looked at the man in black and said coldly. The first time you came to trouble me, I didn't care. Then do it again. Tell me about the misunderstanding now, are you planning to come for the third time? No, Absolutely not. The black-robed man said anxiously. This is definitely a misunderstanding. They must have acted without authorization. How could we embarrass your excellency? Misunderstanding. Ye Chen came to the black-robed man in an instant, and his fists were already raised. If I'm not strong enough, is it still a misunderstanding? After the words fell, Ye Chen punched him directly. Boom! The moment the fist landed, Ye Chen frowned, and the moment his fist was about to hit the man in black, a ray of light hindered him. Powerful forces erupted above the light. In order not to be impacted by this force, he could only retreat some distance. Call! The power roared. Amelia was blown away directly. The man in black was taken away by the light. Is there a stronger existence? Ye Chen immediately had a guess in his mind. But he didn't have the slightest sluggishness, and directly used the strongest power. The magic power of the great priest in the early stage is all blessed by the power of the 4th level copper boltanos. Want to go? With a low shout, powerful strength began to gather in Ye Chen's fist. The surrounding trees rustled, as if a storm of power was about to break them. Boom! With a punch, the power surged towards the man in black robe who was about to flee from the sky like a storm. At this time, the man in black looked at this terrifying power with a look of horror. He yelled to the sky. "Brother, save me!" The moment the man in black asked for help, an attack of strength comparable to Ye Chen followed. Boom! At this moment, Ye Chen's attack collided with the opponent. The huge impact directly shattered the surrounding trees. Amelia, who hadn't stood still, flew out directly. She was seriously injured, and this injury added to the injury, and if she was tossed like this, she might really die here. But it was the man in black who suffered the most. He is at the center of two forces. A force wants to take him away, and a force wants to kill him. The two sides were deadlocked. Ye Chen frowned. The people behind the scenes were very strong, at least stronger than him. But if you want to take this person away, absolutely not. Just now he didn't notice the existence of the strong man, but now it's different, he has noticed it. The other party just rushed over, and it was a temporary shot. Break it for me. At this moment, the magic power in Ye Chen's body surged like a flood. Flocked directly to the man in black. Seeing that the power was about to fall on him, the man in black screamed in horror. However, before screaming, it was directly overwhelmed by Ye Chen's strength, and finally disappeared completely. After one blow, the surrounding trees were directly razed to the ground. Ye Chen stood still, he found that the people behind the scenes had left. It's very strong. If there is a real fight, I don't know if I can escape. The opponent is very strong, and Ye Chen is not sure of winning. But the other party seemed to be worried about something. The power is almost exhausted, so I have to leave here quickly. I hope there will be no further troubles in the future. If there is, he has no choice but to hide. It is better to be watched than to be killed. At this moment Ye Chen felt the crisis. No, I can't come out after I go back. Got to go up another level. The upgrade Ye Chen mentioned is not the upgrade from the early stage to the mid stage, but the upgrade from the great priest to the patron of the holy light. If the bottleneck is stuck for too long, he will directly eat the elf's sacred object, the essence of life. No strength is too dangerous. Then Ye Chen turned and left, he needs to be more careful recently. The person behind the scenes is still alive, so vigilance is necessary. But the target of the opponent seems to be Amelia. Ye Chen glanced in Amelia's direction and found that Amelia was still alive. But he didn't get close, let alone have the idea of going over to strike up a conversation. That's all trouble. And he didn't know Amelia well. Although the opponent is currently seriously injured, he will not die. It depends on their own creation later. Ye Chen is also in big trouble. The person behind the scenes is not easy to deal with. Fortunately, there are no other disciples in the demon town hall, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Having younger brothers and younger sisters means that there are more people to manage, and it is easy to get involved in troubles like this. Amelia. He has to bother to die? I hope the teacher will stop accepting apprentices. Thinking like this, Chen disappeared directly in place. He used the phantom speed force to go straight back to the circle of protection. Wait for rescue, or wait for other disciples to come. Of course, if you are waiting for the enemy, you have to make a decision according to the situation. Chapter 29. Kelly and the others who were about to leave suddenly heard a huge roar. Boom! The powerful force impact has affected their side. Kelly's looked in the direction of the power storm and found that it was her senior sister. After a moment of hesitation, she stopped. You guys go first, I'll go back and find senior sister. As she said that, she ignored the others and went directly to Amelia. No matter how you look at it, the senior sister couldn't escape. Albert and a female disciple looked at each other, and then the two followed. The others hesitated, and only one followed. The rest continued to flee. This is everyone's choice. Some people choose to fight, and they don't believe that the other party will let them go. The rest either feel that there is a possibility of escape, or they don't want to cause trouble. Everyone is not stupid, but they are all choosing the path that is most beneficial to them. As for the ability to survive in the end, it depends on everyone's ability. Not long after, Chen returned to the protection circle. On the way back, I found that the fog was dissipating. In other words, there should be no problem here, and those people started to retreat. There is no one around, and there is no sign of anyone passing by. It seems to be all right. Chen walked into the protection circle. He sat inside and waited for the men to come back. However, Amelia was seriously injured, and it is unknown whether she will be intercepted halfway. Chen sat cross-legged, waiting and testing. Let's see if that powerful person will come to his door. Because he wasn't completely sure whether that person knew the action plan of the people who came to him before. For a long time, Chen didn't feel that he was being targeted. There should be no problem. Early morning. It's daylight. The fog cleared. Chen noticed that someone was coming this way. 5 people. Soon these 5 people walked into his field of vision. One is a woman with a pattern on her left face, blood red, like a wound. Her hands were covered in blood. It should have been devastated by a terrible force. This person is Amelia. And next to Amelia is a beautiful woman at the level of a great priest. Chen didn't know her. The other 3 are disciples of advanced priest strength, and one of the female priests should have been on his team before. Chen saw it once, so it should be right. The rest, do not know. However, these people have more or less injuries. It seems that those people have retreated. Chen thought to himself. It should be considered safe. Then wait for help. Amelia and others came to the protection circle. Chen immediately stood up. Then looking at them, I felt that as a junior, I should do something. But come to think of it, it seemed like he couldn't do anything. So we can only stand on one side. They came in and saw Chen, but no one said anything. After putting Amelia away, Kelly turned to look at Chen and asked. Brother, has anyone been here during this period? Chen shook his head. No. He checked the surroundings, but there were no obvious signs. So not going to say anyone has been here. That's not easy to explain, just cut off the follow-up. Kelly didn't ask much, and she had nothing to ask. Then she said to everyone. The news should be received outside, we just wait here for rescue. If you want to break through, you can also look for opportunities nearby. I will guard the surrounding area, so don't exceed my warning line, otherwise you can only rely on yourselves. The others didn't speak, just nodded. Then they left the protection circle directly. Chen was a little surprised, these brothers and sisters seem to have a lot of ideas. None of them are sitting around. After everyone left, Chen also turned and left. Go with the flow. Amelia was seriously injured. She looked at the people who left without speaking. It is actually not easy to be alive this time. First, there was the help of the disciples of the Temple of Demon Suppression, and then the strong man who suddenly appeared passed by. In the end, her junior sister came back to rescue her. Maybe it's not worth dying. Senior sister, I didn't hold you back, did I? Kelly sat opposite Amelia after everyone left. Amelia looked at Kelly and didn't speak for a while. Chen left the protection circle, he didn't go too far. By the way, I found a place with the original energy to receive the reward. What I got was a bottle of intermediate potion, a strength-enhancing potion. The function is very simple, temporarily double the strength. This combined with the power of the copper boltanos is indeed amazing. It is easy to empty him. Not paying attention to this, Chen came to a lake. He looked at the lake and felt that it was too clear. There were fish swimming in the lake, which did not cause ripples. Naturally formed, such as the pattern of the avenue. At this moment, Chen felt his mind was clear, and his whole body was immersed in the charm of Dao. The questions in my heart suddenly became clear, and I gained a deeper understanding of what I had learned. At this moment, Chen knew that he had met a chance in the trial space. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed the trend. The next day, Chen opened his eyes. He felt that although his strength hadn't changed much, it had become much thicker. And understand a lot more. Just like when the stone of truth was still there. It seems that I will be promoted to the official priest on the spot. Chen thought so in his heart. But he still sensed the others. All around. The two of Amelia should still be there. Others didn't travel too far either. Although I have ideas, I also have self-knowledge. Chen nodded, but soon he found that there were still people walking this way. It should be someone else before. Chen didn't care about this. The ones who should be most concerned should be Amelia and others. If they feel that there is danger, let's talk about it. After that, Chen planned to practice with his eyes closed, and he wanted to attack the official priest on the surface. Just as he sat down and planned to practice, he suddenly found that the two great priests moved. One was coming towards him, and the other was heading towards the crowd that suddenly appeared. Chapter 30. Why did you come to me? Chen was a little puzzled, but he was sure that he was the only one around. This person is definitely coming for him. What did he do that was exposed? Epiphany? Impossible, he is protected by the mist of the original meditation method, and also covered by the maze of the bloodline secret technique. Even if it is an epiphany, it is impossible to reveal its strength. Chen closed his eyes, not showing any concern. Maybe it was just passing by chance. If it is really looking for him, let's see what the other party wants to do. Soon Chen heard the sound of landing. Turning around, I saw that it was Amelia who was injured. Senior sister Amelia. Chen immediately stood up and said respectfully. At this time, Amelia was barefoot and seemed to be injured, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. Her hands are now white again, completely different from before. What a strong resilience! Chen was a little surprised. But he didn't observe anything else, which was not a polite thing. Of course, he also knew one thing, that a half-dragon man has a very strong physical body, and such a serious injury can be recovered almost overnight. I don't know how many times stronger than them. Just when he was surprised by the constitution of the half-dragon clan, Chen heard a clear and pleasant voice, but without any emotion. Junior brother intends to be promoted to a formal priest. It was Amelia who was speaking. To this, Chen naturally responded. Yes, I had a feeling last night that it should be possible. He did fall into an epiphany, and the two senior sisters probably knew it too. so it makes sense for him to be promoted. It's just that the other party came over, which made Chen a little puzzled. At this moment, Amelia threw a bottle of potion to Chen, and then came a gentle voice. This is the advanced magic power potion, the mist-dispelling magic circle of junior brother, whose value far surpasses the holy word control technique. With this bottle of advanced magic potion, it can almost equalize. Advanced magic potion is a potion used by the priest level, just a few drops will be of great help to you to advance to the official priest. Chen was a little surprised holding the bottle. I didn't expect this senior sister to come here for this. There is a high probability that it is his little trick, and it really helped the other party. At that time, when we fought with the man in black, the lack of fog would have a big impact. It should be that the other party used his fog-dispelling magic circle and holy word control technique. Genius is genius. Finally, Chen gave a thankful voice. Thank you, senior sister Amelia. He didn't refuse, and everyone owed each other nothing if he accepted it. No one owes anyone. Although Chen has many advanced magic potions. As the only disciple of the Temple of Demon Suppression, he has absolutely no shortage of resources to be promoted to an official priest. His teacher gave him a lot of advanced magic potions, and if he didn't have enough, there would definitely be a lot waiting for him to get them. This is the benefit of being the only disciple. Amelia looked at Chen and nodded, then turned and left. As long as the other party is willing to accept it. I'm afraid I won't accept it. As for the opponent's promotion, Amelia will naturally help protect the law. This is her duty. Chen watched the other party leave without paying attention. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice. By the way, I took a few drops of advanced magic potion. If you don't eat, you can't justify it. Early tomorrow morning, he will successfully enter the official priesthood. When you go back in the future, you don't need to check for contamination from the will of the abyss. It depends on when the teacher remembers it and checks it once. He doesn't reject this kind of thing, because once there is pollution from the will of the abyss, he may not even know it. It can only be checked clearly by someone checking it. So his teacher hasn't checked it for a long time, and he will probably ask his teacher to check it. Temple Town Magic Hall. Suddenly Gandalf received a message. After he read it, he stood up directly, and then disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already in the 8th secret temple. And his location is the entrance to the trial space of the 8th secret trace academy. At this time, there are many people here. Headed by a woman, she is dignified, elegant, unparalleled in beauty, and at the same time carries a strong coercion. The others seemed a little lacking in aura in front of her. Archbishop of Notre Dame, Archbishop Charlotte. Brother Gandalf is here. Charlotte saw Gandalf whisper. Gandalf nodded, then looked at the entrance of the trial space, and said. What's going on inside? Yes, he came here specially after receiving news that there was a problem here. His only disciple was inside. And there are still disciples who hope to stay in the Temple of Demon Suppression. If something happens, where can I find such a good disciple? This is the most pleasing disciple he has encountered in thousands of years. After 10 years, he will be the holy son of his Temple of Demon Suppression. How could he not care? The channel storm is still going on, and it will take the next day to get in. Charlotte's expression was not good at this time. There are also many of her disciples. But she could understand Gandalf too. The only disciple of the town demon temple is inside, and he is still the priest novice. If you are not careful, it is easy to die in it. Gandalf was silent. He let Chen come because he knew Chen's heart. With Chen's heart, as long as there are no major accidents, he must know how to protect himself and avoid disasters. However, a big accident happened. Now he doesn't expect Chen to be promoted to an official priest, as long as he is fine. Of course, if you let him know who did it, he will also let the other party know that although there is no one in the demon town hall, but not everyone can be bullied. Chapter 31. Ye Chen opened his eyes the next day, and he adjusted his strength to the early stage of official priesthood. Successfully promoted to official priest. However, he found that other people were not slow, and they were also promoted. A genius is a genius, it's so easy to be promoted to a great priest. Ye Chen still thinks the sanctuary is amazing. Just this one trial space trip, there are many more great priests. The reputation of the church is not without reason. Of course, the most important thing is that the church does not accept people with poor qualifications. Although his aptitude is considered poor in the church, compared with most people, it is still better. Then Ye Chen got up and planned to walk around. By the way, try your hand. This is what normal people do. Just after walking a few steps, he noticed something unusual in the sky. It was as if a storm was present in the sky. Finally come. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If the people from the church came, then there would be no great danger here. Although he has been comprehending and cultivating these 2 days, he is more or less vigilant around his surroundings. Once there is danger, it is bound to be noticed at the first time. However, the strong man behind the scenes has never appeared. And let him breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really might not be able to fight. It's just that he didn't understand why the other party suddenly gave up. Part of it may be that he can't see through me. At that time, the mysteries of the bloodline technique were basically fully activated, and the opponent looked at him as if he was looking at a fog. So I didn't know that he had already used all his strength at that time. It is simply impossible to play the same power again. Well, now that there is a potion of strength, there may be a little hope of winning. When Ye Chen was thinking this way, a passage appeared in the sky. As soon as the passage was opened, a powerful breath was directly introduced into it. It was so strong that Ye Chen couldn't resist at all. God! This was Ye Chen's first thought. Facing this breath, he was instinctively afraid. This is God's power as hell. But soon the breath disappeared. Many people fell from above. This time Ye Chen didn't dare to perceive and check. I don't know when I can become a god. Ye Chen muttered to himself silently. Now he doesn't really want to get close to Amelia to kill some sense of existence. Ye Chen planned to hide his presence. Then follow these people out of here. However, it seems not so easy. Someone was flying directly towards him. He knows who it is without feeling. It was his teacher, Gandalf. Sure enough, before long, Gandalf fell directly in front of him. Meet the teacher. Ye Chen bowed his head and called out respectfully without the slightest hesitation. Gandalf looked at Ye Chen and didn't ask anything more, just asked a common question. Are you officially a priest? Yes, teacher, I'm officially a priest. Ye Chen didn't say anything else, just responding to the teacher's expectations. I will take you back as a teacher. Gandalf took Ye Chen directly out of the trial space. I didn't meet up with others, and I didn't ask about things here. As long as his apprentice is fine. The rest is not his job. His responsibilities are no lighter than anyone else's. Ye Chen let his teacher take him away, which is what he wanted. Appearing in front of people will always attract attention, which is not very good for him. As the only disciple of the town demon palace, he enjoys resources that many people do not have. Sometimes you will be hated. Or feel uncomfortable. Most people would only think that a disciple with average talent would have so many resources. Or if it wasn't that he was the only disciple in the demon town hall, he wasn't jumping around at the novice priest level. Few people would think that he could stay in the demon town hall, but others could not. His resources are exchanged for being able to be taken advantage of by the will of the abyss at any time. However, his teacher was really nice to him. I'm officially a priest, what magic equipment do you want? Gandalf asked Ye Chen on the way back. Gandalf is very pleased to have been an official priest for 3.5 years. This is no different from other genius disciples. Of course, the follow-up may be pulled. But for him, it was still very gratifying. What the teacher gives, the disciple wants. Chen said in a low voice. He actually didn't know what he wanted. You are making it difficult for your teacher. Gandalf said with a smile. There was no trace of embarrassment in his eyes. It seems that I already know what to send. Chen also had some expectations. The next day, Chen received a black-white egg. Egg. It's not much bigger than an egg after all. It's a magic pet. Gandalf said with a smile. This is a mutated Fengma white tiger monster egg. It is said that after it was born, it fell near a crack in the abyss. Under normal circumstances, once a normal monster touches the breath of the abyss, it will definitely die. However, the egg unexpectedly survived. So it is possible to adapt to the breath of the abyss. However, it has something to do with the abyss, and it has been tested many times for the teacher. Make sure there is no problem before I dare to hand it over to you. Now that you are officially a priest, there is no big problem. Gandalf looked at Chen and said calmly. There are no other disciples in the demon town hall, so I will leave this monster egg to you. Chen accepted the monster egg, bowed his head and said. Thank you, teacher. There are no disciples in the temple of demon suppression, and he is still young after all, so he will inevitably feel lonely. Moreover, the disciples of the temple of demon suppression are not welcomed by the disciples of other peaks. Then his teacher prepared Warcraft eggs for him. A monster egg that can survive in the demon town hall. After accepting the monster egg, Chen felt that it would hatch in a few days. But he was wrong. 3 years have passed. The egg next to him has not yet hatched. This made Chen think, is the egg dead? But he checked, and there were indeed signs of life, and it was very stable. It's like falling asleep. Forget it, wait a little longer, maybe it will hatch in a few years. Continue to retreat. Now, he finds it surprisingly difficult to be promoted to a person favored by the holy light. In 3 years, he could only barely enter the middle stage of the great priest. To achieve consummation, it will take decades. Ordinary disciples can't live for hundreds of years. At this moment, Chen could sense how difficult it is to become a mythical class. Chapter 32. In the following days, Chen has been in retreat, after returning from the 8th secret trace hall. He didn't bother with the outside world anymore. I have been hiding in the underground space, receiving rewards and practicing. 3 years and 3 years. His teacher suddenly found him that day. Teacher. Seeing Gandalf entering the underground space, Chen naturally got up immediately to greet him. Are you making the underground space your home? Gandalf looked at Chen and asked. There was a hint of a smile in his voice. Today, Chen came to Genmo Temple, and it has just turned out to be the 10th year. This is something that has never been done before. In the past, the town demon palace didn't care about any disciples, no matter how special they were. There is no way to stay here for a few years. Not in 5 years. Let alone 10 years. So from the beginning, only the disciples with high aptitude were accepted, and the disciples with common aptitude were reduced. No reason, because disciples with high talents stay for a shorter time. The talent is too good, the heart has great ambitions, and it is easier to be invaded by the will of the abyss. Of course, the common disciples weren't that strong either. Chen was a real surprise to him. I feel that I can practice faster here, and I don't want to leave for a while. Chen bowed his head. He was telling the truth. Gandalf. His apprentice was actually reluctant to leave the abyssal breath that everyone avoided. For a moment he wanted to laugh. In the end I held back. Go down the mountain and buy a bottle of good wine. Gandalf threw a lot of magic stones to Chen. Chen took the magic stone and was a little curious for a moment. Why did the teacher suddenly ask him to buy a bottle of good wine today? He has been in the demon town hall for so long, and he has never seen the teacher drink. Of course, doubts are doubts, buying wine is not difficult, and he will naturally not refuse. Is teacher. Afterwards, Chen left the demon town hall. Now his strength is still in the middle stage of the great priest. The medicine from the temple of demon suppression can't help him, after all, there is no other medicine from advanced. So you can only count on receiving rewards. In the past few years, when I received rewards, I got some repetitive things. But there is also something else. For example, some magic equipment, runes, spells. It's just rarely useful. What he is practicing now is basically the original meditation method, the phantom speed force, and the power of the copper boltanos. The power of the copper boltanos has been cultivated by him to the level 5 power of the copper boltanos. It is very difficult to go further. But the power of the level 5 copper boltanos, he roughly estimated, is many times stronger than the power of the previous level 4 copper boltanos. If he was allowed to go to the trial space again, he might be able to confront the person behind the scenes head-on. As for the 8th Secret Trace Academy, he also got some news, saying that some disciples were swapped out, which caused the accident. Seeking revenge from the giant dragon clan is actually just an excuse. The real purpose is to test the treasures of space, but it is very difficult to obtain hidden treasures. In order to find a way, they used the cruel method of blood sacrifice. That's why that scene happened. Chen didn't care whether the matter was true or not. He didn't care who was lying. As long as you don't find him. Yes, from beginning to end, no one mentioned him. His teacher didn't mention it either. So from the current point of view, he is well hidden and has not been discovered. Recently, I have time to practice swordsmanship. When going down the mountain, this thought flashed through Chen's mind. Because he has always focused on attack power, he spends most of his time cultivating the power of the copper boltanos. For swordsmanship or something, the number of times of practice is very small. It's just simple proficiency. It may not be useful against the enemy. But swordsmanship is relatively normal, and he cannot use the power of the copper boltanos in front of others. In fact, there are many things that he cannot use in front of people. Fortunately, he has a lot of magic equipment and potions after staying in the demon town hall all these years. Of course, magic pets also have them. Only. For some unknown reason, 6 years have passed, but his magic pet has not been able to hatch. But the breath of life is definitely not a problem. He asked his teacher. His teacher's eyes were also darkened. So, we can only wait. Maybe wait another 2 years to hatch. You still expect to watch the door for me, but now it's all right, there's an extra trouble. Chen sighed inwardly. Now I help to check whenever I have time, and then pour some spirit liquid on it. Prevent the other party from malnutrition. Unable to break out of the shell, Chen left the church all the way. There are some places under the mountain, which can also be regarded as the location of the church. It is said that the old sweepers in some places may be some elders of the church. It's just a matter of self-cultivation at the foot of the mountain. Anyway, the rumors never stopped. As for true or false, no one knows. The probability is really high. Among these rumors, one is related to alcohol. That is the old wine tavern under the church. I heard that the best wine in the church is here. Arrive. Chen stood in front of the tavern, looking at the shabby tavern. It mainly sells wine here, so there are not so many people. As for rest, there are very few people staying under the sanctuary, so no one will stay to rest. After all, they are not common people, so it is not a big problem whether they rest or not. When I entered the tavern, I saw a few common wooden tables, but there were no customers. Boom! Chen knocked on the counter. He saw a child sleeping on the counter. Is a little boy. When the little boy got up, Chen said softly. A nice bottle of wine. Grandpa hasn't come back yet, we need to wait for a while. Good wine can only be opened by Grandpa. The little boy looked at Chen and rubbed his eyes. How long will it take? Chen asked softly. I don't know, maybe in the evening. The little boy said. Chen nodded, then sat on the side and waited. He doesn't know what good wine is, but he just needs to wait in peace. While Chen was waiting, another person walked into the door. Chapter 33 is a woman. Chen looked over, and the power on the opponent made Chen feel a little strange, as if a little messy. Out of curiosity, he took a look. I found out that it was a little girl who looked like a village girl, and her clothes were very common, or rather worn out. Orcs? This was Chen's first thought. He was very surprised, what kind of orc would dare to walk around like this under the sanctuary? The other party came in, looking a little cautious, looking around, trying to see if anyone was there. Soon she saw Chen. At that moment, Chen could feel that the other party was startled, his hands and feet were a little at a loss, and his whole body was a little flustered, as if he wanted to escape, but also seemed to want to come in. Soon she made up her mind, and she walked to the counter with her brow lowered. Perhaps seeing that Chen is just an official priest, he became a little bolder. Yes, Chen is only officially a mid-priest on the surface. 10 years of strength, reaching the middle stage of official priests, is actually quite powerful. Although it is just the middle stage of the official priest. Chen didn't pay attention to the orc who came in suddenly. This orc doesn't look weak, and has the strength of an advanced priest. However, her strength is not weak among the new generation of disciples. For the church as a whole, it is simply a small animal. It's normal for the other party to be so flustered. Because it is easy to meet the strong man of the temple here. Great priests and patrons of the holy light can be found everywhere. It is also possible to meet a mythical level powerhouse. As an orc, it's hard to say what will happen. It seems that I came here on an adventure, but I don't know why. Although Chen was curious, he didn't have too many plans. He came to buy good wine. Here, give me a jug of common wine. It was the voice of the female orc. She stood in front of the counter and handed out a gourd and a magic stone. The magic stone was well wrapped by her, as if worried about losing it. Chen lowered his head and didn't care. Just wait in peace. At this time, a person walked into the door again. It was another woman, but the moment she walked in, she really scared the female orc in front of the counter. It seems to be suppressed by nature. Long way. Chen felt it immediately. Amelia. The moment that person walked in, Chen knew who it was. At this time, Amelia is still amazing. The injury on her right cheek seems to have disappeared, and there are still some very faint marks when I look at it again. As if the dissipation was only temporary. Amelia came in, she first glanced at Chen, and then at the female orc. The female orc's hair stood on end, and she immediately walked outside with her wine down and her head down. When he walked, his body trembled. It seemed that she was afraid that Amelia would make a sudden move. But in the end Amelia just watched the female orc leave without doing anything. She also went to the counter. A good bottle of wine. Chen thought that the other party would have to wait just like him. But he found out he was wrong. This is your good wine. The boy handed out a bottle of wine to Amelia. Chen. Feeling treated differently. Amelia took the wine, then turned to look at Chen, and said. Junior brother also wants good wine. Chen immediately got up and nodded. Yes. In fact, he doesn't even know what good wine is. His teacher said so, so he passed it on. Junior brother, it's best to say one day in advance, so that the boss will be ready before he leaves, otherwise we can only wait for the boss to come back. Amelia reminded. Thank you, senior sister, for reminding me. Ye Chen thanked immediately. He understood why Amelia could get the wine directly. But his teacher didn't tell him such a thing. However, it is still possible to buy it on the same day, and it is not a big problem. Just wait a moment. He is not in a hurry. Amelia then turned and left. She is still very impressed with the disciple of Town Demon Palace. But the disciples of the Town Demon Palace will go down the mountain? After what happened 6 years ago, the disciples of the Town Demon Palace stopped participating in many things, as if to avoid what happened 6 years ago. Ye Chen watched Amelia leave. People from other peaks of the temple, who know their full names, are probably this Amelia. Of course, he didn't think about getting acquainted with this senior sister, he just needs to retreat. Receive rewards with peace of mind and practice with peace of mind. When it becomes a myth, you can go out and walk around more. Of course, Joey's the astral world, gods, demons, and dragons a bunch. Still extremely dangerous. Once you are above God, you can often go out and walk around. It should be fine. Then Ye Chen didn't care about anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate his xingxing. Soon, it was afternoon. Ye Chen sat there waiting, never moving. The boy at the counter looked at Ye Chen curiously, he felt that this person was different from others. It was so quiet. Will you fall asleep? The boy was curious. He looked at Ye Chen for half an afternoon, but he didn't feel that Ye Chen moved or made any noise. Must be asleep. The wine bottle behind you is about to fall. Ye Chen opened his eyes, looked at the boy, and kindly reminded him. It was only at this time that the boy came back to his senses, and then looked behind him. It was found that there was indeed a wine bottle shaking, as if it could fall to the ground at any time. Without saying a word, the boy caught the wine bottle. Many thanks. By the way, Grandpa should be back soon. After the boy put the wine bottle away, he continued. Every time a wine bottle was dropped, Grandpa would come back after a while. It was as if the wine bottle was reminding me. Ye Chen nodded slightly. He felt that he was not reminding the boy, but to see if the boy was being lazy. But it was just a coincidence that he could find it. There was a sudden breakthrough in xingxing just now. As long as there is enough time to be promoted to the patron of the holy light, there shouldn't be any major problems. Being in the underground space, Ye Chen is very concerned about these things. Although the will of the abyss is far away from him, he can't be too lax after all. Sailing against the current, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Not long after, Ye Chen heard a voice from behind the tavern. It should be that the tavern owner is back. Chapter 34. Really? An old man came from behind the tavern. An old man who looks very energetic. Ye Chen immediately got up and came to the counter. Grandpa, he wants good wine. At this time, the boy immediately asked for Ye Chen. The old man didn't look at Ye Chen, but at the unbroken wine bottle. After glancing at the wine bottle, the old man looked at Ye Chen and said. Did you bring the magic stone? Bring it. Ye Chen handed over all the magic stones given by his teacher. The old man glanced at the magic stone, then put it away. Then he took the top wine from the wine cabinet. It's a small bottle, about 2 or 3 mouthfuls. He puts the wine on the counter. Boy, in order to enter the Yulong River, I have spent my life. Give this wine to that person and it will surely get you straight into the heart of the Yuran River. If you tell him that there is only the last bottle of this wine left, he will be more enthusiastic. Ye Chen had some doubts in his heart. Iron River? He doesn't know. Could it be that the teacher wants me to enter the Yulong River? Where the hell is the Yulong River? He doesn't know either. However, the other party was obviously reminding them kindly. Thank you senior for reminding me. Ye Chen thanked him. Then he turned back with the wine. Today's task is considered complete. But he could also tell that the owner of this tavern was not like a commoner. As for strength, he can't see it right now. It should be a little strong. Next time you are free, you can come here to devour the original energy. Ye Chen thought secretly. Then headed all the way to the church. After Ye Chen left, the old man looked at the boy with surprise in his eyes. What's the trick today, that the wine bottle didn't break? Ah! The young man didn't understand, but Grandpa seemed to think that he found that the wine bottle was about to fall. How did Grandpa know that the wine bottle was about to fall? The boy had a flash of doubt. Seeing the surprised look of the young man, the old man knew that things were unlikely to be as he thought. Tell me, how did you keep the wine bottle? The old man looked at the ground and said. Just fell asleep on the ground and fell on you. No. The boy said immediately. I'll just sleep on my stomach. Old man. It's just that Big Brother reminded me when I was in a daze. Speaking of this, the boy was in high spirits and said in surprise. The Big Brother was sitting there just now, his eyes were obviously closed, but he knew that the bottle was about to drop. I didn't believe it at first, but when I looked back, I realized that it was true. Grandpa, how did he do it? Has he opened his eyes? Even with the eyes of the sky open, the wine bottle cannot be seen falling. The old man wanted to reply like this. But he wanted to find out who the Big Brother was. Who are you talking about? The old man asked. The one who bought the wine just now. The boy said. Are you sure he's sitting there? The old man pointed to the corner. The boy nodded affirmatively, and added. He still has his eyes closed. The old man was a little surprised. Even a little shocked. It's just the middle stage of the official priest, can you perceive the bottle I left behind? What kind of heart is this person? You must know that the wine bottle he left behind is mainly based on Xingxing. Either the strength surpasses him, or the heart is unique. Otherwise, it would be impossible to perceive it. It was specially prepared for the little guy watching the store. Others belong to people outside the room. From outside the room, explore the inside of the room. This kind of heart. Even if it can't be called transcendent, it's already approaching, right? This kind of person needs to bring wine to that guy when he goes to Yulong River. It's really hard to tell. I don't know which branch he is a disciple of, and whose sect he worships. Ye Chen walked all the way to the church, but when he was halfway, he heard something not far ahead. It was like the cry of a wild animal. Then he continued to walk up without feeling any struggle. Not to deter. Soon Ye Chen came to a broken wall. He glanced down. Then I saw two people hiding below. Or two orcs. A man and a woman. At this time, there seemed to be a fire burning in front of the man. There are cracks in the body. Quint, this is a healing potion that can relieve your injuries. Leave me alone, I can't be saved. No, no. The female orc shook her head in disbelief. At this time, Quint wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw a figure on the broken wall. He was shocked. Immediately protected the female orc behind her. Then he knelt down and knelt down. Please forgive me, my lord. Ye Chen was a little surprised by the other parties kneeling. At this time, the female orc also saw Ye Chen. She bowed her head and dared not say anything. Somewhat at a loss, wanting to lead someone to escape. Ye Chen looked at them, and finally turned and left. But before leaving, he left a word. This is the only way to go to the church. These two orcs are hiding here, looking like they are dying. Seeing that these two only came here not long ago, they don't know the route. Of course, Ye Chen just reminded me by the way. As for whether the two are dead or alive, he doesn't care. At this time, the two orcs looked at each other, and then with the support of the female orc, they left the place. Just before leaving, he bowed respectfully in the direction Ye Chen left. When it was getting dark, Ye Chen returned to the demon town hall. Teacher, your wine. Ye Chen was going to give the wine to his teacher. But before the words were finished, Gandalf said, "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times." Ye Chen was puzzled, but still knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Seeing Ye Chen knelt down and kowtowed, Gandalf said again, "Pass the wine up, and say something to honor the teacher." Now Ye Chen was even more puzzled. What is the teacher doing? It's just that he didn't refuse. After handing over the wine bottle, Ye Chen opened his mouth and said, "Honor the teacher." Gandalf took the wine and laughed loudly. "Okay, from today onwards, you are the Master's first disciple, and you are also the son of God of the Temple of Demon Suppression." Chapter 35. Looking at the limit of my official priest, let me go to the 8th secret hall to test the space. Ye Chen was a little curious. His teacher rarely looked for him. There is probably something to look for. Looking for it now, the high probability is to go to the trial space to find the possibility of promotion. "Teacher, you really disrupt my rhythm." Ye Chen looked at the elf's sacred object, the essence of life, and then put it away. "Want to see what the teacher is up to before eating? Someone wants to come to the underground space." Ye Chen was a little surprised when he saw the news from his teacher. In the past 40 years, no one has ever visited the Demon Town Hall, let alone the underground space. For normal disciples, if the strength of the underground space is not enough, it is better not to get close. There is no way for the disciples of the Temple of Demon Suppression not to approach. That's why it has to be. Otherwise, why would the Demon Town Palace have no disciples? In fact, don't say that the Town Demon Palace has not recruited disciples these years. Even if it does recruit disciples, it will not be able to stay here for a long time. "I'm coming today." It seems that these people need to be sent away in order to be promoted to the patron of the Holy Light. Ye Chen got up, ready to go outside to meet those people. He is the only disciple of the Town Demon Palace. If he doesn't go, why let his teacher go? Obviously unreasonable. Before leaving, Ye Chen came to the magic pet egg and poured some psychic liquid to ensure that it would not suffer from malnutrition. Right. 30 years and almost 40 years. From his superficial promotion to official priest, after his teacher gave him a magic pet, this egg hasn't changed in any way. No signs of cracking at all. At first Ye Chen was more attentive. Later, when the flower grows, I water it and change the soil when I have time. It is not common soil, but soil with some temperature. His teacher brought it from other places, saying that when incubating monsters, temperature is very important. As it turned out, there was no difference. This magic pet just won't come out. Ye Chen is already used to it not coming out, and if one day it breaks out of the shell, he might not be used to it. But he checked, and the breath of life has not weakened in the slightest. Possibly a plant egg. Quiet as always. Ye Chen looked at the plant egg and shook his head. Then he turned around and walked out of the underground space. When going out, Ye Chen found that the sun had just risen. There is still half a day before those people arrive. But he didn't care, and went directly to the foot of the Temple of Demon Town, waiting for those people to arrive. In fact, he didn't know who it was. Anyway, his teacher asked him to pick it up. It should be Bifeng's disciple. If he is not a disciple, he is not needed. As for the disciples, there is probably no one who can suppress him in terms of status. After all, he is the godson of the Temple of Demon Suppression. In the future, 80% will inherit the Temple of Demon Suppression. It's a chore though. But, it sounds awesome. It was still early when Ye Chen came to the foot of the Demon Town Hall. He found a place to stand and watched the changes of the clouds in the sky by the way. He remembered that he had a magic trick related to clouds. The more you understand the cloud, the more powerful it becomes. A special magic called Holy Fall Blessing. It's a bloodline secret technique similar to adding luck, but it happens to be magic. It is not the income from receiving rewards, but the records of the Town Demon Palace. It is said that it is difficult to practice. Unfortunately, he learned. Probably because of the stone of truth. Just because I don't know much about the cloud, I have never used it. Ye Chen looked at the sky, Yunwan Yunshu, as if watching the changes of the world. In the dark, he felt that he was not looking at the clouds, but the changes in the sky and the earth. At this moment, the soul was blessed, and the clouds in the sky became seven-colored in his eyes. It seems that as long as he is willing, the holy fall blessing will fall. On the road to town demon hall, 3 people came. Each of them is a disciple at the level of a great priest. 2 women and 1 man. This time there is no elders to accompany. I heard that in the past they were accompanied by elders. The disciple of the Holy Light Hall said curiously. I heard that there used to be no disciples in the temple of demon suppression, but now there is a disciple in the temple of suppressing demons, who is still the eldest disciple. Bai Liar, the priest of the Holy Light Mage Academy, turned to look at the third person and said curiously. Junior sister Amelia should know. It seems that the disciples of the town demon palace were also in the trial space before the time when the accident happened. There is a disciple. Amelia walked aside and nodded calmly. She was also a little surprised that the other party could become a direct disciple of the town demon palace. It is said that town demon hall has never had a direct disciple. If he wanted to stay in the demon town hall for 10 years, none of the disciples could do it. Not even her. 10 years is very short for them, but 10 years in the town demon temple can directly destroy people. Therefore, that junior can stay in the demon suppressing palace for 10 years. It is indeed surprising. This is also the reason why they don't need to be accompanied by their elders, because they don't need to be greeted by the uncle from the demon town hall. I heard that this junior brother has a great heart, and when he got the magic equipment back then, he became a blockbuster. It's just that talent is average. But after so many years, the town demon palace has enough resources, enough for him to be promoted to the great priest, right? If it doesn't work, there are official priest limits. Jing Ting said. Suppressing demon palace shouldn't focus on strength, right? Bai Liar didn't talk about this topic, but asked curiously. I remember that there is a kind of magic close to the secret art of blood in the temple of Demon Town, called Holy Fall Blessing. If the younger brother will meet, can we ask the younger brother to help us perform it? Holy Fall Blessing? A magic that brings good luck. Jingting was a little disbelieving. It is said that this magic requires very high spiritual power, not to mention casting 7 colored clouds. Even if you want to learn it, it is very difficult. In the past, some old-timers might know it, but others learned it, but it backfired. So this technique was only left in the demon suppressing hall in the end. At present, in the entire holy hall, it seems that only the master in the temple of demon suppression can do it. How old is that junior from Demon Town Hall? Impossible, right? Bai Liar also thought it was impossible. She has some understanding of the difficulty of this magic. Few people learn it. It seems that there are other requirements besides psychic power. It takes a lot of time, and few people spend time on it. It's fine if you spend enough time learning it, but most people, even if they spend a lot of time, still can't learn it. This led to the Holy Church, and few people went to learn the Holy Blessing technique. Chapter 36. It's not normal, I just said it casually. After all, the difficulty of the Holy Fall Blessing technique is obvious to all. He just felt that since the other party was the only disciple of the town demon palace, he must have something special, and it would happen if it happened. Bai Liar said softly. Actually, the focus of the Holy Fall Blessing technique is not the power of the mind, but the understanding of the laws of heaven, earth, and cloud. This kind of understanding is rare, so few people can learn it. The juniors in the temple of demon suppression are not very old, so it will not be normal. It is said that the uncle of the town demon palace also realized it by accident. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the junior brother of town demon hall. It's not normal to meet. Amelia said calmly. She had no other intentions, just seeking truth from facts. In case there are always people who think that the Holy Fall blessing technique belongs to the Temple of Demon Suppression, and the people of the Temple of Demon Suppression should be able to do it, it cannot be because of poor talent. For things, not for people. Indeed, and the juniors of the town demon palace have relatively limited talents, so they should spend their time on cultivation. It is not wise to waste a lot of time practicing the Holy Fall blessing technique, said Toby, nodding. Amelia glanced at the other party and didn't say much. Speaking of which, I heard that if someone comprehends the Holy Fall blessing technique, there will be a rainbow hanging in the sky. Lyra looked up at the sky and continued. Like that, gorgeous, dazzling. When she said this, Lyra froze for a moment. She was a little horrified. It's a rainbow? Is it raining today? Toby and Amelia were also looking at the sky at this time. They also saw a rainbow that suddenly hung in the sky. It's no different from a normal rainbow after a rain. If they hadn't discussed the blessing of the Holy Fall, they wouldn't have felt much of it, but they had just discussed the vision of understanding the blessing of the Holy Fall, and this vision appeared. It's hard to accept for a while. It should be a coincidence, and this is the rainbow hanging in the Demon Town Hall. In addition to the three of us, there are only the uncle and the younger brother in the Genmo Temple. That uncle has already realized that junior brother should come back to pick us up, it is impossible for him to be cultivating. Toby analyzed it, and then came to a conclusion. So, there must be a rainbow just in time today. Yes, it must be so. Lyra replied with a smile. She felt that she was worrying too much. Then what vision will follow? Amelia asked suddenly. Follow up. Lyra thought for a while and said. It seems that people who understand will have a 7-colored light suddenly appearing on their body. Is that so? Amelia asked, pointing at the figure in front of her. At this time, Lyra and Toby looked over immediately, and then they saw a person standing there in front of him. He looked at the sky, and the light of 7-colored flashed across his body. But it was just a flash, like a hallucination. Well, Toby. Can't it? Has anyone really comprehended the Holy Fall blessing technique? It should have been a hallucination just now, or it was not this kind of vision that comprehended the blessing of the Holy Fall. The other party is too young, he has only practiced for 30 or 40 years. The strength of the official priest limit. Chen came back to his senses, he felt that he had a new understanding of the Holy Fall blessing technique, and he could experiment with plant eggs when he had time. It doesn't feel like it works. At this time Chen saw 3 people standing in front of him. 1 man and 2 women. The woman seems to have seen one. Amelia. Chen remembered immediately. At this time, Amelia's face did not have any patterns, probably because her injuries had healed. As for the appearance of the other party, it hasn't changed at all over the years. His face was as calm as ever. Chen had never seen the other 2. But what is certain is that these 3 people are all very powerful. Moreover, I don't know if it is an illusion. He felt that the physical strength of these 3 people was very strong. I've met senior brothers and sisters, and the teacher asked me to pick them up to go to the underground space. Chen said, neither humble nor overbearing. His teacher asked him to pick them up, but didn't say which ones. It's just the 3 of us, so I'm going to have to thank you, junior brother. Amelia said. Brothers and sisters, come with me. Chen led the way ahead. Chen walked in front, and the others followed. Although this junior is only as strong as a formal priest, the 3 of Amelia are guests after all. Toby and Lyra, who were following behind, looked at Chen, hesitant to speak. They saw that scene just now, so they wanted to ask what was going on. Have you really comprehended the Holy Fall blessing technique? Amelia walked calmly, as if she didn't care about anything. Especially without responsibility. She doesn't have to worry about too much. Do you know why we came here? Bai Liar asked Ye Chen from the side. The teacher never told you. Ye Chen just shook his head calmly. He really didn't know why these people came to the underground space. It's not a good place. Staying for a long time is not good for cultivation. Even if these people are also practicing origin meditation, they cannot escape the side effects of the underground space. Without enough resistance, it is easy to go crazy. It has since been destroyed. We will stay at the entrance of the underground space for a few months, so these days may disturb the younger brother. Bai Liar said. Ye Chen glanced at the senior sister, then shook his head and said. If senior sister is only at the entrance of the underground space, then it won't bother me. I live in an underground space. I usually don't go out without the teacher's order. Vel. Toby. Even Amelia was a little surprised this time. What is the underground space? Where does this junior live for a long time? Surely you won't go crazy? It's not like that if you have a good heart, right? Toby and the others were also very surprised. This junior brother must have been possessed, right? Because of Ye Chen's words, they didn't know how to respond. So they couldn't ask Ye Chen what happened just now. Bai Liar actually wanted to ask about Chen Guo's blessing technique. Chapter 37. Soon, Ye Chen led them to the entrance of the underground space. Brother and sister, do you want to go in and have a look? Ye Chen asked. Please, junior brother, lead the way. Toby said. Ye Chen's talent is average, and his strength is very low for them. But that's also the son of the god of the town of demons, and if he doesn't give face to the other party in the temple of towns, it means he doesn't want to use the underground space to practice. Ye Chen nodded, and then led the way ahead. It's the first time you enter the underground space, you'd better set up some defenses, otherwise you will be easily hit by the breath of the abyss. Ye Chen walked ahead and kindly reminded. Amelia and the others looked at Ye Chen and followed into the underground space. They were a little surprised when they entered. The strong abyssal breath rushed towards them directly. They have a feeling that if there is no protection, they will definitely be affected a lot. Not to mention staying in this kind of place for a long time, even if you stay for a while, it will have a big impact. It's just that when they looked at Ye Chen, they felt a little unbelievable. When they saw Ye Chen, it was found that Ye Chen who had entered the underground space had no protection at all, and he just walked in the breath of the abyss. The breath of the abyss could not affect him in the slightest. It seems to be integrated into it, and it is different from the breath of the abyss. Non-interference. This is Xingxing? At what level of Xingxing is it possible to achieve this level? Ignoring the influence of the breath of the abyss, the heart is like a mirror, and the best is like water, let Fang Yuan go. Whether it's Amelia or Toby. They all just heard that the disciples of the town demon palace had unusual temperaments, but they had never faced the extraordinariness of the other party. When we saw each other today, it was really better to be famous than to meet each other. It is not without reason that this junior can stay in the demon suppressing hall and have such cultivation resources. Even if other people can have half of this junior brother, they can stay in the demon town palace safely, right? What kind of disposition is it that junior brother can walk in the underground space mansion so casually? Toby couldn't help asking. Ye Chen glanced at the three of them, then shook his head and said. It doesn't have much to do with Xingxing, it's just getting used to it. They don't believe Toby. The breath of the abyss is not something you just get used to. If you really get used to it, it must have something to do with the creatures of the abyss. For example, practicing the abyss technique. But anyone can see that Ye Chen is practicing regular meditation. There is no sign of being affected by the breath of the abyss. This is something that can only be achieved by keeping your mind steady and not being disturbed. Ye Chen didn't care whether they believed it or not. Anyway, he got used to it little by little, and the improvement of his mind will make it easier for him to get used to it. Then Chen brought the three of them to the abyss passage. Still that door. Here, the door connects to the abyss, but you need to be at the mythical level to look directly at it. Chen explained. Amelia and the others nodded, and didn't intend to check the door, only at the mythical level. They are still far away from the mythical level. But they also saw that there was a small house in the underground space, and it seemed that people really lived there. Does this junior really live there? This is too scary, right? After giving them a general understanding of the underground space, Chen didn't care about these three people. They are only outside the underground space, and occasionally enter the underground space. After they went out, Chen returned to the small room. Because there are people, he plans to be promoted to the patron of the Holy Light 2 days later. 2 days passed in a flash. Chen is still sitting in the underground space. Those people really did not enter the underground space. It didn't matter to him. As for why they came, he also roughly understood. They came here to sharpen their spiritual consciousness, and they were all experts in body refining. Those two are related to cultivation techniques, and Amelia is a half-dragon family, and her physical body is already strong. They got something from the Yulong River, and they have enough conditions to use the breath of the abyss to temper the heart of the Holy Light. And the limit of their tempering is around the entrance of the underground space. As for how long it will be tempered, Chen doesn't know. But it doesn't matter if it doesn't affect him. After erecting a wooden sign at the entrance of the underground space, Chen took out the elf's sacred object, the essence of life, and today he will be promoted to be the patron of the Holy Light. After the patron of the Holy Light, his strength is not weak, and he can find a new place to receive rewards. Of course, it is impossible to leave the sanctuary. It's too dangerous outside, and his teacher will definitely not let him. Speaking of which, he has officially reached the limit of a priest, and there is a high probability that his teacher will let him go to the trial space. Once the limit is reached, his teacher will always find a way to help him break through. Therefore, it is safer to be promoted early. In case of encountering the person behind the scenes again, no one knows what will happen. With this thought in mind, Chen ate the holy thing of the elves, the essence of life. Chen felt that he had entered a kind of ocean of life after entering the elves' sacred object, the essence of life. Everything in the ocean, omniscient and omnipotent, can answer his current confusion and remove all obstacles for him. At this moment, Chen's magic power was running wildly. All the spiritual consciousness is condensed in everything, as if a new change has appeared, like a plate of loose sand begins to solidify, turning into a human shape. Boom! Chen's mind began to expand directly after the spiritual consciousness took human form. It seems that the limited spiritual world begins to expand infinitely. The blurry place began to become clear, and the originally peaceful mind became indestructible at this moment. This is the patron of the Holy Light. Although there is no substantial change in power, the spiritual consciousness surpasses the previous one. Even if it is invaded by the will of the abyss, there is enough buffer. It seems to have resilience. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the patron of the Holy Light will not be destroyed immediately. If you protect the heart of light, you will have a chance to start over. This situation lasted for a long time, and Chen could feel that he was much stronger. Level 5 Copper Boltano's power is directly promoted to Level 5 Copper Boltano's power. It can even continue to go up. The Phantom Speed Force also began to undergo brand new changes. This is the patron of the Holy Light. If the Great Priest represents a change from a child to a teenager, then the Holy Light's caretaker means that a teenager becomes an adult. Further up is the legendary level. Refining the heart of Holy Light combined with the heart of magic, communicating with nothingness, and finding the mythical door. Capturing undead nature into mythical rank. Of course, what Chen has to do now is to continue to practice, enter the limit of the Holy Light's caretaker, and then step into the legendary level. Although it is one step closer to eternal life, it will become more and more difficult in the future. As for the sacred object of the elves, the essence of life, Chen felt a little pity, but he didn't regret it. The current strength is the real strength. As a half-dragon family, Amelia's cultivation speed is so fast, once she is targeted, she will be in danger. He had fought against that person before, and if the other party suspected him, they would target him. Then it will be too late to eat the elf's sacred object, the essence of life. After that, Chen didn't think about it anymore. What he needed to do now was to continue to practice and hit the legendary level. However, he wanted to change places to receive the reward. Go to the old wine tavern, just in time to bring the teacher a jug of good wine. 30 years have passed, I don't know if that hotel is still there. Chapter 38. Chen came to the plant egg and poured some spiritual liquid. Then go outside. He has been promoted to the patron of the holy light, and he feels that the surrounding scenes are much clearer. It seems to change from common pixels to high-definition pixels. But it doesn't affect anything. When he came to the entrance of the underground space, Chen took the wooden sign. There are actually 2 words written on it, "Do not disturb." Not anymore. After all, he has been promoted successfully. Chen came out, and the sky was already bright at this time. The 3 of Amelia are working together to draw a formation. It should be used for training. Chen took a look and found that it was the formation of purification and baptism. It's somewhat similar to his exorcism spell. But it's completely different. There is a big gap between formation and spell. Of course, if you want to stay in the temple of demon suppression, even practicing the exorcism spell all the time is not enough. He had the idea of origin meditation, and then practiced the pure sand, and then practiced the exorcism spell. That's why it's so easy to stay in the demon town hall. As for whether other people can stay like this, he doesn't know. Maybe it's easier for him to see more clearly because he has been a human being in 2 lifetimes. Junior brother is going out. Toby looked at Chen. Chen nodded and said, "Don't bother the 3 senior brothers and sisters." Then he turned and left. I just took a second look at the formation of purification and baptism, and the position I looked at was the formation under Toby's feet. It feels uncoordinated. Is there anything wrong with the formation? Toby asked curiously, looking down at the formation under his feet. He felt that it was possible that this junior was curious about the formation. After all, this formation is not simple. It's just that he didn't ask the other party if he would take care of the junior brother's emotions, so they could stay here longer. Chen didn't speak, just shook his head, and then walked all the way down the mountain. Watching Chen leave, Toby said curiously, "Is this junior brother curious about this formation?" Amelia didn't speak, and continued to draw the formation. "I feel that this junior brother has few words and few expressions. Apart from being unaffected by the breath of the abyss, it looks like nothing special. However, the disciples of the demon suppressing hall have mediocre talents. It's normal to have less strength and less knowledge. Probably the previous 7-colored light, maybe it was really a coincidence, and I didn't have a chance to ask. In case the other party does not, it seems that we are insulting people." Bai Lyre shook her head and said no more. "Bad talent doesn't mean you have less knowledge," Amelia said blankly. She is stating a fact. The others did not refute, but continued their formation. "Before the sun goes down today, you can practice. These days, they can stay here for a long time. It would be even better if he could borrow the breath of the abyss to reach the limit of the great priest, and then break through the patron of the holy light. It's just that it's a little difficult." As for the purification and baptism array, Chen felt that there should be some problems. But those people are geniuses, and they should be able to see it by then. There's no need for him to bother. Everyone does not interfere with each other. Following the normal pace, Chen came to the church. This time he went down the mountain, he was not in a hurry. After all, good wine can't be bought until the afternoon. Go early, just want to sign in by the way. Let's see what it is. Hope for something good. Chen was walking in the woods. I found that the road here has changed a little since I haven't come down for 30 years. But the changes are not big. Just walking halfway, he found a rabbit coming towards him. A powerful rabbit. The limit of the advanced priest, but the breath is messy, which should be due to serious injuries. Chen didn't intend to pay attention to the other party, but the rabbit suddenly appeared in front of him, kneeling in front of him just like a human being. Looking at the rabbit, Chen frowned. He found that there was a crack on the rabbit's chest, as if it had been burned. At this moment its wound is still beating. After Chen stopped, Na suddenly kowtowed and pointed to the other side of the forest. As if to take him to see something. Seeing that it was still early, Chen said, "Lead the way." At this moment, the rabbit showed grateful eyes and kowtowed again. "Then lead the way." Soon Chen saw it. "I saw a woman lying in a valley somewhere. From a distance, it should be a woman in plain clothes. There is a glowing runestone next to the woman, which is an exorcism runestone. It's not a powerful magic equipment, and it has some effect on official priest-level monsters or orcs. That female orc should be an advanced priest, and theoretically shouldn't be so impatient. But he didn't die, but if he was suppressed by the exorcism runestones, it would have a lot of impact. Of course, the most dangerous one should be the owner of the exorcism runestone. It seems that this rabbit wants me to take this exorcism runestone." Chen came to the runestone to check. The owner of the runestone hadn't appeared for so long, so it was not normal to see it this way. After perceiving it, he found that there was nothing wrong with this runestone. And at this moment, Chen felt an attack coming towards him. The rabbit also suddenly squeaked. He kept pulling Chen's trousers. As if reminding something. Chen ignored it. He looked in the direction of the forest, when a sword light flashed. A sword came directly towards Chen. Facing a sword, Chen just raised his hand and flicked it lightly with the back of his index finger. Clang! The sword was directly flicked away by Chen's finger. Then a man landed in front of Chen. The man fell to the ground, and his sword fell to the ground together. Advanced priest limit. The moment Chen saw the other party, Chen knew the other party's state. Relatively speaking, he is about the same as him. Just now Chen didn't use the power beyond the limit. Therefore, the other party will not feel that he is concealing his strength. But whether the other party is a disciple of the Holy Church, he does not know. It is not unusual for there to be other people under the sanctuary. As long as they don't come near the sanctuary, nobody cares. But come closer, and they will know that the sanctuary is not called a holy place for nothing. This junior brother, they are my prey. The man opened his mouth as soon as he landed, and then reported himself. Harry, the 5th Nightly Order of Heresy Trial, who is your younger brother? Chen didn't answer this question, but looked at the exorcism runestone and said, "This is yours." The other party said it belonged to the 5th Heresy Trial Knights, so he believed it. It's not in the church, nor is it a normal meeting. So he doesn't intend to report himself. Yes. Saying that, Harry stretched out his hand to grab it. The exorcism runestone returned directly to his hand. I hope this junior brother will not take my credit. Chen took a look at the man's hand and found that there seemed to be a lot of hair on the back of the man's hand. When Chen examined it carefully, the other party immediately put away his hand. Do you have any questions, brother? No. With that said, Chen turned and left. Since it was someone else's prey, he didn't intend to intervene. Moreover, the other party seemed to have only the limit of an advanced priest, but there was a strange aura about this person. Not suitable for arguing. Chapter 39. Chen was about to leave, but the rabbit grabbed the corner of his clothes. I don't know how to live or die. Harry knocked the rabbit away with his palm. He said this to the rabbit, as if he said it to Chen. It's just that Chen didn't pay attention to this, he just looked back at the rabbit and found that there was a pleading in the other's eyes. As if begging him to stay, seeking his help and mercy. Without extra actions or words, Chen turned his head and left. Harry looked at Chen who was leaving, and then at the retreating hair on the back of his hand. Then a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chen, who seemed to have gone away, still felt that killing intent was aimed at him. I hope you can hold on until dark. Chen muttered to himself silently. Now he plans to go to the tavern to buy wine. Stop by to sign in. But the mountain is really not calm. Think about it too, even the church is not stable, let alone down the mountain. Outside, I can't even think about it. Not long after, Chen came to the old wine tavern. There were still no customers when we came in. But what surprised Chen was that the old man was actually there. Chen came to the counter and said softly. 1 bottle, senior, no, 2 bottles of good wine. In the past few decades, he has basically spent no money, and as a direct disciple, he can also receive some. So he can afford it. The old man looked at Chen, recognized him instantly, and said with a smile. The last time we met was 30 years ago. According to that little guy, you reminded him that the wine bottle was about to drop. Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. It's the younger generation who talk too much for a while. He didn't understand the other party's attitude towards this, but he still remembered it after 30 years, and it seemed that he cared about it. It is right to admit a mistake. Although he didn't know where he was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, he remembered that the bottle was specially arranged. Of course, it shouldn't be a big deal, otherwise he should have been found long ago. After all, in the face of this senior, even he who was promoted to the patron of the holy light, he couldn't see through it. Not much worse than his teacher. Grandpa, I caught the chrysalis you wanted. At this time, a child ran in. Is a teenager. Chen recognized it at a glance. It was the boy who looked after the store 30 years ago. It was the boy who reminded him that the bottle was about to drop. But Chen was immediately puzzled. 30 years later, why is the other party exactly the same as before? It was as if the years had left no trace on him. Big brother, long time no see. The boy said. At this time, he handed a snow-white chilling cicada pupa to the old man. Chen took a look at the chrysalis of the ice cicada, and then realized that the cicada was really a chrysalis of the ice cicada. The chrysalis of the chilling cicada is icy cold to the bone. This boy just grabs it with his bare hands? Strange. The old man took the frost cicada pupa from the young man's hand, and saw the puzzlement on Chen's face. A little bit. Chen nodded. Go to the back and wash your hands. The old man dismissed the boy, and put the chrysalis in a wine gourd. Is it doubt that he has not changed, or that he is catching the chrysalis with bare hands? All of them. According to the knowledge of the juniors, ordinary high priests can't catch the chrysalis with bare hands. There are only very few people with special constitution to do it. Chen still has a basic understanding of the chrysalis of the chilling cicada. Have you heard of the three-headed hell dog? The old man covered the wine gourd and continued. Good wine needs to wait for a while. Mythical monster hell three-headed dog. Chen didn't care about waiting. He has a certain curiosity about this hell three-headed dog. According to the other party, the child should have a certain relationship with the hell three-headed dog. It's not that he hasn't heard of the three-headed hell dog. But the three-headed hellhound he knew was notorious, and he only liked to follow the wicked. So what does the Cerberus have to do with this kid? What do you think will happen if the three-headed hell dog raises a human child? The old man looked at Chen and asked with a smile. Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Although there were some guesses, there was no opening. It will be affected by the blood, and it will more or less have the characteristics of the hell three-headed dog. The old man took out a plate of peanuts and continued. At the beginning of the world, mythical monsters were born in the world, surpassing the world, and it is difficult for the years to leave traces on them. It is normal to have a dream once in 1,000 years and live once in 100 years. Chen was a little shocked, but he didn't say much. In other words, because of the influence of the blood of the three-headed hell dog, the boy watching the shop could not grow as a normal person. Others are 1 year old, he may be 1,000 years old? From this, Chen knew one thing, this old man is definitely not simple. After all, he dares to say such things casually, and he doesn't care about other things at all. This is for you. The old man pushed the plate of peanuts to Chen and said curiously. By the way, which branch are you a disciple of? Junior, Chen is a direct disciple of the town demon hall. Chen whispered respectfully. Suppressing demon palace. The old man was a little surprised, and then he was a little relieved. No wonder. Then the old man took back the plate of peanuts and said with a smile. This peanut, no more. Chen. He doesn't quite understand. Does this senior have any problems with town demon palace? Or have a holiday with the teacher? Chen is unknown. But he didn't care either. Then he silently retreated to a corner and sat down, waiting for the good wine to finish. Fortunately, the other party did not say no to selling alcohol. After sitting down, Chen started to do business directly. One of the main purposes of coming here is to receive rewards. Soon he heard the system sound. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for devouring the original energy, a large amount, and obtaining the pure divine spring of divine water. Pure divine spring, water from the god realm, drunk for 3 years with 1 drop, dreamed for 10 years with a sip, and forgotten for 100 years with a bottle. Once you wake up, you will become legendary. After the system sound disappeared, Chen understood the meaning of the introduction. Is this saying that if you drink the pure spring, you can become a legendary when you wake up? Chen didn't believe it, but he checked the pure spring, and there was only 1 sip. Is this a sip, or a bottle? If 1 bottle is counted, then he will be drunk for 100 years? After 100 years, will you be able to reach the legendary level? Chapter 40. It seems that it is not a loss. But I can't be sure whether it is possible at any time, or whether it is possible to advance after the limit. The introduction wasn't clear enough, he needed to figure it out for himself. Once you get it wrong, you miss the opportunity to break the bottleneck. But no matter what, this divine water is of great use to him. Although it is not as good as the elves' sacred object, the essence of life. Afterwards, Chen didn't care about it, and put it away temporarily, and went back to check the information. In theory, it is his opportunity to break through the legendary level. However, I'm afraid it will take 100 years. This is not feasible for him. Without thinking too much, Chen closed his eyes, feeling peaceful in his heart. At this moment, it was as if he was sitting on the surface of a crystal-clear lake, without the slightest ripple on the surface of the lake. In this state, Chen can wait for a long, long time. Neither arrogant nor impetuous. Drop. A sudden ripple came into Chen's perception. He didn't open his eyes, but suddenly, he could see the tavern. Or the tavern broke into his heart and replaced his lake. Chen looked at the counter. He saw the boss holding a wine bottle and motioned to him. As if to say, your wine is ready. The next moment the tavern disappeared, and Chen returned to the calm lake. With doubts, Chen opened his eyes. At this time, I heard the voice of the boss. Come here and pay. Hearing the sound, Chen got up and walked over. It's just a little horrified in my heart. It's amazing, it actually broke into my spiritual world directly, without anyone noticing. If he's going to kill me. Ye Chen felt that he absolutely couldn't avoid it. Sure enough, the mountain is too dangerous. There are many people who hide their strength. But Ye Chen didn't show it, but came to the counter and handed over the magic stone. 2 bottles of good wine, take them. The boss said with a smile. After receiving the wine, Ye Chen put it away. After thanking him, he planned to leave. Before you know it, it's getting dark. Maybe going back this time will not be so smooth. He needs to be well prepared. Big brother, wait. Just as Ye Chen walked to the door, the boy handed over a small bag, which contained a lot of peanuts. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. The peanuts were much more than just 1 plate. This is... Ye Chen was puzzled. For the big brother, your wine is just right with this peanut. The boy explained. In fact, what Ye Chen wanted to ask was why he was sent. When he looked at the counter, he found that the old man, the owner of the tavern, was lowering his head to clean up. In desperation, Ye Chen took the peanut and thanked him. Thank you. After Ye Chen stepped away, the old man looked up. Come on, Gandalf has taken in a great student. The tavern owner watched Ye Chen leave, with surprise in his eyes. Although the talent is a bit short, it is enough. Perhaps it's because of a lack of talent that makes it so great. It's hard to have both, after all. No wonder Gandalf hasn't found a disciple all these years. Grandpa, what are you mumbling about? The boy came to the counter and asked curiously. Grandpa thinks that you are not young enough to start special training. The tavern owner looked at the boy and said. Juvenile. No, he is still very young. Ye Chen put away his things, feeling somewhat puzzled by the tavern owner's attitude. Obviously took back the peanuts, and finally gave more peanuts by default. What is this doing? Too many peanuts, expiring? Ye Chen doesn't know, but go back and ask the teacher, maybe he can know something. Of course, before going back, he needs to settle the matter now. Not long since he left the tavern. Someone has been following him. And using something to lead him to a more remote place. After confirming that the other party only had the limit of an advanced priest, he followed the other party's means and walked towards the remote place little by little. A place where almost no one passes by. When he came over, Ye Chen sensed again that there was an ambush here. Finally Ye Chen stayed in the mountain stream. Because there were 2 people in front of him, one fell to the ground was a woman with wounds and plain clothes. Ye Chen remembered that it was the female orc she saw before. And beside the female orc, there is also a hammered rabbit. Its chest seemed to be burning with fire, and it was covered with scars. Not only that, the hair on its body was almost stripped off, as if it had been tortured. And the other person is naturally the person I met before. Claiming to be a disciple of the 5th Heresy Trial Knights, Harry. Junior brother, we met again, you don't look very surprised. Harry looked at Ye Chen and smiled. At this time, they had already surrounded Ye Chen. What's the matter, brother? Ye Chen asked. Ye Chen really didn't understand why the other party was looking for him. Of course, there must be a reason for killing him. Either he knows too much, or he is not pleasing to the eye. After all, there must be a premise. Junior brother, do you know these 2 orcs? Harry looked down at the 2 orcs, and continued. Brother, I have something that was stolen by them, but I didn't find it on them. And these 2 orcs only had contact with their juniors. Junior brother should know where the things are, right? I don't know. Ye Chen answered directly. Harry didn't care about Ye Chen's denial, just said. Then I want to help my junior brother, mainly because I want to borrow something from my junior brother. Fate? Ye Chen asked. Harry. This time Ye Chen's answer made him a little surprised. Junior brother seems to have nothing to worry about. He thinks that everyone is at the limit of official priests. Is there nothing I can do about you? Harry didn't wrinkle, he felt that Ye Chen's behavior was a little abnormal. No, just curious why you wanted to kill me. Ye Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion. Answering irrelevant questions, Harry looked behind Ye Chen and said suddenly. Junior brother, look behind. After being reminded by the other party, Ye Chen looked behind. At that moment Harry moved. His hands turned into sharp claws, and the claws went straight to Ye Chen's neck. At this moment, Ye Chen's head was still looking backward. Harry just wanted to take advantage of this gap and make a sneak attack while the opponent wasn't paying attention. Do it in a fair way? This can cause unnecessary trouble. And on the road, it is too easy to be met. Hands-on is best suited here. Only. When he thought he was about to succeed, when he saw that his claws were only 3 inches away from Ye Chen's neck. I can't move. Chapter 41. What is this senior brother going to do? Ye Chen's head turned around, and one of his hands grabbed Harry's arm. Harry wanted to break free, but couldn't. He couldn't believe it, he used all his strength and didn't underestimate the other party. Why? Why did the opponent catch his attack so easily? You. The moment Harry opened his mouth, a clear voice followed. Click. It was the sound of an arm snapping. Ah! Puff! Harry's arm was directly ripped off by Ye Chen. Then dropped it on the ground. Harry backed away, and he looked at Ye Chen in horror. How is it possible? How could you have such a strong force? He could clearly feel that the other party unscrewed his arm without any effort. Look behind you. Ye Chen also said at this time. Do you think I believe it? Harry asked coldly. He just lost an arm, which doesn't mean he needs to be afraid of anything. Just a moment of horror. You need to believe. A cold voice came from behind Harry. It's Ye Chen's voice. The originally calm Harry shrank his pupils. Other side. When did you go behind him? As soon as the thought flashed, Harry was about to turn around and deal with it. It is a fatal problem to leave the back to the enemy. Even if he knew that the opponent's speed was a bit outrageous, even if he knew that he might not be able to do much, he still had to work hard to save himself. It's just that when he turned around, what he saw was a fist. This fist seemed to take over his entire world. No, it's impossible. Harry didn't believe that the opponent could mortally wound him with one punch. Boom! But he was wrong. The fist went straight for Harry's head. But in an instant, Harry just lost consciousness. He doesn't feel anything. Fear is too late to fear. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. Boom! The mist of blood spread like the rain of red. Ye Chen didn't pay any attention to Harry, who fell half-body to the ground. What he needs to care about now is other people. He worried that those people would run away. The opponent has a master at the level of a priest, and it is very troublesome for him to run. However, as the patron of the holy light, as long as he doesn't underestimate the other party, even if these people escape separately, they won't be able to escape very far. There will be no storms. Even so, Ye Chen will go all out. After all, accidents will not wait until you are ready. It's just that the other party's reaction surprised Ye Chen a little. These people did not flee, nor did they attack immediately. It's just that he sensed that the special magic equipment locked him. It wasn't prepared in advance, but they used it decisively because of me. You really think highly of me. But it's also really dangerous. The thought flashed by, and he tried to avoid the lock of the magic equipment, but found it difficult to escape. At this time, all those people were besieging, and a circle-like magic equipment opened the way in front of them. A total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. Headed by a middle-aged man, the Great Priest has mid-term strength. The remaining one is the early stage of the Great Priest, and 2 advanced priests. It seems that we really can't keep you. With the gravity circle, even if you are a great priest, it's useless. The middle-aged man rushed directly to Chen. The other party has already known some abnormalities and must not stay. And with the opponent's youth, at most the mid-term strength of the great priest. After all, the other party was wearing the clothes of a disciple of the Templar, not a deacon or a regional bishop. Chen frowned, he didn't look at those people. Instead, focus on the circle of gravity. The thing exerted tremendous gravity on him. But this gravity is only effective for the great priest. It's a pity. He, the patron of the holy light. Call. The gravity circle is coming directly to Chen. Chen did not sit still. He stepped out, and the power began to appear, and the power of the level 5 copper bowl town Yuasi exploded directly. Then Chen appeared in front of the gravity circle. He stretched out his hand and directly hit the anti-gravity ring. However, he was disappointed. He felt that the force of the gravity circle was much weaker than he expected. But in an instant, the gravity circle was held by Chen in his hands. Chen looked at those people and said softly, "This is your reliance." Click. After Chen's voice fell, the gravity circle was directly crushed by Chen. The 4 people who rushed over were stunned, but in the blink of an eye, why did the gravity circle fall into the other party's hands? Not only that, this person actually crushed the gravity circle? Aren't you at the level of a great priest? The middle-aged man finally came to his senses. At this moment he panicked. Must escape. He never thought that a young disciple would have the strength of a patron of the holy light. This is definitely a disciple of nearly 100 years. The costumes of the church are changed once in 100 years, and once in 1,000 years. It is clear at a glance when you started. It's a pity. Let you down. Chen spoke calmly. It's just that when his voice fell, he was already in front of the middle-aged man. How could he waste time standing and talking? Words can also act. He will not give the other party a chance with the strength of the other party's great priest. This time I can take out the gravity circle. Next time, maybe there will be magic equipment to deal with the Blessed One. So, don't hold back. And the middle-aged man who saw Chen's shot was terrified. For a moment he understood Harry a little bit, and great power was coming towards him. The extremely powerful fist almost covered the world in his eyes. The terrible breath seemed to tear his body apart. No, absolutely not. The middle-aged man wants to roar and fight back, but he can't. All he can do is wait for the attack to fall on him. He couldn't react. Boom! Chen punched the middle-aged man. The majestic force directly knocked the middle-aged man into the air, and when the middle-aged man was knocked into the air, he found that his body was disintegrating and turning into blood mist. Severe pain spread throughout the body. Before the painful voice had time to shout out, and the unwilling roar had not been conveyed, it turned into a blood mist. Boom! The blood mist spreads. After solving the big priest, Chen turned to look at the other 3 people. Facing Chen's gaze, the 3 subconsciously took a step back in fright. The gravity circle was crushed by the opponent's finger, and the great priest was killed by the opponent's punch in the middle stage. Nothing fancy, no wasted space. The opponent is decisive and will never show mercy. This kind of person is terrible, and the talent is so terrible. Who the hell did they mess with? Chapter 42. Your Excellency, we can talk. If you want magic stones or magic equipment, we can give them to you. The great priest said immediately in the early stage. He was terrified, and it was impossible to escape. Do you have any magic equipment to deal with the Blessed One? Chen asked. No, we don't. The person in the early stage of the great priest said immediately. Only at this time Chen came to the woman. A rune was flashing in the woman's hand, as if it was about to be activated. It seems there is. Chen's voice rang in the woman's ear. The woman looked at Chen, and suddenly heard the call of death. The woman looked at Chen in horror, her eyes covered with fear. She knew, the other party found out. She also understood that the other party would definitely kill her. But just a little bit, just a little bit. Give her a little more time, she might solve this person. But the person in front of her didn't give her any chance at all. The opponent started to attack. Naturally, Chen would not pause for the slightest, he directly grabbed the glowing hand and crushed it instantly. Puff! The blood mist spreads. The runes disappear. Then he started attacking the woman. One hit kills. Seeing Chen approaching the woman, everyone was shocked. When they wanted to react, the woman's hand was already crushed. Do it, kill him. The great priest stopped thinking at the beginning. The other party will not let him go, and he will not beg for mercy. And he also wanted to save the woman. However, boom! With one punch, the great priest man watched the woman turn into a blood mist. Do you know who she is? The man from the high priest roared angrily. In the blink of an eye, Chen appeared in front of the big priest man, and his voice was calm. I know. The one who wants to kill me. The same to you. The next moment to greet the man with the strength of the great priest was Chen's fist. Boom! When the blood mist spread, Chen came to the last man again. The moment he saw Chen, the man turned and fled in fright. Killing God, this is a killing God. Good man, that can't be the case. This person has never used bloodline secret magic, and has no unnecessary actions. One hit kills, and all of them are common punches. Killing people is like killing dogs. And they are lambs on the board, dogs waiting to be killed. The advanced priest man opened his mouth as soon as he turned around, wanting to ask for help and attract the attention of others. Maybe there is still a chance of survival. Even if there is only a chance of survival. But the fist penetrated him. The force hit his physical body. Finally lost consciousness completely. Chen withdrew his fist and began to sense and check his surroundings. After confirming that there was no problem, he restrained some strength. But still fully alert. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Then came to the rabbit. At this time, there were more and more cracks on the rabbit's chest, as if the whole body would be covered by cracks. In the end, it was completely burned by this crack like fire. Chen looked at it, and it also looked at Chen. The rabbit turned his head to look at the female orc beside him with difficulty, and then looked at Chen pleadingly. As if to say, don't kill her, she didn't see anything. Chen looked at the other party, and then took out a glowing magic equipment. Forget about the clock. Then forget the clock and go to the rabbit. After a while, the clock was forgotten and disappeared into the rabbit's body. Forget the me you see today, forget the clock that will imprison you for everything about me. If one day you are forced to check your memory about me, forgetting the clock will directly kill you. Even if you say it yourself. Clear? Chen's gentle voice reached the rabbit's ears. The rabbit looked at Chen with disbelief in his eyes. It is not inconceivable that this kind of confinement was used on it. But I couldn't believe that the other party didn't kill it to silence it. Chen glanced at the other party, then turned and left. Although the forgotten clock can also be broken free, but the rabbit is not a mythical level, and it will never escape the fatal blow of the forgotten clock. Not even a god can get rid of this rabbit. Chen left, he didn't care about the other party's life or death. Whether they are dead or alive depends entirely on their good fortune. The rabbit watched Chen leave, it crawled among those who were killed, found something, and swallowed it. The light dissipated, and the rabbit returned to its human form. Is a man. Without hesitation, he came directly to the female orc, picked her up and was about to leave. Just before taking 2 steps, he put the female orc aside, then knelt down in the direction Chen was leaving, and kowtowed 3 times heavily. If one day we live and become legendary class. If the church is in danger, if the seniors are in danger. We husband and wife have gone through fire and water, and we will also come to repay today's kindness. In the end, the man got up, hugged the female orc and left quickly. What they need to do now is to survive. Effortlessly survive. It was dark, and Chen was not walking fast on his way back to the church. He wanted to see that there were other people around him staring at him. I did see a few people on the road. But they are all disciples of the church. In the sanctuary he knew almost no one. Not many people know him. Therefore, everyone does not disturb each other. After a long time, Chen returned to the church. It appears there are no more people. In response, Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was going back to practice, and the Blessed One was not safe. He had to reach the legendary level as soon as possible to find the path to the mythical level. If you are not promoted to the patron of the Holy Light today, although you may not be able to do anything, you will appear passive. This will greatly affect his subsequent affairs. After going out for a trip, Chen understood a little bit. One cannot be kind to enemies, and one should not underestimate strangers. Because the other party may be far beyond imagination. He will hide his strength, and so will others. We must maintain our original intentions and not underestimate anyone just because our strength is higher. Chapter 43. Why did you suddenly bring wine to the teacher? On the peak of Town Demon Temple, Gandalf took Chen's 2 bottles of wine and asked curiously. The disciple has comprehended the holy fall blessing technique. Chen said. That's good news too. Gandalf laughed, as if not surprised. I wonder who attracted the 7-colored rainbow light during the day, but the blessing of the holy fall needs to be tested a few times. Similar to the secret art of blood, it means that it is not the secret art of blood. The holy fall blessing has its drawbacks. Good luck can sometimes turn into bad luck. The higher the proficiency, the easier it is to master. Chen is not sure about this, but he doesn't know who to test for a while. If you use it yourself, it will easily affect your cultivation. After all, the proficiency is not high, most of them are bad luck. Aren't there 3 more people at the entrance to the underground space? Gandalf casually mentioned. Chen. But he doesn't really want to have any interaction with other people, which will affect his cultivation. By the way, there are peanuts. Chen handed the peanuts from the tavern to Gandalf as he said. There is one thing my disciple doesn't know about peanut. In the tavern, the boss originally wanted to give me peanuts, but when I said that I was a disciple of the town demon hall, he suddenly stopped giving them. But in the end more was given. Why is that? Gandalf laughed and said nothing. He didn't care about peanut. After taking over, he began to talk about Chen's strength. It's officially the limit of priests, don't rush to try to be promoted. As a teacher, I am contacting a senior. It will make it easier for you to condense the great priest. It is difficult to be a great priest, and sometimes failure is inevitable. Disciple knows. Chen bowed his head in response. In fact, it is the easiest to gather the great priests for the first time. The latter is more difficult. His teacher told him so just because he didn't want to put pressure on him. And this kind of little knowledge, how could he who read books often not know it? Chen left the 9th floor Demon Town Hall. I plan to go back to practice. As for the proficiency of the Holy Fall Blessing technique, he also had an idea. If you don't want to have any intersection with Amelia and the others, then use it on the plant eggs. Plant eggs are also living things. Should also work. When returning to the entrance of the underground space, Chen found that the 3 people were already practicing. They sat in the formation, affected by the breath of the abyss. Although the complexion is not very good looking, but the power is running smoothly. So there is no danger. The effect is similar to dream bubbles. Chen used dream bubble to practice much faster. And he is not very talented, it takes a long time. It shouldn't take many years for these people to be promoted to be the patrons of the holy light. After all, the strength of these people is not low. When passing by them, Chen took another look at the pattern on Toby's body. The sense of incongruity is still there. Chen is not sure what kind of impact this subtle sense of disobedience will bring. He is not proficient in matchmaking. He has received some rewards occasionally, and he has read a lot of books in the Temple of Demon Suppression, and has the influence of the Stone of Truth. So understand a little more or less. Chen then returned to the underground space. As soon as he came back, he cast the Holy Fall blessing on the plant egg. 7 colored shimmers fell, covering the entire egg. Then the light disappeared. Chen didn't feel much about the Holy Fall blessing spell he cast. No feeling, probably bad luck. Practice first, and come back tomorrow to see how the egg changes. Having just been promoted to be the patron of the Holy Light, Chen needs to improve a lot. Phantom Speed Force, need to progress. The power of the Copper Boltanos should be able to increase the power of the 7th level Copper Boltanos. Some magic also needs to be proficient. But they are all used in a small area, with the help of the Abyss Breath, it will not affect the outside. A month passed in the blink of an eye. This month, Chen never walked out of the underground space, and the 3 people outside never came in. But Chen always knew they were outside. It took a month for Chen to become familiar with the environment of the Holy Light's caretaker. The power of the Copper Boltanos has also entered the 7th level of the power of the Copper Boltanos. But just stepped in, the power control should not be perfect. After all, the power of the 7th level Copper Boltanos frightened him a little. He changed other magic and combat skills, none of which could compare with the power of the 7th level Copper Boltanos. It is simply not the power that the Holy Light's caretaker can have in the early stage. Chen felt relieved about this. At least his strength is strong enough, which means that he can deal with danger calmly. The Phantom Speed Force is currently at level 7, and it should be able to go further. Others are also roughly proficient. Because there is only 1 month, it is not enough. It should take another 2 months to improve everything that should be improved. Familiarize yourself with everything you should be familiar with. As for stopping cultivation today, the main reason is to clean the main hall of the Demon Town Hall. He is doing some things in the Demon Town Hall. Do it every few days. Fortunately, no time wasted. It was an order from his teacher, most likely because he was worried that he had been in the underground space for too long and needed to go out to relax. However, Chen felt that this time he went out. By the way, he asked his teacher to check whether there was an abyss will. Recently, when I cast the blessing of Holy Fall on the plant egg, I felt a little uncomfortable. He suspected that it had something to do with the progress, but it was better to ask to rest assured. As for plant eggs, how to say? Seems to be getting weaker. When he felt a little uncomfortable, the original black and white pattern of the plant egg began to fade. Chen felt that the breath of life was weak. Probably ill. For more than half a month, Chen performed the blessing of the Holy Fall once a day. Now, it is no longer used. Chen wasn't sure, it wasn't because he cast too much, which made the plant egg weak. After pouring some spiritual liquid on the plant eggs, he left the underground space. Chapter 44. The 3 of Amelia were already practicing, but as time went by, they are getting more and more difficult here. If there is no treasure in the body, they dare not practice here at all. So the more they practiced, the more shocked they felt about the junior in the underground space. With their strength, they can indeed stay here for a long time. But it is very difficult to cultivate. While cultivating, one must also resist the influence of the abyssal breath. This is an extremely difficult thing. Amelia opened her eyes, and she looked at the purification and baptism array in silence. Purification and baptism will be more troublesome the further back they go, and it will also bring them a little pressure. This is something that my colleagues have encountered before. It is said that the circle of purification and baptism has been modified several times, but every time it will have an impact. They are actually changing. But the impact will still be there. The pressure brought on by the purification and baptism array is getting bigger and bigger. I think we can change to another place. Liar said. Yes, changing the place can reduce the impact. This is the experience left by some previous brothers and sisters. Just stay away from the entrance of the underground space, the effect of cultivation will be not as good. But it is impossible to enter the underground space, because they cannot bear it. If you don't change positions, it will only backfire. 1 month is already their limit. After today, it will take some time to change places. As he spoke, Toby glanced at the underground space. That junior has been inside for a whole month, is it really all right? I would believe even if he said he was completely possessed. The uncle didn't come over to check, probably he has a lot of confidence in this junior. But it always feels a little creepy. Liar was also a little surprised. Really too long. If they haven't practiced here, maybe they don't have much feeling. But the more he cultivated, the more he felt that this junior was abnormal. Amelia looked at the formation and remained silent. She seemed to be thinking about something, but she didn't speak. As a half-dragon, her physical body will become stronger and stronger, and her cultivation speed will be far faster than ordinary people. But if you want to go fast enough, you also need the help of external objects. The array of purification and baptism is one. But she also felt that she had to change positions, unless the pressure brought about by the purification and baptism array was resolved. Array. Amelia muttered silently to herself. A guess appeared in the calm eyes. At this time they heard footsteps coming from the underground space. To be honest, the sudden sound of footsteps made them a little worried. Worried about that junior brother, he became possessed and came out. After all, this is the entrance to the abyss, not a joke. The three of them immediately looked up at the entrance to the underground space. Soon one person came out. It was Chen with a calm face. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Chen's face, the others were also relieved. They intend to continue practicing. Only at this time Amelia stood up suddenly. Chen came out of the underground space, intending to say hello to a few brothers and sisters, and then go to do some things. It is arrogance to ignore these people. Basic courtesy is required. Of course, it is mainly these senior brothers and sisters who also have basic courtesy. What surprised Chen was that the senior sister stood up directly and came towards him. Are you free? Amelia came to Chen and asked softly. Chen had a feeling that as long as he said he didn't have time, Amelia would not continue. Sister, please tell me. Chen said calmly. I want to ask my junior brother about something. Amelia looked at the purification and baptism formation, and asked. Junior brother, do you think there is any inconsistency or violation in this formation? Amelia still remembers the trial space. The so-called little skill of this junior. That seemed unbelievable to her. Without the fog-dispelling magic circle called a trick, she should be dead. So she understands that momentary weakness doesn't mean anything. Talent is important, but not everything. Chen heard what Amelia said, and so did Toby and Liar. They feel a little ridiculous. Ask this junior brother this kind of thing? Isn't this nonsense? Don't say that the other party can't say it, even if they really say it, do you dare to mess around? This is simply making fun of his own cultivation. Anyway, they don't think such a weak junior can bring anything to the formation. Impossible. Facing Amelia's inquiry, Chen thought for a while and then pointed to where Toby was. Remove that rune, maybe it will feel better. Chen paused and said. It's just my personal feeling, not necessarily right. After all, I just read some books, talking on paper. Amelia glanced at it, then nodded. Then she took out a book and handed it to Chen. This is dragon language, it should be worth the help of my junior brother. Amelia will not let Chen help in vain. That way everyone owes nothing to each other. Chen looked at the book and reached out to take it without hesitation. Thank you, sister. Naturally, there is no need to shirk this kind of thing. Amelia nodded and said no more. Don't bother senior brothers and sisters. Saying that, Chen looked at the others, then turned and left. Toby and the others also nodded. After Chen left, Toby and Bai Lyra looked at Amelia. It seemed to be asking what senior sister Amelia meant. Why do this? Amelia looked at Toby and said. Junior brother, wipe that rune for a try. Senior sister Amelia, that was just a joke made by the junior brother of the Demon Town Palace, he himself is not sure whether it is right or wrong, it is just a feeling. Senior sister is acting like this, don't you worry about accidents? Yes, senior sister, this has a great impact on our cultivation, so think twice before acting. The junior brother of Genmodian is really extraordinary in some respects. This is something we cannot deny. But he is not good at cultivation, or formations. This kind of thing can't be messed up. Bai Lyra also persuaded. An extraordinary who is an official priest, and a junior who has just practiced for 34 years. A person who can only use resources to quickly improve his strength. How can they believe it? And still use your own cultivation to believe. Chapter 45. Amelia looked at Toby and Belle. She looks calm and her voice is gentle. Junior brother and junior sister, you can find a place on the side to draw a new formation, I will try. Hearing this sentence, Bai Lyra opened her mouth. But he couldn't refute for a while. Yes, it was time for them to change their formation, so even if they changed it, it would not have the slightest impact on them. Now Amelia was going to try, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, they still don't believe it. Senior sister Amelia, I know that you are strong, capable, and talented. But messing around can easily affect your progress. If there is an accident this time, the senior sister's plan to be promoted to the patron of the Holy Light will be changed, right? Bai Lyra said. However, if this continues, it will also be delayed. Amelia's voice was calm. She knows what she's doing. If you don't try, then the promotion of being a patron of the Holy Light will have to be postponed for some years as originally planned. Now Toby and Belle didn't say anything, and Amelia's status was quite special. Time is also relatively short, so it is normal to want to try. But you have to have a reason to try. Believe in the disciples of the Temple of Demons. Well. With a sigh, they said no more. Instead, he went to the rear to draw a new formation. The new formation cannot be too close. Otherwise it will be affected. Amelia changed what Chen suggested. Then start practicing on it. Of course, she will not believe it directly, and if there is any problem, she will stop practicing directly. Even for the sake of safety, she took out a piece of magic equipment that can stabilize her spiritual world and strength. It was a treasure given to her by her teacher. She is very careful about everything. Chen flipped through Xialongjiu on the way, and found that it was a bit jerky and difficult to understand. But he didn't expect to learn it directly, just take a look when he has time. I heard that some magic works better in dragon language. I don't know if it's true or not. If it is true, then this dragon language encyclopedia is still very useful to him. I don't know if the indoctrination obtained from the Stone of Truth can help to interpret the dragon language. Almost all the rewards he received were helpful to his cultivation. Most of the other things have to be learned by him. Chen is not greedy, he will work hard if he can. Stop trying, it doesn't feel safe in the Joey's astral world. You can't bet on tomorrow. After cleaning the main hall, Chen planned to clean up the weeds on the road. No one left at all, if you don't know, a lot of grass will grow. If people can't find their way, it will appear deserted and uninhabited. Although, it is true. After finishing these, Chen wanted to find his teacher. Just when he was about to go, his teacher appeared directly in front of him. Teacher. Chen said respectfully. How are you feeling recently? Gandalf looked at Chen and asked. It's a little uncomfortable, I want to find a teacher to see if it is affected by the will of the abyss. Chen said. He does feel a little uncomfortable. But every time I go to check, there is no problem. He has never stopped practicing the exorcism spell. Hearing Chen's words, Gandalf frowned. Then he came directly to Chen's side and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. After a while, Gandalf withdrew his hand and said. Have you practiced the holy fall blessing technique? It took more than half a month to use the plant egg. Chen told the truth. Hearing the plant eggs, Gandalf frowned. He naturally knew what a plant egg was. He didn't expect that it was an egg that couldn't hatch. If he knew, he would not have given him an apprentice. Fortunately, his apprentice didn't care, and he looked very happy. What about the plant eggs? Asked Gandalf. It seems to be weak. Chen said. It seems that your holy fall blessing technique has made progress, and you will be fine after this short period of time. When you feel that your soul is blessed, don't cast it lightly. Magic is not a secret art of blood, especially related to fate, it is easy to bring problems to oneself. Gandalf said sternly. This is his personal disciple, so naturally he spares no effort in cultivating it. But there will be a limit, too much is too late, he doesn't want to ruin his disciple. Fortunately, Chen has enough heart. Otherwise, he would really have to wait for some time to wait for the time to come. Hearing what Gandalf said, Chen nodded. He also felt that it was a problem with the blessing of the holy fall. But this thing doesn't feel very useful. Maybe when you receive the reward, you can give yourself one. There is a high probability of adding a little luck. It's okay to receive rewards normally, but add them to important places. It's just that the probability of being useful should be very low. After all, the holy fall blessing technique is not comparable to the original energy. The right to give yourself a psychological comfort. Any more questions? Gandalf asked Chen. Chen shook his head. There is none left. He intends to go to the place where the books are collected for 2 days. The pure divine spring has not been clarified yet, so we need to check the information. I plan to completely stabilize the realm of the patron of the holy light, and then check again. If you're free now, just drop by. It's just that Chen is fine, but Gandalf is. Has it been a while since the official priest limit? Gandalf asked. Chen nodded and said. It's been a while. He knew it was time for his teacher to help him become a high priest again. But being promoted to a great priest is far less easy than being promoted to an official priest, which will probably waste some time for him. But Chen doesn't care, just go through the process, he still focuses on cultivating the patrons of the holy light. Then look for legendary level possibilities. You take this wine. Gandalf gave Chen a jug of wine. Chen found that the wine bottle was somewhat similar to the one in the tavern, but also somewhat different. I don't know where the teacher came from. After Chen took the drink, Gandalf continued to speak. After dark tonight, go to the Yulong River and give this wine to the watchman. He will take you to a place. He will tell you what to do. The rest is up to you. Who was Chen? Gandalf understood. He doesn't need to tell Chen like a child. Just let him do it himself. He said too much, but it would affect Chen's correct judgment. Of course, if Chen made a mistake in his judgment, he, as a teacher, would help out. Chapter 46. Chen put away the wine, and then responded. Is teacher. Yulong River, he had heard of it before. It's what the tavern owner said. It seems that if you give a good drink, the other party will be enthusiastic. Will help. The teacher's wine is also like this? But if it's that simple, if his teacher just asks him to buy wine, it should be fine. Why do you need to exhort him like this, and give him wine directly? Maybe it's not that simple. Chen thought to himself. Then he left the 9th floor of the demon town hall. Because he was going at night, he could go to the library to look up information first. Or read more books. He didn't feel like he had to see everything. Knowledge is power, this sentence is true, but more important is the ability to use knowledge. Toby and Beliar are still drawing formations. But they are also very concerned about Emilia. One morning passed, and there seemed to be no problem with Emilia. Brother Toby, can you tell what kind of condition Sister Emilia is in? Beliar looked at Emilia and asked with some concern. Toby shook his head. It's not that junior sister Mew doesn't know, senior sister Emilia's status is unusual, we can't see through it at all. Moreover, senior sister Emilia is very difficult to get close to, and it is even more impossible for us to know what the situation is. Only to see it tonight. If there is going to be a problem, the biggest possibility will be at night. As long as there is a problem with the formation in a short period of time, they can see it directly. If it's a problem that builds up slowly, they can't see it directly. Because there are too many changes. Tell me, will senior sister be fine in the end? Beliar looked at Toby and whispered. Although the probability of this is very low, almost never. But what if? In case of luck? Impossible, no matter how you look at it, the juniors in the town demon palace don't have this kind of ability. Toby frowned. He also didn't believe it. But just trying means there is a possibility of success. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. Let's wait and see at night. Arrays are not a matter of luck. Those who dare to take chances are usually gone. Toby said. Beliar didn't say anything, but kept paying attention to Emilia. So far, no problems. Wait a little longer, and a problem should show up. It turns out that the limit of the patrons of the Holy Light is required to be effective enough. Chen looked at the book and came to a conclusion. He checked some information, and the answer he got was not complicated. The pure spring can make those who are cared for by the Holy Light get promoted while they are half asleep and half awake. As if ascending to the most perfect state of the Light's provider, step to the door of legendary. As long as you reach this gate, you will break through the Holy Light's favored person and enter the legendary level. But it's not that easy. Because it may not be difficult to reach the perfect state of the Holy Light, but the difficulty is the legendary gate. It is said that a certain amount of opportunity is required. The pure spring provides both help and opportunity. Having a chance does not mean 100% success. It's really not easy to enter the legendary class. However, having a pure divine spring is equivalent to having half the success rate. Half of it is already very high, and with his own efforts, it can be more or less raised to 60 to 70%. Unfortunately, drinking the pure divine spring puts the patrons of the Holy Light in a special state of half asleep and half awake. So, it shouldn't affect him. Of course, it would be great to be able to use the promotion of being a patron of the Holy Light as a cover-up at that time. Hope everything goes well with your surface strength. It's getting dark. Chen closed the book. He just checked the benefits of spellcasting in Heilong language again. There is only some magic that originates from the race of dragons. There is a bonus. Others did not. The premise is magic that requires words to cast. There is no bonus for some magic that can be cast as long as the exercises are performed. Relatively speaking, it is far inferior to the source meditation method. But for the magic of Thundercloud Storm, the effect is still higher than the source meditation method. Also has a bonus to dominate the word. You can study when you have time, but still focus on cultivation. Primary and secondary are clear. Without thinking too much, Chen left the demon town hall and headed for the Yulong River. Yulong River is not in any of the 9 peaks. Rather, it is in a more remote location of the church, closer to the Holy Light Hall. But for Chen, it was far away. Fortunately, it was just dark, and his superficial strength was at the limit of a formal priest. It didn't take too long in the past. The full moon is in the sky. Chen came to the Yulong River. It's just that when I came here, I found that there was only one thatched hut here, and there was a pond in front of the house. A middle-aged man sat in front of the pond, fishing at night. And not far from the pond, there were quite a few temple disciples sitting, as if waiting for something. It seems to be meditating again. Chen could see that these people did not practice. As for what to do, he didn't know. It's just that the senior was fishing, and he didn't dare to disturb him for a while. Instead, he found an open place and sat down quietly. Wait for the follow-up development. However, he didn't intend to waste the waiting time, but was silent in the spiritual world. Train myself. Of course, if there is any movement outside, he will wake up. After all, this time I came to look for an opportunity for promotion. When Chen was silent in the spiritual world, the middle-aged man who was fishing suddenly saw ripples in the pond. He looked at the group of disciples in surprise, and finally his eyes fell on Chen. Official priest's limit? The talent is a bit worse. But that's okay too. Then the middle-aged man moved his fishing rod, and a drop of water went towards Chen. Drop. When the water fell on Chen's forehead, Chen opened his eyes instantly. In fact, when the water came, he had already noticed it, but the speed of the water was very fast. He couldn't avoid it for a while. This senior is also a strong man. You, come here. Gragas looked at Chen and said. Chen got up immediately and came to Gragas. At this time, other people naturally found out that someone was called up. Who is this person? He was actually called up. That's right, those of us who can't afford good wine can only meditate here and wait for the guidance of the seniors. Is this person so lucky? Official priest's limit, among disciples of the same generation, this strength is not low, why haven't I heard of it? Everyone was very curious as to who this sudden disciple was. But many people have never met Chen. Chapter 47. I've never seen it before, maybe it's a new disciple, but the new one is the official limit of the priest? This is genius, right? However, I have never heard of it. I seem to have seen him, let me think about it. It's a disciple of the town demon palace. I met him once when I was selecting treasures more than 30 years ago. Suppressing demon palace? Didn't it mean that there are no disciples there? There are disciples, but the talent is very poor, but he is officially the limit of the priest. If you change the resources of an entire branch, it will take 30 or 40 years to reach the limit of the official priest, which is already considered slow. And it has been like this, it will only squeeze the potential, and it will be difficult to go far. In the face of the small discussions behind, Chen didn't care, and just said respectfully to the senior in front of him. Senior. Gragas looked at Chen with some curiosity, and he naturally heard those disciples whispering. It turned out to be a disciple of the town demon palace. Did you bring the wine your teacher asked you to bring? Gragas looked at Chen and asked. He didn't want to mention it at first, but Gandalf promised him a jug of good wine many years ago. There is no reason not to. Almost saved the other party a pot of good wine. But it's no wonder this kid can stay in the demon town hall for so long. It's not easy. Bring it. Chen immediately took out the wine given by his teacher and handed it out. He found that he seemed to be on the wrong track. Fortunately it didn't matter. Gragas took the wine and said with a smile on his face. Send you to the 9th place of the Yulong River, where you can go is up to you. On the surface of the lake, you will see everything that you currently lack. As long as you understand the weaknesses of the realm, you will be able to be promoted to the great priest more easily. If the spiritual world can't bear it, it will fall into the lake. Then come out by yourself. Thank you, Senior. Chen thanked in a low voice. In other words, he can see what the Holy Light's caretaker lacks. Perhaps it will be of great help to his promotion to the legendary level. But he didn't know if what he saw could be seen by others. Don't worry too much, what you see, no one can see. Gragas explained. But at this moment, some disciples below were in an uproar. The master of Town Demon Hall opened the back door. The ninth center, this is where the brother from the Holy Light Hall stayed. The place is really good, but those who go in through the back door won't be able to stay for long, right? Don't come out in a few minutes. The senior brother in the Holy Light Hall has been inside for more than a day, and it is said that he is trying to attack the patrons of the Holy Light. If there is no comparison, there will be no harm. This junior is really unlucky, he is going to be embarrassed. If you say that, you will feel humiliated if that senior brother hears it. There's someone. Chen felt calm, but a little helpless. He actually likes someone. It's okay if someone doesn't interfere with each other. But if it was like the third trial space, it would be very uncomfortable for him. Demon Town Hall. Toby and Bai Lyra looked at Amelia, who was practicing in surprise. It was dark, utterly dark. But Amelia hadn't woken up yet. So far, no problems. Some exceeded their expectations. Could this formation last for a few more days? Toby asked curiously. But senior sister Amelia looks very calm. If it was in the past, it should not be so easy at this time. Bai Lyra was a little surprised. This is a little different from what they expected. Junior sister has a higher attainment in formation. Do you think this formation is different from the previous practice? Toby asked Belle. Bai Lyra looked puzzled, she looked at Toby and shook her head. Our formation skills are not much different. Brother Toby also knows that the details of the purification and baptism array can only be clearly felt after entering. Except for senior sister Amelia, it is impossible for us to know the specific situation. The formation of Toby and Bai Lyra has been drawn, and now they can actually practice. But they have always been very concerned about Amelia's state. Forget it, let's practice first. At present, senior sister Amelia seems to be fine, said Toby. Bai Lyra nodded, indeed. Now they also need to practice. The longer they stay in the Demon Town Hall, the worse it will be for them. So every day counts. After one time, it won't have any big effect again. Afterwards, the two found a place and planned to practice. Just as they sat down, they saw a sudden change on Amelia's side. A ray of light suddenly bloomed from Amelia's body. It was a faint light, but in the eyes of Toby and Bai Lyra, it was so dazzling. They stood up in an instant. She looked at Amelia in surprise. Brother Toby, from your point of view, what happened to senior sister Amelia? Bai Lyra looked at Amelia with some horror. She seemed to have a guess. Toby naturally had a guess, and he said in disbelief. Junior sister should have read the notes left by the senior brothers and sisters who came to the Temple of Demon Suppression before. One of them is recorded in this way. 100 years of merit, 1,000 years of opportunity, in front of the underground space, there is a god of light. Impossible? Chance and luck are one thing, what is more important is that those brothers and sisters have a thorough understanding of the formation. We don't know the matchups much better than. What did Bai Lyra think of at this moment? She looked at Toby with a look of horror. Not. She thought about the morning. It occurred to me that someone else had modified the formation. I can't believe it either. Toby said bitterly. However, events in the morning are most likely to cause this change. I just don't know if it's true or not. The formation is radiant, and the spiritual consciousness is manifested. At present, senior sister Emilia does not have such a clear change. Before the words fell, Toby couldn't speak for a moment. Because he saw the light on Emilia's body begin to extend towards the formation. The entire formation was emitting light at an extremely fast speed, and as the light appeared, a dragon chant suddenly sounded. A white dragon shadow suddenly condensed around Emilia. It actually appeared. Lyra and Toby couldn't believe it. This is the most difficult state to appear in the purification and baptism array. The right time, place, and people are indispensable. The time of day and the breath of heaven and earth match. The location is favorable, the entrance of the underground space, tempered by the breath of the abyss. He just happened to find the most suitable formation form. The combination of the three is once in 1,000 years. But they met. Just because the younger brother from the Temple of Demon Suppression casually pointed out the incongruity during the day. It's just unbelievable. Don't hesitate, enter the battle. Toby said immediately. Belle naturally understood that her speed was no slower than Toby's. They missed the best opportunity, but there was still time. It would be foolish to be suspicious now, not even to believe. Anyway, wait until after tonight. The burst of light can only last for one night. One night can be worth their months of hard work. Chapter 48. Chen was sent directly to a lake by Gragas. Go straight from here, looking at the lake, how far you can go is up to you. If you fall into the lake and cannot hold yourself, you will be taken out. The look of distress will be seen. This is what Gragas reminded when he left. Chen naturally thanked him. However, he could sense that this place also seemed to focus on strength. On the surface, he only has the strength of an official priest's limit, and it seems that he can't go very far. Psychic power common may be nothing, but talent common is really not good. Whether Joey's star realm has achieved the mythical level or not, the most important thing is talent. Chen receives the reward system and has feedback from the world's original energy. His path was easier than anyone's. But even so, he must do his best to work hard. With such superior conditions, if you don't work hard, isn't it a waste? Chen stopped thinking about it, took a deep breath, and started walking forward looking at the lake. There is no reflection in the lake, and he cannot see himself, why he does not know. I can only walk around first. He was not walking fast, but very steady. He didn't know much about this place, so he planned to find out first. After walking for some time, Chen stopped. He could clearly see his reflection starting to appear in the lake. It was so blurry that I couldn't see it at all. The more he wanted to see clearly, the more uncomfortable it became, as if an endless abyss was pulling him. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he stopped. He wants to rest. Just when he stopped, he felt someone beside him. When someone appeared, Chen would naturally raise his head to confirm. You must know that he didn't perceive people just now. When he looked up, he realized that the other party was also very surprised. It was as if he had just seen someone. This is a young man. Dressed in the attire of a Templar. Great Priest's ultimate strength. The senior brother of the Holy Light Temple that those people are talking about? Trying to break through and get close to the Holy Light's patron here. Chen suddenly had a guess in his mind. At this time, the other party nodded at him. Chen immediately nodded in return. This is a senior brother, so naturally he will not be rude. Especially when the other party takes the initiative to say hello. But the other party didn't speak. Chen naturally did not speak. Standing on the lake is not suitable for conversation, it is easy to mess up the spiritual world. As for his lack of perception of the people around him with his strength, it should be brought about by Yulonghi's special characteristics. Then Chen didn't care about anything else, he found it difficult to fight here. It seems to be calm to stand on the water. If you want to fight with others, you have to keep your mind at peace. It's not that easy. Maybe it's okay to have a pure fighting spirit. But Ye Chen felt that it was difficult for him to do so. It's just that he doesn't know if the person opposite can do it. Let it be. All in all, your body is at its best. To prevent any accidents. Ye Chen has no intention of harming others, but is always on guard against others. Gu Qi glanced at Ye Chen, but didn't pay attention anymore. He is a disciple of the Holy Light Hall, a proud man of this generation, and the other party must have something special about him being able to come here. The strength is not high, but strength doesn't mean anything when you are young. Only. Gu Qi didn't intend to fall behind the other party. He fell into the water ahead, took a break and started all over again. Now that someone is here, he only hopes that the other party can compete with him. Or it's worth fighting for. The path he took was relatively biased, and he fought for it. It is difficult for other people to do things here, but it is easy for him. But he doesn't do anything, he just fights. Compete? He is pure. I hope you can ignite my fighting spirit. Gu Qi thought to himself. Then he stepped forward. Only by keeping up can he be qualified to ignite his fighting spirit. If he can't keep up, he still has to fight with himself. This should be a higher realm, but with his current strength, it is difficult to enter this realm. The other party moved, but Ye Chen didn't care. No one is better for him. It's okay to walk behind others, at least you can feel more at ease. Then Ye Chen looked at the surface of the water, looked at the unclear reflection in the water, and walked forward. This seemed to be targeting his light's provider. Maybe it can help him get promoted better. When Ye Chen was sent into the Yulong River, some disciples outside were curious about when Ye Chen would come out. I remember that once he falls into the bottom of the lake, he will be sent out? Do you think that Junior will come out in a mess? Who knows, you'll know after a while. People who enter for the first time usually don't perform well. I don't think it's possible. It's true that the talents of juniors in the town of Demon Palace are generally good. But don't forget one thing, he is the son of God of the Temple of Demon Suppression. Son of the Temple of Demons, don't you have a lot of resources? A disciple who joined the church in recent years asked curiously. To others, Ye Chen is a junior, but to these new disciples, Ye Chen is a senior. It's just that there are very few disciples who can come to Yulong River. So most of what Ye Chen sees are seniors. Before he knew it, Ye Chen surpassed many senior brothers and sisters even in superficial strength. Because he gathered all the resources of the Demon Town Hall. As the only disciple of the Town Demon Palace, his treatment far exceeds that of others. Including other peaks of genius. As long as his teacher has and can help him, Ye Chen will have it. That's how many people felt that Ye Chen was built with resources. This kind of accumulated strength is not stable, and it is difficult to go far. No, this junior has been able to stay in the demon suppressing palace for so long, and his temperament is definitely not bad. At least a lot better than us. So in Yulong he has an advantage. But after all, I'm just a formal priest-level disciple. It's my first time in the Yulong River. If I don't have enough mental preparation, I will easily fall into the bottom of the lake. Especially the junior from Demon Town Hall, who rarely goes out of the mountains, and has never seen the world. It is more likely to fall to the bottom of the lake in an instant. Just looking at it, I know that even if it doesn't fall to the bottom of the lake, it will be affected a lot. After spending a few times, you must come out to cultivate for a while. Gragas drank fine wine and listened to these people's discussions. In fact, Gandalf asked him to take special care of Ye Chen, so that he could walk farther and see more carefully. With his help, Ye Chen can indeed go further than ever. But he decided not to help. Send the other party directly to the center of the ninth lake. If you have a privilege, it's not like you have nothing to do. But what Ye Chen will do in the future, he doesn't know. There is also something to look forward to. If you really fall into the bottom of the lake because you haven't seen the world, at worst, continue to grant him the ninth privilege. Gragas muttered silently to himself. This wine is too fragrant. I can't afford it, and I can't refuse it. Gandalf is really willing to give up for his disciples. That's right, for so many years, he has accepted the only direct disciple. Chapter 49. The ninth center of the Yulong River not only needs spiritual strength, but also real strength. Theoretically, if you don't have the Great Priest, you basically can't enter the ninth center. Even if you can get in, it will take a lot of time. Many people sent wine to Gragas. I just don't want to go through the process. For wasting time. And some people can't walk into the Yulong River. It can only be sent in by Gragas. After going in, there will be some help more or less. In the dead of night, some disciples outside the Yulong River were waiting. They wanted to see when the disciples of the Demon Town Palace would come out. It's just that an hour has passed, and the other party hasn't come out yet. It seems that the juniors of the Town Demon Palace did not fall directly into the bottom of the lake. Under normal circumstances, at this time, he had already fallen into the lake once. However, when the limit is reached, it will still be sent out. The first time you go in, it will be more or less unstable. If you stabilize the spiritual world, you can stay for a long time. Should be able to stay for a while after that. I heard that those with better talents can stay for 3 days at most, and the real geniuses can only stay for 7 days, and the senior brother in the Holy Light Hall is said to be able to stay there for a month at most. It seems that in the past 200 years, no one can compare with that senior brother from the Holy Light Hall. I don't know if the senior from the Demon Town Hall will meet the senior from the Holy Light Hall. If they meet, they will find that their luck is not very good. Let's see, the other party may come out in a mess tomorrow morning. Chen was walking on the lake at this time. He walked very slowly, and sometimes stopped. But no matter how Chen walked, his head was always lowered, always looking at the lake. He found that the reflection in the lake already had outlines. It's just that the more you want to see clearly, the deeper you will sink. It is even easy to have other thoughts, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires keep coming. Arrogance, anger, laziness, greed, gluttony, jealousy, lust. Chen can clearly feel the growth of these emotions, and feels that he is about to be overwhelmed and dominated by these emotions. All he can do is resist one by one. When resisting, go your own way. But when I leave, I will reflect on myself, whether I have been dominated invisibly. It's just that in this state, even he can't maintain it forever. Sometimes he would feel that his heart was starting to be chaotic, and once he found out, he would stop immediately. Let the mind calm down. This lake is really extraordinary. Chen thought to himself. He can even feel his own shortcomings. Of course, there are some shortcomings, which cannot be made up for by just looking at them. So just watch it. For now, it doesn't help his strength, but his heart. Relatively speaking, it should be easier in the underground space in the future. Even now he can stay safely in the underground space. But the danger is still there, and he is always alert to himself. Chen stopped this time. He looked up and looked around. He found that senior brother was not far away from him. It seems to be resting too. Not long after, the other party turned his head and looked over. Seeing this, Chen nodded immediately. Be polite. The other party also nodded. Afterwards, Chen saw that brother continue to walk forward. A whole body of fighting spirit. Seeing this scene, Chen knew that the other party was different from him. Everyone moves forward in a completely different way. This brother seems to be fighting. This way, Chen felt ashamed. In the church, there are indeed countless geniuses. Whether it's this one, or those people who tried the space back then. Everyone has their own ideas, their own approach, their own way. Everyone is working hard. Chen felt that he needed to work harder. Watching Egbert leave, Chen didn't move. He wasn't ready to move yet. Egbert walked in front with a fighting look on his face. Sure enough, he is worthy of me as an opponent. After such a long time, he can still keep up with my pace. Then be my opponent. The stronger you are, the happier I am, and I will definitely be stronger than you. Junior brother, although I don't know which branch you are, but now we are rivals. You will be the ladder of my progress. I look forward to your better performance, and hope that you have the possibility to surpass me. Equally matched, walking side by side, competing for the strongest. This is what I want. I hope you can surprise me further. Egbert had a fighting spirit on his body, and he moved forward step by step steadily. He discovered that only those who are with him can make him stronger. In the same generation and in the same realm, no one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the Yulong River. Now there are signs. He is looking forward to it. Next morning, the light at the entrance of the underground space began to dissipate, and the three people in the formation sat there, with spiritual consciousness gathered outside them, as if they had entered a new artistic conception. Toby and Belle finally caught up with the last chance. At this time, they have gained a lot of benefits. When the light disappeared completely, the spiritual consciousness condensed outside their bodies slowly returned to their bodies. This moment, they are one step closer to the light's caretaker. Toby opened his eyes. At this time, he felt his own improvement. Clearly, more so than they have been for a whole month. It's a pity that the myakami state is only once. Nor do they dare to have the luxury of a second time. Amelia also opened her eyes at this time, and she was the one who improved the most. At this moment, she was relieved. Bet right. Senior sister Amelia. Toby and Belle looked at Amelia. They want to know something in the first place. Amelia looked at the two people on one side, and was not surprised that they entered the formation. If she was outside at that time, she would also choose to enter the formation. This kind of opportunity is really rare. She didn't expect to be met by her either. You want to ask about the formation? Amelia's voice is very soft, and there is no emotion in it. It seems that no one is different in her eyes. Yes, now that I think about it, senior sister Amelia should know a little bit about junior brother of Town Demon Palace. Otherwise, I would not ask rashly. Still have to gamble? Asked Toby. Although it was an afterthought, he felt that there was no problem with this guess. Ma'am, can you tell me? Mainly. Bai Liar thought for a while and said. Somewhat unbelievable. Yes, it's really weird. Even Amelia herself felt a little unbelievable. She also didn't expect that she would meet a magic god. Chapter 50. You guys know about the trial space more than 30 years ago? Amelia asked. Knowing some, under the protection of senior sisters, some junior brothers and sisters can survive. Later, a mysterious person appeared, who was said to be the Dark Guardian of the trial space. This senior shot and killed a group of foreign enemies. Began Toby. These foreign enemies killed some disciples and replaced them to test the space. For this reason, a major inspection was carried out directly from top to bottom of the church. In the end, many lurking foreign enemies were found. So nothing happened all these years. Bai Liar was a little puzzled and said. But does this have anything to do with what senior sister wants to say? Yes. Amelia looked at the two people and said. You only know the general idea, not the details. At that time, the trial space was foggy, and before I went to the rescue, I first found my junior brother from the Demon Town Hall. At that time, he could actually drive away the fog. Isn't the fog in the trial space of the Holy Maiden's Court special? It can't be dispelled basically. Bai Liar asked curiously. Yes. Amelia nodded. I asked why. The result is that he has a fog-dispelling magic circle. He called the little trick the fog-dispelling magic circle. The formation can directly repel the fog, and finally we can fight for such a long time. Afterwards, I checked a lot of literature and asked the teacher about similar formations. The answer I got was that there had never been such a formation. Amelia looked at Toby and Belle, and said seriously. The fog-dispelling magic circle was comprehended by himself from the books. The fog-repelling magic circle is complicated. Toby asked. No, it's easy. But no one has ever thought of it that way, said Amelia. Then she roughly explained the principle of the formation. This. Lyre was a little surprised. Even if someone thinks about it, it's hard to succeed, right? Amelia said no more. Toby and others were a little surprised, but also a little unbelievable. So, although the strength of the junior brother of the town demon hall is weaker, he is not weak in other aspects? Even a little unimaginable? At least stronger than them. One by one fell silent. A moment later, Toby breaks the silence. So, that junior brother may have already learned the Holy Fall blessing technique. What they saw that day may be true, but their prejudice made them choose to doubt, or even not believe it directly. The three of them don't know about this, but they feel more and more likely. I want to ask more and more. Maybe wait for the other party to come back, and then ask directly. It's already noon, haven't you come out yet? In front of the pond, someone asked curiously. There are always people who are paying attention to this matter, and they really want to see that disciple from the town demon palace come out in a mess. It just disappointed them that the other party hadn't come out yet. Wait a little longer. There are no people in Yulong River recently. If someone comes out, they will definitely find out. The Yulong River is just behind the thatched cottage, but for them, there is a fog behind it. Can't see through. Can't even see the details inside. It's been so long, I should meet that senior brother from the Holy Light Hall. Facing the gap, I don't know how the juniors of the town demon palace will feel. I met that senior brother once, and it's hard to describe. Me too. Really, I can't keep up with that senior brother at all, it's too scary. We are walking hard, and that brother is like strolling in a courtyard. I heard that at the level of a great priest, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with that senior brother, and I heard that there is no one at the level of the Holy Light's Blessed One. Gragas drank and listened to the men talking. He thought it was a very interesting thing. But he can know the general situation inside, and those two people did meet. Chen walked for a long time, and stopped again because of the pressure. The reflection in the lake is much clearer. Go on, and it won't take long before you can start to see the details. But he felt it, felt the benefits the lake had brought him. His holy light's patrons actually began to emit light. It seems that while the reflection in the lake appears, the light is also outlining his patron of the holy light, making his patron of the holy light brighter and more solid. That's right. Chen was a little happy in his heart. As long as it is finally clear, he has a feeling that he will be promoted to the midterm of the Holy Light's career soon. But there is no rush. Only this time when he stopped, Chen found that there was still a person in front of him. It's still that senior brother. Chen nodded to him, and the other side nodded in return. At this time, the opponent's fighting spirit became stronger. In this way, Chen walked on the lake, and when he felt a lot of pressure, he would stop, and every time he stopped, he would see that senior brother. But that senior brother's fighting spirit became stronger every time. Chen felt that the other party's talent was outrageously high. It seems to be improving all the time. In this way, a month passed. For a month, Egbert did not fall into the lake this time. He was fighting like hell. Walking step by step on the surface of the lake, Hubo was rippling, but he just stood on the surface of the lake, not entering the water at all. But calm from the beginning, relaxed from the beginning. Slowly began to struggle. Every time he stopped to rest, it didn't take long to see the younger brother behind him following up. In the beginning, the other party came not so fast, he was looking forward to the other party's arrival. Later, as Fang Yu got faster and faster, he sometimes felt that Fang Yu was right behind him. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. This pressure aroused the meaning of struggle in his heart. His heart is very pure, he just wants to win that junior. The opponent has become his opponent. An opponent worthy of his all-out effort. Without the slightest contempt, dare not have a little underestimate. The opponent is a powerful enemy who can walk side by side with him. He is an opponent worthy of his respect. He took steps to break through himself, and a month later, he thought he could finally be far ahead of that junior. However, he was wrong. When he stopped, he found that instead of being thrown off by him, the junior had appeared beside him. He was caught up. The other party nodded at him. He also nodded in return. This is respect. However, the opponent took another step forward. He was ahead. The opponent walked very slowly, and he could clearly feel that the opponent's speed hadn't changed since the beginning. At this moment, he finally understood one thing. It's not that the opponent has become faster. But he slowed down. Egbert couldn't believe it. He looked at the back of Chen leaving, and there was a new fighting spirit in his eyes. He lost, but he wants to regain his victory. Egbert took another step. Chen walked in front, he didn't go to see that senior brother. He found out that the senior brother had a strong fighting spirit, but he couldn't do anything here. For that senior brother, fighting spirit is also a kind of spiritual power. If you destroy it indiscriminately, you will only fall into the lake. This month, Chen has stopped and stopped, maintaining the speed at the beginning. No rush, no slack. At this time, he had already seen himself in the reflection, but his facial features were hard to see clearly. However, he also felt that the light of the patron of the holy light was increasing, as if it was illuminating the shortcomings of his heart of the holy light. Chapter 51. This lake is difficult to walk, but there are indeed many rewards. There is enough help for the patrons of the holy light. After only walking for a month, he didn't know how big the lake was. Or, they might be running in circles. Without thinking about it, Chen walked straight forward without looking back or making unnecessary movements. And Egbert behind is chasing Chen. Now Chen has become his target. Outside the Yulong River pond, some disciples are still meditating here. At this time, someone suddenly said, "It's been a month." "What's been a month?" someone asked in confusion. "The senior brother from the Holy Light Hall has been in there for a month? I heard about it." "No, it's the disciple from the demon suppressing hall, who has been there for a month, and I have been guarding here for a month. He hasn't come out yet. I remember that it was his first time entering the Yulong River." "Suppressing demon palace disciple? Who is it? Has he left yet? I thought he had left long ago. I want to watch here, but I want to see when he comes out." Gragas was also surprised. It's been a month, and it's been a month in it. Not only that, but directly surpassed Egbert. There has never been a special change in his state. There is no wave in the ancient gate, and the goodness is like water, Fang Yuan. Great, the disciple of Gandalf is really great. Gragas was drinking, and he wanted to see where Gandalf, the disciple, could go. Chen looked at the lake and took steps. He has a feeling that every step he takes now is heading towards the abyss. If you can't understand your own heart, know your own will, then you will not be able to continue walking here. Chen understands his own heart, and also knows his own will. He didn't have much to do, so he stayed in the temple of demon suppression and received rewards to practice. Until the day of invincibility. If the mythical level can be invincible, he is the mythical level. But the mythical level cannot be invincible. So, he wants become a true god, a true god. Chen walked step by step, seeing himself little by little. The light of the holy light's patron was getting more and more. He could feel that the farther he went, the faster he would progress after going back to practice. Yet Chen, who has been walking for a month, does not know how long he has been on the Yulong River. This time he walked longer. 2 months passed again. He saw himself, but his spirit was missing from his eyes. One last step. It's time to see it. Only. Ye Chen looked up and looked around, but he didn't see anyone here. He also knew that this was almost his limit. In the last step, there is a certain possibility that he will fall into the bottom of the lake. Ye Chen knows that his spiritual strength is good, but there is an end after all. Under normal circumstances, he would not have taken the last step. But he wanted to take this last step. If he doesn't take this step, he will regret it. Maybe he still has a youthful spirit. This time, he didn't restrain himself. Take a step forward. For a moment Ye Chen felt that he had fallen into the abyss. On the peak of the Temple of Holy Light, a middle-aged man stood in the pavilion, and beside him stood a young man. His strength is unpredictable, as if he has peeked into the door of mythology. Why haven't you seen Egbert recently? Alsop's voice was commanding. Egbert is the most talented among the new disciples in the past 200 years. Of course he cared. In the past, I could still see him challenging the senior brothers and sisters. But in the past few months, there has been no sound at all. Teacher, I don't know. Junior brother has been in Yulong River for 3 months, and he hasn't left yet. Veblen replied respectfully. 3 months. Alsop was a little surprised. 3 months in Yulong River is not a common thing. Among contemporary disciples, almost no one can achieve this level. I'll go there. Saying that, Alsop disappeared in place and headed for the Iron River. At this time, there were many people staying near the Yulong River. It's been 3 months, I've been waiting here for 3 months, and the disciples from the town demon palace still haven't shown up. If he didn't know that Yulong, he wouldn't be dead. I doubt he's dead inside. But I also found out that the senior brother from the Holy Light Hall hasn't come out yet. The two of them aren't comparing each other, are they? Isn't it? The junior in the town demon palace doesn't have this kind of strength. Why don't you have such strength? Didn't you see that he stayed in there for 3 months? He has no strength, but you have strength? I have to admit that it's not accidental that the junior can stay in the demon suppressing palace. Although the talent is average, the strength depends on the resource pile. But he has an unusual temperament. I really want to see what's going on inside. It's been 3 months. Gragas didn't say anything, he was still drinking. It's just that when he put the wine on his lips, he suddenly froze for a while. A gust of wind blows from outside the thatched cottage, followed by the sound of water waves. The waves are rising. Gragas was startled. Only those who are breaking through the limit of their spiritual power in the Yulong River can cause the lake to surge. The sublimation of spiritual power. Just a moment later, Gragas sighed in his heart. It's a pity, if the talent is enough. Then Gragas shook his head, not his disciple, he had nothing to worry about. Listen, there is a voice. At this time, one by one looked behind the thatched cottage. They did hear voices. Sound of water waves, is there a wave? Impossible? I remember that someone was breaking through the waves, right? Is it the senior brother from the Holy Light Hall? It must be. The senior brother in the Holy Light Hall, who hasn't come out for so long, must have broken through himself. Why can't it be the junior from the town demon palace? The first time you go in, how can you break through the limit? You can only break through if you go in more times. Because you know where your limits are. Furthermore, before the Holy Light Hall senior brother never exceeded a month, now 3 months, isn't this a sign of breaking through the limit? Chapter 52. Egbert stared blankly ahead, wondering if it was an illusion, but he saw it. Light. A bright and harsh light. Even if he didn't see the figure of the other party, he knew it. The junior brother showed up covered in light. Incomparably dazzling. He stepped out of his own limit. How can this be? Egbert knelt on the water. Feel powerless. He chased hard. From the beginning he was able to see the figure of the other party, but later he could only see the figure of the other party vaguely. In the end, I can no longer see where the other party is. He couldn't keep up with the opponent's pace. Get thrown far away. Now, the other party has surpassed himself. It is not comparable to him. Defeated, completely defeated. He fought with all his strength, with all his pride. But they can't compete with each other. Who is he? Egbert opened his eyes and looked ahead. If possible, he wanted to challenge the opponent in the future. Call. The waves rise. Egbert looked at the light ahead and was slowly submerged by the waves. He couldn't go any further. Finally, it was completely submerged by the waves. Chen exhaled. Then stand steadily on the water. Before taking the last step, he felt himself being swallowed by the abyss. There are distracting thoughts in my heart. Desire is flowing, and I feel that I will enter the endless abyss at any time. He wanted to break free, but he couldn't. He knew he was bound to fall into the lake. Finally he gave up struggling and went down the cross current. Want to go and see what's down there? See what's pulling him down there? What surprised him was when he went down. What you see is the crystal clear lake, and what you see is the clear self in the lake. At that moment he woke up. He stood on the Yulong River, looking at the reflection of the lake. At this time, there was no sign of him on the lake. The obsession in my heart seems to be gone. Finally he stopped walking. Getting here is enough. If you go any further, you will definitely fall into the lake. When he was about to retreat, a burst of light fell under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared by the lake. It was Yulong He who sent him back. At this time there was another person standing by the lake. It was the senior brother from the Holy Light Hall. I've met senior brother. Chen lowered his head and called. Egbert's body was wet by the lake water, and he looked a little embarrassed. But at this time, I also accept a polite gift. Junior brother, it's really amazing. He can fight and lose. Convinced. Don't bother senior brother anymore. Chen said softly. Then turned and left. He didn't know who the other party was. But with the other party's talent and ability, was seen looking embarrassed. It won't be too comfortable after all. So Chen didn't have the slightest idea of staying. I didn't pay attention to the wet clothes either. He came here to improve his strength, not to make enemies. But before leaving, he planned to receive a reward. Because he is not a complete source of qi, he can't keep receiving rewards. So the temple of demon suppression is his blessed land. But I haven't received the reward for so long, maybe I can get a good thing. System, Yulong He devours the original energy and receives the reward. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the feedback of the original energy, a large amount, and obtaining the extreme space. Extreme space? After receiving the reward, Chen was stunned for a while. Then he found a book in his mind. The book floats there like a waveless lake. The moment I see a book, I feel that everything can be forgotten. Grace, hatred, love, anger. All of these things cannot appear in this book. In the extreme space, forget your feelings and be fair, forget your feelings when you are in love, don't be moved by emotions, and don't be disturbed by emotions. This. Looking at the extreme sky, Chen felt that it was no worse than the stone of truth. But learning this is tantamount to abandoning one's emotions and desires. Although he pursues Fang Yuan, who is as good as water, it doesn't mean he has to give up his emotions. In the end, he didn't pay much attention to the sky of the extreme realm. This is not for him. Although it is indeed amazing, it is only of reference value and has no direct cultivation value. He has enough knowledge of himself, and he can't achieve the sky in the extreme realm. This goes against his original intention, and he doesn't want anything that doesn't conform to his original intention. Then Ye Chen left the Yulong River and walked outside. Through the fog ahead, you can probably reach the thatched cottage before. Egbert watched Ye Chen leave, although he really wanted to ask who this junior was. But there is no rush. You will know when you go out. Then he looked at his wet clothes. After hesitating, he didn't go to recover. Instead, he walked outside. There were many people watching outside the thatched cottage. Now the sound of the waves is gone. They wanted to know who would come out first. What usually comes out is the loser. It must be the victory of the senior brother from the Holy Light Hall, it goes without saying. I also feel that the seniors from the Temple of Holy Light and the fellows from the Temple of Suppressing Demons are not on the same level at all. Yet, the first one to come out must be the junior from the Town Demon Hall. Clatter! Clatter! Footsteps came from behind the thatched hut. They saw a figure coming out. Come out, come out! Whoever shows up will be the loser. Looking at it like this, he should be a disciple of the Demon Suppressing Palace. Yes, judging from his figure, he is indeed a disciple of the Demon Suppressing Palace. Until the last moment, it is impossible to determine who it is, and there are more than 2 people in the lake. Everyone was looking at that figure, curious as to who it might be. After all, some have placed bets secretly. The figure became clearer and clearer. Ye Chen stepped out of the mist and appeared beside the thatched hut. There was an uproar outside after Ye Chen appeared. I'll just say he's the junior brother of the town of Demon Palace, right? The senior brother of the Holy Light Palace must be the winner. It seems that this junior brother is the one who lost, but you can't blame this junior brother, after all, senior brother Shen Guangdian is too excellent. That's right, although the temper of Shang Zhenmodian's junior brother is good, how can the Shen Guangdian's senior brother be comparable to this one? It's an honor to lose, but the seniors in the Holy Light Hall are the best. It's completely defeated, but people from 2 worlds have nothing to say. Ye Chen didn't care about these people, he came to that senior and saluted respectfully. Thank you senior for your help. Go back, your teacher has been waiting for a long time. Gragas looked at Ye Chen and said. Yes. Ye Chen replied. Then turned and left. It's time to go back to retreat, the harvest this time is not small. The only pity is that the Yulong River does not have a complete source of energy. Rewards cannot be claimed repeatedly. Up to now, he has not encountered the second complete source of energy. Chapter 53. Ye Chen left, but the others did not. Okay, the loser has already left, should the senior from the Holy Light Hall come out? Go and ask that senior brother how he did it. Brother Shen Guangdian may not necessarily say it, but if he can say it, then we will benefit a lot. However, it's good to see the heroic appearance of the senior brother of the Holy Light Hall. Look at the Holy Light Hall senior brother coming out. At this time, everyone looked behind the thatched cottage. At this time, a figure came out from inside. Everyone is looking forward to the winner. Gragas drank his wine and shook his head. He didn't say anything. Clatter! Clatter! The sound of footsteps approached from far away. Step by step out of the mist. A little bit from blurry to clear. And those who were waiting for the senior brother of the Holy Light Hall changed their expressions from anticipation to weirdness. From weirdness to doubt. From doubt to surprise again. They saw it, and the person who saw it was indeed senior brother Shen Guangdian. But what shocked them was that this senior brother he is wet. What does it mean to be wet? Means drowning in the Yulong River. Brother Shen Guangdian fell into the water, what does this mean? It means that the one who broke through himself in the end was not the senior brother of the Holy Light Hall at all. It was the junior brother of the Town Demon Hall they were talking about before. The first to come out is not the loser at all, but the winner. One by one, Egbert lost the ability to speak for a while. At this time, they didn't know how to react at all. This is completely different from what they expected. It's a world of difference. It simply subverted their cognition. But it was completely irrefutable. The disciples who were planning to go forward to ask for their experience turned pale. The one who said before that the junior brother of the town demon hall was honored despite his defeat, didn't dare to speak up at all. I'm afraid I'll be ashamed again. To say that the two are not at the same level is simply ignorance. Egbert didn't stay, he left the Yulong River immediately. He lost. Never deny it. Wait for Egbert to leave. In the originally quiet crowd, a voice suddenly came out. So, in fact, the junior from the town demon palace won? The real loser is the Holy Light Hall senior brother? Impossible, how is this possible? There is no reason. But the facts are here, and it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. The one who really broke through himself was the junior from the town demon palace. But even if he is good at this aspect, his talent is limited after all. But the younger brother of the Temple of Demon Suppression still won. Alsop watched all this, then disappeared in place. Ye Chen headed all the way to the Demon Town Hall. He came back from Yufeng. This is his rare opportunity to ride the wind. Hurry up! Yufeng in the Temple of Demon Suppression is easy to be called childish by the teacher. In fact, Yufeng is really handsome. It's just that he is no longer childish. When he has a chance to go out, he will use all his strength to fly against the wind once. As for when to go out, normally speaking, it would have to wait until the day when capturing the undead deity became mythical. It's a little far away, but he keeps getting closer. Ye Chen looked ahead with a calm expression, and he should be able to reach the Demon Town Hall in a short time. Unless there is another accident, then detour. But before he passed the Notre Dame, Ye Chen stopped suddenly. Because standing in front of him was a middle-aged man. The opponent is very strong. This was Ye Chen's first instinct when he saw this person. The Archbishop of the Holy Light Hall, why did he appear here? Ye Chen naturally knew each other. Even though the cardinals and archbishops of each peak had not greeted each other directly, it did not mean that they did not know what the other party looked like. As a disciple of the temple, the cardinal archbishop of each peak didn't know what he looked like. Sometimes it is easy to offend people. Ye Chen didn't take the initiative to say hello, but took a detour with a respectful face. It's just that he just took a detour when the Cardinal Alsop of the Temple of Holy Light reappeared in front of him with a whimper. "Master, what's the matter?" Ye Chen didn't take a detour this time, but asked directly. The other party was obviously looking for him. But soon Ye Chen was surprised by what the other said. "How about coming to my Holy Light Hall?" This is what Ye Chen heard. Surprised him a little. The disciple doesn't understand the meaning of the uncle. Ye Chen bowed his head in response. The Cardinal of the Holy Light Hall would come to let him go to the Holy Light Hall, which he never expected. "You are very good, it is better to come to the Holy Light Hall than to be in the Demon Town Hall. Don't look at the Town Demon Temple giving you all the resources, but all the resources of the Town Demon Temple can't help you mythical level. I can do it in the Temple of Holy Light. You are worthy of my training." Alsop looked at Ye Chen's calm opening. Ye Chen bowed his head and said humbly, "Uncle Master is absurd. But the disciple has already worshipped the teacher. As long as you nod, I can help you with other things." Alsop didn't mean to joke at all. Ye Chen shook his head. "Thank you uncle, but this disciple does not intend to leave the demon-suppressing palace." "Why?" Alsop asked. "If it is less than mythical level, Joey's astral realm is nothing. Because the teacher treats me as a personal disciple." Ye Chen said calmly. Although he is now a direct disciple, but he was not at the beginning. "Oh." Alsop looked at Ye Chen. "There are so many apprentices, one more and one less, maybe it won't make any sense. But the teacher, only me. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Ye Chen lowered his head and spoke calmly. Alsop took a deep look at Ye Chen, and finally disappeared in place. Respectfully send off, master. Ye Chen said respectfully. After waiting for a while, he headed all the way to the Demon Town Hall. It's too dangerous, but after staying in the Yulong River for a long time, the Cardinal of the Holy Light Hall was drawn out. It seems that we have to figure out the situation in everything we do in the future. Don't be careless, and get the attention of the entire church. Ye Chen was vigilant. He thought that the Yulong River matter was not a big problem. However, he was not sure what the Cardinal Archbishop of the Holy Light Hall meant. True and false cannot be ascertained at all. Only he is telling the truth. It is impossible for him to leave the Demon Town Hall. There is nothing wrong with Zhenmo Temple, and the teacher is doing his best for him. As a personal disciple, he may become the Cardinal Archbishop of the Temple of Demon Suppression in the future, guarding the entrance to the abyss. He came to his senses early in the morning. As for the mythical level, he must be at the mythical level. But now we need to become stronger, as strong as possible. He didn't know who this uncle was, and if he became angry and wanted to shoot him, it would be too dangerous. So there's no need, it's better not to leave the Demon Town Hall for a short time. Teacher. On the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall, Ye Chen handed over some fruits. It was planted by the Demon Town Hall. Managed by Ye Chen. No time wasting, just take care of it once in a while. He was going to buy wine for his teacher. But the appearance of the Cardinal of the Holy Light Hall disrupted his plan. To be on the safe side, he returned to Town Demon Hall immediately instead of going to the old wine tavern to buy wine. So you can only use fruit instead. Have you got the confidence to break through the great priest? Gandalf took the fruit, looked at Ye Chen and asked. 3 months. For 3 full months, he thought that 1 month was the limit. Unexpectedly, his apprentice stayed in Yulong River for 3 months. Really surprise him every time. Try it. Ye Chen replied. Regarding cultivation, no one can guarantee it. Then try. Gandalf looked at Ye Chen and said. Didn't ask much. Ye Chen is a man of his own mind and knows exactly what he is doing. As a teacher, he said everything he could say and did everything he could do. Therefore, the rest depends on Ye Chen's performance. It is up to Ye Chen himself whether he can step into the great priest in the past 2 years. Ye Chen was about to go back to practice, but he still asked curiously. Teacher, after staying in the Demon Town Hall for 100 years, will you change your title again? You want to be a cardinal? Gandalf looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Ye Chen. He just wanted to prevent what happened 30 years ago. The 100-year threshold is approaching, and he doesn't want to be called by his teacher to buy wine, and then honor the teacher. This kind of thing, he should do it himself. Chapter 54. Ye Chen left the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall and headed for the underground space. He needs to go back to practice. He is sure that there is really nothing to worry about for 100 years. Soon he returned to the entrance of the underground space, but this time, he found that the original 3 people had become 2. Amelia didn't know when she left. The other 2 are still practicing meditation. Still using the initial formation. This time Ye Chen felt a sense of disobedience again. But very faintly. It should be that as time changes, the formation also needs to change. The terrain of the Demon Town Hall is not fixed. Especially the breath of the abyss will have a lot of influence. Ye Chen walked very lightly and did not disturb their cultivation. But the other party shouldn't stay for too long. A few months has consumed them a lot, and there is more or less abyssal breath on them. If you rush to break through, it will be counterproductive. What surprised Ye Chen was that he just passed by the formation. It was found that the 2 opened their eyes directly. Junior brother is back. Toby immediately asked to keep Ye Chen. I'm bothering senior brother. Ye Chen bowed his head apologetically. No, we are paying special attention to the younger brother. Toby got up. Bai Liar also stood up. They came to Ye Chen, took out a bottle of potion and said, here are some advanced magic potions, which can be used to help the junior brother advance to the great priest. It was given to my junior by senior sister Amelia and the two of us. The purpose is to thank the younger brother for that reminder. Let us get a lot of opportunities. As a result, senior sister Amelia completed her training ahead of schedule, and now she is going to the next step. Ye Chen looked at the potion, then reached out to take it. The other party received a chance because of him, and then sent the medicine. There are causes and effects, and they do not owe each other. Then don't bother senior brothers and sisters. After the other party nodded, Ye Chen turned and went into the underground space. He wants to go in and practice, so that the strength of the patron of the holy light will be further strengthened. Although with the help of Yulong he wants to be promoted to the middle stage of the holy light's blessed one. It actually takes some time. However, the time is greatly reduced. In addition, there is a system, and the promotion to the midterm of the holy light's caretaker will theoretically be reduced to the extreme. When returning to the underground space, Ye Chen found that the abyssal atmosphere here seemed to be heavier than before. Is it going to be a once-in-a-century eruption? The entrance to the underground space needs to be guarded, not only because there are passages here, but mainly because the breath of the abyss will erupt once every 100 years. Sometimes some abyssal creatures will come out. But they are all weak creatures. Doesn't affect anything. Then the Holy Light Palace should have reached the time of opportunity again. The Temple of Holy Light should have an entrance to the heavens. There is a high probability that it will erupt once every 100 years. But Ye Chen is not envious, because the breath of the abyss can also greatly improve his strength. I saw that when the time came, his teacher would not let him approach to practice. Plant eggs also recovered. Saw plant eggs back to normal. Ye Chen cast Holy Fall Blessing again. Still that uncomfortable feeling. Then I started to practice. During this practice, Ye Chen felt solidified. It seems that there are countless energies in his body, which are used for him to improve the realm of the patron of the holy light. Even if it is the potion needed to eat the realm of the patron of the holy light, it is incomparable. Only when you have the stone of truth, you have a similar feeling. In this state, Ye Chen practiced much faster. You don't even need to take potions to improve your strength. Ye Chen was silent in it, constantly deepening his own strength. He doesn't care about things outside. And he is now in the critical period of being promoted to the great priest. Not to mention the two people at the entrance of the underground space, even his teacher would not arrange things for him. At the entrance of the underground space, Bai Lyra looked at the entrance of the underground space. It's been 3 months. I don't know when this junior brother will come out. Yes, 3 months have passed since Ye Chen entered the underground space to practice. And today is also the day they leave. The practice here has been completed. Staying any longer will not only be of no benefit to them, but will bring danger instead. Brother, are you still planning to wait? Belle asked Toby. Because of the array. They were curious whether Ye Chen could use Holy Fall Blessing or not. They want to be able to cast it once on them if they can. After all, their next step of cultivation has more or less to do with luck. Don't miss this opportunity. It's just that the other party didn't come out, and they couldn't waste too long waiting. If the practice time is missed, it will be difficult for them to wait. Amelia is already far ahead, and in a few years, she should be able to sprint for the Blessed One. Once you step on Light's provider, you're close to legendary. I'll wait another 3 days. Toby looked at the underground space and said. 3 days is my limit. Then I won't accompany senior brother anymore, I'm going to follow in the footsteps of senior sister Amelia. I hope my brother can wait until the end. Bai Liar turned and left after finishing speaking. 3 days is very important to them. One step ahead and one step ahead. Waiting for Ye Chen to come out is too risky. If you don't come out for 3 months, it's hard to come out in 3 days. When you come out, you have to bet that the other party will have the Holy Fall blessing technique. If it does, the other party must be willing to use it. So it's almost impossible. Belle left, and Toby watched her leave. And he continued to wait. 3 days, wait for the last 3 days. Ye Chen opened his eyes, and he found that he had almost digested everything. It surprised him. Going to the Yulong River is actually only one step away from the middle stage of the Holy Light's caretaker. Then Ye Chen took out the ultimate magic essence potion. Since there is only one step away from the midterm of the Holy Light's caretaker, then go out directly after being promoted. After taking the potion, Ye Chen began to try to get promoted. He could clearly feel that the heart of Holy Light was becoming purer and more solid. Meditate. 3 days passed in a flash. Eyes closed, Ye Chen felt his surroundings turn from blurry to clear. From darkness to light. Looking inside the body, it seems to see more clearly. If there is any problem, you can detect it at the first time. Lingtai is clear and bright, with stronger resistance. The density zone has also changed from a small stream to a large river. If there is an invasion by the will of the abyss, it will be more calm. The midterm of the Holy Light's caretaker. Achieved. Chapter 55. Call. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. It's been more than 3 months to be promoted to the midterm of the Holy Light's Blessed One, which is somewhat beyond expectations. But Yulong River has only one chance. It should be brought about by my last step without falling into the lake. That is a kind of sublimation. That's why his patron of the Holy Light was promoted so quickly. If he is really just a great priest or a formal priest, it will definitely not have such a good effect. It's a pity that this kind of sublimation is more difficult than promotion. After getting up, Ye Chen didn't adjust his strength to the Grand Priest. Not yet. But it's time to go out and clean the hall. After casting the blessing of Holy Fall spell on the plant egg, Ye Chen planned to leave. Just when he turned his head, he felt enlightened for a moment. The soul is blessed. Understand the beginning of destiny. Know the mystery of fate. Fate is like destiny. Wonderful. And he could feel that this kind of thing should not be touched often. It didn't do him any good. So that's the case. No wonder the teacher would say that it is similar to the secret art of blood, but it is not the secret art of blood after all. This kind of thing originated from heaven and earth, even if it can be used a little, it cannot be touched too much. Then Ye Chen walked outside. As for the plant egg, Ye Chen didn't expect it to hatch. If you have time to pour some spiritual liquid, it will be fine as a plant. Fortunately, no need to bask in the sun. Toby looked at the sky, and then at the entrance to the underground space. Well. A sigh. After all, there was no waiting. After 3 days, he could not stay any longer. You have to catch up. Everyone's choice is different, he just bet wrong. Fortunately, within the acceptable range. It's just that Toby just turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly footsteps were heard. Footsteps from the mouth of the underground space. Ye Chen walked out of the underground space. When he was going to clean up, he read some books and took medicine to lay the foundation for his future practice. It does not affect cultivation, nor does it affect the understanding of magic and all aspects of knowledge. Of course, his energy is limited after all, and he will not learn everything. It is even more impossible to know everything. Now the focus is on improving strength. Only at the mythical level can you have the right to speak in the Joey's star realm. Joey's astral world is full of demons and gods. If it is less than mythical level, it would be dangerous for him to stay away from the sanctuary. Hey, brother! Walking out of the underground space, Chen found that there was only one of the original 3 people left. It seems that they are still waiting for him. Are you free, junior brother? Toby has something to ask for, so he will definitely not put his attitude high. Brother, please tell me. Chen didn't know what the other party was going to do. The first time I saw junior brother half a year ago, I saw that junior brother was equipped with the Holy Fall Blessing technique. I want to ask my junior brother if he has comprehended the Holy Fall Blessing technique. If I understand it, can I ask my junior brother to perform it for me once? Toby paused, and immediately said. Of course, I will never let my junior brother use it in vain. Chen looked at Toby. Open straight. I've never used it on people before, so there may be some disadvantages. He never cast it on people. So it is necessary to try once. It just so happened that this senior brother had something to ask for. To save him from casting it directly on himself. Casting on others is not necessarily the same as casting on yourself. But to cast it on others, it may feel more real. Plant eggs really made him feel blessed, but that's all. Moreover, plant eggs cannot provide feedback. Junior brother, please try boldly. Toby had no choice. It's already this time, if you give up, it will be a failure. He was already betting, so naturally he wasn't afraid to gamble again. Chen did not hesitate, and directly cast the blessing of the Holy Fall. At this time, a holy light fell from midair. Chen could feel an indescribable blessing on Toby. As if with a little bit of luck. What surprised Chen was that when he cast the blessing of the Holy Fall, the blessing of the Holy Fall would also appear on him. Toby's body begins to be covered by the Holy Fall blessing, and the Holy Fall blessing on him will disappear. This holy light has nothing to do with him, it seems to be the accumulation of this period of time. It turned out to be like this. Chen understood in an instant. After he learned the Holy Fall blessing technique, he would start to gather these things. The stronger the cast target, the greater the consumption of Holy Fall blessing. Plant eggs, basically no feeling. But Toby's great priest's strength will naturally consume a lot of Holy Fall blessing. However, the accumulation of the Holy Fall blessing technique seems to be useless to itself. This. Some tasteless. But you can try to show yourself. Whether it is useful or not, just try it next time. It's just that this magic is really not suitable for being used on people casually. If there is a slight problem, it is easy to get burned. Especially powerful people. Plant eggs seem to be able to cast them at will. An egg has no effect. Of course, the Holy Fall blessing is just an auxiliary magic. Chen's is not this at all, it's strength. Powerful strength, unrivaled power. This is what he needs to pursue. If he is not strong enough, he doesn't want to stay away from the Demon Town Hall. It is strong enough to go out for a stroll. It's just a long way off. The mythical level is a threshold. Brother, this is... Toby naturally saw that the Holy Fall blessing on Chen's body was disappearing. This was the first time he had ever seen someone perform the Holy Fall blessing technique. Side effects, it seems that it will take a lot of time to recover. Chen said calmly. Toby bowed his head, he could understand that this kind of magic, which was similar to the secret art of blood, was not so easy to cast. If it wasn't because this junior had never used it on others, then he wouldn't have had the chance to be used. He was lucky. This is a thank you to the younger brother. As he spoke, Toby took out a book of practice experience, a book of combat skills, and a rune stone of water blue. This is the cultivation experience I got by accident when I went out. Although it is not so detailed, there are some records before reaching the mythical level. After speaking, he handed the cultivation experience to Chen. This is the combat technique of the Monkey King. Between mountains and rivers, it can greatly increase the strength of juniors. The last one needs to be studied by the younger brother. I have only one of this thing in the whole church. I dare not read the content so far. Saying that, Toby handed everything to Ye Chen. Ye Chen did not refuse. After he accepted it, Toby left. He is in a hurry. Ye Chen watched Toby leave. These brothers and sisters don't seem to like karma. Or don't like leaving karma behind. Ye Chen didn't like it either. So he never refuses what those people offer. Everyone owes nothing to each other. Then he started to clean the hall. While cleaning, by the way, I started to check my cultivation experience, and how to fight with the god monkey. Ye Chen read the practice experience very carefully, and he found that this practice experience does contain experiences of various realms. Although less, it hits the nail on the head and is not fancy at all. It should be a copy, but some important parts have not been removed. Ye Chen does not only have this practice experience. There is also this place where the book collection of the Demon Town Hall is stored. Looks like it belonged to his teacher. Two-party verification can give him a lot of inspiration. After putting away his experience, Ye Chen watched the Monkey King again. Soon he discovered that this is a kind of movement method, which fits the movement method between mountains and rivers. But even if you learn it, you can't compare with phantom speed force. If you have time, you can learn to use it as a camouflage. If you don't have time, you can only throw it away. After all, phantom speed force is enough for him. After putting away the monkey fighting method, Ye Chen focused on the rune stone of the last water blue. The introduction given to him by the other party was very strange. There is only such a thing in the church, and I dare not look at it yet. Chapter 56. It's not like magic equipment, but it's a bit like a recording tool. After checking that there was no problem, Ye Chen activated the water blue rune stone with aura. For a moment, Ye Chen felt some fog around him. But these are just records. Not really a fog. Soon he saw a few words in the mist. When he took a closer look, he frowned. Because in front of him, there are a few large characters written, a picture of senior sister Amelia leaving the bath. Ye Chen. Surprised for a moment, Ye Chen regained his composure. It should be impossible. Although Ye Chen didn't know that senior sister well, he remembered Fang Ping's calm and glamorous look. Although she is kind to some juniors and younger sisters, she will never let this kind of thing spread. Even if there is, it will definitely be taken back in anger. This picture is weird. Then Ye Chen directly opened this picture to see where the problem occurred. When Ye Chen was about to open this picture, he found that this rune stone had never been activated by anyone else. Without thinking too much, Ye Chen began to watch the content inside. He was really curious what the problem was with this thing. Soon Ye Chen saw that it was a lake. Smoky lake. At this time, ripples appeared in the lake. Someone should be at the bottom of the lake, and it's time to appear. Is it really a bathing picture? Ye Chen had an accident, so far, it fits the setting. But he still didn't believe it. Not long after, Ye Chen saw the water start to rise. It was someone who was about to come out of the water. Then a dragon chant came out. A giant dragon with a holy white body rushed out of the lake. It is a small dragon, or a very small dragon. Young dragon? Amelia? Her blood can support her to transform into a dragon? Then the screen disappears. Ye Chen felt nothing at all. He said that there must be something wrong with the so-called bath map. But he hadn't thought of that being the case. This picture lives up to the name. Bathe out of the lake without clothes. But dragon scales are probably clothes too, right? This is probably the reason why this thing can still be outside. The screen disappeared, and the water blue rune stone lay safely in Ye Chen's hand. However, the traces of being opened cannot be erased. He didn't care, he just threw it into the red gourd. After cleaning, he was going to read a book and take medicine by the way. Then continue to practice. After practicing for another year and a half, the superficial strength should be enough to enter the great priest. Just remember this, the problem lies in his real strength. It can be said that it is all by chance to be promoted to the midterm of the holy light. It is difficult to enter the later stage. In the days that followed, Chen was still doing his job. I spend most of my time practicing. In the midterm of the Holy Light's career, the ultimate power of the Copper Boltanos is the 7th level Copper Boltanos power. He has a feeling that facing the later stage of the Holy Light's caretaker, he may even have a chance to fight. The power of the 7th level Copper Boltanos shocked him too much. Completely surpassed the midterm of the Holy Light's carer he was in. However, he couldn't guarantee that others would do the same. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best not to jump over the ranks and fight with others. Unless there are sufficient means. The Phantom Speed Force is about to enter the 8th level. The ability to escape danger has been strengthened a lot. In the Joey's Star realm, survival is the most important thing. He has also learned some dragon language, and the bonus to some magic is indeed beyond imagination. Like thunderstorms. He has a feeling that if he uses the dragon language, he will be like the god of thunder descending into the world, controlling the thunder. If it is at the mythical level, it is absolutely terrifying. It's just that this also let Chen know that once the giant dragons cast this kind of magic, it would be even more terrifying. This shows that the giant dragon family cannot be underestimated. Of course, Chen will not underestimate any enemy. As long as it is an enemy, he will not waste time with other magic, but only use the power of the Copper Boltanos. Lore. 3 years passed in a flash. Chen opened his eyes in the underground space. In the past 3 years, his strength has still remained in the middle stage of the Patron of the Holy Light, and it will take a lot of time to enter the late stage of the Patron of the Holy Light. However, he showed his strength a year ago and was modified by him to become a great priest. Now his teacher should feel that his great priest has stabilized. After being officially a priest, the will of the abyss was basically never checked. The same is true for the great priest. It all depends on when he wants to take the initiative to check. However, the abyss channel has been overflowing with power recently. It seems that in a few years it will be the day of the eruption. That was the time when he used the breath of the abyss to cultivate. After Yulonghe's opportunity was exhausted, it was very slow to advance. Even if there are medicines and other items for receiving rewards, they can't make rapid progress in one day. But the speed is definitely much faster than others. Recently, he received a lot of rewards. Once, he deliberately didn't collect the rewards for 3 months, and wanted to see if he could accumulate the original energy. Not bad luck, and got another bottle of pure spring. The promotion to the legendary level has added more guarantees. Then he waited another 3 months. It's a pity that I only got a bottle of Common's top-grade magic essence potion, which was used for cultivation during the period of the Holy Light. Maybe 6 months will work. But he didn't do this. After all, he needs to receive rewards frequently, and use the rewards to strengthen himself. I'm going to see the teacher now. If he hadn't been called, he would have continued to practice until the day he was promoted to the mythical level. On the day he was promoted to the mythical class, he needed to go out. Because to capture the undead divinity. There will also be a lot of things to prepare at that time. But it's still far from mythical. After pouring some spiritual liquid on the plant eggs, Chen left the underground space. In the past few years, I haven't found any attention from the uncle of the Holy Light Hall, so theoretically there is no problem. He who is in the demon-suppressing palace is surrounded by his teacher. Of course, Chen also felt that the senior should not pay too much attention to him. After all, his talent is average. How difficult it is to think of a mythical level. Mindfulness is far less important than strength. Especially because he has a good heart, it doesn't mean that other people are bad. He's just maybe a little calmer than those guys. Not long after, Chen came to the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. Teacher. Ye Chen fell behind Gandalf. The great priest has been strengthened. Gandalf looked at Ye Chen with a smile. This is his first disciple to be promoted to the great priest in the temple of demon suppression. This disciple gave him too many surprises. It also gave him a lot of expectations. Even if his disciple's talent is not that good, he will do his best to cultivate it. Help him. Chapter 57. It's solidified. Ye Chen nodded. Originally, Ye Chen thought there would be a gift. After all, when he was officially a priest, the teacher gave him a plant egg. But because of the plant eggs, the teacher no longer gave gifts. I thought it was a magic pet, but I didn't expect it to become a potted plant in the end. Ye Chen didn't expect this either. He thought it all over and let the magic pet watch the gate. If his wisdom allows, he can also help him clean up the main hall and clean up the roadside grass. Plans can't keep up with changes. I have been up the mountain for decades, but I have never been down the mountain. Gandalf asked softly. Just when he asked, Ye Chen immediately said, Teacher, I don't want to go down the mountain for now. Gandalf. It's time for the great priest, it's time to practice and practice. Teacher, let's go out and practice after the disciple is likely to reach the mythical level in the future. Gandalf looked at Ye Chen and didn't know what to say for a while. Is this too far? But not having actual combat is very dangerous for you, and it is also a kind of resistance for the mythical class. Gandalf said. Ye Chen lowered his head and did not speak. In the Wuun Mountains, there are a lot of medicinal materials, and the monsters are not too strong. Do you want to try it? The leader is a legendary class. Too far. Ye Chen has naturally heard of the Wuun mountain range, and it is said that disciples from many places will go there to practice. However, the location is relatively northern. The distance from the church is not something that can be easily reached by flying. With such a long distance, Ye Chen would naturally not go. Too dangerous. Where is the Kailan Mountains? It's not too far away, it takes about 10 days to go back and forth. Some people lead the team, up to 5 days back and forth. Opportunities in the Kailan Mountains are immeasurable. And it is very easy to meet monsters that can be used as magic pets. Asked Gandalf again. Ye Chen thought about it and said. Teacher, is there an hour to go back and forth? Gandalf. Is this going down the mountain to help clear roadblocks? Ye Chen bowed his head and remained silent. He doesn't reject this kind of experience, after all, he really lacks actual combat. Some things cannot be imagined. But keeping him away from the demon town hall is too dangerous. He's not yet at the mythical level, so he won't go out. Unless something has to go out, so far no. Then let's talk about other things first. After a while, the bright holy pool will be opened. At that time, some priestesses will try to enter the holy pool of light. As a direct disciple, you are going to watch the ceremony. Said Gandalf. Will you go to the holy pool of light to observe the ceremony? Ye Chen asked. There is another place above the 9 peaks of the holy hall, the holy land of bright holy pool. It is said that only women can go in and practice. It's just that there are almost no people who can go in. Once someone goes in, as long as they are still alive, there is no need to open the holy pool of light. Of course, Ye Chen doesn't care about this kind of thing. What he cares about is that he can enter the holy pool of light to receive rewards. The bright holy pool definitely has the original energy. The rewards received must be unreasonable creations of heaven and earth, such as the stone of truth and the holy relic of the elves, the essence of life. Gandalf nodded. His disciples had nothing to do and had to go. In the past, no one went to the town demon hall, but this time they did. Then he thought for a while and said. Under the church, there is a place suitable for your experience. At your speed, about an hour's journey away, there is a forest of chrysalis pupae. Go and help the master catch 2 chilling cicada chrysalis and come back. 2 hours back and forth, isn't that far? Gandalf asked. Chen did not refuse. This is to change the going out experience into catching the chrysalis of ice cicadas. There is more or less the effect of experience. And it's close. Not much more than buying booze. It's not easy to catch the chrysalis of the great priest, but it's not dangerous either. It's just that it doesn't seem to have any effect on the midterm of the holy light's patron like Chen. It's time to get the reward. Fortunately it was close enough. Not long after, Chen left the demon town hall. He learned the location of the frozen cicada pupa forest, so he planned to go back early. Haven't claimed the reward today. Don't delay to claim the rewards in the past. Watching Chen leave, Gandalf felt helpless. It seems that the next time Excellence disciple goes out to participate in the top power exchange meeting, he will not go either. Is it because you are too good-natured? Apart from the necessary cultivation, there is basically nothing else to ask for. Gandalf smiled wryly, but without the slightest reproach. He doesn't dislike this kind of distress for his own disciples. And to his disciple, he is very proud. Chen's speed is very fast. On the surface, his strength is at the level of a great priest, and the speed of Yufeng's flight is also at the standard of a great priest. I didn't fly too high or too high profile, which would easily offend some seniors walking on the road. Some people just don't like people flying over their heads. Therefore, Chen carefully avoided these. Not long after, he came to the forest of Chrysalis. It's not far from the church, or in other words, it can barely be considered the territory of the church. It's just that the church has never been in charge. Chilicata chrysalis, while unusual, is not a rare species. It is not very useful for cultivation. There is no need to care too much. Chen stood in mid-air, and in front of him were some frost-stained trees. This is the case as far as the eye can see. This is the chilling cicada pupa forest. Chen landed in the woods and began to look for the chrysalis. Going in step by step, there were some sounds from the woods, but as Chen went deeper, the sounds gradually subsided. It didn't take long for Chen to feel that the woods had become surprisingly quiet, but the forest of chrysalis pupae didn't seem to be like this. He checked the information. Some problems. Thinking like this, Chen planned to leave first. It's just that as soon as the thought came up, he suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. Not far behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen looked behind. It's just that there is no one in the rear except for some trees. Chen frowned, but there was no danger for the time being. Get the reward first. No one was found who was watching him secretly. Chen didn't panic. But he didn't intend to go too deep. The chilling cicada chrysalis grove is indeed somewhat dangerous. But I haven't heard of any creatures that even the great priests can't detect. Chen felt that there should be some new changes here. Anyway, get out first and see the situation. The chrysalis forest is so big, it is not difficult to catch 2 chrysalis. But when he retired, he planned to receive a reward. It's barely in the woods here. The system receives rewards. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the source of energy, medium, and the secret art of bloodline breaking evil god light. Breaking evil god light, melting into magic, attached to magic, breaking demons, destroying souls. The system sound fell, and Chen was a little surprised. It's actually a secret art of blood. This is the second time he has obtained the bloodline secret technique since the god's obstacle. Break the evil god light. Looking at this introduction, it seems to be targeting the soul. Chen originally planned to learn directly, but it's hard to say whether it will have any impact. After all, he felt that someone was watching him from behind. In the next second, Chen looked behind. This time he saw it. It was a standing monster with a blue face and fangs, whose strength seemed to be inferior to that of a great priest. Isn't it possible for the great priest to appear directly under my awareness in an instant? And he is sentient. There is a problem with this monster. Chapter 58. I'm just passing by, and if I'm not welcome, I can leave now. Ye Chen looked at it and said. At this time it also looked at Ye Chen. When the other party didn't respond, Ye Chen retreated out of the woods step by step. He didn't want to be an enemy of the other party. So far, the other party didn't have to kill him. Ye Chen was retreating, the monster just watched, showing no sign of making a move. Just when Ye Chen was about to retreat, someone suddenly rushed out from behind the monster. Swords are fast. The power is strong. The early days of the great priest. Your Excellency, don't be afraid, I will help you. The sound followed. That sword locked on the monster, as if it wanted to kill the monster with blue face and fangs. The Warcraft noticed it, and it bared its teeth and wanted to fight back, but it didn't seem to have enough strength. At this moment, Ye Chen's back felt cold. There seemed to be countless eyes staring at him in the woods. It's like staring at an enemy. Is this person dragging me into the water on purpose? Ye Chen could clearly feel that once this monster was killed, he would definitely be hated. No more hesitation, the Monkey King's method of warfare is activated. One step to the side of Warcraft. A goose egg-shaped magic barrier came out casually, directly blocking the early sword of the great priest. The man was shocked. He never thought that Ye Chen would appear suddenly. But Ye Chen didn't give him time to react, and kicked him out. Boom! The powerful force directly kicked the big priest man away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out directly from the man's mouth. In the face of Ye Chen's kick, he couldn't use his strength at all. After the man was kicked away, Ye Chen stepped back a little distance, and immediately looked at the monster. At that moment, Ye Chen felt that the whole forest was staring at him. Very dangerous. At this time, the monster was staring at Ye Chen, as if it would attack at any moment. You go! Ye Chen spoke first. At this time, he had to speak, otherwise the monster would be easy to attack, and the consequences would be unpredictable. The monster seemed to understand what Ye Chen said. It looked at Ye Chen and slowly sank into the tree. The other party just disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen frowned, and then decided not to go near the tree. But when the monster left, the eyes from the forest disappeared instantly. He was not hated by the dark existence, nor was he targeted. Then Ye Chen looked at the man beside him. But another middle-aged man came from afar. Great Priest Limit. The middle-aged man came to the early stage of the Great Priest, and when he was sure that he was only injured, he looked at Ye Chen. Why, Your Excellency! We mean no harm. I don't mean anything malicious, Ye Chen said. These two men were not from the church. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. The middle-aged man planned to take someone away after speaking, but before leaving, he said one more sentence. There are some abnormalities in the woods, I hope you have the strength to leave. Ye Chen watched the two leave. It seems a little reconciled. The Great Priest Extreme is dissatisfied with me, the Great Priest, in the midterm, but he doesn't do anything. Is it because I am a disciple of the temple, so I have some scruples? Ye Chen guessed in his heart. But Ye Chen couldn't be sure what the other party was up to. As long as you don't mess with him, then everyone will live in peace. If you want to target him, in order to protect himself, Ye Chen will not hold back in the slightest. If the Great Priest just attacked him in the early stage, then it is not the common magic and the monkey fighting method. The only thing that greets that person is the speed force of the phantom, and the power of the copper boltanos. However, the power of brazen boltanos should be able to be used with shattering evil god light. It's time to fully suppress the enemy. No matter what type of enemy. What is the specific situation, Ye Chen needs to learn how to break the light of evil god. Just try to leave now. Ye Chen kept retreating, but the more he retreated, the weirder he felt. The surrounding trees seemed to be moving, affecting the way he left. If it weren't for his strength in the midterm of the holy light, he would never have noticed it. Looks like he's still being targeted. Chen could feel that there was a magic circle deliberately preventing him from leaving. Man-made. He came here to meet a total of 2 people. It is the people with the strength of the 2 great priests. But they should not have the strength to keep him. Unless the magic circle is amazing. Chen can break this kind of magic circle, but it's not easy. Need to delay some time, he is not good at magic circle. The easiest solution at present is to solve the person who gave the problem. Since the problem cannot be solved in a short time, then the person who posted the problem will be solved in a short time. Then Chen stood there and waited for those people to arrive. Now he is not far from the outside. Dangerous is not too dangerous. Then practice breaking the evil god light first. Chen thought to himself. Since it is waiting, then use this time to equip yourself to ensure that you can face problems calmly. However, he was still on guard to prevent someone from sneaking up on him. In the current perception, no one has appeared yet. Chen sat cross-legged. He started to turn on the broken evil god light in his mind. As the broken evil god light was opened, the words on it began to disappear, and all the disappeared words were integrated into Chen's body. This is a bloodline secret technique, not magic. So there is no need to look at it, and you will learn it directly after waiting for all the integration. Not long after, Chen felt the evil god light appear in his body. It was a looming force. If you want to use it directly, you can't use it at all. However, Chen has a feeling that as long as he uses magic, he can bring this power along. The stronger the magic, the stronger the power. The magic is weaker. This power is like chicken ribs. The bloodline secret technique breaks the light of evil god, only relying on magic to melt into magic. This is for spiritual power. At the same time, it can also attack such forces. Attacks such as magic sounds. It's quite useful. Integrating the power of the copper boltanos is the most suitable. The power of the copper boltanos is so strong that there is nothing that cannot be broken. With this, there are almost no shortcomings. After a while, Chen exhaled. The bloodline secret technique to break the evil god light has been cultivated. Afterwards, you only need to be familiar with the process of integration. It should not be so easy to fully integrate now. Of course, even if it is a little bit, plus the power of the copper boltanos. Also very scary. Coming. Chen opened his eyes and felt some people coming towards him. At this moment Chen stood up and looked into the distance. There are 7 people in total. There are those who are blessed by the holy light. Chapter 59. This person is waiting for us to go over? Templars are all about confidence. An old man looked at the front and said coldly. Is it really okay? Templar disciples are not easy to mess with, asked the middle-aged man at the limit of the great priest. Mr. Hermit Wenger shook his head and said. Don't worry, there are many disciples in the temple, if you miss 1 or 2, you won't be discovered. And what's here those people will know as long as they come in. The murderer was a suddenly mutated wood ape monster, which has nothing to do with us. The others didn't say anything more. Don't we need to separate the containment? Prevent him from escaping indiscriminately and affect the plan? Someone asked again. Let me go first. A woman in a more delicate dress touched her lips and said with a smile. It looks like a young man who doesn't understand the relationship between men and women. Let me make him willing to work for me. After speaking, there was a surge of power in that woman, and she, who was originally delicate and charming, became a pure woman. Such young people like this, right? The others looked at the woman and said nothing, as if acquiescing to the other party's actions. This method is indeed the easiest, let the other party help them achieve their final goal. It depends on the efficiency. What they want is about to be obtained, not to mention inner disciples of the temple, even if they are direct disciples, they will not let it go. Hunted by the church? If they don't get what they want, it is still a question of whether they can live until then. Of course, what makes them fearless is that that person is too weak. The middle period of the great priest. Even if the talent is good, it is only the middle stage of the great priest. Chen stood still and waited for these people to come. To be honest, the other party has no reason to target him. The encounter before should not reach the point of life and death. To save face, we need someone at the level of the patron of the holy light to stop him. He is also a person who has a good knowledge of magic circles. Moreover, this magic circle should have existed before. Furthermore, the previous great priest had the strength to save face early. So, it should be for something else. After all, looking for the Templar disciples to save face, are they barbarians from the north? But soon Chen saw a young woman appearing in front of him. This is a young woman wearing a maid skirt with a pure face. It can't be said that it looks like a fish falling into a wild goose, but it looks very comfortable. With a slender body, even wearing a maid skirt, there is no way to hide her figure. But never with the slightest sense of exposure. Sensually, full marks. This little gentleman, is he waiting for someone? The woman approached Chen defenselessly. But the moment the other party spoke, Chen sensed it. Charm. This charm seems to be conveyed from the other party's every move, eyebrow, and smile. Constantly breaking down his vigilance. You trapped me here? Chen asked. Yes. The woman came to Chen, waved her hands, and said shyly. I feel that your constitution is a bit special, and I want to discuss something with you. The woman was right in front of Chen, without any presumptuous physical behavior. As if he just came to talk to Chen common. There was a trace of shyness on his face. Discuss how to take my life. Chen looked at the calm expression on the woman's face. Regarding Chen's words, the woman didn't have the slightest vigilance or surprise, she just shook her head with a smile. Of course not, your life is so precious, you will definitely not give it to others. How could Belina make such an unreasonable request? Belina looked at Chen and explained, then lowered her head and said. Belina sees that you are special, and wants to talk to you. Speaking of which, Belina looked up at Chen, blushing on her face. I want to have a baby with you. Not sure if this is possible? When Chen heard these words, he felt that there were hands appearing behind him, as if they wanted to start manipulating him. As long as he relaxes his mind, he will give these hands a chance. Thereby losing oneself. Life and death are involuntary. It's just that Chen didn't give these hands a chance. Chen turned his head to look at the woman beside him, and said calmly. I reject. The voice fell. The fist belonging to Chen moved. Belina, who was using charm, frowned, but the other party didn't respond. No matter how you look at it, you are not a newcomer to the world of mortals. And as Chen swung his fist, Belina was about to flee from the spot immediately. Control failed and she had to leave. However, the fist had arrived, and a powerful force swept across Belina's body. Boom! Before Belina's world turned dark, she saw a blood-red world. What I feel is indescribable pain. How can it be? When she found herself broken, she couldn't understand. This man is so ruthless that he doesn't show any mercy to her. And so strong. If you knew it earlier, you should act first. Not reconciled. Belina is dead. Chen blasted half of her body into blood mist with one punch. Not to mention that the other party is just a great priest, even the patron of the holy light cannot react. If you don't underestimate the enemy, maybe you have time to react. For this reason, Chen never underestimates the enemy. In case the opponent also hides his strength. It depends on who hides more. Chen didn't hate women, but he wouldn't even like to kill his women. Hidden strength. No wonder you have nothing to fear. At this time, the remaining 6 people came from all directions. The other party didn't seem to care much about his companion being killed. Ye Chen looked at these with a calm face. 6 people, 1 great priest in the early stage, 1 great priest in the middle stage, and 2 great priests at the limit. An early stage of the Holy Light's caretaker, and a midterm Holy Light's caretaker. Very strong. Facing these people, Ye Chen had enough calculations in his heart. Kill the strongest first. And the strongest is the old man in front of him. Do one thing for us, and I'll let you go, how about that? The old man looked at Ye Chen and continued. Although you are a disciple of the temple cannot save you now. Between square inches, people are like enemies. Ye Chen understands this truth. I'm just passing by here, what makes you think I can help you? Ye Chen asked. He is looking for opportunities. One hit kill. In the beginning we just wanted your excellency to help absorb some firepower, but accidents are always unexpected. The old man looked at Ye Chen and said. There are wood apes and monsters in the woods, and they don't trust humans. But for some reason, you who were not trusted before suddenly gained their favor. Although only a little bit, it is definitely special. For that we can only keep you here, do us a favor. Should I say no? Ye Chen asked. The old man smiled and said. We're not asking for your opinion. Hands on. Since Ye Chen can't be made to do things for them in a soft way, then use a strong way to do things for them. This time, I came here for the core of the Wood Ape Warcraft. They will not easily let go of any hope. No matter where the disciples are, don't try to hinder them. Ye Chen stood where he was, and he could feel that a great priest was attacking him. High speed. But he didn't move immediately, but looked at the old man. Although the other party didn't care about him very much. But there is no shortage of vigilance. And when the great priest's limit was about to be attacked, the old man finally relaxed for a moment. Only a little bit, not the best shot timing. But this is the only time for the opponent to relax, and he must make a move. Chapter 60. Phantom Speed Force activated. The power of the Copper Boltanos is transferred to the 7th level of the power of the Copper Boltanos. Ye Chen disappeared in place, and then came to the middle-aged man. His fist followed. The moment Ye Chen moved, the old man was on guard. He was a little surprised by Ye Chen's sudden appearance. However, he also used his magic power immediately and began to counterattack Ye Chen. He was already on guard. I've been waiting for you. The old man smiled coldly. Ye Chen hides his strength, he has been waiting for Ye Chen to counterattack. Without any strength, how can a disciple of the temple have confidence? How can you be so fearless? But, would he be unprepared? The opponent is just throwing himself into the trap. Afterwards, the old man's power kept surging, and he wanted to take Ye Chen down in one fell swoop. However, in just an instant, the old man's pupils shrank. Ye Chen's strength collided with his strength. He actually felt like he was hitting a stone with an egg. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on it. 093. An incomparably powerful force pressed over. Pure power. The power to crush everything. At this moment, the old man saw that his strength was disintegrating, and his self-confidence was collapsing. The opponent was stronger than he expected. Impossible, how can a contemporary disciple be so strong? No, definitely not down here. Burn, burn all my life potential. Fight back at all costs. Outbreak. Ye Chen's voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Ask me. This moment belonged to Ye Chen's power, which disintegrated the old man's power zone with lightning speed. Ye Chen, who possessed the power of the 7th level Copper Boltanos, directly punched the old man without a moment's pause. The destructive power roared past, crushing the old man's body. The blood mist drifted with the wind. Boom! One punch. Ye Chen stood where he was, and the body that belonged to the old man was instantly shattered. This time the other party left nothing behind. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen frowned. He didn't keep his hand, but the old man didn't leave nothing behind. And the dizziness of the blood mist is wrong. Has a problem. Ye Chen didn't hesitate at all, and started to retreat from the spot. However, it was a step too late. A magic circle began to appear around him, and the magic circle directly surrounded him. Even if I die, I will drag you to die with me. Then the old man's miserable voice sounded. Ye Chen ignored it, but used his strength to defeat the confinement magic circle. But this is the magic circle that the old man contributed his life to open. Ye Chen, unexpectedly couldn't blast away with one punch. 3 punches, up to 3 punches. But he found that the rest seemed to be summoning something. A huge magic circle appeared above the forest. The ferocious wolf head began to appear. The giant wolf spotted him immediately, his gaze was like looking at a weak lamb. Fresh meat in the mouth. As long as the giant wolf comes out, he will be the first to attack. A strong sense of crisis appeared in Ye Chen's senses. He frowned slightly, without any panic. Blast away the imprisonment directly. Boom! 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 The imprisonment was blasted away by Ye Chen. Without the slightest pause, he looked at the giant wolf that was about to appear. This wolf is stronger than that old man. This is all the other 5 people rely on. The most important thing is that killing those 5 people has been unable to prevent the giant wolf from descending. This giant wolf must be dealt with first. Ye Chen took out the potion of strength. Swallow it in one gulp. For safety, the broken evil god light is turned on. At this moment, Ye Chen's body was filled with great strength. The power of the copper boltanos is running crazily. In just a moment, he came to the front of the giant wolf. Blast out with a punch. Roar. The appearance of Ye Chen seemed to make the giant wolf feel the crisis. It frantically wants to rush out of the magic circle, so that it can display its full power. It's just that the other party doesn't give it time. Boom! The powerful fist hit the giant wolf directly on the head. Powerful forces impacted the quartet. Ye Chen could sense that the opponent was mobilizing his strength and trying to fight back. It seems that the power belonging to it cannot be used in a short time. Without all coming out, most of the power cannot be exerted. While it's sick, kill it. Ye Chen frantically operated the power of the copper boltanos. At this moment, there seemed to be a roar coming from his body. Power is galloping, and powerful strength gathers in Ye Chen's hands. Well! An invisible low roar sounded like it sounded in the woods. The forests were broken and the land crumbled. Broken. Ye Chen's fist hit the wolf's head abruptly. Woo! Ow! The great pain was passed on to the wolf head. At this moment, the giant wolf did not struggle to get out, but struggled to go back. However, it was too late. Ye Chen's fist broke through its defense, and his fist passed through like a mountain falling apart. Boom! The blood mist flew, and the struggling giant wolf lost half of its body. With its tenacious vitality, it struggled twice, and then stopped moving. The breath of life is broken. Ye Chen didn't stop to check, but directly activated the phantom speed force. Because the remaining 5 are at large. He wants to deal with these people while he still has some strength. Soon Ye Chen appeared in front of the early stage of the Holy Light's caretaker. The moment he saw Ye Chen, the man's pupil shrank. He put his hands behind his back and immediately said, "Your Excellency, please listen to my explanation, I was just forced by them, I didn't." Ye Chen passed by with a punch, directly blasting the man into blood mist. Explain? Why explain now? The next moment Ye Chen came to the great priest limit. Seeing that the patron of the Holy Light couldn't take a single punch at the beginning, the dark demon wolf was also punched and killed by the other party. This great priest knew to the limit that he would never be able to escape. "Senior, give me a chance." "Opportunity." Ye Chen waved his fist. "One punch." "You guys didn't give me a chance to choose." The remaining two fled separately. They were already in a panic. I really did not expect at all, that a disciple of the temple would be so powerful. The strength shown by the opponent is at least the midterm of the Holy Light's caretaker. Too strong. If they had known earlier, they will still choose to shoot this person. After all, it is only the middle stage of the Holy Light's caretaker. Not sure of winning. As long as you are ready, there is no chance. The other great priest regretted extremely. And at this moment, a cold voice came from beside him. "It's your turn. Temple disciple, you are so vicious, we underestimated you. Do you really think you are invincible? A tribute to death." The low growl that belonged to the great priest's limit of 4.6 came out quickly. Facing Ye Chen's arrival, the great priest showed no fear at all, and his eyes were full of madness. The magic power on his body began to boil wildly, as if it was about to burst out with the strongest power. Boom! However, someone's fist can gather power several times, even hundreds of times, faster than him. There was a bang. The body belonging to the limit of the great priest was instantly defeated. His power was directly blasted away. The great priest looked at Ye Chen beside him in disbelief. Then heard the last voice of this world. "I have never underestimated you." The great priest was at his limit, and killed with one punch. Then Ye Chen didn't stop, there were two people waiting for him. Boom! Boom! In just a few breaths, Ye Chen stood at the starting position, and at this time the magic circle in the sky had disappeared. The giant wolf left no body behind. It seems that he wanted to go back before he died and reversed the magic circle. Then Ye Chen turned and left. Chapter 61. The confusion of body and spirit is opened. Prevent anyone from finding him, or counting him. God's confusion, under the mist is still mist. No one can count him. The old man died, and the magic circle failed. So there is no problem for Ye Chen to leave. He planned to change the direction to catch the chrysalis. But it needs to be quicker. It's just that the potion of strength made him lose his strength. Need to find a place to restore it. After a long time, Ye Chen woke up in a mountain underground space. No problems around. His strength will also be restored 7788. Those people are really hard to deal with. In the underground space of the mountain, Ye Chen frowned. If he had hesitated for a moment before, then he probably had no choice but to escape. The old man knew that I was hiding my strength and was waiting for me to take the bait, so it seems that he really lacks some actual combat experience. If it wasn't for his strength exceeding that old man's expectations, then the format might change. And when he killed the old man, those people didn't panic at all, and immediately summoned the powerful giant wolf. If the giant wolf appeared, he would be the one fleeing for his life. It turns out that I don't have enough combat experience. However, in the face of these people, no matter what, it is difficult to break the situation. The only way is to be strong enough. So, you should go back to practice. 25 Ye Chen left the underground space of the mountain. Although I want to go back to practice. However, the chrysalis of the frozen cicada still needs to be caught. Afterwards, Ye Chen began to look for the chrysalis on the periphery. This time he didn't have any deep thoughts. It took some time. Finally caught two ice cicada pupae. You can go back and do business. Looking at the chrysalis in his hand, Ye Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The practice is over, and his teacher probably won't let him go out for practice in the next few years. On the way back, Ye Chen was very careful. He can be sure that no one is staring at him all the way. The original gaze in the woods has never been met again. Of course, it might also be the reason why he didn't go deep into the chrysalis forest. In short, apart from the changes brought by those people at the beginning, everything else is fine. As for other matters, he has no intention of participating. With his strength, he can't participate. Ye Chen went all the way back. When passing by the old wine tavern, I asked for a jug of common wine. Not enough magic stones. When receiving the wine, Ye Chen saw another bag of peanuts handed over. Big brother, your peanut. The boy gave the peanut again. Thank you. Ye Chen took the peanut from the boy's hand. At this moment, he felt that this young man was a little different from before. Seems to be a lot tired. Without thinking too much, he left directly. The boy and the tavern owner watched Ye Chen leave. As soon as Ye Chen left, the old man said to the young man, "Grandpa doesn't demand too much, and he doesn't insist on strength or anything. You possess about as much psychic power as that young man. Can? Isn't the big brother a genius in the temple?" the boy tried to ask. "The talent is average, it's obvious to all," the old man said calmly. "Really?" The boy didn't quite believe it. "There is a magic stone here to test talent. When the young man comes down, you can try it with him," the old man said confidently. The old man's self-confidence made the young man somewhat convinced. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "That's fine, but when I try, if the talent is strong, it doesn't count." "Yes." The old man smiled. When he returned to Town Demon Hall, Ye Chen couldn't find his teacher. But he put the chilling cicada chrysalis with wine and peanuts. It was placed on the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. His teacher sits here all year round and rarely leaves. This departure may be related to the opening of the bright holy pool. After retreating from the 9th floor of the Town Demon Palace, Ye Chen planned to take care of the Town Demon Palace. He had discovered long ago that it would give him more peace of mind. It is of great benefit to him to practice the exorcism spell. As for the sky in the extreme realm, he hasn't looked at it yet. Not yet. If the strength is not enough, it will only be affected by the extreme sky. After taking care of everything in the Demon Town Hall, Ye Chen will return to the underground space to practice. At this time, the breath of the abyss became stronger. Under normal circumstances, some of them are not suitable for cultivation. He came to the plant egg and found that the plant egg seemed to be shrouded in black air. This shows that the breath of the abyss has exceeded the threshold of the plant egg. Ye Chen looked at the plant eggs and decided, "I don't know if the will of the abyss will appear in the plant eggs. Check back tomorrow." Then Ye Chen began to practice. At this time, cultivation is the best for him. The stronger the breath of the abyss, the faster he cultivated. The more in line with his nature. One must know that the name of his system is called the strongest demon system. Third day. Ye Chen moved the plant eggs out. He found that the vitality of the egg was weak. It's easy to finish if you put it down. After. Ye Chen began to concentrate on cultivation again. Regarding the experience, his teacher didn't say anything else. It's a pass. However, he was reminded that the breath of the abyss was getting worse, so he had to do what he could. 3 years and 3 years. This year. It is Ye Chen's 50th year in Town Demon Temple. While he was practicing, he suddenly received a message. It's from the church. All direct disciples in the church will receive it. Is the holy pool of light open? Ye Chen sat in the underground space and watched the news. He knew about the opening of the bright holy pool a few years ago. However, his teacher said that it took a while, but a few years later, it seems that he needs to get familiar with his teacher's concept of time. Explosions in the underground space have been erupting all the time. However, the maximum value has not yet been reached. It should be the highest value in a few years. Ye Chen didn't care about this, and even looked forward to it. Because the longer it overflows, the better it is for him. In the past few years, his strength has become much stronger. Although it has not yet reached the late stage of the Holy Light's caretaker, it is close. The speed of practice is nearly twice as fast as that of others. If this continues, it won't be long before legendary. In the past few years, he has completed most of the things that need to be cultivated. The Phantom Speed Force has reached the ultimate level of the Light's caretaker, the 8th level. He has a feeling that the 9th level has to be close to the mythical level to reach it. The power of the Copper Boltanos is close to the 8th level, but the realm of the Patron of the Holy Light should not be able to break through the 8th level. Sea of Fire burning the world, Thunder Cloud Storm, Cross Blade Slash, Light and Dark Swordsmanship, God Monkey Warfare, these have all been honed in and completed. He was in the period of the Holy Light's Blessed One, and he could use these magics best. Blessing of the Holy Fall has been used on plant eggs before, and I don't feel any consumption. 533. Good for proficiency. It cannot be used casually on people. The impact is too great. Chen also practiced the holy word domination technique for some time, and tried it in dragon language, and the effect was good. It may not be suitable for fighting the enemy, but it is quite effective for clearing vegetation. He has almost learned dragon language. It hasn't been long since he entered the realm of the Holy Light's caretaker, and during this period, he has improved too fast. It will always take some time for other magic to catch up. For other things, I have also received a lot of rewards over the years. The Oblivion Clock is back. Chen also got acquainted with it by the way. The breath is getting stronger and stronger, and I don't know if anyone will come out by then. When leaving the underground space, Chen glanced at the entrance of the abyss. The breath of the abyss overflows, and there are still some years. Afterwards, Chen went to his previous residence and poured some spiritual liquid on the plant eggs. Here, plant-based eggs are indeed a lot better. 50 years later, plant eggs are no longer Li Peng, but a potted plant. There is still some time before the ceremony at the bright holy pool. Let's clean the hall. Chen looked at the sky and realized that it was still early and it was not suitable to go now. After cleaning the main hall, the time is almost up. During this time, Chen cast Holy Fall Blessing on himself. This magic is useful to oneself. But the longer the time interval, the more Holy Fall Blessings are used, the more terrifying the delay will be. He has a feeling that if it is cast for too long, the magic may be abolished. Sure enough, it was just magic similar to the secret art of blood. There are many restrictions, and it can only be used occasionally to receive rewards. Afterwards Chen left the Demon Town Hall. Chapter 62. The location of the bright holy pool is behind the Holy Church Mountain. Location. It is above the source of the Temple Mountains. The Guangming Holy Pool is difficult to walk on, so you can only go against the wind. The sanctuary is high in the sky, there is no cloud in the sky, the sun is shining brightly, and countless masks are presented in the sky. Chen was also among them, he was not flying fast or high. The others were in groups of 3 or 5. Chen was alone. Because of the town demon palace. He is the only disciple. It can be said that all members of the demon town hall went to the bright holy pool to observe the ceremony. But one thing is more fortunate, his superficial strength is the early stage of the great priest. Won't look too bad. If it was earlier, he would be the official priest limit. At that time, there will be another official priest among a group of patrons of the Holy Light or great priests. Then Chen found out that he was wrong. The other people were not only the patrons of the Holy Light and the Great Priest, but some people had a stronger power zone. Legendary or myth? Chen was surprised. It turns out that some of the direct disciples have already reached such a high level. This was somewhat beyond Chen's expectation. But think about it, he has been a great priest in these 50 years. The church has been established for an unknown number of years, and there are many disciples under the 9 branches. It's abnormal that no one is so strong. But Chen has only seen one so far. I don't know if there are others. Maybe. Ye Chen didn't look much, but continued to fly against the wind and headed for the holy pool of light. It's just that he didn't look at it, but someone was paying attention to him. Then Ye Chen noticed someone coming towards him. It was the strong man I saw just now. Junior brother, from the temple of demon suppression. A man landed beside Ye Chen. At this time, he was Yufeng beside Ye Chen, and his speed was equal to Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked over and immediately said politely. Suppressing Demon Palace Ye Chen, I have met my brother. The 8th Secret Pavilion, Lucia, I'm bothering my junior. Lucia looked at Ye Chen and nodded slightly, and then continued. It's the first time I saw a junior in the temple of suppressing demons appearing in the holy lake of light. Out of curiosity, I came to take a look, hoping not to disturb the younger brother. No. Ye Chen said softly. He didn't detect any malice from the other party's words. Nor did he feel any force locking onto him. The other party was so easy to talk to, which made him feel a little weird. It is rare to see a colleague being so polite to him. However, it is not ruled out that there is a purpose. All in all, just stay vigilant. Then I won't bother my junior, I just came here to get to know each other. Saying that, Lucia left Ye Chen's side. Back to the team of the 8th Secret Pavilion. There are many people in other peaks. Only Ye Chen is alone. However, Ye Chen feels that not all of them are direct disciples. As long as the disciples are talented enough and not bad in strength, it is actually possible for them to attend the ceremony. However, the number of seats should be limited. As for below the great priest, Ye Chen felt that if he wasn't, there wouldn't be any. In just a moment, Ye Chen came to a huge mountain. Here the white cloud curls up, and there are many stones floating in the sky. But you can't see it from the top of the mountain. Then they landed on the floating stones one by one, and Ye Chen also found a corner one and dropped it gently. He was a little disappointed. This is not the holy pool of light. You can't even see the holy pool of light. There is no reminder of the source of energy. But Ye Chen was not in a hurry, but looked behind. It was the first time he came to watch the ceremony, and he didn't know much about the specific process. He came neither too early nor too late. Later, some people were falling towards the floating stones around them. But he found it among many disciples. The great priest was the weakest in the initial stage, and he was the only one. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him. Not long after, Ye Chen saw a person falling in front of him. A person wearing a front blue-white maid dress. There seems to be a bright red pattern on the side of the face. Amelia. As Amelia fell, the previous Kellys also fell. Right next to Amelia. Ye Chen just watched, not surprised. The people in the corner are not very strong. However, the strength shown by Amelia is at the limit of the great priest. Really fast. Kelly's is only close to the late stage of the great priest. Before he knew it, Ye Kong's superficial strength was about to catch up with these people. Not long after, the other two people who were practicing at the mouth of the underground space also landed not far away. Both of these people are in the late stage of the great priest. Call. A bright light flashed. A man landed in front of them. Egbert stood on the floating stone with a fighting spirit. Ye Chen naturally recognized him. The light's blessed one, and it's been quite a while, it's amazing. Ye Chen basically didn't know the ones who came later. He didn't care about it either, but was waiting for the follow-up situation. A lot of people came, but no one spoke here. It was as if everyone was waiting. Not long after, a loud voice came from above the bright holy pool. The bright holy pool will be opened, disciples who want to enter the bright holy pool, and disciples who want to watch the ceremony up close. Go up with strength. The sound fell, and fog appeared from all directions. Everything around is hard to see. It's hard to see your fingers when you stretch out your hand. Then Ye Chen felt that his stone was rising rapidly, and then moved back quickly. It seems to be disrupting everyone's position. Ye Chen stabilized his mind. Not too surprised. It is not unexpected to enter the holy pool of light and observe the ceremony at close range by virtue of strength. Although this place is regarded as the holy pool of light, it is not close to the source of energy. If he could, Wang Qunhao, get in, he would naturally try. I hope you don't test your strength. Judging from his superficial strength at present. Lowest. After a while, Ye Chen felt the stone stop. A stream of air passed in front of him. At this moment, Ye Chen saw that the fog in front of him was blown apart, like a Tongtian road. This is a road that can lead to the holy pool of light. So if you want to get in, you have to go to the end? Whether you can enter or not depends on your ability. Wherever you go, just be in the ceremony. The vast voice sounded again. After the voice fell, Ye Chen knew that the competition had begun. But from the beginning to the end, it didn't say what you would get if you went in. Probably entering the holy pool of light is an honor in itself. If it is not for going in to receive rewards, Ye Chen wouldn't want to go in. Do what you can. Ye Chen stepped forward. Chapter 63. Ye Chen looked at this road, and he found that there was still fog around him, only his road could not see the fog. But the edge of the road is fog. Can't see beyond. Can't even feel it. Is it the ability of the bright holy pool? Ye Chen was a little curious. However, he still walked forward. He has already stepped on the foggy road, and the stones under his feet are nowhere to be seen. Ye Chen stepped forward step by step. He could feel that the fog was not an absolute shield. Looks like there is a certain possibility of running into someone else's path. Of course, Ye Chen didn't intend to do this, and he didn't want to have unnecessary interactions with other people. Ye Chen, who was walking all the way, suddenly felt a confinement under his feet. It's a magic circle. Not difficult. Or rather easy. Ye Chen intends to release the magic circle imprisonment. Just when he was about to make a move, an attack suddenly appeared in the mist. Coming straight through the curb. Surprised, Ye Chen swung his fist and attacked. But when the attack was about to arrive, he discovered that it was not a man-made attack, but a mist attack. Boom! With a punch, the mist attack directly shattered. The great priest-level power used did not cross the line. But after smashing the attack, he took out an enchanted long sword. An enchanted long sword handed down to his disciples. Much better than most enchanted swords. There are many better enchanted long swords. But it's all rewards. Can't take it out. He didn't make much statistics. After all, the swordsmanship is not as powerful as the copper boltanos. Then Ye Chen broke the restraint. He probably understood. The road is imprisoned by a magic circle, and there are various attacks in the fog. The further you go forward, the stronger the imprisonment or attack you will face. I feel that I may not be able to enter the interior of the holy pool of light. Although he has some understanding of the magic circle, but the experience is not good. 670 Here, the power of the holy light's blessed one cannot be used casually. It's hard to say whether it will be discovered. There is no need to take risks. I'm not very good at magic circle attainment and strength. Well. A sigh. Ye Chen stepped forward and continued to move forward. Do your best. If not, wait until next time. Unless someone enters the holy pool of light this time. Of course, if he can, he will try his best to enter. After all, waiting for the next time is tantamount to waiting for luck. In case someone enters this time, then, he will not have the chance to enter the holy pool of light. At least not for 1,000 years. Without thinking too much, Ye Chen kept walking forward. He remained vigilant, unlocked the magic circle on the road, and avoided the surrounding attacks. It's just that he found that evasion was useless. Even if the attack is dodged, it will always be there. Either offset it, or move forward. But go forward, the imprisonment magic circle is still there. It's too hard alone. After a long time, Chen felt that it was getting dark. If this continues, he won't be able to go very far tomorrow morning. The time to enter the bright holy pool was not clearly stated. The most likely thing is that whoever approaches first will end directly. Do you need to work with someone? But he is so weak. As long as someone knows that he is from the Demon Town Hall, it will be difficult to cooperate with him. This is impossible. The disciples of the Temple of Demon Suppression have been criticized all the time. No one is talented enough to stand proudly in the church. After all, there is only one him. Perhaps this, CFBJ, is the only chance to enter the holy pool of light. Give it a try. Chen put his hand on the roadside fog. At this moment, his path seemed accessible. Then he felt someone walk in his way. Not long after, a strand of long hair fell, and a woman in a blue and white maid skirt landed behind Chen. Seeing this person coming, Chen was a little surprised. Amelia. He never thought that it would be Amelia who came over. Amelia was also a little surprised at this time. She doesn't like to walk with people, so she just walked forward alone. Because cooperation is random. If it was junior sister by Lyre, she would not refuse. But it is very difficult to randomly get junior sister by Lyre. There is no need to waste. But after walking for a long time, she realized that it is difficult to go too far alone. In order to enter the holy pool of light, she can only try to cooperate with me. But I didn't expect that I would come directly to the road of junior and junior in the Temple of Demon Suppression. Cooperation is to automatically go to the party behind. Seeing the other party's doubts, Amelia explained. Here are the rules. And there is only one chance. Can refuse. But in the future, you can only move forward by yourself. Chen didn't know these rules, but he also found it difficult to opportunistically. But he was not familiar with Amelia. Before he could speak, Amelia's voice came over. Calm without emotion. Junior brother wants to enter the holy pool of light. I want to try. Chen replied directly. He really wants to try. My junior brother with the blood of the dragon knows that I am not weak and can block the attacks around me. Does Junior know anything about magic circles? Amelia asked calmly. She can indeed work with Chen. Because Chen has certain attainments in magic circles. Stronger than her. Chen thought about it, and with Amelia's strength, he could indeed speed up his progress a lot. But he is not that strong in the magic circle. He is self-aware of this. I don't intend to be brave either. Only a little understanding. Chen said. Facing Chen's answer, Amelia was silent for a moment. She lowered her eyebrows and looked at the ground, as if she was thinking about getting a cure. After a while, she looked at Chen and asked. Would you like to cooperate with me? Facing Amelia's inquiry, Chen didn't think too much. The strength of the opponent can. At least much stronger than his superficial strength. It should be impossible to find a better partner than Amelia. Thank you, senior sister. Chen said softly. Amelia nodded slightly. After reaching a cooperation, Chen put away the enchanted long sword and continued to walk forward. He is in charge of the magic circle, so he can only walk in front. After all, the magic circle is touched first, and the attack will appear. Of course, flying over it wouldn't work, he'd tried it before. Not long after, the front started to activate, Chen ignored the others but lowered his head to untie the magic circle. Then he felt an attack coming. He didn't dodge immediately, but waited for Amelia to move. Sure enough, at the moment of the attack, a sword light flashed. Before the attack fully appeared, it was destroyed by a sword. Not surprised, Chen just lowered his head and released the restraint. Soon he released the confinement under his feet. Sure enough, 2 people are much faster than 1. Chen muttered to himself silently. Especially the partner is not weak. Amelia watched Chen untie the magic circle and continue to move forward, and she followed suit. In her eyes, there is no wave. As if not paying attention to anything. But she also felt that 2 people are much faster than 1 person. Although Chen, who was going straight forward, cared about the attack, he didn't make any obvious movements. Amelia will deal with sudden attacks as soon as possible. After a while, Chen felt that he had walked several times the distance before. Even Amelia can sense that the current progress has surpassed her previous progress. This time Chen was imprisoned again, and when he wanted to untie it, he found it much more difficult. After making this discovery, he went to check the attack immediately. Attacks may vary. He will not underestimate any attack, and will have enough follow-up preparations, but Amelia, as a genius, controls the deceitful king of power. Not necessarily the same as him. Senior sister Amelia, the magic circle has changed. Chen opened his mouth to remind him that time was short and he couldn't say much. However, the surrounding attacks were still a step faster. Amelia heard Chen's words, but she couldn't change her attack immediately. In the next moment, Chen saw that Amelia's sword light did not directly cut off the attack from the mist. He moved his lower body, intending to avoid the attack. However, just as he moved his position, a dragon chant sounded beside him. Dragon shadow appeared from behind him. Boom! The mist that was about to attack was directly shattered by Long Ying. With me around, don't worry. Amelia's calm voice sounded behind Chen. Chen responded without saying anything else. Then continue to unlock the magic circle. Amelia is really strong. However, Chen's vigilance will not let up. This is habit. Just when Chen untied the magic circle and was about to move on, Amelia's clear and calm voice came again. If there is any loss later, I will speak up, junior brother, don't hesitate. Amelia understands her own strength, and she is no longer someone with her strength who can be crushed casually. So she needs to let Chen know. Okay. Chen nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Amelia nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Then the two kept moving forward. Chen's speed of unlocking the magic circle was much slower, and the surrounding attacks were much stronger. So their progress plummeted. But neither of them spoke, nor did they go to discuss what to do. One bows his head to solve the magic circle, and the other defends against surrounding attacks. Currently, the two are not interfering with each other. Chapter 64. The road this time seems to be difficult. Outside the holy pool of light, there were several people standing, among them was a beautiful priestess who spoke. She is the Archbishop of Charlotte. The stronger the aura of the holy pool of light, the harder it is to get close to it. A middle-aged man said. Will anyone enter the holy pool of light this time? If there is, it is a good thing for the church. It's human again. What does junior sister Charlotte think? If there is, Notre Dame is the most likely. Because there are many female disciples from the Holy Maiden's court. And some specially selected disciples are also in the Holy Lady's court. Charlotte lowered her eyebrows and said calmly. Who knows? The others didn't pay much attention. They looked at the holy pool of light and found that someone was approaching the holy pool of brightness. Let's go back, someone is approaching, the fog here is about to disperse. Whether someone can go in or not, it depends on fate. Early morning. Chen didn't stop all the way, he used all his magic circle knowledge. The magic circle behind is getting more and more difficult. Not only him, Amelia's attack also began to weaken. Now Amelia is half dragon again. Her slender and fair fingers have turned into dragon claws. Dragon scales covered her arms. The most obvious is the pattern on her side face. Extend from face to neck. This is the injury from last time. It seems that once the dragon transforms, or the full power will appear. They walked a long way, but there was no end to the road ahead. Chen didn't know where he had gone. But he knew that he must not have entered the holy pool of light yet. So far, the system has no reminder of the source of energy. I don't know how far away it is. Chen looked ahead and muttered to himself silently. He continued to walk, and it was not time to give up. Amelia walked behind, her strength was a little unstable. But there was no thought of resting at all. She wants to go as far as she can go. The moment Chen touched the confinement magic circle, a crisp voice came from his mind. Ding! Ding! Find a complete ray of original energy, and return it to the host to receive rewards for a long time. Do you want to receive rewards? The long-lost reminder of the source of energy. After hearing this voice, Chen didn't claim the reward immediately. Now is not the time for distractions. But thankfully, this trip was not in vain. As long as you encounter the original energy, then the rewards you get must be something other than divine grade. For his strength, there is a qualitative leap. It doesn't matter if it's the stone of truth or the holy relic of the elves, the essence of life. If it is magic equipment, it will be very uncomfortable. After all, he doesn't rely on magic equipment much. One's own strength is the last word. Without thinking too much, Chen began to untie the confinement magic circle under his feet. At this time Amelia appeared beside him. Boom! Powerful forces crisscrossed around him. It seems that if he is not careful, this power will come to him. Chen ignored it. When it's really coming, it's not too late for him to avoid it. So far, Amelia has not tried her best. When he needs to hide, Amelia will speak. Squat down. Amelia's voice came over. Very smooth. Chen didn't think much, and immediately squatted down. Boom. Really? There was a clash of forces above him, but it didn't affect him. It took some time for the surrounding forces to subside. Chen hasn't untied it yet. Amelia was beside him to calm down the power, she was exhausted too much, and she was almost at the limit. It can be said that coming here was something she did not expect. It's far away. Going forward, it will be difficult. After Chen untied the magic circle, he didn't move forward, but looked at Amelia. Sister Amelia, do you want to continue? If the other party wants to continue, he will continue. After all, solving the magic circle is not dangerous, it just takes some time. His goal has been preliminarily achieved, and he doesn't mind if the other party wants to go further. No harm to him. The closer you are to the original chi, the better the feedback from the world's original chi. Furthermore, since it is cooperation, he will not go back on his word. Mutual benefit and mutual assistance. Amelia looked ahead and said softly. Junior brother, try again. Chen nodded and walked forward. Soon he encountered the magic circle of confinement. The moment he encountered it, he felt that the car was several times more difficult than before. The magic circle is several times stronger, about 3 to 5 times stronger. Chen opened his mouth to remind. At this time, a powerful force erupted from Amelia. A dragon roar came out. Before the attack appeared, she made preparations to deal with it with all her strength. The next moment the attack appeared. This time, even if Chen didn't raise his head, he felt the real coercion. This is not an attack that the great priest can deal with. Boom! The huge attack almost affected Chen. Retreat! Amelia's voice came through. Chen didn't hesitate at all. Get out of the prison quickly, and then escape from the original position. Fortunately, there is only one step, otherwise it is very likely that they will not be able to escape the attack. Boom! There was another loud bang. Amelia followed and backed out. Chen could see that her hand was hurt. The two stood in place without speaking. They know. Here is their limit. If you want to move forward, you need stronger strength and more powerful magic circle attainments. On the magic circle, Chen can still unlock it. But it takes a long time. In terms of attack, Amelia was already unable to resist. Even if Chen used all his strength, he might not be able to go far. With all his strength, he would not undo the magic circle little by little, but try to escape from the confinement with the phantom speed force, or forcefully break the confinement with the power of the copper boltanos. In theory, it can go far, but in practice it is hard to say. No matter how you look at it, the bright holy pool is not that simple. Amelia stood where she was, motionless. At this time, she was stabilizing her strength. The dragon scales are fading rapidly. The pattern on the profile is also disappearing. Chen just glanced at it, and knew that Amelia no longer had any plans to continue, but Amelia still had the looming dragon shadow on her body, which should be a necessary precaution. Chen didn't care, he had actually been vigilant all the time. Although they are from the same door, everyone is not familiar with them. No one is sure whether they will encounter enemies. Everyone has met. After recovering, Chen started his business. System: devour the source to receive rewards. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete gift of the original energy, and the picture of the goddess of the holy temple creation bright holy pool. Picture of the goddess in the bright holy pool, the creation of the holy hall, gather the essence of all things, gather in the holy land of the bright holy pool, engrave the picture of the goddess, and share the opportunity of the bright holy river. After the system sound fell, Chen frowned. Temple creation? It seems to be related to the church. In theory, it is inferior to the creation of heaven and earth. Of course, this is nothing. After all, creation is not simple at first glance. What makes Chen puzzled is that the picture of the goddess of the bright holy pool is not very useful to his strength, so what chance does the bright holy pool have? And has there ever been a goddess in the holy pool of light? Judging from the documents he has read over the years, the sanctuary has never had a goddess. At least not on record. The origin meditation method is left by the patriarch of the temple, and the patriarch of the temple should be a male. Moreover, the original meditation method left behind is not a clear method, but a kind of perception. The source meditation method learned by Chen may be the most complete. Then Chen began to look at the picture of the goddess of the holy pool of light in his mind. It is indeed an unopened album. Just seeing the album, Chen had a feeling that he seemed to know the function of the album. The creation of the sanctuary takes the sanctuary as its origin, and absorbs the good fortune from it. Chen was looking at the album. He can clearly feel it. The sanctuary album is only available in the sanctuary. The sanctuary, the holy pool that breeds light, the elements of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, and the vitality of all things are all in the holy pool of light. Entering the holy pool of light to practice, you can get twice the result with half the effort, and make 1,000 miles a day. If someone enters the holy pool of light, the elements of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon will overflow the holy pool of light and affect the environment of the sanctuary. The practice environment of the temple will be improved. And the picture of the goddess of the bright holy pool can convey the opportunity of the bright holy pool, and cultivation is like the help of God, the bright holy pool. B. The holy pool of light needs a goddess. Chen understood. This picture of a goddess is not very good, but it can provide him with a better cultivation environment for a long time. With the entrance to the abyss, he might be able to advance to the legendary rank in a short time. The premise is that a goddess appears in the church. Yes, when Chen opened the album, all he saw was a lake. No one is on the album. There is no element of heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and the moon overflows. Things are good, but the restrictions are serious. It's still more effective to use the holy relic of the elves, the essence of life. The stone of truth is even better. However, these things have received rewards, and I don't know if they will appear again. At present, the creation of heaven and earth has not yet appeared repeatedly. Of course, Chen is not greedy. The proceeds really helped him a lot. All that needs to be done now is to activate the goddess Atlas. Then hide in the Demon Town Temple to practice, and enter the legendary level as soon as possible. Pursue immortality. Chapter 65. When Chen recovered, Amelia also returned to normal. The breath also became stable. The two stood on the road without speaking. The breeze blew past them, and they felt as if the fog was about to be blown away. Time up! A sudden voice reached Chen and the others. At this time, Chen felt that he was stepping on stones, and Amelia beside him felt the same way. However, Chen was a little puzzled about this time. At present, the time is definitely not the whole hour. I don't know how to judge. The first one to enter the inner range of the holy pool of light will start the countdown. 3 hours. Amelia's calm voice came over. She could see that Chen didn't know much about the rules here. However, these rules were originally learned by themselves. Shimon will not say, and there is no need to say. After all, only those who want to enter the holy pool of light will care about these things. Chen naturally knew that senior sister Amelia was explaining to him. Not in thanks. But he was curious if they counted as interior now. Even if it doesn't count, it's very close. After all, the source of chi has come into contact with 087. The fog is dissipating quickly. Amelia watched the fog dissipate. She was very concerned about where she was. This is her limit, she understands. But she really hopes that she has entered the inner range of the holy pool of light. This is very important to her. But between a few breaths, the mist dissipated. At this moment, Chen found himself standing on the mountain peak, with the abyss behind him. And in the distance ahead, is a calm lake. The lake is clear and rippling, surrounded by white cloud. Chen observed the people around him. 13. He found that there were only 13 people who had climbed the mountain, and adding them was 1,005 people. Everyone's strength is very strong, half of them even carry a strong coercion. Even if they don't have a mythical level, they are still at the legendary level. Touching the myth, but not entering the myth. Then Chen found out that only he and Amelia were at the high priest level. This. They all came here alone. Chen was a little surprised. Yes, seeing the distance between them, there is absolutely no possibility of cooperation. And these people are all very inside. Only he and Amelia are on the edge. Chen looked back and found that there were many people behind, but most of them were alone. It seems that these people don't care much about where they watch the ceremony. Thoughts flashed through my mind. Well, he figured it out, most people probably came when they exercised themselves. He came with a purpose, and Amelia should also come with a purpose. Some people were still surprised that Chen and Amelia appeared in the holy pool of light. Like Kelly's. The junior brother of the Demon Town Palace? His strength is not high, how could he go so far with senior sister? Senior sister Kelly may not know that the junior in the demon suppressing palace has average talent in cultivation, but he is not weak in magic circles. At least relative to us, stronger. By liar next to Kelly said. The three of them had all been helped by Chen's magic circle 10 years ago, so they would naturally have some understanding. Therefore, it can be said that senior sister Amelia is very lucky to meet junior brother Town Demon Palace. Relatively speaking, the younger brother of Town Demon Palace is not bad luck. After all, another person would not be willing to cooperate with a great priest in the early stage. If it was her and senior brother Toby, they would naturally not refuse, but even they couldn't bring junior brother Town Demon Hall into the holy lake of light. I heard it's going to be difficult this year, but I didn't expect a great priest to walk in. Some people looked ahead curiously. By the way, who are those two great priests? I just came out of retreat not long ago, and the costumes are new for nearly a century. I don't know who it is, but being able to go in means a person with good attack power and a good magic circle. It should be good enough. Otherwise, it would be impossible to just stop on the edge. Junior brother of the Demon Town Hall. Egbert of the Holy Light Hall naturally saw Ye Chen, and he still regarded Ye Chen as an enemy. Of course not to fight Ye Chen. It's about getting back face in Yulong River. Cause a wave of the Yulong River, surpassing Ye Chen. The junior from the Demon Town Hall? Somewhat unexpected. Lucia, who was inside the Holy Pool of Light, looked at Ye Chen with some surprise. He has observed Ye Chen closely, and his talent is indeed mediocre. The power of the mind is stable, and there is no wave in the ancient gate. It's really great. However, to be able to walk inside the bright holy pool, although the spiritual power is somewhat useful, it is not very useful. It seems that he should also understand the magic circle. Also, have that character, that kind of spiritual power. Learning the magic circle should have some advantages. Then Lucia stopped paying attention. Just curious for a moment. But the ceremony begins. Here comes the main event. After the fog completely dissipated, all locations became clear. Then there was a faint glimmer of light in the holy pool of light, and some priestesses around the holy pool of light also had some glimmers of light appearing on their bodies. Only the outermost priestess, no light appeared. Are these people qualified to try to enter the holy pool of light? Seeing these lights, Ye Chen naturally understood what was going on. It is now to observe the ceremony at the bright holy pool. At this time, light appeared on Amelia's body, and there were only gender requirements for entering the holy pool of light, and there were no race requirements. I hope someone can go in. Ye Chen muttered to himself silently. If no one goes in, then his goddess Atlas will be of no use. Seniors and sisters, if you want to try it, you can leave now. Hall of Holy Light Veblen said. At this time, he is naturally also on the mountain peak. It is not the closest to the bright holy pool, but it is also ranked among the first few. Including me, there are a total of 15, and the priestess accounts for 6. 2 of them have the light of legendary in legendary, and the remaining 4, one is senior sister Amelia, and the other 3 have introverted auras, and it is impossible to determine their strength. Ye Chen began to analyze. These people should be the main force to enter the holy pool of light. Although some people want to try later, they are not active. He even saw a senior sister with legendary light standing behind. No matter how you look at it, there is no idea of going in. Veblen, every time you move forward like this, it seems that you want to see someone go in every time. At this time, a senior sister in the holy pool of light stepped forward. She intends to be the first to try to enter the holy pool of light. Listening to the other party's words, Ye Chen knew that the other party tried more than once or twice. Priestess Mary stepped forward. Ye Chen saw the back of the other party, it was the priestess in red. As soon as she moved forward, the white mist of the bright holy pool surged like a tide. Call! A gust of wind blew by, and Baisu swept towards Priest Marian. The white mist roared past. Mary, dressed in red, struggled to resist in the white mist. It seems that as long as you don't pay attention, you will be taken away by the white mist. She stood still and blocked Bai Shui's attack. Not taking a step back. When the white mist whizzed past, Priestess Mary rushed directly to the holy pool of light. She was very fast, but she came to the edge of the holy pool of light in the blink of an eye. It seems that as long as she is allowed to take a step, she can touch the holy water of the bright holy pool. It's just that at this last moment, she stopped. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make an inch. Pity. Lucia sighed. Then Ye Chen saw that senior sister fly back. Call. But in the blink of an eye, it was directly covered by the fog behind. Ye Chen saw the annoyance on the other side's face. Then leave from the mist and return to the previous position. It looks pretty simple. Ye Chen muttered to himself silently. However, it would definitely not work to replace him. After all, he also understands the principle that whoever sees is good and whoever does is not. Then Ye Chen saw many senior sisters set off to rush into the holy pool of light. Yet the results are realistic. No matter what strength they were all caught behind by the mist. 4.5. Ye Chen watched each of the senior sisters lose their composure and screamed. Finally, he bowed his head and stopped looking. The position is too obvious, and it is easy to offend some senior sisters with strong self-esteem. And some senior sisters will interpret many meanings that people don't understand from common's eyes. On the mountain peak, other people are very strong, but he is the only one. The early days of the great priest. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is best not to pay too much attention. Then Ye Chen heard some knocking sounds and felt ashamed and angry. Some should be tried for the first time, so be unprepared. It's just that all the people watching didn't make a sound, and probably didn't dare to. After all, these senior sisters who have tried are all somewhat strong. If you are hated, it will be gone someday. After a long time, everyone fell silent. Few people try it. Everyone looked around and found that no one tried again. No yet. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. No one entered, which means that there is no goddess in the bright holy pool. His goddess Atlas is like a decoration. It's a pity. Chapter 66. At this moment, Ye Chen noticed that Amelia beside him suddenly moved. Ye Chen was not surprised by this. Amelia came here with a purpose. But if you start now, do you have confidence? This time Ye Chen looked at Amelia to see if she could go in. I don't know if senior sister can go in. Kelly's looked at Amelia. She knew from the beginning that Azalea would definitely try. Bai Lyra looked at it and said nothing. She also understood. Senior sister Amelia came to the church just to enter the holy pool of light. The others also looked at Amelia, waiting for Amelia to be knocked into the air. Priestess Mary, who was the first to try, was a little curious. Sister, do you still want to try? She said to herself. After all, it would be embarrassing. Amelia is originally a high cold dragon girl. How many people were waiting for her to lose her composure? The others also glanced at Amelia. Most people don't pay much attention. There are some who know a little about Amelia, so pay attention. A family of giant dragons. This is the first time a family of giant dragons has attempted to enter the holy pool of light. Just in case it works. Ye Chen also watched. He didn't have any hope. The bright holy pool looks easy to move, but it is difficult to move up. This is not a question of strength. Specifically, it is Guangming Holy Pool that is selecting people, or people are choosing Guangming Holy Pool. It was impossible to draw a conclusion for a while. At 25 o'clock Amelia was walking on the road. She looked ahead and waited for the arrival of the season. But between breaths, mist swept from the lake. Facing this fog, everyone knew that this was a powerful attack. But most people, as long as they persist, can resist the past. The later time is their only chance. Call. The mist rolls towards Amelia. Amelia also tried to resist this. The breeze blew past, which was a hurricane that Amelia couldn't resist. But when she resisted, everyone noticed. Amelia didn't seem to be resisting with all her strength. Her hands seemed to be grabbing at the mist. Is this not playing well? Others are a little curious. At this time, Amelia was retreating steadily, and retreating here meant that she would be farther and farther away from success in the future. Failure prevailed. Ye Chen saw that Amelia was indeed backing away, but she seemed to be doing something. It's just not visible from this angle. But he saw that Amelia seemed to have cast some magic. Isn't magic useless? Just now he saw many people directly attacking the mist, which was useless at all. Senior sister Amelia can't be so irrational, can she? Call. While Chen was still surprised, Amelia suddenly flew upside down. The fog was still there. It seemed that Amelia flew upside down suddenly, and they were also very surprised. Anyone touch porcelain? Chen frowned. He saw Amelia not far in front of him. If you retreat again, you will fall out of the mountain. Equivalent to failure. Amelia was also a little surprised at this time, as if she was a little different from her daughter-in-law. However, she didn't hesitate at all. Taking advantage of the momentary pause of the mist, she directly transformed into a half-dragon, and began to fight against the coming mist again. It seems that it really didn't perform well. The limit of the great priest, theoretically, it will not be directly knocked into the air. What did junior sister do just now? Mary felt what junior sister had done. That caused it to fly out. Lucia was a little surprised. He frowned. An illusion? I just felt that this junior sister was pushed out by some invisible force. Veblen was also surprised, and had some guesses in his heart. Magic circle? But it doesn't feel like it. This junior sister of the giant dragon clan has quite a few tricks. At this moment, Chen had time to think. The situation just now is not normal. And I seem to have seen something similar somewhere. Could it be? After making a guess, Chen looked at Amelia, and he thought of a possibility. If senior sister Amelia blocks this attack, then follow up. It may really be necessary to enter the holy pool of light. If he can enter, then his goddess Atlas can be opened. It's just that he doesn't know what reaction will happen, what possibility there will be. So I can only watch calmly. The fog whizzed past, and although Amelia retreated a little, she didn't fall off the mountain. She hasn't failed yet. After the fog swept away, everyone knew that Amelia had failed. The distance is too far. There is no way it will work. Mary also knew that it was impossible. It's not a speed issue at all. She's one position every time, with a speed boost every time. Just can't escape the palm of the mist. But she also wanted to see if she would also stay at the edge of the Guangming holy pool from such an edge position. Others were also watching, but most of them no longer paid attention. For many people, this has become a foregone conclusion. Chen looked at it, and he felt that it was really possible to make a comeback. At present, I am still paying attention to Amelia's one by one, and I am surprised to find that Amelia did not run forward. The next moment everyone saw Amelia turn around. She turned her back to the holy pool of light. This. What is this for? Others don't know, but Chen knows what she's doing. A genius is a genius, to use that little trick here. And also want to rely on this little trick to come back. Did senior sister give up? Kelly's was a little curious. Something was wrong with her. But what exactly is wrong, I don't know. Not necessarily, keep watching. Bai Liar said softly. No, it feels a bit similar, can it be used like this? Toby behind also thought of something. Although they have not seen it accurately. But just now, senior sister Amelia suddenly retreated, and now she suddenly turned her back to the holy pool of light. This is obviously the theory that was popularized with them at the beginning. Is this going to rewrite the record that no one has entered the bright holy pool for so many years? People like Veblen, Lucia, and Mary who don't know the situation, but are aware of it. All looking at Amelia. See what Amelia is going to do. Something doesn't feel right to them. And Amelia, who had already turned her back to the holy pool of light, looked at the fog ahead, and slowly raised her hand. Make or break it. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Amelia. Very common magic circle. Doesn't seem to have any power. Few people can understand Amelia's approach. Chen looked at Amelia. He understands. Amelia's magic circle appeared. Others were a little surprised. It's not that 503 was surprised to use the magic circle, but the magic circle is too common. Entering the holy pool of light, there are quite a few people using magic circles. But none of them succeeded. Junior sister, what are you going to do? The more I can't understand, Ma asks for help. The same goes for Veblen and Lucia. I don't understand, they didn't understand it the first time. They have more or less research on the magic circle. But with this magic circle, they couldn't see the possibility of entering the holy pool of light. Is it really just this junior sister playing? While they were still thinking, Amelia has activated the magic circle. But when activated, Amelia was also absorbed by the mist. It seemed that he was about to touch the fog and fail. Many felt that Amelia had failed. It's just one more failure, others don't care. Mary and the others also felt that Amelia should have failed. But they still watched. After all, that strange feeling could not be dispelled. Soon, they saw it. Saw the change in reverse. Amelia, who was about to be absorbed by the mist, stopped at that moment. Just like that, it stops at the edge. Just next to Chen. At this time, Chen saw it, and saw Amelia showing a faint smile. Then Amelia's voice came out, in dragon language. Repulsion. In such an instant, Amelia was about to fail. Fly directly to the rear. As if being pushed back abruptly by something. Nothing stands in the way. And behind her is, the holy pool of light. Chapter 67. This, how could it be? Mary was a little surprised. This change completely exceeded her expectations. What surprised her even more was that Amelia had already flown over the holy pool of light. Once she falls, it means that she has successfully entered the holy pool of light. No, it's already a success. The magic circle is weird. Veblen was also shocked, the magic circle was a bit unusual. But it seems so simple. Are you actually using this method to enter the holy pool of light? It turns out that the world after the fog is wrong. To really enter the holy pool of light, you have to rely on banquets to enter. Lucia looked at all this. He naturally saw it, and saw that Amelia did not enter by her own strength. Instead, it entered through the power of the mist. Senior sister went in. Kelly was a little unbelievable. Just for a split second. She had no idea what was going on. Toby and Belle didn't understand, but they knew what Amelia used to get in. It really exceeded their expectations. Chen looked at Amelia who was about to fall, and he knew that the other party had succeeded. Because he felt that the goddess Atlas had been activated. As long as he cultivates, he can borrow the calendar area of the holy pool of light. It's really powerful. Fog dispelling magic circle, dragon language, and holy word control. Use these things to enter the holy pool of light in one fell swoop. Although there is an element of luck, it is not easy to do so. It seems easy, but she needs trial and error the first time, and if she fails to perform well in the follow-up, she will be eliminated. Amelia landed on the lake. At this moment, the people who saw it were in an uproar. Come in. Go in. My God, which branch's junior sister is this? I thought no one could go in this year, why did someone go in? The people who didn't care at first also looked up and saw someone standing in the holy pool of light, and they were all stunned. What happened? How did someone get in? I just bowed my head, why did it reverse? Oh my God, what did I miss? The appearance of the goddess of the holy pool of light is unprecedented for the entire church. And they actually lowered their heads and didn't see the goddess of the holy pool of light walking into the holy pool of light. Miss it right before your eyes, this unprecedented or even unprecedented scene. Boom! At this moment, the entire sanctuary vibrated. It seems to be notifying the church that someone has entered the holy pool of light. Mary watched all this, because of her heart or reason. He sighed not only for himself, but also for her junior sister. Junior brothers and sisters, stand up, the real ceremony begins. Veblen said. His voice spread around the holy pool of light. All can be heard. At this moment, no one spoke. Bright holy pool to watch the ceremony. Into the final stage. For many years, there has never been a link. Chen stood where he was, looking at Amelia in the holy pool of light. At this time, he was able to see Amelia in the holy pool of light. The holy pool of light seems to be acknowledging the identity of goddess Amelia. The surrounding fog all flew into the holy pool of light, setting off Amelia standing in the lake. At this moment, light appeared on Amelia. Flawless, holy, beautiful. The rays of light bloomed from the holy pool of light, illuminating the entire holy camp. Immediately, there are 9 lights, going to the 9 branches of the holy church. This is the influence from the holy pool of light, which can promote the power of the cultivation environment in the temple. Just integrate these 9 rays of light. Then the cultivation environment of the 9 branches of the holy church will be greatly improved. Better than ever. This is a great thing for everyone. Everyone watched and watched the 9 rays of light merge into the 9 branches of the holy church. However, at the moment when the 9 rays of light were about to merge into the light, there was an accident with one of the rays of light. Boom! When the other 9 rays of light merged into the mountain peak, the light of the town demon hall suddenly shattered. The light that had been integrated into the temple of demon suppression was shattered in everyone's eyes. It seems that the town demon temple cannot accept environmental modifications. Chen watched this scene and sighed inwardly. The abyssal atmosphere in the temple of demon suppression is too strong. This light should not be compatible with the breath of the abyss. Especially the entrance to the abyss is erupting recently. So failed. Maybe it will fail without breaking out. The temple of demon suppression is special in the holy church, and it is not special that this happens. It's just that after today, the town demon palace may be even more rejected. Everyone else understood something in their hearts, but they didn't think about it or discuss it. This is not something that disciples like them need to care about. It's about those cardinal archbishops. Instead, Toby and Bai Liar glanced at Chen. You know, Chen is the only disciple of the town demon hall. The failure to cover means that the demon suppressing hall where he is located cannot be covered by the elements of the holy pool of light, which means that it is weaker than the other 8 parts. I feel uncomfortable. However, the changes in the bright holy pool are still going on, and they can only look at the bright holy pool now. This is the only change for many years. Although Chen sighed a little, his heart was still peaceful. In his opinion, Town Demon Temple is more suitable for him to cultivate than any other. As for the improvement of other peaks, that is the business of other peaks. He is neither jealous nor envious. Normal heart. Crash. At this time, the holy pool of light changed again, and a gleam of light began to envelope everyone, and water droplets appeared in the holy pool of light. There are elements overflowing around the water drops, and it has a more mysterious atmosphere. Like the essence of the sun and the moon, it is the holy water that has been upgraded from the perception of heaven and earth. Then the holy water spread, corresponding to everyone around. A gift from the holy pool of light. This is something that most people don't think of. And the closer to the front, the bigger the water drops you get. Chen is on the top of the mountain, which is equivalent to the interior of the holy pool of light. So he also had a drop of water the size of a duck's egg fall in front of him. Most of the people on the mountain are water drops of this level. And behind, even if it is only 1 step away from the mountain peak. It's just a drop of water the size of a fingernail. It's a world of difference. Chen watched the drops of water fall, and then saw the brothers and sisters in front of him all reaching out to catch them. He followed suit. Stretched out his hand. Let the drops of water fall on his hands. When the water drops fall, there is a cold feeling when it touches the hand, like clear mountain spring water. Moreover, Ye Chen could sense that this holy water was of great help to his strength. It's just that when the holy water was in his hands, he felt a faint breath on his body began to affect the water drops. Through him, he saw a tiny black air rushing into the water. Soon, the originally stable water drops directly lost their balance. It seems that the internal structure has been damaged. Boom! In an instant, the water droplets shattered and spread. Water sprays around. Some fell more directly on Ye Chen. Seeing this sudden scene, Ye Chen was a little surprised. It was broken. It was the breath of the abyss that was stained on the clothes. Then it had an impact on the defenseless glob. Lead to breakage. However, the breath in the water droplets was not affected. It's just that he has no way to re-upgrade the water into holy water the size of a duck egg. Can only let the water drops break and dissipate. Ye Chen watched this scene, and finally put his hand down slowly. Good job, and the suddenly shattered holy water made quite a noise. In a place that was originally quiet, the sound was ear-piercing, causing everyone to stare at it. Each one was a little surprised. Why did the water drop suddenly shatter? What happened? Many people don't know what happened. Is it because Guangming Holy Pool doesn't recognize it? Or is that junior sister in the Holy Pool of Light disapproving? Lucia looked at random guesses one by one, and slowly said. Junior brother may not know that the breath of the abyss will be stained on the clothes, which will have some impact on this kind of holy water. Only then did they realize that this junior was not being targeted. Rather, it has something to do with Town Demon Palace. After all, only the Temple of Demon Suppression in the entire sanctuary has the breath of abyss. There is a high probability that the opponent is a disciple of the Temple of Demon Suppression. Just now the light was shattered, and now the water droplets are shattered. This junior is really at odds with the Holy Lake of Light. None of them spoke, but everyone had similar thoughts in their eyes. But they didn't think too much about it. Everyone has their own way. For them to be able to go so far, talent is part of it, and luck is very important. Chapter 68. Toby looked at Ye Chen and sighed inwardly. Junior brother Genmodian is actually a very good person. And also helped him. It's a pity to bear such blows one after another. If he can help, he wants to help. Unfortunately nothing can be done. Marie and Veblen also watched. In fact, it was also the first time they knew that the other party might be a disciple of the Temple of Demon Suppression. Now it seems that the other party is really unfortunate. I heard that the disciples of the Temple of Demon Suppression have a very good heart. I don't know if this incident will cause a storm in his heart. Veblen was a little curious. Mary shook her head without thinking much about it. This kind of thing is not artificial. There is nothing anyone can do. Ye Chen stood there, his heart was calm. All this has no effect on him. Just wait quietly for the ceremony to end, and then go back to practice. That's what he wants to do, and that's what he's going to do. Amelia was also looking at Ye Chen at this time, and she lowered her head to look at Ye Chen's broken holy water on the ground. But after a moment of silence, she walked out in one step. When she took a step, countless streams of water suddenly erupted in the entire bright holy pool. These currents are constantly surging. The sudden change caught everyone's attention. They saw Amelia walking out of the holy pool of light step by step. All eyes were on AMY647 Leah. Didn't understand what she was trying to do. Soon they saw Amelia walk out of the holy pool of light. Through them, they saw that there were countless drops of water around Amelia being upgraded, from the original water drops to the real holy water. It is like changing from mist to liquid, and then from liquid to solid. They don't understand what Amelia is doing. But soon they saw Amelia walking towards the junior in the Demon Town Hall step by step. Go to Ye Chen. Ye Chen was a little surprised. He looked at Amelia and saw that the other person's eyes were extremely calm, as if he never intended to explain what he was doing. Just doing what she feels is right. The others just watched, and no one spoke. They are actually curious. When Amelia approached Chen, she raised her hand. Then the countless converging streams solidified in her hands. In the end, it completely became a holy crystal of water blue. The moment the holy crystal was formed, Amelia stood in front of Chen. She handed out the holy crystal, and said a pleasant voice to Chen. "This is, thank you." She didn't say what the thank you gift was, but she thought Chen should understand. She herself also understood that the reason why she was able to enter the holy pool of light. All because of Chen. Chen looked at the holy crystal of the water blue without hesitation. "Reach out and take it." "Thank you, sister." After Chen took the holy crystal, Amelia nodded and turned to walk towards the holy pool of light. She can't leave the holy pool of light for a short time, she can only stay on it. Chen glanced at the blue holy crystal and put it away. He could tell that this was the essence of all things in the holy pool of light. Others are also accidents. They knew how valuable the things in Chen's hands were. Relying on this holy crystal, the speed of cultivation is definitely twice as fast as before. And it can last for a long time. But no one understood what Amelia meant by doing this. Do these two people know each other? Cooperation is random, everyone knows this. But other people want to ask, and don't know who to ask. These people often retreat and don't understand at all. Ask other people in the door about the situation of these two when you have time. Toby and Belle understand. The fog dispelling magic circle, this is what senior sister Amelia learned from junior brother Town Demon Palace. This time, senior sister Amelia was able to enter the bright holy pool, relying on this magic circle. But seeing Chen get the holy water, they also feel better. The disadvantage of Town Demon Palace is too obvious. They all understand that it will be difficult for Chen to improve in the future. If you take too much medicine, it is easy to produce immunity. After Amelia entered the holy pool of light, the surroundings began to fog up. Everyone understood that it was time to leave. Mary looked at Amelia, turned away with a final sigh. The others also stayed away from the Guangming holy pool. Kelly felt that she would not see her senior sister for a long time, and now the gap was even bigger. Chen didn't linger in the slightest. Yufeng returned to the Demon Town Hall. CFCB, he was very careful all the way, but this time no one stopped him. No surprises either. Others seemed to be very concerned about their holy water, and wanted to go back and absorb it as soon as possible. This visit to the Guangming holy pool has gained a lot for Chen. The goddess Atlas does not mention it. Amelia's thank you gift alone is very useful. Why thank him? He understands. Amelia doesn't like to owe people, and he doesn't need others to owe him. However, the timing of the delivery was surprising. There are so many people, which means that many people know that I have a treasure. I can't go out of the Town Demon Palace for decades, so I can digest it with peace of mind. After a few decades, they will know that the holy crystal is exhausted. No one will care about it. Soon Chen returned to the Demon Town Hall. He first went to the mountain of Zhenmo Temple to meet the teacher. A goddess appeared in the holy pool of light, and a lot happened in the temple. He needs to talk about it. Teacher. Chen stood on the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall and lowered his head. His teacher is here today. Gandalf looked at Chen who came back, and said softly. Is the ceremony over? It's over. Senior sister Amelia of the Holy Lady entered the holy pool of light. Chen said truthfully. Want what? Asked Gandalf suddenly. Chen was a little surprised, but soon he understood. The holy pool of light is opened, and the other 8 parts of the temple have changed, but the hall of suppressing demons remains the same as before. Moreover, they were treated differently on the spot. Maybe his teacher felt that he was a little wronged? I want to stay in the underground space when it erupts. Chen made a request. If the teacher wants to give something, he will of course accept it. It needs to be checked by the master once a month. Gandalf did not refuse. Thank you, teacher. Chen said immediately. That way he can stay inside. Otherwise, it will come out after a while. The eruption at the entrance of the abyss will reach its peak in a short time. It wasn't really safe back then. And he will naturally do what he can. Afterwards, Chen left the 9th floor of the demon town hall, poured some psychic liquid on the plant eggs, and went to practice. Gandalf watched Chen leave. This disciple was more excellent than he expected. Maybe the talent is not as good as other divisions, but he thinks it is enough. He is very lucky to receive such a disciple. Really good. Chen's talent is not enough, mythical level is difficult. This Gandalf knew all along. He has also been preparing. Then help his proud disciple. Mythical level. After pouring the psychic liquid on the plant eggs, Chen returned to the underground space. He used to be in the underground space with the plant eggs. Now he was alone again. There is no way. If the plant eggs continue to stay in the underground space, it won't take long for them to become little villains. After finally raising a plant egg, he didn't plan to raise it like this. When he returned to the underground space, he could feel that the breath of the abyss was getting heavier. It didn't do him any harm though. The only thing to be concerned about is to prevent the will of the abyss from appearing. Chapter 69. Look at the goddess Atlas first. Before preparing to practice, Chen needs to figure out the exact effect of the goddess Atlas. Cross-legged on the ground. Look inside your mind. The goddess Atlas is right in front of my eyes. This time Chen can feel that the album has been activated and can be used at any time. With a thought, the picture book began to open. There was no goddess in the last album. Now Amelia has entered the Holy Pool of Light and has become a goddess of the Holy Pool of Light, and the album is also activated accordingly. This means that there should be changes inside the Atlas. This change is most likely because Amelia is in the Holy Pool of Light. As for the specific situation, he will have to see it to know. The Atlas opened, and what appeared was the previous bright holy pool. That one waveless lake. But without Amelia, Chen set his sights on other places. Then I saw a holy white dragon on the shore. Very small. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Amelia, right? It's exactly the same as the one I saw in the bathing map last time, and it's not much bigger. Shouldn't she be underage? But Amelia in human form doesn't look like a minor at all. It's not that she looks mature, but she looks like a young girl. Slender thighs, there should be a little bit more. It's a little green, but it's definitely not a child. Then Chen shook his head. He didn't know much about the growth cycle of the giant dragon family. Then he began to try to use the picture of the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light. This is a shared medium. The opportunity to share the Holy Pool of Light. It's just that after Chen's investigation, he found that there were almost no chances in the Holy Pool of Light. Something is wrong. Is it because there is a goddess just now, and I haven't been promoted yet, or is it used up? Chen instantly remembered the holy water on his body. It seems to have gathered a lot of the essence of the Holy Pool of Light. Let's observe for a while. There is no way to confirm this matter, but the essence of all things that will be promoted in the future, although in the Holy Pool of Light, some of them will directly enter the goddess map of the Holy Pool of Light. So even if you continue to practice, you will not be discovered. Close the picture of the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light, and Chen began to practice. For him now, if he doesn't practice for a day, he is wasting resources for a day. The eruption of the entrance to the abyss has only been a few years. If you miss him, you will have to wait for the next 100 years. And now there is the holy crystal sent by Amelia. This holy crystal is a tricky thing. He also needs to absorb it as soon as possible. As for Town Demon Hall, wait 30 or 50 years before going out. In the past few years, his teacher should not let him go down the mountain easily. If you want to practice, let's catch a few more chilling cicada pupae. With no other thoughts, Chen practiced with peace of mind. At the same time, with the help of the breath of the abyss and the essence of all things in the holy pool of light, his cultivation speed was greatly accelerated. Not to mention there are resources for receiving rewards. 3 years later, Chen, who was originally cultivating, suddenly heard a voice, which seemed to come from an endless abyss. The moment the voice appeared, he actually had a feeling of falling into the abyss. At this moment, Chen kept his heart and used his strength. Walk out of this abyss step by step. He didn't look back, kept calm, and moved forward slowly. He can't see anything. As if because of the darkness of the world, people have a feeling of blindness. Darkness is the thing that most easily affects the original mind. But Chen didn't care. His steps are steady, his mind and world are united, he moves forward step by step, and walks out of the abyss step by step. Why don't you look back? Maybe you're going the wrong way. You think you are leaving the darkness, but in fact you are walking towards the abyss. If you don't look back, how can you be clear about your own step by step? Is true. Still wrong. The voice of nothingness can weave language in the human mind. Disintegrate people's spiritual world and make themselves suspicious. Chen ignored it. Abyss raving. Everywhere. This time it was just accidentally invaded, and it was impossible for the other party to have this level of influence in the past. Is the path under your feet correct? Who can be sure until the end is reached? Why question it? Isn't this the problem that already exists? Chen moved forward step by step, without stopping. A ray of light pierced the darkness at this moment. And Chen is walking towards the light step by step. It seems to have been walking for a long time. In reality, however, it is fleeting. Step out and see the light in front of your eyes. If you fall into it, you will never recover. Chen opened his eyes, with some palpitations in his eyes. It was dangerous just now. He didn't check whether there was any problem with his body, but looked towards the entrance of the abyss. At this moment, Chen seemed to see a figure standing by the door. It is like the real abyss breath. Is the breath of the abyss exploding? No wonder the spiritual world almost fell. Now it should be the peak of the explosion at the entrance of the abyss. Even he may not be able to guard the spiritual world without any influence. Cultivating here at this time is really fast. Facing the erupting entrance of the abyss, Chen had to say 10 words of emotion. If one can enter the abyss to practice, the speed of cultivation is unknown. It's a pity that even if he really enters casually now, he won't practice. Because it will be affected. If you stay here to practice after being affected, it will only be counterproductive. In the end, affect your own way. Not long after, Chen got up and planned to exit the underground space, build a house at the entrance of the underground space, and practice again. It should be just 1 or 2 years. By the way, guard the entrance of the abyss to see if there will be any creatures from the abyss coming out. It's just that Chen just got up when he felt someone coming in. It's his teacher. At this moment Gandalf did come in. As soon as he came in, he saw Chen. The entrance to the abyss erupted to its peak. He was worried that Chen would fall into it. I came here specially. It seems to be worrying too much. At this time, Chen was already planning to evacuate. Teacher. Chen called out immediately. The entrance to the abyss has exploded to its peak, how does it feel? Gandalf looked at Chen and asked. It's a little dangerous. Chen said with a rather serious expression. It is indeed dangerous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left here. Gandalf nodded, his apprentice did things properly. Then he didn't say much, but walked towards the door. Chen stood where he was and didn't follow. That door was not what he could look at now. Although I am very curious about what the door is like, but he is not strong enough. Let's wait until the strength is enough. Requires mythical level. Although still far away. But much closer than ever. Not out of reach. Chen just looked at his teacher standing in front of the door. Looking at the door, he could see his teacher's profile from this angle just right. Some calm. As if the door wasn't overperforming. Gandalf didn't look much, just glanced at it, then turned his head and left. 0. Let's go, it seems that nothing will come out this time. Gandalf came to Chen and said. Chen nodded and followed. Although he doesn't understand why the teacher is so sure, but he knows, as long as he has seen it, he will know. Are you sure you want to continue practicing at the entrance of the underground space? Yes, teacher. At the entrance of the underground space, Gandalf looked at Chen and said. You are the most competitive disciple to inherit the Temple of Demon Suppression, so you shouldn't be holding on to the entrance of the underground space all the time. Chen. He is just for cultivation. Moreover, it seems that there are no other strong competing disciples in the Temple of Demon Suppression. Gandalf looked at Chen with a smile, and then said. Old rules, check the will of the abyss once a month. Thank you, teacher. Chen bowed his head and thanked. During the eruption of the abyss entrance, Chen was also worried about himself. Especially in the previous situation. If something goes wrong, it can be found out sooner. Then Chen built a log cabin at the entrance of the abyss. Sit inside and concentrate on practicing. During this period, he would go to the top of the Temple of Demon Town every other month. Then water the plant eggs and take care of the roads of the town hall. Make sure that the Demon Town Hall will not fall into disrepair. The plant egg has not changed in any way, as always, it is its relative. The progress of Chen's cultivation has been at its peak. Years later, the Abyss Junction eruption ended. Chen moved into the underground space again. This time he brought in the plant eggs. At this time, his strength is still in the middle stage of the Holy Light's Blessed One, only one step away from the late stage. During this period, Chen specially went to the underground space to receive the rewards. The eruption at the entrance of the abyss has a high probability of making the rewards much better. The experiment was successful. Whether it is potions, magic equipment, or cultivation methods, they are better than before. This also improved Chen's cultivation progress a lot. During this period, Chen has never left the Demon Town Hall, and he has been living in the Town Demon Palace. Do what he should do, need to do big. Chapter 70. 20 years later. The holy crystal Amelia gave him was shattered. The essence of all things has been absorbed. At this time, Chen has already entered the late stage of the Holy Light's caretaker. However, the shattering of the holy water meant that the cultivation had temporarily come to an end, leaving the underground space, and Chen wandered around the Demon Town Hall. Mainly to calm myself down. Then read some books. Learn some magic circles. By the way, water the plant eggs again. He seldom heard news from outside the Demon Town Hall. However, I occasionally heard his teacher say that the disciples in other branches are working hard to cultivate. It seems that I want to go to participate in some top power exchange meeting. Chen was worried for a while. I am afraid that his teacher will say that each department needs to send excellent disciples to participate. After all, there is no disciple who is more excellent than him in Town Demon Palace. After taking care of some roads in the Demon Town Hall, Chen returned to the underground space. The 523 holy crystal given by senior sister Amelia has been exhausted. After so many years, no one should care about it anymore. There are also some benefits after the holy crystal is used up. At this time, his superficial strength has also reached the late stage of the great priest. Theoretically, it should be in the midterm, but the holy crystal has been consumed, so it's unreasonable not to hurry up. But it would be better to stay longer in the late stage of the great priest. The follow-up practice will use the goddess Atlas. After so many years, the accumulated essence of all things should not be suddenly in short supply. After crossing his legs, Chen opened the goddess Atlas in his mind, planning to practice. Only this time when it was opened, Chen found that he did not see the dragon by the lake. Then he looked across the lake. Nor. In other words, Amelia is no longer on the album. Missing. Chen really didn't find Amelia's existence at first sight. But he felt that something was wrong with the lake water. Feel the ripples on the water. Most likely it's in the water. So the picture book is not static. Chen was a little surprised. But Amelia is a dragon family, and she doesn't appear in human form, which is fine. Afterwards, Chen didn't care about it. He could feel that the Atlas of the goddess could always assist him in his cultivation. It is more convenient than that holy water. Easier to absorb. Chen opened the album, as if entering the holy pool of light. The essence of all things began to be absorbed by Chen. The speed of cultivation has been increasing. With the help of Goddess Atlas, Chen practiced for another 20 years. This year, Chen opened his eyes. This year is the 100th year since he entered the town demon palace. From a common man, he successfully entered the limit of the patron of the holy light. Maybe one rung down from legendary. The superficial strength still stays in the late stage of the great priest. He has flipped through the goddess Atlas many times, and there will be changes every now and then. Sometimes Amelia was in the water, sometimes she was floating, and sometimes she was lying on the edge of the lake. Chen feels like raising a fish. Just can't feed. But after watching it a few times, he didn't pay much attention. It's already at the limit, I don't know what will happen after drinking it. Chen looked at the pure spring in his hand. He really didn't intend to get into the legendary class this way drunk if he could do it any other way. Because there is a certain possibility that it will affect his subsequent normal reaction. Even if his mind is calm, but after he is drunk, there will inevitably be deviations in the logic of his behavior. In case you can say something you wouldn't normally say. Do things you wouldn't normally do. If it only brings common influence, it's nothing. For fear of being discovered too much. Chen looked at the pure spring. Finally opened the lid. Drank it down. If you want to reach the mythical level as soon as possible, you have to bear some risks. And as long as you don't get too drunk, there won't be any major problems. At most, the teacher will think that it is too heavy. Afraid of drunk fragments. After drinking the pure spring, Fu opened the divine barrier. Prevent being seen through. Then Chen closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his body and mind. Pure divine spring, 1 sip of the dream for 10 years, 1 bottle of forgetfulness for 100 years. He dare not underestimate. Soon Chen felt that he fell asleep, and then felt that he was conscious again. But more is a piece of tranquility. The world seemed to have quieted down. The heart is smooth, the joy is in the heart. Very strange feeling. Then he opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt that he should not sit here and practice. Instead, you should go out for a walk, water the flowers, weed, look at the sky, and plant the ground. It's like knowing how to move forward. There is no ambition without indifference, and no far-reaching without tranquility. With this in mind, Yakong no longer hesitated. He left the underground space with the plant eggs, left the residence where he had practiced for nearly 100 years, and returned to the house outside. The house that has been unoccupied for a long time is a bit dilapidated. Normally, Chen would repair it once in more than 20 years. It's a little ahead of schedule now, but it's also suitable for repairs. Chen put down the plant eggs, and also put down the practice that he has not slackened for so many years. He began to repair the houses in the yard, except for the surrounding love halls. By the way, some flowers were planted inside and outside the yard. He has been busy for 7 days and has been busy with everything. Standing in the yard, he looked around. However, the flowers have not bloomed, and the grass has not grown new buds, and it seems desolate. But Chen knew that it wouldn't take long for this place to look like a new one. The breeze blows by, blowing Chen's clothes. He didn't practice, and was busy in the demon town hall like a common man. There is something to do every day. Because the demon town hall is huge. And Chen doesn't use any magic power, just doing it by himself. Weeding, building roads, dredging rivers. He grows flowers, raises fish, and chops firewood. Spring goes and autumn comes, flowers bloom and fall. 10 years passed by. This winter, the world began to snow. Chen stood in the yard, pouring spiritual liquid on the plant eggs. He looked at the withered flowers and the old house. Looking at the vast expanse of whiteness. Then he put down the spirit liquid bottle, picked up Fu and began to sweep the snow. Winter to spring solstice. Chen felt the wind blowing. The grass has sprouted. Breaking out of the ground, they seem to be spying on this new world. I want to take a look at this bright world and feel the magnificent mountains and rivers. Chen closed his eyes at 4.5, feeling everything and listening to the voices of all things. After a while, he opened his eyes again. There is a calmness in the eyes, black and white are distinct. But there was a flash of light. He woke up. Been asleep for 10 years, drunk for 10 years. Chen woke up without moving, still standing in the courtyard, still looking at everything in front of him. Don't be surprised by favor or disgrace, watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court, go and stay unintentionally, look at the clouds in the sky. This station is the alternation of day and night, and this is the change of seasons. The strong wind blew the courtyard and Chen's long clothes. Feeling the chill in the wind, Chen closed his eyes again. Click! A crisp voice sounded in Chen's spiritual world. At this time Chen felt that he was standing in front of a gate. There is an endless void in the door. It seems that if you enter, you can find the long-awaited path. Legendary class. Achieved. Chapter 71. A dream for 10 years. Once you wake up from the dream, you will enter the void legendary class, the patron of the holy light. Chen experienced 10 years of dreams and 10 years of drunkenness. The moment he woke up, he directly entered the artistic conception of the spiritual world. His patron of the holy light is walking towards the gate of the void step by step. Finally climbed to the peak of the holy light's caretaker and stood in front of the gate. Looking directly into the void, up to legendary level. One step closer to mythology. It can be said that as long as you work harder, you can find the myth. It's just hard to find and even harder to get in. After entering, it will capture the divinity, and if it succeeds, it will be mythical. So the road to the mythical level is extremely difficult. With the help of the pure spring, Chen broke through the holy light's caretaker, and he felt that his spiritual power had also been further improved. Strong power will not bring him any influence. This is currently the case. But after the mythical level, it's hard to say. Currently, he has only practiced for 110 years. Even genius disciples are still working hard to be promoted to the patrons of the holy light at this time. A strong gap will give people a sense of superiority, and it will make people start to look at many things. Especially when there are still some reliance on him. If you don't control yourself well, once you make your spiritual world unstable, then 25, this Joey Sija, will teach him to be a man. So, you still have to practice hard. Hide in the demon town hall and try not to go out. Only after the mythical level can you consider going out occasionally. But myths are not invincible, in short, myths often fall. One should maintain one's original heart, cultivate with peace of mind, take no chances, and never underestimate any enemy. Now he has an extra bottle of pure divine spring, which seems to taste good. One day, with a reasonable reason, I can give it to his teacher to drink. For his teacher, the effect should be negligible, mainly the taste. The top of the temple of Demon Town. Gandalf, who had been paying attention to Chen, was relieved. Before that, he suddenly discovered that Chen had left the underground space and was doing things in the yard. How did he care at first? Only a month later, he discovered that Chen was still weeding. This is not normal. Although Chen will come out to weed and clean the hall. But every few months. It's only been a month. Then he discovered that his disciples did it for a month instead of a month apart. This unexpected discovery made him particularly concerned. But the heart is affected by the will of the abyss. When he was about to check it out, he felt something was wrong. Chen looked calm, without the slightest sign of being invaded by the will of the abyss. Half surprised and half suspicious, he observed for a few more months. Then he was surprised to find that there was an aura around Yekong. It is brought about by changes in spiritual power. Chen has a great mind and a very high realm. But it still surprised Gandalf. This change in spiritual power is really incredible. You can do that at such a young age. Look at the alternation of the sun and the moon, and the change of seasons. Watch the flowers bloom and fall, watch the clouds roll and the clouds relax. Be in it, feel it. The heart is like the surface of a lake, moving with the waves. After realizing this, Gandalf directly closed the demon town hall, refusing anyone to approach. Prevent someone from disturbing Chen. Chen is transforming, and if he is not careful, he may fail and fall from the transformation. And Gandalf is always watching, guarding the demon town hall. This keeping is 10 years. Finally today, he sensed that aura slowly descending, disappearing into the sky and the earth. The metamorphosis was successful. 10 years, it's finally over. Gandalf looked at the other 8 books. At this time, many people were preparing for something. Speaking of which, the peak power exchange meeting is coming, and it will start in a few days. Gandalf turned his head and looked at the location of Chen's courtyard in the Demon Town Hall, feeling some thoughts in his heart. Ask and see, I didn't go. Chen woke up and successfully entered the legendary class. But he wasn't planning to rest. Instead, we need to move the plant eggs back to the underground space, and continue to use the entrance to the abyss and the atlas of the goddess to practice. Find the divine existence as soon as possible. Just when he was about to go back to the abyss, he received a message from his teacher. The teacher should have seen my behavior in the past 10 years. Maybe there is no one who can see through, but the change in spiritual power must be seen. His current superficial strength is in the late stage of the great priest, only a line away from the limit. With the change of spiritual power, his strength should also change. After 2 years, you can enter the limit. 2 years is very short. Afterwards Chen went to see his teacher. Teacher. Arriving at the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall, Chen saluted respectfully. The spiritual power has changed, do you plan to go out for a walk and see the outside world? Gandalf asked. Chen froze for a moment, he wasn't surprised that his teacher knew about the change in psychic power. But is change going to go out? It's too early, not yet time. He is still far away from the final threshold of the mythical level. Teacher, this disciple has neglected to cultivate in the past 10 years. Chen felt a little embarrassed. It's obvious what he means. Don't want to go. Have you heard of the top power exchange meeting? It is a meeting where most of the young talents in Joey's Star World gather. You don't need to fight with people, just go to see the world. There are several elders of the church leading the team. Safety is nothing to worry about. How? Gandalf looked at Chen, as if trying to persuade Chen. After that, he added. It's only 3 months back and forth, this is a great time to learn about Joey's astral world, it's completely different from what you read in the books. It is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. Gandalf looked at Chen, as if waiting for Chen's answer. There is no reason why 950 should not go. Chen lowered his eyebrows. According to what his teacher said, the peak power exchange meeting looks very safe. But with so many people gathered together, will it be safe? Chen didn't believe it. As long as it is experience, as long as it is a big competition, there will usually be some accidents. You will encounter it when you go out. No problem if you don't go out. For the past 50 years, he has been staying in the temple of demon suppression and practiced for 110 years. Except for a few situations after leaving the demon town hall in the first 50 years, he never encountered anything. It turns out, it is still safest to be in the demon town hall. It doesn't affect him to receive rewards and practice. Although it is possible to get good things after leaving for 3 months. But it was too far, and too long. He is currently at the legendary level, but once he uses his strength in front of a crowd, then it will be difficult to cultivate quietly. Summarize. Not strong enough. Teacher, this student is still very weak. Chen refused. He still thinks it is better to continue to practice in the temple of demon suppression. If you want to change places, you can go to other branches. It doesn't have to be outside. Moreover, his dream for 10 years means that he has not received the reward for 10 years. Who knows how far the power of origin rewards will accumulate? In case another shocking fetish comes, it will be much easier for him to reach the mythical level. Chapter 72. Gandalf looked at Chen for a moment, and then persuaded. There is nothing wrong with cultivating hard, but it is easy to lose touch with the outside world without contact with the outside world. He felt that this apprentice seemed too withdrawn. If you have a good heart, you don't have to refuse to contact people. Not being able to see the brilliance and darkness of other people will make you fall into a blind spot, especially with your heart. Gandalf added. Disciples will always reflect on themselves. Chen answered with a bow. What his teacher said is right, sometimes the inaction of the mind will put him in the direction of paranoia. This requires vigilance. Especially for him like this, the farther he goes on this road, there will be deviations if he is not careful. Fortunately, his teacher reminded him early. Chen has said that, what else can Gandalf say? If you don't go, don't go. You can go to other branches of the church when you have time, Gandalf said. There's nothing wrong with going outside for some fresh air. Take a look at the behavior and character of the brothers and sisters, so that you can have an understanding of yourself. Chen hasn't stepped out of the demon town hall for decades. However, the demon town hall is well taken care of. Okay. Chen nodded. This kind of thing is still possible. It's better than going out to practice. Especially after so many years, no one should remember him. No one will miss the holy crystal that Amelia gave him. Of course, at present, his superficial strength is close to the limit of a great priest, but in fact it is far superior to most of the disciples in the same period. Still at genius level. After all, the holy crystal Amelia gave was so extraordinary that he was too embarrassed to suppress his strength. Under normal circumstances, a genius disciple would spend about 150 years trying to become a patron of the holy light. Now he is only 110 years old. All resources are piled up. But after so many years, the few people I knew before are probably already patrons of the holy light. Have a chance to have a look. If they are still only at the limit of the great priest, he will not let the superficial strength be promoted to the patron of the holy light. At present, there should be 4 great priests he knows. Senior sister Amelia doesn't say anything, she must be the patron of the holy light. Followed by the 2 at the entrance to the underground space, and finally the senior sister Kelly from the Holy Maiden's Court. In theory, they should all be patrons of the holy light. Then Chen didn't think much, went back to practice, and received the reward by the way. There is still no one going to the demon town hall this time. After Chen went to practice, a middle-aged man appeared in the temple of Demon Town and asked Gandalf. His hair was a bit messy, among which a strand of white hair was particularly eye-catching, and the stubble was not cleanly shaved. It seems a bit random. Gandalf nodded, his voice full of disbelief. Well, my apprentice doesn't like to travel far. Once in hundreds of years, it's a pity not to go, but it's good to see the world. Standing beside Gandalf, the middle-aged man continued. I heard that your apprentice has a good heart, but this is about to become a hermit, and all the 7 emotions and 6 desires have been worn away. Not at all like a young man. Haha. Gandalf laughed and said. Over 100 years old, not young anymore. Quirrell didn't mention this much, but looked at Gandalf with a serious expression. What are you going to do when he, legendary, faces the final step of myth? Many people know how difficult this step is. For some it's easy, for others it's a dead end. Yet Chen is naturally not a dead end, but it is by no means easy. External help is required. Gandalf turned his head and glanced at Quirrell, without directly answering the question. Ye Chen is the only disciple I have had for so many years. So what do you want to do? Quirrell asked. No way. Gandalf said calmly. Help him to the mythical level, just do what a teacher should do. Quirrell watched Gandalf say nothing, and then asked no more about it. Are you sure you don't want to go? It's time to leave in a few days. No. Gandalf shook his head. Ye Chen is not an impulsive person, he does things properly, he doesn't want to go, he should have his own plan. Quirrell didn't nod, and then disappeared in place. In this case, there is no need to say more. However, there was finally a disciple in the Temple of Demon Suppression, and he thought he would definitely go. After all, let the outside world know that the Temple Town Demon Palace is not there. Otherwise, many people don't know that the Holy Church and the Demon Town Hall exist. Some people are beginning to think that there are only 8 churches. Gandalf naturally understands this, but it's just a false name. Do not pursue, do not care. Amelia stood by the holy pool of light, and decades passed. Now she has successfully entered the middle stage of the holy light's caretaker. She walks ahead of most people. But recently she suddenly remembered something. So I found her junior sister. She sat here waiting for her sister to come over. As for the top power exchange meeting, she also knew that if it was in the past, she would definitely go, but not now. She still can't leave the holy pool of light. That's the price. The price of becoming the goddess of the holy pool of light. But it is indeed the fastest way to become stronger. The resources tilted in the entire sanctuary may not be as much as the bright holy pool, and the speed of her cultivation here seems to have wings. Sister, I can't come in. Suddenly a voice came in. Amelia got up and walked some steps forward upon hearing this, and came to the edge of the mountain. She moved her hands, as if she was opening a normal path for those who came over, so that people from outside could come in. Soon Kelly flew in Yufeng, she looked a little embarrassed. Senior sister, it seems that it is easy to go wrong if you stay here. Kelly did not dare to go to the bright holy pool. Yufeng can only stay on the edge. Is there some trouble? Is the junior sister going to the top power exchange meeting? Amelia nodded slightly, and then asked. No, I'm going to retreat for the next 2 days to be promoted to be the patron of the holy light. I'm just stuck at this time, so I can only wait for the next time. Kelly looked at Amelia and said curiously. Sister misses me. She was called suddenly. Amelia looked at Kelly's, and she felt that this junior sister had always been familiar with her. She doesn't hate it. Because this junior sister has a pleasing personality. I want to ask my junior sister something. Amelia looked at Kelly and said. I remember that junior sister used to use recording magic equipment to record the process of me getting out of the water, right? When Kelly heard this, she was stunned. Just record and play. Kelly was a little guilty. I know. Amelia looked at Kelly's, her voice was as calm as ever. Can you give me the recording magic equipment? Kelly didn't dare to look at Amelia, and said in a low voice. Lost, lost. Amelia. I'm looking for it. Kelly said immediately. I have found out who took it, and I will take it back, Wang Hao, in a few days. Who's there? Amelia asked. Last time I heard that it was at senior sister Nolan's place. I've been looking for her in the past few days. Kelly said, and then asked curiously. Senior sister didn't care about that magic equipment before, why did you suddenly want to find it? What is recorded there is the dragon body of senior sister Amelia, which is not exposed. Amelia lowered her eyebrows and didn't speak. She is not a child anymore. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing wrong with showing the body of a dragon in front of people, but after recording it, I feel that my body has been seen recently. Always uncomfortable. That's why she wanted to come over. Will the magic equipment be seen? Amelia asked. If you see it, it will show that it has been locked. I haven't heard of anyone opening it. Kelly said immediately. It feels like so many years have passed, and the senior sister has begun to care about some things. But as before, no expression. Amelia nodded, it would be best if she wasn't watched. Although there is nothing to look at, it feels more comfortable not to look at it. Chapter 73. Chen returned to the underground space. He didn't rush to receive the reward, but poured the plant eggs. Over the years, he has not forgotten to pour spiritual liquid on the plant eggs. But 100 years have passed, this plant egg really can't hatch. Even if it is a common tree, if it is poured with psychic liquid for 100 years, it should become spiritual, but this plant egg has no reaction at all. It seems that they are indeed just plant eggs. What are plant eggs? Similar to a vegetable. Of course, Chen doesn't care, he wants to keep raising it. I've been raising it for 100 years, and I'm used to it. After dealing with these, Chen sat cross-legged. System, claim the reward. It's time to see if you won't receive rewards if you don't receive rewards for 10 years. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the gift of the original energy, and the real divine grade magic fist of heaven. Heaven's fist, true divine grade magic, with blood secret art to break the evil god light and the power of the copper boltanos, he learns. Seeing this fist of heaven, Chen was a little surprised. This magic doesn't seem to be something he can practice. And he tried and couldn't learn. The power of the copper boltanos must be full. And with Fist of Heaven, the real introduction didn't come. Then Chen stopped thinking about it, and when he finished the mechanics of Tong Newtonos, he should know the specific introduction of 150. But it can be seen from this that if you don't receive rewards for 10 years, you can indeed receive rewards and good things. However, such things as the holy things of the elves, the essence of life, are indeed very difficult to obtain. Chen shook his head, and the spiritual world was unified. Now he is not in a hurry to be promoted, and cultivation does not necessarily mean increasing strength. Familiarize yourself with the current realm and make other magic stronger. Also very important. He will stay at the legendary level for a long time, so he must be familiar with this realm, so that other magic can also exert the strongest combat power in this realm. This is how to deal with sudden changes. Even if there is no change, you must be prepared to deal with it. Distress does not wait for anyone. Not to give him time. At present, the most important thing to care about is the power of the copper boltanos. Promoted to the legendary level, the power of the copper boltanos should be easily promoted from the 7th level of the copper boltanos power to the 8th level. Phantom Speed Force can also try to reach level 9 from level 8. Familiarize yourself with other magic and magic equipment. It took Chen 3 days to become familiar with the power of the copper boltanos. Although he did not enter the 8th level immediately, the power of the 7th level copper boltanos at this time is also ridiculously strong. It always feels like a mid-game legendary. Waiting for the power of the copper boltanos to reach its peak, I don't know if it is possible to run into Shinue a few times. Probably not, CFCB. I just don't know if I can learn Fist of Heaven directly. When Chen was still familiar with magic, he suddenly received a message. It is the news of the exchange meeting of top forces starting from the Holy Church. He should go see them leave. It's not that he has to go, but his teacher asked him to watch the posture. It's too late to regret. Is that why the teacher wants me to go out for a walk? Chen was helpless. But he should be going out soon. After all, he is now at the legendary level. Very close to the myth. In a few decades or hundreds of years, it may be time to go out to capture the undead deity. At that time, the teacher was probably happy, and all the members of Town Demon Palace went out to practice. Then Chen left the Demon Town Hall and came to the Holy Light Cathedral. This is where the peak power exchange meeting started. The sun is warm/gradually. Chen was walking on the stairs leading to the main hall, and some disciples beside him were also walking up. Chen took a few glances occasionally and found that the clothes of these people were different from his. Most of them are novice priests and formal priest-level disciples. It turns out that the costumes of the beginner disciples have been changed. Clothes are changed every 100 years. Millennium round. So there is a high probability that you can know how many years other people have been in the field, and of course some disciples don't wear them. So not absolutely. Chen is from Town Demon Temple, few people know him. This time he also heard some discussions. For example, which brother is this? I feel that the strength in my body is restrained. Is this the great priest? I don't know, I haven't seen it before. Why don't you go up and ask? You dare to go? Chen was really not used to walking on the road. Brother Menli didn't say that before. Without thinking too much, Chen walked towards the hall step by step. Soon he came to the main hall square. Then he found a corner and stood there. On the square, he saw a floating disc, which was a large flying magic equipment. There are some disciples on it. After a cursory glance, he found that there were quite a few strong men on it, most of whom were the strength of those favored by the holy light. If he went up, he would probably be a great priest mixed with a group of legendaries, the patrons of the holy light. In fact, even the superficial speed, he also improved very quickly. However, it will not be able to improve so quickly in the future. Relying on resources cannot always maintain the speed of genius cultivation. Otherwise, some geniuses should suffer. It is easy to make enemies without reason. But it can't be too slow. Prevent some people from looking for trouble. Chen stood in the corner, watching many disciples heading towards the flying magic equipment. After a long time, many people stood on it. All excellent disciples. Chen is just an excellent disciple of the Demon Town Hall. Senior brother, how can I be qualified to go to the top power exchange meeting? Suddenly a voice sounded beside Chen. Is a teenager. Novice priest strength. It should have only been 2 years since I started. Become one of the few excellent disciples in every film. Chen replied. Probably so, he is one of the few excellent disciples in the Temple of Demon Township, and he is also a direct disciple of the Cardinal Archbishop of the Temple of Town Demon Town. He is also the most powerful successor to the Cardinal Archbishop of the Demon Town Hall. Is there a limit to your strength? The boy asked again. Chen looked at the flying magic equipment and said. The brothers and sisters above, the weakest is also the strength of the patron of the Holy Light. Juvenile. Too far away. The patrons of the Holy Light, it will take about 150 years for the top group of people in the sect to be promoted to the patrons of the Holy Light. They are not top-notch, and it is good to be able to step into the Holy Light's caretaker within 300 years. Thank you, brother, for clarifying the confusion. The young man thanked him, and then backed away. Not going to bother Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't care either, just stood there watching. There are many people in the square, many people with different strengths. They are communicating with each other and have their own chat topics. Most of them are envious of those with flying magic equipment. It seems that they are all taking those people as models and goals. Some people feel a little sorry. It seems that he was the one who almost got on the flying magic equipment and went to the top power exchange meeting. Although it was noisy, it didn't feel bad. The teacher is right, you can walk around the sect once in a while. It's too far away. It's okay to get attention. Soon the flying magic equipment began to take off, and everyone was almost there. At this time, a middle-aged man stood in front of the magic equipment, with a strand of white hair in his messy hair. He looked at the square and said slowly, "Is there any other direct disciple who wants to go? You can come up directly." Ye Chen lowered his head. I always feel that this senior is aiming at him. Coral did look at Ye Chen, but seeing that Ye Chen didn't have any thoughts about coming up, he didn't plan to send him up. As long as Ye Chen hesitates, wants to go and has some scruples, he will do it. Forget it now. Since there is no one, let's go. Coral's deep voice came out. Then the flying magic equipment flew into the sky. I wish my brothers and sisters a smooth journey. One by one bowed their heads and said goodbye. Ye Chen also lowered his head. Follow the masses. Chapter 74. Seeing these people leave smoothly, he was relieved. At least the change would not be noticed, causing him to follow suit. Next time he will be a myth. At least mythical level. It also fulfilled the teacher's wish. There are disciples in Town Demon Hall to participate in various activities and conferences. Wait for Kohler and the others to leave completely. People in the square also began to disperse. Ye Chen naturally planned to go back to Town Demon Palace to continue training. These people go out for 3 months, and it doesn't affect anything. Most of the geniuses and excellent disciples went to the top power exchange meeting. The convention is indeed fascinating. It is because so many people go out that Ye Chen feels unsafe. In case someone sets their sights on the church, it will be a big deal. However, he also saw some familiar people equipped with flying magic equipment. For example, the senior brother of the Holy Light Temple, Egbert, whom he met in Yulong River. Another example is the brother, Lucia, who has a high probability of being above the legendary level in the 8th secret pavilion. Girl, I didn't see Emilia. She should be still in the bright holy pool. I haven't seen anything else, so I'm not sure if I went there. Of course, these have nothing to do with Ye Chen. After leaving the Holy Light Cathedral, Ye Chen did not return to the Demon Town Hall immediately. Although cultivation is very important, there are some things that need to be taken into consideration. For example, honor the teacher. There is a tavern under the sanctuary, called the Old Wine Tavern. This tavern has been there since the beginning. The model has never changed, and the old tables and chairs have never been replaced, as it has been for 100 years. Standing in front of the tavern, Ye Chen was a little surprised. It was 100 years ago that he first came to this tavern. 100 years have passed, but the tavern is still there, as common as ever, as deserted as ever. The road down the mountain has changed, and the surrounding trees have changed. The changes are very big, and it always feels like someone is fighting at the door. Then changed the road and changed the tree. Big brother, won't you go in? A sudden voice sounded from behind Ye Chen. It was the shopkeeper boy. When Ye Chen saw the young man, he was about to speak, but found that the other party spoke first, with a curious tone. No money? Grandpa said that you can pay on credit. But there is interest. Rich. Ye Chen walked inside. He found that the young man's face was a little embarrassed, but he was very energetic and his strength was a little strange. He felt that the opponent's fist should be very hard. I don't know how it compares to him. But Ye Chen didn't plan to try it. He doesn't want to cause trouble. Of course, this boy is the same as 100 years ago, with almost no trace of growth. For a moment, he thought of Amelia. Is the growth cycle of the dragon family also very slow? Ye Chen asked. Dragon. The boy thought for a while and said. Grandpa said that the growth cycle of dragons is actually somewhat uncertain. We human beings become adults at the age of 18, and the dragon race is much slower. Ye Chen looked at the boy who hadn't grown up in 100 years, and felt that the other party's words were not convincing. This child may be hundreds of years old. Isn't the growth cycle of a dragon according to a fixed time? Ye Chen asked. Since the growth cycle is uncertain, it must not be determined by age. No, wait for me to wash my hands and tell you when I come back. Oh, Grandpa has to wait for a while to come back, the good wine is not available now. Saying that, the boy ran to the back to wash his hands. Ye Chen didn't say anything, but sat down in a corner. He remembered seeing Amelia and a little orc when he first came here. At that time, he should have only been in the early stages of the Great Priest. He is much stronger now than he was then. I hope next time I come back, he will already be a legend. I'm here. At this time the boy came to Ye Chen's table, and he took a plate of peanuts and a pot of tea. Can Big Brother do me a favor? The boy sat down and looked at Ye Chen. What is it? Ye Chen asked. He kept the best condition to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, many people asked him for help, either to help the other party to kill, or to help borrow their lives. So when he heard this question, he was more careful than usual. Naturally, the young man didn't notice anything unusual, so he took out a magic stone, which is a magic stone for testing talent. Can I test the Big Brother's talent? This, and this, are all for you. As he spoke, he pushed the peanuts and tea to Ye Chen. It's like a reward for helping. It's okay. He actually didn't quite understand why the other party did this. But this is indeed a magic stone for simply testing talent. After a while, Ye Chen withdrew his hand, and the boy took back the magic stone. Big Brother just said the growth cycle of the dragon family, right? The boy asked. He just confirmed the agreement with Grandpa. Ye Chen nodded. What is the growth cycle of a dragon based on? In fact, dragons also have ages. Some of them are 100 years old, some are 50 years old, and some are 1,000 years old. The boy said. Ye Chen looked at the other party and didn't speak, but the other party continued to speak. The boy continued to speak. As for how old they are, it actually depends on their strength. As long as their strength improves faster, their growth cycle will be shorter. It can be said to be a kind of talent, the higher the talent, the faster it will grow. And the faster it grows, the more its strength improves. Until adulthood, the follow-up is relatively fixed. Just about normal age. What is the strength of being an adult? Ye Chen asked. As long as he knows this, he will know whether Amelia is an adult or not. The giant dragon family is close to the mythical level for the last time they are adults. Usually an adult is mythical, said the boy. Ye Chen nodded. To put it simply, the giant dragons whose strength is less than the legendary level are all minors. So, Amelia is really a baby dragon. Be deceived by her appearance. Asking this is enough for Ye Chen, there is no need to ask others. But Amelia didn't look like a child at all. He is unsmiling, clean and tidy, and never owes others favors. Is there any question about Big Brother? The boy asked curiously. Ye Chen shook his head. There's really nothing wrong with that. Does the Big Brother know the dragon family? The boy seemed to have not chatted with anyone for a long time, and he didn't plan to leave for a while. I've seen it. Ye Chen replied. He and Amelia should have met and worked together. There is no other intersection. Dragon has a characteristic, that is, the faster it grows, the weaker it becomes. Therefore, people with extremely high talents in the giant dragon family are usually protected and only appear when they are close to adulthood. The boy explained. Originally, he wanted to continue talking, but Chen reminded him before he opened his mouth. There's a wine bottle on the counter that's about to drop. Hey! The boy was taken aback, and then immediately ran to the counter. Chen watched the boy go to get the wine bottle, and then waited peacefully. Wait for the boss to come back. As for the things on the table, he didn't move. He didn't think too much about what the boy said. Afterwards, Chen began to close his eyes to calm his spiritual power. The teenager watched Chen close his eyes, and then felt that it was time to try to enter the opponent's spiritual power. As long as he can get in, he doesn't have to keep working hard. That's what Grandpa told him. Then the boy closed his eyes, and a tavern appeared in front of him. As long as he goes in, he can pull the big brother into the tavern. 0. Of course, going in is equivalent to being qualified to pull the big brother over. It looks easy. When he came to the door of the tavern, he stretched out his hand and pushed the door. He felt that it was a bit difficult to push the door that should be pushed hard. Then push with 2 hands. Still nothing. The boy started kicking. Boom! 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 The door didn't budge. After a long time, the army gave up. That's right, the big brother has practiced for 100 years, and I have only worked hard for a few years. It's normal that I can't push it away. Next time you come, push again. Should be easy. Teenager comforts himself. Then he found a hand on his shoulder. He was startled. Grandfather. Naturally, the boy turned his head and saw his grandfather. Yes. At this time, the old man was already standing on the counter, and he was looking at the young man. He said, "Why didn't the wine bottle drop today? The wine is ready, go prepare your gift." The old man said. "Go right away." The boy ran back immediately. Then the old man looked at Chen, who was still in the corner, and couldn't stop admiring him. Every time was better than the last, and Gandalf was glad. The old man muttered to himself silently. Chen was originally cultivating spiritual power with his eyes closed. Just suddenly, appeared in the tavern. Then I saw an old man at the counter pointing to him, as if telling him that good wine can be bought. Chen woke up startled. When he opened his eyes, he really saw the old man standing at the counter waiting for him. It's amazing. Chen was surprised. The last time the boss broke in like this silently, and now it's like this again. After being drunk for 10 years last time, his spiritual power should be much stronger than before. But the other party still pulled him to the tavern so easily, breaking into his spiritual power. How strong is this senior? He doesn't know. But opening a tavern under the sanctuary and bringing a human boy who was raised by a hell 3-headed dog has never had any accidents. This is enough to show that the other party is not simple. Chapter 75. Will the exchange of top forces go? The boss asked when Chen walked over. As he spoke, he handed the wine to Chen. I want to wait for the next time. Chen replied, and then handed over the magic stone. He is not rich, but he is not poor either. After all, he didn't need to use magic stones to buy other things. What other disciples need to buy resources? As a direct disciple, he is the only disciple of the town demon palace. What is not lacking is resources. There will be everything that should be there, and there is absolutely no shortage. His teacher didn't treat him badly at all. Will teach him, doctor remind him. Any decision he makes will be agreed within reason. And he, probably can only buy a bottle of good wine as a tribute. Then the boy took out another bag of peanuts. Chen still didn't ask, but just thanked him. Watching Ye Chen leave, the picture 397 glanced at the boy next to him and said, "Did you forget the test?" "I agree," the boy said confidently. The old man looked at the boy, smiled and said nothing. This grandson is amazing, with lofty goals. Ye Chen was walking on the road, all the way to the demon town hall. It's just that when he came to the 9th floor of the demon town hall, he didn't see his teacher. Ye Chen lowered his body. Put wine and peanuts where they used to be. The teacher naturally knew that he sent it. Then he returned to the underground space, planning to practice. He wants to continue to be familiar with the current realm. Then cultivate the power of the copper boltanos to the limit as soon as possible, and then learn the real divine grade magic fist of heaven. This name is much stronger than the power of the copper boltanos. Hope not to disappoint him. After all, he likes the power of the copper boltanos very much. Not for anything else, mainly because one punch can kill the enemy. He can kill the enemy with one punch, he would not choose to use other magic to kill the enemy. Why give the enemy a chance? When he is familiar with magic, Ye Chen plans to read books, and other knowledge must be corrected along with it. During reading, you can receive rewards without practicing. After all, most of the rewards received before were potions from the period of the Holy Light's Blessed One. Receiving the reward now is the potion needed for the legendary level. Some days away from the sanctuary, there is a large ship flying. Inside the cabin sat a white-haired old man and two middle-aged men. All three of them had divine power emanating from them. The peak power exchange meeting has begun, and the church should have been gone for some time. Moore sat aside and said, "He is one of the two middle-aged people. He has black eyes, black hair, and some beards. It is said that a goddess has emerged from the bright holy pool of the holy church, so there should be a chance to check the specific situation." Decisive followed. He is another middle-aged man. Unlike others, he kept his eyes closed at this time. It seems that it is difficult for him to open his eyes. In other words, there was a danger in his eyes. Archangel clan has an agreement with the Holy Church. Young people under our name can come to ask for advice, but they may not be able to directly ask the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light. The old man Stevens said. This old man has white hair, and his strength is the highest among the three. Indeed, so we should challenge step by step, and finally ask the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light to teach. Decisive said with a smile. Any excellent disciple within 300 years is fine. From the first challenge to the Temple of Holy Light to the Temple of Demon Suppression. If we lose, we will naturally go back home. At this time, the old man looked at a young man in white clothes outside the door, and said, "Have confidence. It's been fine for the past few months." Miao Xiu's voice came out. Holy Church Town Demon Temple, Ye Chen is reading a book. He has been familiar with the magic for a month, and currently the power of the copper boltanos has entered the 8th level. The last level is left, and it takes a lot of time to polish before entering. The Phantom Speed Force is familiar with the current power. But it will take some time to enter the 9th level. In fact, Ye Chen was a little confused during this period. The power of the copper boltanos has high-level magic, but he doesn't know if the Phantom Speed Force has high-level magic. Even if there is, it is difficult to claim rewards now. After all, it took 10 years to receive the reward for the high-level magic of the power of the copper boltanos. And still can't practice. Some waste the accumulation of these 10 years. At present, I am familiar with these two most important magics. 9 heavens flowing fire, thunder cloud storm, turning cloud and rain, holy word dominance and so on. I haven't had time to get familiar with it yet. He has learned a lot over the years. But they are all auxiliary. The magic circle naturally also has some understanding. I have read a lot of books, but it is impossible to read them all. After all, he spends most of his time practicing. Just as Ye Chen was cleaning the main hall of the Demon Town Hall, he suddenly heard laughter from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Alsop, long time no see. Ye Chen was a little surprised. He looked up into the sky and saw a ship heading towards St. The sound came from above. And at this moment, someone flew out of the church. It feels like something is going to happen. Ye Chen watched all this, silently talking to himself. It has been a month since the top power exchange meeting started. At this time, someone came suddenly, and it didn't look like they were here to play. You must know that the exchange of top forces will mean that a large number of favored people will leave. Another mistake. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. The top power exchange meeting will indeed go to many geniuses of the temple. It is true that something could happen. But the church at this time is much more empty than before. Naturally, some people will come to make trouble. I hope it has nothing to do with disciples of Excellent. He is the most excellent disciple of the Demon Town Hall. He will definitely refuse some things, but there are some things he cannot refuse. This is the responsibility of being the most excellent disciple of the Demon Town Hall. Ye Chen looked down at the half-cleaned hall, and then continued to clean. When he finished cleaning, he returned to Nether Cave. He wants to increase his strength to ensure that he is foolproof in the face of all situations. 4.5. And other magic equipment, runes, should also be prepared. Cultivate first, and adjust the state to the peak. Ye Chen opened the Goddess Atlas, planning to practice. Read the book. It's just that when he opened the album this time, Ye Chen found Amelia lying on the lakeside, as if she was a little listless. Sick. Unlikely. How can a dragon be sick? It didn't take long for him to remember. It's because the strength has increased too fast. Amelia has stayed in the bright holy pool for a long time, and her cultivation speed is almost as changeable as his. Therefore, with her high cultivation talent, she has almost become one of the fastest dragons in the dragon clan. The inn-boy said that if the dragon cultivates too fast, he will become weak. Ye Chen shook his head and didn't care. Instead, start practicing. Chapter 76. 3 days later, Ye Chen received a message from his master. He knew that something was coming. I'm not sure what it is, but I can't escape it. Without hesitation, Ye Chen went directly to the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall. Gandalf was indeed here waiting for him. Master. Ye Chen spoke respectfully. Today's weather is very good, the breeze is gentle, and there is a cool feeling. Ye Chen likes this kind of day very much. It's just that now he needs to listen carefully to his master. A few days ago, some people from the Angel clan of the Central Plains came and made a request to challenge the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light. Gandalf's voice came out slowly. Ye Chen didn't interrupt and continued to listen. Because the follow-up should be very long. The goddess of light and holy pool in the holy temple is naturally not something they can challenge if they want to. So they came up with a qualifier. Challenge the 9 branches of the Holy Church, the 9 most outstanding disciples. If you win, you can challenge the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light. If they fail, they leave. The challenge agreement was given by the head teacher many years ago. The head teacher is in retreat, so it is not easy for the master of the 9th branch to refuse. Gandalf looked at Ye Chen. I saw Ye Chen listening quietly. Continued. The challenger is Steve, the younger generation of the angel race, who has practiced for 25 years, nearly 300 years. The current strength is the limit of the Great Magister. The Great Magister is equivalent to the strength of the patron of the Holy Light. He is a genius, but for the angel race, it is not uncommon. As for the challenge object, all disciples with less than 300 years of entry can be accepted. Hearing this, Ye Chen sighed inwardly, getting started late. Otherwise, you can hide. There's a huge difference in strength, do you still need to fight? Ye Chen asked curiously. The stronger side suppresses power. Or than anything else. Overall it's fair. Explained Gandalf, and then asked. Do you want to try? Okay. Ye Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation. Ye Chen naturally didn't want to do anything, but he had to decide what to do. In the demon-suppressing palace, he couldn't refuse such a thing. The temple of demon suppression has disciples. Don't be brave if you can't beat it. Gandalf added at last. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. Afterwards he learned the rough rules. Originally, the church planned to let these people play one game a day. But the angel family felt that it was unnecessary, 3 games a day. 3 days to solve. If they are defeated, they should go back as soon as possible. After understanding the general situation, Ye Chen returned to Nether Cave. He didn't practice immediately, but poured some psychic liquid on the plant eggs. The opponent came prepared, and the target should be the bright holy pool. Fortunately, I have learned some sword skills, so I should be able to parry it. He didn't want to win. Can't win either. Superficial power, the late stage of the great priest. How could it be possible to beat the limit of the great magister? To suppress power, the opponent also has an absolute advantage. He is also a suppressing force, and he also has advantages, but his advantages cannot be revealed. After pouring the liquid, Ye Chen sat cross-legged and began to practice. Mainly to be familiar with the sword skills and magic seen in Town Demon Temple. Useful when fighting. The first battle will start tomorrow. If the opponent goes well, it will be me the day after tomorrow. There are 2 days to prepare. Then Ye Chen began to choose sword skills and body skills. Make sure that day, play normally. The next day, quite a few people gathered in the first Holy Light Hall. They all know the challenge. Today, of course, is the first battle for Angel Clan Steve to challenge the Holy Church. Steve vs Toby. Toby originally planned to go to the top power exchange meeting, but his strength was only at the early stage of a great magister, so he was not selected. Can only stay in the church. But unexpectedly, someone came to challenge at this time. Toby has been standing on the square, waiting for the other party to arrive. And some disciples from the first hall of Holy Light and other branches were watching from the sidelines. They were curious about what would happen in the next battle. Not long after, a white robe fell from midair. It was a young man with sharp eyes. He looked at Toby and said, "Early stage of the Great Magister?" To be fair, I also use the early stage of the Great Magister. As the voice fell, Steve's strength began to plummet. In the end, it seemed that there was only the initial stage of the Great Magister. Toby knew that even if the other party showed the early stage of a Great Magister, he was still at the limit of a Great Magister. It's hard to win. Please enlighten me. Toby saluted. 100 moves, if you still stand within 100 moves, I will lose. Steve spoke again. Is this insulting? Toby didn't speak, and directly used the strongest power zone. The figure of the giant ape appeared around him. The storm of power raised a gust of wind. Boom! For a split second Toby attacked Steve with a physical attack. However, this punch came out, and he was a little surprised. For he found his strength caught in one hand. Yes. Steve blocked his attack with one hand. I heard that you have practiced taijutsu. Coincidentally, I have also practiced it. Steve looked at Toby with a smile. Toby was shocked, and immediately retreated some distance. Steve didn't let Toby back away, however. Take advantage of the victory to pursue. Boom! Boom! The figures of Toby and Steve disappeared and appeared in the square, appeared and disappeared again. Every time it brings a huge storm of power to the square. Click! Boom! The ground of the square is full of cracks. Boom! In the next instant, a figure fell from the air and hit the ground directly. The huge impact caused some vibrations on the ground. A large pit appeared in the square. And at this moment, a seat in white clothes fell down, looking at the big tunnel in the square. You lose. At this time Toby was kneeling in the pit with one knee, his arms and body were covered with blood. I knew I should use the great priest to fight you, so I don't seem to be bullying you. Steve smiled coldly. You? Toby said with difficulty. It's just a villain who took advantage of it. If you give you 100 courage, would you dare to come a month ago? Whether the war of words will put you in a difficult situation. Let's meet the next one. After speaking, Steve left directly and went to the second division. Challenged 3 divisions in one day. And seeing Toby lose one by one, the mood is not very good. The other party was a little too deceitful. But, didn't win. They couldn't say anything either. That afternoon, Chen heard some news. Steve, an angel clan, fought 3 times in a row in one day, and won the first game with 30 strokes of the same level of strength. In the second round, he suppressed the power of the same level, without using the second hand, and won with 98 strokes. In the third game, the magic shook the sky, and the thunder and rain confronted each other. Suppress the third division, Bell. With a disappointed tone, he sighed that there was no one in the church. Everyone knows that 470 days and 300 years are not on the temple hill. But right now no one can beat Steve. Why do you need disciples within 300 years? Can't you have disciples within 500 years? We also suppress power. Isn't it the same? I heard that it was an agreement given by the head teacher. Who knows what it is like? How do we fight after this? The opponent deliberately used the strength that the senior brothers and sisters are good at to oppose the attack. Chen walked past the edge of the crowd. He heard a lot of similar words. Chen came out for a walk. He guessed the ending, but he didn't expect that other disciples in the temple would be so aggrieved. The other party came prepared. No one should be able to stop that Steve's pace. Back in Nether Cave, Chen intends to continue practicing. Today is the beginning. Maybe everyone didn't take the challenge very seriously from the beginning. But today the other party is so provocative. It means that everyone will do their best for the remaining battles. There may be a turning point. If there is still no tomorrow. Chen was about to wait in front of the main hall. Because the other party probably hit the demon town hall before noon. Once he loses, Amelia will be behind. Chen opened the goddess atlas, and Amelia was still lying by the lake at this time. Weakness does not change. Chen was not sure whether Amelia's weakness was included in the other party's calculations. But there is no need to know. He will do his best. No matter how many people at his level would not be able to face them. He needs to be prepared. Even if he loses, the great priest must go all out in the later stage. The next step is to go through the motions. He didn't want to embarrass the town demon palace. Chapter 77. The next day, Chen still didn't go to the challenge match. He is still practicing, and he is still familiar with the magic that should be used. He didn't get up until the afternoon. I haven't received any notice from the teacher. It seems that the 4th division, the 5th division, and the 6th division have all lost. Chen got up and poured some spiritual liquid on the plant eggs. Then he turned his head and walked outside the underground space. He left the demon town hall all the way and went to some places with people. For example, the place where the scriptures are stored, such as the place where the public practice magic. There are many disciples here, and his arrival will not have any impact. And no one knew him. There are many disciples in the temple, but very few disciples from the 9 major divisions know all of them. Not to mention a disciple like him who hasn't been out of the mountain for 60 years. That angel family is simply too much. What did he mean when Brother 6 lost? Did he win easily? Just one sentence? Who are you insulting? Chen heard that someone was aggrieved. I figured it out. This angel family is definitely not a common genius, he is almost omnipotent. The senior sister of the 4th branch competed with him in the magic circle, but she also lost. There is also a brother from the 5th branch who competed with him in refining medicine, but he lost. He also said that the alchemy disciples in the temple were not as good as the medicinal apprentices who followed him. Let his apprentice come out and try. If the senior brothers and sisters didn't go to the top power exchange meeting, will it be his turn to be arrogant? However, among the 300 years of disciples, there is indeed no one who can compare with him. Someone whispered. There are still 3 divisions, and the outcome is undecided. The 7th branch and the 8th branch, the limit of the patrons of the Holy Light within 300 years, all went to the top power exchange meeting. I don't know if there are any disciples in the Temple of Demon Suppression. I heard that there is one in the Temple of Demon Suppression. It seems to be a senior brother. Brother Genmodian is a direct disciple, right? I remember hearing a certain brother say that. Junior brother from the Demon Town Palace. At this time, a man in the same clothes as Chen came. The talent of the junior brother of the Town Demon Palace, how should I put it, he hasn't been a beginner for many years. It should still be in the stage of the great priest. Is that hopeless? Each one is a little distressed. But they are all low in strength. So I can only be angry, but powerless. Chen looked calm, and then changed places. After spending some time, I returned to the Demon Town Hall. The teacher is right, look at people outside more, you can prevent your bias from appearing biased. Pursue the heart like still water wholeheartedly, and sometimes take the extreme path. Things backfired. No wonder there is a saying that the small hermit lives in the wild and the big hermit lives in the city. Afterwards, Chen continued to practice, waiting for tomorrow. A war tomorrow is inevitable. I just don't know what the other party will compare with him. The next day, just after dawn, they arrived at the 7th division one by one. I want to see if there is any chance of a comeback. In front of the temple hall, Stephen and others stood on the edge of the mountain branch, looking in the direction of the 7th branch of the temple. Elder Stephen still doesn't plan to go and have a look. Alsop asked calmly. It's just a small fight. If you win, it's nothing to look at. If you lose, you won't be ashamed in the past. After speaking, Stephen turned to Eldhorp and said. Is it so, Lord Alsop? Alsop stood there, smiling and saying nothing. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you people have traveled a long way, and the old man can't do it anymore. Fortunately, there is a good junior. Otherwise, who would bring him out to see the world? Mr. Alsop? Do you have any good disciples under your name recently? Oh, I remembered. They are all at the top power exchange meeting. Stephen smiled. It seems that I just remembered that many people in the Holy Church went to the top power exchange meeting. Alsop squinted at Stephen beside him. At this moment, Stephen also looked at Alsop. After this junior, Elder Stephen, has any plans to challenge the goddess? Alsop spoke first. I don't have any plans. After it's over, it's natural to go back. After all, it was just to bring him to see the world, to see the magic genius in the outside world. Stephen looked casual. Alsop did not ask another question. But waiting. Wait for the last 3 challenges to start, and end. A lot of people came from Division 7. The one who challenged was a priestess. The midterm of the Holy Light's caretaker. She was in seclusion, so she didn't go to the peak power exchange meeting. Who would have known that during this period, someone would dare to come to provoke him? This is definitely calculated. After Steve arrived, Priestess Natalie said. Your Excellency, I admit that you are a liar. I also know that you deliberately came to provoke me. But have you ever thought about it? In 2 more months, we, the rest of the church, will be back. At that time, I will come to challenge your angel family. Wait until you win me, then threaten me again. Steve suppressed his strength, and then took a step forward. After a while, Steve left the 7th division. Priestess Natalie of the 7th Division was left lying on the ground with serious injuries. Before leaving, Steve left a word, impotent rage. Everyone knows more, this person is here to provoke, relying on the absence of a group of geniuses in the temple. Otherwise, it's his turn to be arrogant. But Steve is almost invincible at the moment. Let people have no way. Then Priestess Natalie was helped up. Senior Sister W, let me help you to rest. She is a junior in the 7th Division. No, it's fine, let's go to the 8th branch to check the situation. Priestess Natalie said. She was unwilling to see this Steve lose. I always feel like I'm being stepped on and can't hold my head up. Soon they came to the 8th Division, but when they came, the 8th Division had already lost. This. Natalie couldn't believe it. It actually lost like this. The others didn't know what to say. Senior Sister still has the Temple of Demon Suppression, shall we go there? It's useless, I met the junior brother of the Demon Suppressing Palace once, his talent is not as high as others, even if he has a lot of resources, he must still be in the stage of being a master. There is no chance of winning in the stage of the Great Priest. The patron of the Holy Light suppressed the Great Priest to the limit, and the advantage, Lee's, was not even 1 star at all. Toby actually came to see it today. The 8th Division lost. He lost very quickly, probably because the opponent's 7 consecutive victories gave him pressure. Brothers from the 8th Division came forward and said that the suppression force challenged Steve. But Steve refused with an agreement. Let everyone have no place to vent their anger. Now Steve went to the town hall. If the town demon palace is defeated, it means that within 300 years of the disciples of the 9th branch of the Holy Church, no one can beat Dr. Steve. But can Town Demon Temple win? Toby also felt impossible. Because he has met the junior brother of the Town Demon Palace, his strength is not high. Is there anyone in the Demon Town Palace? I don't even know, is it strong or not? I don't know, but I'm not optimistic, it seems that there is only one disciple in the Hall of True Demons. Go and have a look, it should be fine if you stay for a while. Let's go and have a look. At this moment, some people went to the Town Demon Palace, and more people thought it was better not to watch it, because the Town Demon Palace would lose miserably. Chapter 78. At the front edge of the sanctuary, Alsop looked in the direction of the Demon Town Hall and said, "It seems that we have arrived at the Demon Town Hall, Elder Stephen still doesn't plan to take a look. Let's watch it when we challenge the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light." Steve replied softly, and then asked curiously, "I remember that there are no disciples in the Demon Town Hall." "One in recent years," Alsop replied. "Yeah, great," Steve said with a relaxed look in his eyes. "It seems to have seen the end." And beside the Holy Pool of Light behind the sanctuary, Amelia, who was wearing a blue and white princess dress, also looked at the sanctuary town hall. In fact, she saw the town demon hall from the first Holy Light Hall. "I can't see the specific situation, but I can roughly know who won. After all, many people are heading in one direction." As for the process, she asked her junior sister to help record it. After watching the first 6 battles, she could clearly feel that the opponent was very strong. Even in the same period, she is not weaker than her at all. Now the 8 divisions are all defeated, leaving the town demon hall. Amelia knows Chen. Chen's strength is not enough. If I fight against the opponent. After conceiving, Amelia was able to see the ending. With her current physical condition, there is no chance of winning. But he couldn't refuse. As the goddess of the Holy Pool of Light, the refusal had a great impact on the saint. But once defeated, Amelia didn't think much, but looked at the town demon hall. People have arrived at the town demon hall. Chen stood in front of the main hall of the demon town hall early in the morning. With the preparations of the Angel clan and the absence of 600 personnel from the 7th Division and the 8th Division, it is not uncommon to hit the Temple of Demon Suppression. Ye Chen is in top shape. Been waiting. Before he had to wait too long, he felt that someone was starting to come here. From other divisions. For the first time, so many people came to Town Demon Hall. The courage of those who come to Town Demon Palace is commendable. You know, staying for a long time is easy to get demons. Especially people who are restless. Ye Chen stood in the square in front of the main hall without moving, he was still waiting for Steve. But he knew that the 8th division had already lost. This is Brother Town Demon Hall? Who can tell me what kind of power senior brother is? The great priest is around the late stage, so fast, I obviously got started earlier, but I was left behind. All the resources of the Town Demon Palace belong to the younger brother of the Town Demon Palace. The resources are piled up? Does that mean that the combat power is not high? I don't know, no one has ever seen the younger brother of the Town Demon Palace do anything. Although no one said it clearly, they knew that the situation was not optimistic. Whether it is strength, talent, or fame, there is no advantage at all. This battle is almost a foregone conclusion. No wonder so many people didn't come. But they still want to see if there will be a turnaround. Ye Chen didn't care about other people. It was not normal for people to come suddenly, but it was normal now. Not long after, Ye Chen saw someone falling. It was a young man in white. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. Steve. Ye Chen recognized it immediately. Even 2 consecutive battles didn't have that much impact on him. Is it because of repressive power? Because it is a suppressing power in itself, consumption is very leisurely for him. In the same way, no one can defeat him in a war of attrition. Then Ye Chen didn't think too much, but said politely. Sir Steve. The late stage of the great priest. Steve looked at the environment of the demon town hall, then turned his head and continued to look at Ye Chen. I heard that you are the only disciple in the temple of demon suppression. Yes. Ye Chen's voice was very calm. Do you need a certain state of mind to be in the temple of demons? Are you good at this? Steve asked again. Compared to this, Your Excellency. Ye Chen looked at Steve and asked. Steve looked at Ye Chen's gaze, with a smile on his lips. I think so too. For Steve's decision, Ye Chen had some surprises. Compare heart? Not quite what he expected. But there is no problem. He is still well prepared. Whatever the opponent wants to compare with him, as long as it is suitable, he can accept it. How do you compare? Ye Chen asked. Xingxing is difficult to reflect, so it is almost impossible to compare. Yulong Lake can be compared, but there are still differences. The current him is definitely different from the previous one. It's not that they will go further, because the power realm is different, and the pressure they bear is also very different. He might not be where he was before. So it's hard to compare. Can't catch, can't see through. Have you heard of the balance ladder? Steve took out a white jade step, and then let it go. In an instant, the stone steps expanded, and there was a disc on the top, and the disc was floating in the air. The disc appeared, and the steps of the white jade steps disappeared instantly. The ladder of balance in heaven, if the mind is not disturbed, the ladder will appear, and if the mind is disturbed, the ladder will disappear. During the process, there will be some attacks, some risks, and some Xingxing tests. All come from the personal realm, KFK. So it is not necessary to suppress the realm. Non-interference. Steve looked at Ye Chen explaining the scales and ladders, and then asked. Do you want to try it? If you reach the top, you win. It's not just a simple mind-nature comparison, Ye Kong has the answer in his heart. This scale and ladder are compared to whose heart is stable, and how to deal with sudden situations. The angel family seems to be better than me, but in fact this may be what the other party is good at. Ye Chen had a calculation in his heart. But he had no reason to refuse. Okay. Ye Chen agreed. Others are a little puzzled, what is this comparing? It doesn't look dangerous. Toby frowned, if it was completely out of character, he felt that the junior brother of Town Demon Palace had a chance of winning. But this scale and ladder, no matter how you look at it, is not comparable to your heart. The younger brother of Town Demon Hall has no experience, so once he encounters an attack, he will basically panic. But what happened specifically, he didn't know. We can only wait and see. Others were also watching, they were not sure what the match would be like, but does not playing mean there is a chance of winning? Please. Steve watched Ye Chen make a gesture of invitation. Ye Chen raised his steps without thinking or hesitating. The moment he lifted his steps, a ladder appeared in front of him for him to set foot on. Clatter. One step down. However, at the moment when the steps fell, Ye Chen sensed an attack coming from above the disc. High speed. Boom. The attack hit Ye Chen directly behind. The huge attack caused cracks in the square. The attack of the Great Priest's extreme level is a little higher than my strength. At this time Ye Chen kept his sideways. Just some stings on the face. Then a small scar appeared on his face. The attack just now touched his face, but fortunately he avoided it. Afterwards, Ye Chen didn't care, but watched the disc go up step by step. Didn't even look at Steve. This. Everyone was shocked when they saw the attack. This attack came too suddenly, if it was them, there was absolutely no way to do this. This attack is very strong, right? It's not like the late stage of the Great Priest, and he didn't say that he would attack at the first step. Yeah, I can't avoid this attack, it's too sudden. Shameless, didn't make the rules clear, and let people go. Toby was also very shocked. If the junior brother of the Town Demon Palace is talented enough, then, definitely an extremely dazzling existence. Whether it is the moment of avoidance, or the mentality after encountering an attack. All extraordinary. Steve looked at Ye Chen and frowned. He thought that the other party would come to question him for not clarifying the rules. He swallowed the words, the attack is random. Since the only disciple of the Town Demon Palace has not been eliminated, let's compete seriously. He will not retain his strength. It's the funniest thing to beat these people. Steve took a step, he took 5 steps directly, and the attack followed, but he bounced off the attack without moving his hand. He has played this game since childhood. I feel that the junior brother of the Town Demon Palace has been fooled, and he seems to be very good at it compared to this other party. I can see it too. Since you want to win, why don't you just make a move? Why bother? Use your strengths to defeat you, maybe he thinks so. Ye Chen had just walked 10 steps when he saw Steve walk up to the 20 steps. There are 99 steps in total. The 100th is victory. Chapter 79. Ye Chen didn't care when he watched the opponent take the lead. Now he is stepping on the 11th step. Stepping on the 11th step, he found that from here on, the steps became different, as if something was trying to arouse his desire. Jealousy, anger, arrogance. But very faintly. And more is a kind of pressure, as if there is a mountain on the body. But this pressure is nothing, mainly because it will distract people and cause thoughts in their hearts. Lead to unsteady gait. Once unstable, he will lose. Fortunately, the impact is weak. Ye Chen moved forward step by step, unhappy, but successfully reached the 20th step. At this time, Steve was in his 30s, and his speed was slow. I haven't felt the attack for the time being, but there may not be any later, so stay vigilant. Then Ye Chen took a step and came to the 21st step. It's just that as soon as the pace fell, he felt that he had stepped on the air. But, just feel. Ye Chen has passed 21 to 22. Steve glanced at Ye Chen and frowned. The first time I went to the 21st, it didn't have the slightest impact. I have some skills, but how far can I go? Can this 50 pass? You must know that from 20 to 50, various weaknesses of human nature will be tested. It will fall if you are not careful. Steve continued. But soon he heard the exclamation below. It's so fast, Brother Town Demon Palace has accelerated. Yet, why did you suddenly speed up? It was so slow just now. No, the angel family is obviously getting slower and slower. Why is the brother of the town demon hall speeding up instead? Is it becoming anxious? Steve looked at Chen again. However, when I watched it again this time, I found that Chen, who was left behind by him before, suddenly appeared beside him to be level with him, and then surpassed him. How did it happen? Chen surpassed Steve. Steve couldn't believe it. The other party obviously only entered 20 or more, why did he suddenly run in front of him? Does he have no emotions? At this time, Steve had already seen Chen stepping up the 50th step. And he was 38. What the hell is going on with this man? At this moment, Steve suddenly felt that he had made the wrong choice. But soon he returned to normal. Now is not the time to worry. The follow-up is not so easy. Now as long as he has gone through these 50 steps, the rest is what he is good at. And after Chen went straight through the 50 steps, the people below were suddenly stunned. Those people are a little unbelievable. Senior Brother Town Demon Palace surpassed that angel clan. The next moment, there was a burst of cheers in the square. This is the first time they have seen that angel family deflated. Being 10 steps ahead, is it possible to win? I don't know, but it's definitely different from before. There was no hope of winning before, but now there is hope of winning. As long as you stay alive, you can win, right? Everyone is watching at this moment. Chen reached the 50th step, and he left the traction of those thoughts any further. How to say? Compared with Yulong Lake, it is much worse. Step out. Chen stepped on the 51st step. And at the moment when his steps fell, the stairs that disappeared behind him suddenly appeared again. Then it started to shine. The light shines everywhere. A light also appeared at Chen's feet. It seemed as though every step of his was about to sparkle with light. A new record. Steve couldn't believe it. The other party actually broke the records of the angel race over the years? Go halfway as fast as you can. Steve calmed down and didn't pay too much attention. Otherwise he won't be able to go halfway. Priestess Natalie from the 8th Division was helped up by her junior sister. She thought that she should have heard the news of the defeat of the town demon palace as soon as she came up. But when she came up, what she saw was a light rising into the sky, and what she heard was the cheers of the Templar. Oh my God, what happened? Why is there a light under the feet of Brother Genmodian? Is there a light that will appear after a certain time? No, look at the words on the top of the CD, it's a record. Brother Genmodian broke the halftime record of the Angel Clan. Is this the Angel Clan's own humiliation? If they can't break the record, let the brothers from Genmodian help them break it. Is there no one in the Angel Clan? Let us help break the record with a junior who has been in the business for 100 years. Priestess Natalie and her junior sister were surprised for a moment. What happened? Senior sister, it seems that the younger brother of the town demon palace suppressed Steve from the Angel Clan. How can it be? Otherwise, why would those senior brothers be so excited? At this moment, the two felt that they had missed the most exciting thing. I'm late. At the edge of the temple hall square, Eldhorp and the others who were looking at the demon town hall suddenly saw a light appearing from the demon town hall. The moment he saw the light, Alsop felt nothing. And Stephen froze suddenly. In just an instant, he recognized what kind of light it was. The halfway record of the balance ladder was broken. Is it Steve? No, it can't be, Steve is nowhere near record breaking. That is the disciple of the town demon palace. What the hell happened? How could the opponent directly break the record of the balance ladder? Alsop glanced at Stephen and said calmly. If you want to come to Elder Stephen, you don't care about what happened to the demon town hall. Hat, of course. Stephen's expression became much worse. Especially seeing the light keep flashing. The two middle-aged men behind him couldn't stand any more. According to this situation, Steve will lose? Haha. Steve laughed suddenly. It is said that the environment of the demon town hall is unique, and some people want to go there to see it. I wonder if Your Excellency Alsop can take us there to have a look. It's a bit difficult. Alsop said. Suppressing Demon Palace is different from others, but if my junior brother agrees, of course it can. That's okay. Steve said. Then they waited for a long time without waiting for the other party to contact. Finally Steve spoke again. How did Lord Alsop ask? Oh? My junior agreed. I thought the three of you were going to rest for a while. Alsop said. Number T. In the end they didn't say anything. Instead, he went to the town demon palace immediately. Husband. Chapter 80. Chen went up step by step, and at this time he was on the 71st step. There are magic array mazes in the 50s and 60s, as well as some fragmented attacks. Nothing to him. He has some understanding of the magic circle maze, but there are two attacks that he has not completely avoided. There was a wound on the left arm and right leg. Fortunately not serious. After entering the 71st level, he found that what he encountered this time was a kind of confinement, as if he couldn't act as he wanted. Chen stepped into the 72 steps. Then he saw a light appear on the disc. It was a magic spike. Very strong. But did not attack down. Then Chen continued to go up, and he felt the sharp attack intensified. Great Priest limit. It looks like it will attack at any time. And as he took a step, the attack became stronger and stronger. Not only that, Chen felt a distortion in front of him. It seemed impossible to see where the attack would come from. 193. It is also not known when the attack will be launched. It's blurred, the attack has become blurred, and the attack is getting stronger and stronger. If it is attacked, it will be either dead or injured, right? I don't know, but it's really hard to avoid. Junior brother Town Demon Palace is far ahead now. If he gets hit, then that is tantamount to elimination. Having an advantage does not mean winning. Toby and the others were also watching. They were a little nervous. This is the only one with any hope of victory. The 8 of them lost had no room to fight back. This time it is really an obvious advantage. Steve looked at Chen, who was on the 46th step. Soon he will be 50, and by then, he will definitely be able to catch up. At the 70th level, if you are not careful, the opponent will be seriously injured. If the heart is not stable at all, it will be eliminated. He had never seen anyone walk the 70 steps for the first time without getting hurt. Chen watched the attack from above, and walked step by step without the slightest pause. And the light above is getting brighter. The strength is getting stronger and stronger, the midterm of the Holy Light's caretaker. It looks like it can fall down at any time. Chen came to the 78th step. When his foot stepped on the 79th, a gust of wind blew past, and a powerful force directly impacted down from above. Fast and strong. Chen's skin was a little sore from the force storm. Facing this attack, Chen just looked at it like this. He didn't dodge at all but stepped forward to continue. There was no pause. Hey! Boom! The extreme power of the patrons of the Holy Light directly bombarded the square, and huge pits appeared. Everyone stared at Chen blankly. They found that from the beginning to the end, the juniors of the Town Demon Palace did not hide. Are you not afraid? Is he not deluded by his own heart? Steve suddenly realized that he had really made the wrong choice. In this case, there is no choice but to choose another path. At this moment, the disc emits a new light. In the pavilion on the 9th floor of the Demon Town Hall, Gandalf looked at the location of the hall. There are 4 other people beside him. Alsop, and the 3 angels. Steve looked at Ye Chen's figure and was shocked. Heart is like a mirror, the sky is not shocked, no wonder he can go to such a height. So young with this state of mind. Steve said silently. This man is beyond imagination. How can one have such a state of mind with the power of a great priest? It seems that this junior, Elder Stephen, is going to lose. Alsop looked at Steve and said. Hee, until the end, of course we can't see the end. Steve smiled far-fetchedly. At this time, everyone saw the light of the disc suddenly bloom, as if the disc had been strengthened a lot. Oh! Alsop looked curiously at the following. Elder Stevens Jr. seems to have taken a step back, making it much more difficult to reach the summit. Does this rule count as cheating? Both sides will be strengthened. If the disciples of the Demon Town Hall also take a step back, they will also strengthen both sides. How can this be considered cheating? Steve said. But he knew that it was impossible for Steve to reach the top. He's forcing the opponent out. This is the best option. Alsop did not speak, but looked at Gandalf beside him. But Gandalf had no expression on his face. Steve took a step back suddenly, and everyone saw it. However, the moment Steve stepped back, the disc is at least twice as powerful. Everyone knew that this was caused by the opponent's retreat. Isn't this cheating? Back off on purpose to make things happen to Wei Ping Wei Lai. Are the angels so shameless? Can't you afford it? Didn't it be called before? How do you play tricks now? Steve looked down and said coldly. Didn't you see that the Demon Town Hall didn't say anything? Impotent rage. The people in the square were instantly angry. And Steve ignored the others, he just looked at Ye Chen. He wants to provoke the other party, wants to make the other party's mentality unbalanced. But he found that the other party would look back from beginning to end. Won't he be angry? Steve couldn't understand this man. Ye Chen looked ahead, in his eyes, he probably had to go up. As for Steve, he didn't pay attention. Where the other party goes is the business of the other party. What he needs to care about now is to climb to the highest level and win this competition. If he can win within his ability, he will not choose to give up. It doesn't matter to him that the disc becomes stronger, but the road is more difficult to walk. His determination to go up and his desire to move forward could not be diminished. Read the book. The last 20 steps. With a silent murmur in his heart, Ye Chen took a step forward. Walk after the 81st step. Countless light spots appeared on the top, and the light turned into a small sword, which struck instantly, with a huge momentum and breathtaking. The moment Ye Chen saw the attack, he knew he couldn't block it. Every sword contains the ultimate power of the great priest. Once it breaks out, he will definitely lose. Seeing the dense swords whizzing towards him, he didn't dodge, there were too many of them, and he couldn't dodge. Puff! Puff! Jian Guang passed by Ye Chen, cutting open the skin on his body. There was a scar on the arm, thigh, cheek, and even the waist. Blood spilled. The sting came. Ye Chen didn't care, and didn't have time to care, he had to move forward, and the sword attack struck again. Most of the attacks will only stab me slightly, and only one of them is the most deadly. If you don't dodge 4.5, you will be seriously injured. At this time, Ye Chen focused all his attention on the lightsaber roaring ahead. Call. Poof. Poof. The body is constantly being attacked, and blood is constantly overflowing, but it is not the time to care. Deadly attack is coming. The next moment, he saw it. This time, Ye Chen tried to turn his head to avoid the sword that hit his gaze. Puff! The corner of the eye hurt. But there was no time to take care of it, so he could only continue, and the fatal attack came again. Everyone was watching, and they were shocked to find that Chen was covered in injuries at this time. And he kept going. There was no pause. Faced with so many attacks, the people watching were speechless for a while. They think they can't avoid it, and as long as their steps are messy, they will definitely be severely injured. Chapter 81. What kind of psychological quality is needed to walk so steadily? That's right, if you are not careful, you will die on it. I saw a few attacks, which can kill the senior brother of the demon town hall. You all don't know how strong the character and the level of the junior brother of the demon suppressing hall are. Senior brother Egbert of the first hall of Holy Light has been working hard in Yulong Lake these years. What do you think he is doing for? In order to surpass the younger brother of the town demon palace decades ago. About 60 years ago, senior brother Egbert lost to junior brother Genmodian at Yulong Lake. So far, senior brother Egbert has not dared to say that he has surpassed junior brother town demon hall. Toby stared blankly at Chen. He always remembered that this junior brother seldom smiled, and he did things quite well, without any special features. But in the face of so many attacks that will inevitably appear in front of him, most of these attacks will hurt him, and even fatal attacks. The other party didn't stop and didn't look down at his wounds. He is only doing one thing, and that is moving forward. Steve in the rear was stunned and shocked. Where did the other party get the courage? Isn't he afraid of dying here by accident? You must know that the further forward, the shorter the time to avoid. He is not surprised. At this moment, Steve lost the will to fight, and chose to retreat this time. As Steve backed away, the attack discs attacked faster and more intensively again. Countless sword lights penetrated Chen. Fresh 25 blood spilled on the ground. Steve wanted to retreat again, but if he retreated again, he couldn't stabilize his heart, and he would definitely lose first. Now he can only stand here and watch. Watching each other lose. And Steve's actions once again aroused the anger of everyone below. Shameless, shameless. If you can't win, you can't win. You actually use such a despicable method. Shameless, really shameless. Natalie stood beside Toby. She was not being supported. But she couldn't stand it anymore. Let's take a look first. Junior brother Chen hasn't stopped. Toby said. At this time, Natalie and others all looked at Chen. Chen has already stood on the 90th step. About to reach the top. Everyone saw Chen standing there, using healing techniques to heal himself silently. There was a lot of blood from the wound on his body. Shocking. The last 10 steps. Chen knew that the follow-up would definitely be unusual. After the blood on his body stopped, he took another step forward. When stepping on the 91st step, Chen felt a change that subverted the world. The wind and cloud surged, the stairs rose, and the ground fire appeared. This foot is like stepping on the endless high altitude, and under the steps is the fiery lava. The ladder going forward has also changed, becoming the road leading to the end of the sky. In the eyes of others, Chen's ladder has become the Tongtian road. The crimson lava appeared, and Chen seemed to be no longer standing on the stairs, but standing above the lava, facing the sky. A new light shines everywhere. And Steve, who saw this scene, was shocked and couldn't help making a sound. Climbing the ladder. Big 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 big. Without distractions, like an angel, stepping up the fairy ladder, this. Stephen looked at everything in front of him with shock in his eyes. This kind of situation, even the angel race is rare in ancient times. Entering the ladder means that the other party is qualified to practice angel meditation. And the angel race has not appeared for thousands of years. How could such a person appear in other places? At this moment, there was a flash of light in Stephen's eyes, which was difficult for others to detect. That is the light of destruction. Gandalf, who was looking at Chen, suddenly turned to look at Stephen. Stephen was aware of Gandalf's gaze. Your Excellency Mo is a famous teacher and a great apprentice. Stephen turned his head to look at Gandalf and praised with a smile. It's just that he smiled a little far-fetched. It's just the worst disciple in the demon town hall. Gandalf said calmly. Then continue to look at Chen. Below the square, one by one looked at this scene, a little horrified. What happened? It doesn't feel normal. You don't need to feel it, just look at that Steve's face and you will know that this matter is not normal. What did junior brother Town Demon Palace do to cause this weird change? Brightness added, is it breaking the record again? Toby was amazed, he figured it out, Steve chose a dead end. He dared to compare this with his junior brother from Town Demon Hall. Suicide. Although Natalie and the others didn't know the whole story, they understood it completely after seeing this scene. Steve probably wants to crush the junior brother of the demon-suppressing palace in terms of Xingxing. However, he has calculated thousands of times, and he didn't count the iron board he kicked in this respect. Yes, Steve regretted it. Very sorry. If he is given another chance, he will choose to fight directly, severely injure or even kill the opponent. This kind of person who can walk into the heavenly ladder is a threat to the angel clan. But no regret medicine. Chen walked in front, and he felt a killing intent behind him. However, he didn't care. Instead, I plan to go up first and then talk. At this time, he saw 9 rays of light, as if every time he took a step, there would be a ray of light attacking him. Light is divided into 9 colors. Represents 9 desires of the mind. It seems that as long as there is one, it will be attacked. If you want to go up without injury, you must have a kung fu similar to the god's forgetfulness. It's hard for common people to get to the top. Chen didn't hesitate, he would do his best. Step out. In an instant, a light directly penetrated his body. At that moment, he felt that he was constantly getting stronger, and he saw that the people who were stronger than him were not as good as him, and they were thrown away by him one by one. It seems that there are all ordinary people in the world, but he is extraordinary and free from vulgarity. Puff. Spit out a mouthful of blood. Chen felt his body bear the blow. Arrogant, he has. It's just that after so many years, he has smoothed it out a lot, but who can have this thing completely? What he has to do for so many years is not to be disturbed by these emotions. Then he took another step. The second light penetrated his body again. The light penetrated, and Chen seemed to hear countless discussions again. How long do you think he can stay in the demon town hall? The talent is too bad, and the temperament is useless. So weak, do you think he will be embarrassed later? A sentence of ridicule, a sentence of contempt, and a sentence of denial rang in Chen's mind. Boom! Numerous new wounds began to appear on Chen's body. Read the book. The wound that was not bleeding before showed scars again. Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued on. Angry or not, he can handle it. This light is very interesting. Everyone looked at Chen, watching him move forward step by step, watching more and more injuries on his body. No one knew what Chen had gone through. They only knew that as long as Chen moved forward, he would inevitably suffer huge damage. The breath on the body is also affected. But the other party didn't stop and continued. No one paid attention to Steve anymore. Steve is not worth mentioning. At this moment, Steve didn't move any further, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for him to get out of the 50 steps. He wants to see the opponent fall. However, the opponent not only did not fall, but continued to move forward. Man has 7 deadly sins, and the last 9 steps are to find emotional weaknesses for those who walk the ladder. The more severe the injury, the more obvious the weakness. This person is just some skin trauma, how did he grow up? Steve was shocked. He didn't believe that the other party could go up so easily. Everyone looked at Chen, watching him move forward step by step. Watching the injuries on his body become more and more. In everyone's eyes, Chen has light and blood on his body. The steps he took were like the steps that ordinary people cannot take. Now Chen seems to be in the flames, walking towards the end of the sky. When Chen reached the last 2 steps, the light pierced his shoulder like a sword. Puff! Blood was spilled on the steps. Everyone was shocked. This time the injury was worse than before. But what surprised them even more was that Chen didn't care, didn't pause, and still took steps. This is the 99th level. At this time, Chen felt that he had many injuries on his body, but now was not the time for treatment, he had to take the final steps forward. The 99th level fell. Chen saw a lot at this moment. Chapter 82. I saw the kindness of the in-boy and saw the things the other party sent. See the thank you gift from Emilia. I saw how kind his teacher was to him. Boom! An invisible roar sounded in Chen's body. At this moment, Chen felt that his body was under an indescribable attack, and his whole body was crushed by magic power. Even if he is legendary's magic is hard to stop. Boom! At this moment, blood spattered on Chen's body. It was as if the body had suffered a shocking blow. Vomit! Chen, who was unsteady, knelt on one knee, blood spurting out. At this moment, he was really injured, and the magic power of his body could hardly support him. The last step to the top, this step is in front of him, but he feels a little far away. The balance ladder is even more special than he expected. The people below were all stunned when they saw Chen's body spurting out blood like a water polo. They looked at Chen, speechless. It seemed that he didn't know what sound to make. And Steve put on a smile, the other party couldn't reach the peak. He has a weakness, an Achilles heel. No one asked Chen to move on, neither did Toby, nor did Belle who was recording the scene, nor did Natalie who came from Division 8. Even the newcomer disciple who was asking Chen at the top power exchange conference back then didn't have it either. At this moment, even if Chen loses, no one will say anything. However, Chen will never change his original intention because of others. He didn't go up for anything else, just to be the most outstanding disciple of the Demon Town Hall. That is it. This time it has nothing to do with his hidden magic power, it can be said that he has used all his strength. And how could he give up after reaching this step? Chen stood up tremblingly, as if he would fall down the stairs at any moment. He faced the disc directly, feeling that the disc was stopping him, as if questioning his heart and his way. It seemed to tell him that the way was wrong. Faced with this kind of questioning, Chen was calm in his heart, and replied in his heart. I walked the road, and I think it's good to be right. Boom! Hinder breaking. At this moment, Chen stepped on the disc. The 100th step. Climb to the top. Then Chen turned his head to look at Steve below, and raised his hands in a bow. At this time, his hands were still stained with blood, but he didn't care. He said to Steve. Concession. Lost, lost. Steve looked at the person on the CD, and was beyond shocked. At this moment, he was unsteady and fell directly down the stairs. How is it possible? He has enough weaknesses in his heart, he shouldn't be able to walk up the ladder to the sky, why is that? Once there is an obvious weakness in the ladder to the sky, it is not allowed to throw it up. Will be blocked. But this person still went up. He couldn't understand why the other party could go up. It shouldn't be. Win. Someone in the square suddenly felt unreal. Town Demon Palace won. Crushing pose. But it also came at a great price. Really won, the Angel clan lost. Didn't the Angel clan say that there is no one in the temple? Can you still say it now? Even if a group of geniuses go out in the temple, it is still not something you can challenge when you go to the Angel clan. You guys say that there's nothing wrong with the master of Town Demon Palace? It seems like he's still bleeding. The sudden voice startled everyone. Yes, Chen's injury is serious. Toby moved and planned to fly up to have a look. But soon he gave up. Because a middle-aged man came from the sky, wearing blue clothes, a side face with sharp water chestnut angles, and some comfort in his deep eyes. Gandalf appeared next to Ye Chen immediately, and then a breath enveloped Ye Chen. Healing Ye Chen. Thank you. Gandalf looked at the injured Ye Chen and said calmly. Before Ye Chen could speak, Gandalf waved his hand and sent Ye Kong back to rest. Gandalf left with Ye Chen. Others also breathed a sigh of relief. But they won after all. A lot of people didn't come. I went to spread the news, they must regret it to death. The Angel family can go back. Toby breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, it's better not to show your shame in front of junior brother Ye Chen. At the end of this practice, will there be no self and no other? Natalie asked curiously. Who knows, you can ask if you have a chance. Now it's time to go back. If you don't go back, you should be out of your mind. Toby's voice was loud. Many people have heard it. At this moment, many people were shocked. Especially the ones with low mana. Only now did they realize that this is the temple of demon suppression, and they couldn't even get close to it. Now that I've been here for so long, it's hard to tell if there's anything wrong with my mind. At this moment, they stopped talking about mocking the angel race, and left the demon town hall immediately. Bai Lyre also left immediately. She is going to find her senior sister to tell her senior sister the good news. However, junior brother Genmodian was indeed seriously injured. Elder Stephen, do you want to stay for 2 more days? Alsop asked while looking at Stephen. At this time, Stephen had already brought Steve back, and planned to leave the church that day. No, Your Excellency Alsop, don't send it away. Stephen directly drove the flying magic equipment and left the church. The face is not pretty. Alsop watched Stephen leave. He took a second look. Finally turned around and went back. At this time, Ye Chen had been sent to the residence, and his teacher asked him to heal his wounds. And gave him a bottle of healing potion. After taking it, he would recover the next day. Go out for the teacher. That night, Gandalf saw that Ye Chen was fine, said something to Ye Chen, and left the demon town hall. Ye Chen's injury is not serious, he has been healing all day, and the medicine given by his teacher is really good. Otherwise he will have to use his own potion. The last blow, by Zhao De, directly hit him hard. Sure enough, even at the legendary level, you can't be too casual. In the middle of the night, Ye Chen opened his eyes. He exhaled. It's almost done. What did the teacher do? Ye Chen never knew. There is a high probability that they went to get him a gift. Winning today is a happy thing, but the injury is a bit serious. But... He frowned and looked at the cold ceiling. I always feel that someone is staring at me, vaguely, and with killing intent. Somewhat familiar, it should belong to Steve. This is the Holy Church, and the other party dare not come, but it is not necessarily the case when going down the mountain. And this feeling should be the feedback from the mystery of the blood vessels. It's very dark outside now, there should be no one outside. After hesitating for a while, Ye Chen closed his eyes again. He will continue to heal. Get yourself back to your peak condition. Chapter 83. By the time Ye Chen opened his eyes again, the sun had already entered the house. And that feeling of being stared at is still there. Ye Chen got up. He tried to simulate it, and the phantom speed force should be able to take him out of danger. There are also some rune magic equipment as backhands. This time he specially prepared 3 chains of the binder, legendary level magic equipment. Without hesitation, he stepped out of the house and planned to go down the mountain. By the way, buy a jug of wine. Respect the teacher again. Before leaving, he made a special trip to the underground space and poured some spiritual liquid on the plant eggs. After leaving the church, Ye Chen had a change. God's confusion is opened. Sky cover. What the other party saw was the him before, and he had no idea what he was doing now. It feels close. Phantom speed force activated. The afterimage of Chen drifted away with the wind. In a cave somewhere. Steve looked at the magic roulette ahead. This is used to lock Chen's magic equipment, the number of days in the plate. He had been in contact with Chen before, so he naturally had a way to vaguely lock onto him. This kind of person cannot stay, even if he stays here for 10 years, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Steve acted alone, because the 3 seniors had to go back first. If you don't go back, you will be warned. But he, a little patron of the holy light, left the team in anger. It's nothing more than normal. He prepared a lot of things and just waited for the other party to come out. Strange, why have you stayed at the door of the church and not come out? As long as he comes out, he can be killed immediately, and he will never be given any room. Steve stared at the magic equipment with killing intent. But soon his doubts were answered, it was a voice from behind him. Because it was intended for you to see. The sudden appearance of the voice made Steve's pupil shrink. He immediately fled forward. There must be distance. But soon he found a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The opponent did not leave him any room, and the attack had already arrived. Fist. A fist that made him tremble with fear. This fist seemed to have the power to shake the sky, covering his entire world. In the crisis of life and death, Steve moved all the magic equipment on his body because he bought time. Boom, CFCB. Several pieces of targeted magic equipment directly confronted the sudden fist. Boom. Boom. One piece of magic equipment was defeated, and the sound of explosion was heard. But within a few breaths, the fist came to Steve. And at this moment, a light appeared in Steve's eyes, and a sky was formed between his brows. The breath climbed up. The angel race is gifted with secret arts, and the angels descend. The angel descends across the realm and comes to the next realm. This is their unique talent. So the angel family can leapfrog. At this moment Steve returned the blow with a punch. Boom. 2 fists collide with each other. Steve carried absolute confidence, but the moment he touched the opponent's fist, he suddenly froze. Terrible magic hit his arms like a storm. His fists were disintegrating, his bones were crumbling. Ah! Chen obtained the approximate location through the bloodline secret technique God's obscuration. Then with special magic to find Steve's figure. He is very careful, God's maze is fully open to prevent being noticed. When he found out that Steve was alone, he decided to shoot. Especially when the other party has made up his mind to kill him. Facing this kind of enemy, Chen will never hold back. After opening, the phantom speed power is turned on, the power of the copper boltanos is running, breaking the blessing of evil god light. Then at the moment when the opponent was horrified, he shot. One hit kill. Boom. The moment Chen shot, he discovered that several pieces of magic equipment appeared from Steve's body. There are also automatic ones. The other party is also very cautious. But Chen had no intention of pulling back. 6. Boom. Steve's magic equipment was shattered piece by piece. And in the process, he could feel a powerful magical power emerging from Steve. Arcane? Boom. The last piece of magic equipment was shattered, and Chen's fist was already facing Steve. He was about to attack, and thought Steve would choose to dodge. The other party has time. However, Chen was wrong, and the opponent chose to fight head-on. Fist to fist. The magic power of the opponent has temporarily reached the legendary level. Boom. There was a huge roar in the whole cave. It is a little far away from the church, otherwise it would be easy to find. After one punch, Steve's arm turned into blood mist. The whole person was also blown out. Chen stood where he was, without taking a step back. He looked at Steve, wary of his surroundings. There was no sign of anyone else showing up. Steve held the position of his arm that had turned into blood mist, his face was a little hideous. Who are you? Haven't you been staring at me? Chen said calmly. Before the sound fell, he moved again. Get rid of each other early to prevent any accidents from happening. Hearing Chen's words, Steve was taken aback. But in an instant, he thought of it. Only at this time, Chen came again. Steve was indifferent to this, he put one hand in front of his body, and the magic began to release. When angels descend, all laws are invulnerable. At this moment, a phantom seemed to cover Steve. You actually hide your magic power, and you even bring it to your door yourself. If the first hit doesn't kill me, you have no chance. When Chen came, Legendary's magic power condensed on him, and the storm of magic power swept over Steve. Boom! The fist hit Steve's phantom. Steve looked at Chen, it was impossible for the other party to break the angel phantom. Now is the time for him to kill each other. It's just that when he moved, he suddenly heard a click. Then he saw a fist. The fist seemed to break through the sky and land on him directly. No, it's impossible, how could you break my angel phantom? However, Chen's fist was the phantom of the angel that shattered him. This fist hit his head more directly. No, do not want. I surrender. Boom. One punch. The blood mist drifted away. Half of Steve's body was directly turned into blood mist by this punch. Chen withdrew his fist. This is not a challenge, but a duel of life and death. Looking at Steve, who was already lifeless, Chen whispered softly. The other party wants to kill him, and he can't keep his hand. After confirming that the other party was dead, Chen left directly. Get out of here first to prevent anyone from finding out. Chapter 84. At the foot of the church, Chen appeared on the road, walking slowly. That's when he started thinking about Steve. The angel family is not simple, there is a secret method to temporarily increase the magic power, and we need to pay attention to it in the future. But if Steve wants to kill me, it means that the angel clan may not like me very much. When walking up the scale ladder, his performance should be a little unusual. Even if the angel family can tolerate him, they will not be friendly. And Steve's death will be discovered sooner or later, and more people will notice him by then. He won over Steve after all. But there shouldn't be anyone who suspects him. It seems that when crossing the catastrophe, we need to avoid the angel clan to prevent accidents. During the competition, there was indeed some attention, but it was all within the scope of ability. Don't take it too seriously. After that, Chen didn't think about it anymore, and just continued to hide in the demon town hall to practice. In the air some distance from the church, a big ship is flying in the sky. Did you all see that disciple from demon town hall? Stephen asked while looking at the other two. Break records and climb the ladder, even if this kind of person is not talented enough, he should not be underestimated. Especially us angel race, we must be careful. The other party has gone through the final test, and may be able to sense other chapters of the angel chapter. Once you get the angel piece, no one knows what will happen. Moore's voice was a little low. The existence of Chen really surprised them. If this person is of the angel family, they will be ecstatic. But the opponent is someone else. I can't stay anymore. And it also disrupted their chance to visit the Holy Lake of Light. Let's find a chance, and we are not in a hurry to go back, but we are not suitable for doing it. Decisive said. Find a black city, just go there. Moore said. How about letting me do it for you? A sudden voice came from outside. At this moment, the three of Stephen were shocked. Then they felt that the surrounding space was closed. Who? Stephen got up and shouted. The other party suddenly appeared and overheard their conversation. At the same time as it is not good, it cannot tolerate the other party's life. Who is it? Suddenly, powerful magic power roared, directly shattering the door of the cabin, followed by a cold voice. I'm thinking about how to murder my disciple here, but I'm asking who this seat is. You really don't mind? With a wave of Steve's hand, the broken pieces of wood were directly separated. A figure appeared outside. Gandalf. Stephen looked at the middle-aged man outside with a gloomy expression. What is the church doing? Stupid question. Gandalf looked at Stephen and said coldly. The intention of this seat is not obvious enough. Powerful magic erupted on Gandalf, as if to crush everything. Gandalf, do you dare to kill us? We are within the sanctuary, what are you going to tell the angels? Mor stared at Gandalf and said gloomily. Confession. Gandalf looked at each other like an idiot. Do you think you are a child? Will you confess when you die? Do you think my church belongs to your family? Your Excellency Gandalf. Stephen looked at Gandalf coldly and said. We're not feuding. Just come to kill us, isn't it too much? Ha! Gandalf suddenly laughed and said. Joke, do you have to wait until you kill my disciples before I can take revenge on you? Stupid. Boom. At this moment, the magic power belonging to Gandalf exploded directly. The sky and the earth roared, and the thunder raged, just like thunder from the sky. Boom. But in an instant, the entire ship was directly covered by thunder. Then it cleared up. However, the phantom of an angel belonging to the angel family suddenly appeared, and the huge figure occupied the sky and the earth. Gandalf, do you really think you can kill us? The phantom of Stephen's angel is turned on. Thunder raged around him but couldn't hurt him at all. On the sidelines, Mor and Gaius's magic also began to emerge. The three will work together to kill Gandalf. Gandalf looked at the three of them, and thunder loomed beside him. How much have you learned about the power of mythology? How far have you traveled on the road to becoming a god? I didn't learn much, and I didn't go far. Gaius tried to open his eyes, and at this moment, the magic power of the world began to diminish. Sounds start to fade away. The color starts to fade. One black and one white pupil appeared behind him. Angel chapter Archangel of Light and Darkness. At this moment, Mor took a step forward, and his body began to grow bigger. Flames flowed from his body, and hot flames began to erupt. As if it could dissolve everything. Raging Colossus. Let me see the strength of the Lord of the Temple Town Demon Palace. Mor hammered down with both hands. There was a shock in the air, like the earth cracked. Fire is burning. At this moment, countless cracks appeared in the air, countless flames spewed out from the cracks. The flames were monstrous, burning the sky and destroying the earth. It's childish magic. Gandalf did not dodge in the slightest. It fell directly on the crack of the flame. Then a gust of wind blew past, and the monstrous flames dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of the angel race? Feel free to use any moves, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Gandalf looked at Stephen and the others, and spoke calmly. Standing there is like a world, and it is difficult for other people's magic power to affect the past. However, the thunder magic power belonging to Gandalf is constantly spreading to the outer edge. Stephen looked at Gandalf coldly, and immediately said, Do your best, otherwise it will be difficult to leave. Then Stephen folded his hands together, and the phantom of the angel began to show countless magic. Wind, rain, thunder, and fire, thousands of magics, like the sky, began to attack Gandalf. Mor soared into the sky, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky, and flame traces appeared from the sky. Angel's wrath, burn everything. At this time, Gandalf's position was constantly invaded by the power of light and darkness. Gandalf watched all these attacks, shook his head, and then slowly stretched out his hand. The power of myth, the beginning of rules. In front of Gandalf, runes of divine power came out one after another, and then the runes burst into 5 rays of light and whizzed away. Boom! 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 The 5 rays of light kept hitting Stephen and the others to attack magic. Rush to the sky together to fight against the flames falling from the sky. 0. 1 went towards the light and dark magic, breaking through the phantom of the angel. The 3 rushed towards Stephen, constantly attacking the angel power exerted by Stephen. The impact of magic power is like a broken bamboo. Boom! The flames in the sky were shattered, and more spat out blood and was sent flying. How could it be so strong? More couldn't believe it. At this time, the world was broken, and Jiaoxi closed his eyes again, and traces of blood and tears appeared in his eyes. The angel chapter, Archangel of Light and Darkness, which he had practiced for so long, was actually shattered like this. The 3 rays of light merged into one and aimed straight at Stephen. Boom! Puff! The phantom of the angel was shattered, and Stephen was seriously injured and retreated. But with one move, the 3 of the angel clan were directly and severely injured, making it difficult to resist. Gap! Worlds apart. Gandalf looked at the 3 people indifferently. That's all? Say your last words then. Stephen struggled to maintain the flight, looked at Gandalf and said. If you kill us, don't you have to bear anything? Once you are known by the church, do you think you can stay in the church comfortably? Can the angel clan let you go? Let us go. I swear, I will never attack your apprentice. We have no blood feud. Finished? Asked Gandalf. Are you really not afraid? Stephen asked. The question you are talking about must have a premise. Gandalf said calmly. Premise? Stephen frowned. You also said, if it is known. Gandalf stepped out, directly past Stephen and the others. At this time, the thunder wrapped everything up. The explosion of magic power is unprecedentedly powerful. No one knows, isn't it all right? You. 3 people fear, they feel death. Boom. Big. Chapter 85. Thunder burst, destroying everything. Then Gandalf turned and went away. When the magic died down, there was nothing left in the sky. Chen came to the inn to buy wine. It should be very early when I go back, and I plan to go back and take care of the hall. There was a fight yesterday, and I don't know if anyone has cleaned it up. When nobody cleans up, he has to go. There are several big pits in the main hall square, which is not suitable no matter how you look at it. Big brother, I have a question for you. Chen, who was about to leave, was suddenly stopped. It's that boy. What's the problem? Chen asked. The other party will ask him questions, which in theory can be answered. Big brother, after the age of 18, can human beings have a spouse? The boy looked at Chen and asked very seriously. In theory. Chen nodded. In theory it does. But sometimes the May 20th fact always exceeds the theory. Then if I want to look for it, can I also look for it? The boy asked again. Probably, no way. Chen looked at the boy, and finally gave an unsure answer. No matter how you look at it, this boy is still a child. Is it too early to find a Taoist companion? After that, the boy walked back with a dejected expression on his face. Chen didn't care, but turned back to the demon town hall. There are many things waiting for him to be busy. And I have to go back and continue to practice. The legendary level is not considered safe, you still need to continue to practice to prevent encountering strong enemies in the future. After all, the angel race could notice him at any time. When returning to the church, Chen met some disciples. Have you heard? Many people have demons. I heard that they are all newcomers who went to the temple of demon suppression. If you don't have the strength, you dare to go to the temple of demon suppression. I just feel like I've lived too long. It seems that I was too excited that day, causing the demons to invade, otherwise it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Is a special place like the Demon Town Hall really a place where people can stay? It's really not easy to have a disciple. It's really not easy. I heard that there is only one disciple in the Temple of Demon Suppression, and he won the challenge of the Angel Clan, which is very powerful. Then I dare not go. Ye Chen listened to these people's conversations, neither speeding up nor slowing down. Steadily go to the Temple of Demon Suppression. Although there are more people who know him, relatively speaking, there are still few. Does not affect his going out. After the church, Amelia looked at the recording magic equipment sent by Lyre, and remained silent. She was surprised that in the end it was the junior brother of Genmodian who won the challenge. This prevents her from facing the Angel Clan directly. When she saw the record, she was a little shocked for a while. Don't be chaotic in the face of danger, your heart is calm, and the Mount Tai collapses in front of you without changing your face. This is simply not something that ordinary disciples can do. Then Amelia mobilized the essence of all things in the holy pool of light, and condensed a bead in her hand. Then, with the help of the special feature of the bright holy pool, send it to the ancient town demon palace. Although others don't know it, she still accepts the love of town demon palace. Junior sister, I recorded my magic equipment earlier, did you find it? After doing this, Amelia looked at Belle next to her. Hearing this question, Lyre felt a little embarrassed. Not long ago, she was promoted to be the patron of the holy light. So there is time to inquire. But haven't got that thing yet. Actually, I already know roughly where it is. Lyre said. Amelia looked at Baelier with no extra expression on her face. Doesn't seem to be asking anything, just looking at people in common. I heard that I was at Toby in the first Holy Light Hall. I saw Toby yesterday, and I asked by the way. Lyra looked at Amelia and said. Finally got the answer yes. The things are with the junior brother of the town demon palace. Now, I don't dare to look for the younger brother of the town demon palace. Amelia looked at Lyre, then turned her head to look in the direction of the demon town hall. She felt like she had missed her chance to get things back. If junior sister Lyre is asked to bring the beads, let me mention the beads by the way. Should be able to get it back. It seems that we have to wait for a few days, and hope that it has not been opened. Amelia muttered silently to herself. Ye Chen returned to the demon town hall. He looked at the square in front of the main hall, and found that it really needed to be repaired by himself. Fortunately, no trouble. After roughly filling the hole, Ye Chen went to find the required stones. This needs to go to other places in the sect to get it. Or polish it yourself. Ye Chen plans to polish it by himself, and draw some runes by the way, which can enhance the quality of the square. It won't be a big hole when you hit it once. Prevent the next repair. There is no rush on this matter. Do it tomorrow. Let's recover first today, and then see if anyone is following him. Steve is dead. But those three mythical powerhouses are still alive. It is not ruled out that they know that Steve is here to kill him. Restoring state first. When returning to the underground space, Ye Chen sat cross-legged. Then open the Goddess Atlas to practice. Just opening the Goddess album, Ye Chen was stunned. What happened? Under normal circumstances, his Goddess Atlas should still have a lot of essence of everything. Even after becoming a god, it will help the magic power. The accumulation of the essence of all things exceeds consumption. In theory there will be no vacancies. Gone again. Is something wrong with the bright holy pool? Then Ye Chen looked for Amelia, and found that she was still lying weakly by the lake. The problem must be with Amelia, but you need to ask her what the problem is. But it is impossible to ask. Then Ye Chen ate the reward potion he received today. Then began to practice. The next day. Ding! Successfully received the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the gift of the original gas, and the potion of light and spirit. Light spirit elixir, it can be used to increase magic power at the legendary level. Chen opened his eyes and took the reward by the way. Potion of Light, a very common medicine after legendary level. Occasionally cast magic, magic equipment, and runes. Most of them are potions needed by legendary level. If you have time, you can go to other places to receive rewards, and there may be other changes. If you can go to the bright holy pool, there may be something good. The second time I receive the reward, I feel that things will be good. But Chen didn't count as 4.4 and went now. Right now we should focus on improving our strength. In particular, it may be targeted by the angel race. Once someone targets him, as long as he is strong enough, he can protect himself. But one night, there was no feeling of being stared at. There are two possibilities, one is that the other party did not count on him or stare at him. The second is, as long as you don't stare at him like Steve, then the god's confusion will not feed back. His current strength is not enough. If he can't reach someone, he will be noticed by him. The second possibility is more likely. What will the angel clan do? Chen doesn't know. Don't think too much about it now. After all, he was not prepared to go out. So there is no threat to him. Wait until you want to go out to find divinity, and then think about it. These years, I should learn about the situation of the angel race by the way, so that I don't know when I encounter it. Chapter 86. After leaving the underground space, Chen came to the place where the stones were polished. Boom! There was a loud bang. Chen cut off the boulder, and then began to use all kinds of magic to cut into pieces. Then moved things to the main hall square. Because it was time to walk the ladder, his heart was hit. Doing these things calms his mind. Therefore, it is not bad for him to practice a few days later. On the contrary, there are many advantages. Especially after practicing yesterday, he could notice a slight change. When arriving at the square, Chen was a little surprised. It's not that the square has been repaired. Instead, there is a blue bead floating in the sky above the square, which is very familiar. The origin of the ball seems to be the temple back. There is a tiny ray of light from the bright holy pool. Chen felt a little surprised, then stretched out his hand. Come! Holy word domination. The sound fell, and the water blue beads fell directly from the air, and landed quietly in Chen's palm. 25 Holy Crystal. Chen knew what it was when he saw the beads. This bead can only be condensed by Amelia, who is the goddess of the holy pool of light. But why did this bead appear in the demon town hall? According to the traces he saw, there is a high probability that it was sent by Amelia. So, once Amelia condenses the beads, the goddess Atlas will not be able to use it. Chen instantly thought of the goddess Atlas. When it couldn't be used last time, it was because Amelia condensed the beads and sent them to him. It can't be used this time, and it just happened to be condensed with beads. There must be a connection between the two. Chen discovered that there is a drawback in the Atlas of the goddess, that is, Amelia condenses the beads and will take away his holy crystal. And he couldn't take away the opponent's. Then he turned his attention to the beads. For what reason would Amelia send him the beads again? But after thinking for a moment, he understood. What Steve wants to challenge is Amelia, and Amelia is weak because of advancing too fast. She is no match for Steve. Once the goddess of the bright holy pool loses, the impact will not be small. But this kind of crisis was stifled by him unintentionally. No matter what others think, Amelia chooses to accept this kindness. So the beads were sent out. With this in mind, Chen put away the beads. He has no reason not to accept. With the help of beads, he will not have to take medicine for his subsequent cultivation. Abyssal Breath, Potion, and Holy Crystal have 3 bonuses. It should pull into the distance of the myth. Chen then began to polish the stones and repair the square. Of course, he is also thinking about how to engrave into the magic circle. He doesn't know much about the magic circle. But to make the square withstand the attack, I know something. It is not to strengthen the defense. Blocking is worse than sparse, you can use the magic circle to divert. Absorb mana and move it elsewhere. Thinking this way, Chen does it this way. 5 days passed by in a flash. At this time, there was no big pit in the town hall square. Chen stood on the repaired square, considering the specific situation. If you accumulate too much magic power, it may directly detonate, so you should add some magic circle consumption. Then Chen began to arrange defensive magic circles and attack magic circles. Because of insufficient attainments, he only made preliminary arrangements. Wait for the follow-up to add slowly. After finishing all the things in the square, Chen cleaned the hall again. After that, he returned to the underground space and planned to continue his cultivation. At this time, his heart has calmed down. There will be no obstacles to practicing. Of course, it is still necessary to be familiar with the current state. Familiarize yourself with all magic equipment. This is what he will do every time he improves his strength. Teacher. When returning to the underground space, Chen saw his teacher waiting for him inside. Are you done? Gandalf turned to look at Chen. Yes. Chen nodded. He is indeed busy with the matter of the town demon palace. But he was a little curious, why didn't the teacher go to the main hall to find him? Instead, come to the underground space. Master, I see that you like planting potted plants these years, so I went out specially to find you a bottle of seeds that can survive in the breath of the abyss. Gandalf took out a small black flower and said. This flower is called Yuyat, and it has a long lifespan, allowing you to keep it for a long time. Chen took the flowers and said curiously. Didn't the teacher just talk about seeds? It has sprouted on the way back, and it has grown up by the way. Gandalf explained. Chen. He felt that his teacher might be worried that what he encountered this time was a seed that would not germinate. Then I tried to urge it with magic. The existence of Yu Yehoah will absorb the breath of the abyss and reduce the influence of the breath of the abyss. Gandalf explained. He doesn't need to lower his impact. However, the effect of this flower should be minimal. Then keep it. Find a companion for the plant egg. Afterwards, Chen planted the flowers next to the plant eggs. Gandalf left. Chen has his own sense of propriety, and he never needs to explain too much. Besides, there is no explosion in the underground space, so there is no need to care. The injury has naturally healed. Chen watched the teacher leave. After pouring some psychic liquid on the plant eggs and the night flowers, he began to practice. This time, no one should bother him again. Chen used holy crystal beads. This time the beads are sent, no one should know. So don't worry about being caught. But it's better not to go out for a few years. Time flies. In the morning 2 months later, Chen was awakened with a start. 260 is the sound outside the church. It was like cheers. It should be the magic circle effect. According to the time, it should be that the people who participated in the top power exchange meeting have returned. Chen got up and walked outside. He's going to see if that's the case. If there are other things, he also needs to pay attention to them. In the past 2 months, Chen has become familiar with most of the magic. The power of copper boltanos has been skillfully used to the 8th level, and the last level is still not reached for the time being. The same goes for the phantom speed force. The magic equipment obtained started to be used smoothly. Other magic has also been controlled very well. There will be no errors. I also tried the holy word domination technique by the way. It should be very convenient to take care of the demon town hall. The plant egg is as quiet as ever, and Yu Yehoah should not be very suitable for the underground space. Long is not very energetic, may need to be exposed to the sun. Chen took it to the sun for 2 days, and seemed to be less energetic. How to plant, he has not figured out the law. Growing flowers is more troublesome than raising plant eggs. I just went out to ask the teacher. Otherwise, he felt that Yu Yehua would die if he kept it for another 2 months. In fact, Chen still likes the kind of plant flowers that don't need much care, plant seeds. Just like a plant egg. Can feel the breath of life, just don't come out to toss people, so that you can give birth.